Joe, K2 Vision RLE is a terrific, permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 83 games later, and it all comes down to this for the Phoenix Suns. If they defeat the Warriors tonight, they advance to the playoffs as the 8th seed and start a series versus the Thunder on Sunday. But if they lose to Golden State tonight, their season is over. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams are both questionable for this final play-in game, and you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with tip-off at 7 p.m. The D-backs will try to follow up their successful 9-game road trip as they return home tonight to start a series with the defending AL champion Toronto Blue Jays. Mike Soroka will be on the mound, and you can hear first pitch at 6:40 p.m. on ESPN 620. And we are just 6 days away from this year's NFL Draft. And to read what Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur and GM Monty Ossenfort had to say about it, as well as the QB room and the offseason, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to the greatest words in morning radio. I just said them. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. We are without Sammy Sepulka today, so we
Load
are
management
for young Sammy, even the young bucks.
You call him sometimes Sammy.
Right hamstring injury management is the official designation.
We call him right hammy Sammy.
Lower body injury.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in a very, very good mood now. I know we're not going to talk about this today, but Live Golf is on the edge of being bye-bye extinct.
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Yes. And not to gloat or anything, but I'm going to gloat about this. One of the things that I think is really sad, I talk about the players that have gone over to Live Golf. I've called Phil Mickelson the biggest trader in the history of sports. I will stand by that. It is taken its toll on John Rahm. Cameron Smith was number 2 in the world when he went to Live. He hasn't done a thing since.
Now he's just number 2.
He's missed the cut in 6 consecutive majors. One of the biggest losses is David Feherty. You remember David Feherty, the announcer?
Yes.
Irreverent, snarky, kind of got a British-Australian accent. He was very, very cool. And he went over for that Live money as well. And yesterday, man, was he carrying the water, claiming that everybody who said Live is coming to end, this is a media concoction. People have Live derangement syndrome. Oh, no. It's all going away. And apparently they don't even know it.
But why do you think it's going away if they're saying it's not?
Because there are too many big reporting networks that know what they're talking about. The people who run LIV don't even know this stuff. The Saudis are pulling out funding because of everything that's going on in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Something's going on in the Middle East.
Isn't there always, Jarrett?
That's
but
fair.
I've wondered with this, and I agree with you from everything I've been able to take in, it seems like it's just inevitable, a matter of when, not if.
Yeah.
When that happens, we already know Brooks Koepka's back. He came back. He got ahead of the curve.
Smart guy.
He's been ingratiated. I wonder when these guys come back with their hat in their hands, we're sorry. How are they going to be treated?
Think about everything that went down at the Masters. Phil Mickelson didn't play, cited a personal family health issue, even though he was tweeting about the tournament.
Well, he did say he was going to be watching.
So. That is true. Yeah. Sergio Garcia melted down on a tee box and ripped up the course like an idiot. You look back on it now and you're like, these guys all know. And so what people are saying is all these big name pros, what do? Do you make them play the Korn Ferry Tour for a year? Oh, you want back? Prove it. Put in a year.
Yes, let's take our big stars that are coming back to our sport and not let them play on the tour.
Well, do you just roll out a red carpet for them?
Yes.
That's crazy.
How many big stars are there, though?
Well, there's not any big stars in golf right now. But the idea...
There's two, Jon Rahm and Bryson DeChambeau.
That's it.
That's basically it. Joaquin Niemann's a great player, but nobody knows who he is.
Well,
in fact, Joaquin Niemann, this is the funniest thing, LIV Golf played yesterday. They're winding up their season. He gets a hole-in-one on the first hole. There's nobody there. There's not a sound. There's footage of this dude making a hole-in-one.
Did it actually happen then?
That's the old rhetorical question. I'm just saying that, like, if the whole thing was the reason they were mad about LIV was that it was taking away a lot of their best players. If those best players are coming back now, why would the PGA Tour not let them play? That's the whole idea of getting rid of the LIV Tour so that you could have your stars back.
The running joke is when LIV does officially fold, how long will it take Dustin Johnson to find out? Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
For the Phoenix Suns, it's down to one game tonight against the Golden State Warriors. If they win, they're in the playoffs after a one-year absence. If they lose, they will go their separate ways for the summer, and the Warriors will claim the Western Conference's 8th seed. Suns are in this situation after they squandered an 11-point fourth-quarter lead to Portland on Tuesday. Warriors are here because they overcame a 13-point fourth-quarter deficit of their own Wednesday against the Clippers. Teams have met 4 times this season, and the Warriors have won 3. Suns' only win in the series came a week before Christmas in a 1-point victory at Mortgage Matchup Center. Adding to the intrigue, Suns guard Grayson Allen and center Mark Williams both listed as questionable for tonight's game. Golden State will not have big man Quentin Post, and Kristaps Porzingis questionable with right ankle soreness. Ooh, my ankle! It's sore! A lot on the line tonight in a game that tips off around 7:10. Winner will face OKC at a first-round series that starts Sunday. You can catch all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. The 8th seed in the Eastern Conference also up for grabs this evening as the Magic host the Hornets at Kia Center. Winner will face top-seeded Detroit in the first round of the playoffs. That is a 4:30 tip on Prime Video. The NBA playoffs get underway for real tomorrow with 4 series getting started. Gets going early, too. 10 a.m. Toronto and Cleveland get things going. Then it's Minnesota-Denver at 12:30. And Atlanta in New York to take on the Knicks at 3 o'clock. All 3 of those matchups also on Prime Video. The final game, Rockets-Lakers in Game 1. It's KD and LeBron. It's got to be on ABC, right? 5:30 tip.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is.
2 humongous stars, yes, it should be.
Diamondbacks return to Chase Field following a successful 6-3 road trip. They will host the Toronto Blue Jays for 3 games starting tonight. On the mound for your Arizona Diamondbacks. Mike Soroka taking on left-hander Thank you, Eric Lauer. First pitch, 6:40. You can hear all of the action on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame festivities at 6 o'clock. Cardinals GM Monty Ossenfort and head coach Mike LaFleur met with media in Tempe Thursday ahead of next week's NFL draft. Both non-committal on naming either Jacoby Brissett or Gardner Minshew or somebody else.
Very interesting.
As the starting quarterback heading into OTAs and minicamps. Quote, "We'll see how that room looks by the time we get in August," Ossenfort said. Cardinals also picked up the fifth-year option on left tackle Paris Johnson Jr.'s contract, meaning he's under wraps through 2027. That fifth-year option will pay Johnson over $19 million next season. Sad news from the Arizona State football program. Assistant strength coach and former Sun Devil offensive lineman Stephen Miller passed away at the age of 29. Miller had suffered a medical emergency after a spring practice last week, but had returned to practice this week. He was a graduate of Gilbert High and played for the Devils from 2015 to 2019. Head coach Kenny Dillingham canceled practice yesterday, but the program still moving forward as part of the Sun Devil Athletics Fan Fest out at Mountain America Stadium. That's tonight from 5 to 7:30. Really sad news there.
Terrible story.
And the Stanley Cup playoffs get underway this weekend as well, with 3 series rolling on Saturday, 4 more on Sunday, and the final series to get started will be Anaheim and Edmonton with Game 1 on Monday night. No play-in for the NHL. You earn your spot and you're in. The way that our forefathers intended it. There you go. There is your splash for this Friday, April 17th. Coming up as we get started on this Friday, do or die, win or go home, blank or get off the pot, however you want to describe it. It's a must-win for the Suns tonight. We'll talk about it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6. 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
So nagging joint pain comes from a lot of places. Sometimes it's arthritis. Sometimes it's years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. No matter where it comes from, it's a bad deal if it limits your everyday life. Good news is my friends at QC Kinetics, they're here to flip the script. They're the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, talking about advanced cellular treatments that help your body restore and repair damaged joint tissue wherever you're hurting. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief because this stuff really works. The patient satisfaction reports at QC Kinetics nationwide, a staggering 92%. That's a great number, proof that it works, and that includes me. I've leaned on them twice, both times to dramatic results. Emmett Smith also raves about QC Kinetics, and remember, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. These are simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So if you're dealing with joint pain of any kind, go check out what they can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
On Saturday, April 18th, pick up the Cattell Marte tee before the D-backs Blue Jays game, courtesy of State Farm. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The Suns have a do-or-die game tonight against the Warriors. We will get you ready for this game starting at 2 o'clock. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I expect them to win on Friday night. I don't care who they're playing. I mean, Golden State is not as good as they are. Curry, of course, is dangerous. You know, the Clips are a little bit different here without Harden and Z. You know, these two teams have to play tonight. We'll see what happens.
That is Bobby Marks a couple days ago when he joined us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. That's before the Warriors beat the Clippers with that comeback win in the fourth quarter. Now we know it's going to be the Warriors, and I agree with what Bobby Marks said. The Warriors have not been as good a team as the Suns have this year.
Right.
But when it comes to a one-game do-or-die scenario, you have to be nervous because on the other side, even though he's getting up there in years, but we just saw him tap into his younger self, Steph Curry's on the other side, Bick, and he can make things miserable for you.
Yeah, and listen, and while I think everybody agrees with the statement the Suns are a better team, do we know that to be true right here and now? Do we know anything to be true about this team right here and now?
I think when you say that, you're leaning on the context of the full season. Obviously, the win-loss record is a convenient tool you can use to prove that point. But right here, right now, I think it's a question. I don't think the Warriors are very good right now.
No.
The Warriors were also really blessed with the zero pressure that they were going to fall out of the 10 spot. Because you had 5 tanking teams in the Western Conference, which is embarrassing.
Completely.
So Draymond Green talked about it last week. We've been locked into the 10 spot forever. And he was talking about how the play-in tournament probably is not great. But it put zero pressure on them to push any players back from injury before they were ready.
It's a fascinating story because if the Warriors win tonight, you would think in some world the NBA would be embarrassed that a team that was 15-26 on the road in the regular season suddenly went on the road for consecutive play-in games and won both and got into a playoff series. But would the NBA be thrilled because it's Steph Curry and the Warriors?
Absolutely.
So the idea that the Warriors winning tonight would be a bad thing for the league isn't going to resonate with anybody because of the Steph Curry factor. Because what you're saying is right. If Draymond Green is saying, look, we had no fear of falling out of the 10, and we knew we weren't going to catch the 6, so yeah, we didn't care.
Yeah, they didn't have to push Porzingis back because they were under no pressure to qualify. They didn't have to rush Steph Curry back.
Nope.
Those guys were both really good the other night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the NBA can sell an Oklahoma City Golden State matchup a lot better than Oklahoma, because
there's no doubt
the Thunder being a juggernaut, it's hard to sell that first 1 versus 8 matchup.
Yeah.
But if the Warriors and their pedigree and the star power on the other side, you could try to sell that.
And I don't think, to be quite honest, and this is a backwards compliment to Dylan Brooks, I think the NBA would be just fine with having Dylan Brooks exit stage left tonight.
You're probably right.
Listen, everybody loves a villain in sports. I'm not sure the NBA likes Dylan Brooks. I think the technical foul rescinding statistics prove that very well.
They'd rather have Draymond Green if they're going to have a villain.
Absolutely. So if I'm the Phoenix Suns, I'm rallying around this.
Yep. Jordan Knott talked yesterday at practice, the head coach of the Suns, the challenges of guarding Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's the challenge. It just never stops. So it's not only just the guy on the ball, it's the screener's defender as well. Has to be super alert. Just when you think you have him under control, he comes out from the baseline side. And they obviously have incredible screeners too. So it's going to take 5 guys. It's not just one guy. We'll have a primary on him for sure. But you got to do it, and you got to do it for all 48. I think that's the mental resilience you need to have at this time of year. Even our game and last night's game, you could see the highs and lows and the runs that teams went on. You got to somehow overcome all those to get to the finish line for the full 48.
The other thing I'd be a little bit concerned about, I don't know the rotational minutes that the Warriors put on the floor against the Clippers, but I do know both teams played hard games.
Yeah.
And the intensity of both those games markedly different than anything we saw in the regular season. What is the after effect of that? Jordan Knott did not go deep into his bench. Stats kind of reflected that, right?
The Suns do have the extra day over the Warriors after a hard-fought game.
That is true.
Maybe
They do.
Yeah, that is true.
There's no travel been built in for the Suns.
Yep.
There's been travel for the Warriors.
How stupid is that?
Not extensive travel.
How stupid is it that the East did it the other way around? So the higher seeds have the less time between games.
And again,
I don't get it.
It's a terrible move. The 9-10 by definition should have the harder path.
Right. I didn't understand that.
The other thing,
it's the reason is obvious. You want at least one marquee game on each night.
Right.
well, Jordan Knott might not have any choice but to change his rotation a little bit. Mark Williams is questionable in this game, and again, how does he match up if they're going big with Porzingis and Horford? How does he match up with two guys that really stretch the floor on the offensive end?
That's a good point.
I don't know how much. I mean, he might get the token if he was healthy, fully healthy. He might get a token start and play 12 minutes.
Yeah,
but that might affect things. Maybe we see a Rasheer Fleming tonight. Maybe we see a little bit more of Ryan Dunn. One thing that we should see more of from the Suns is more three-point shooting. It was stark at the beginning of the game. Even when the Suns got up to a really good offensive start and led after one quarter, the three-point differential in makes and attempts was eye-popping. It turned out to be only the second time in 83 games this year that the Suns shot less than 33 pointers. They shot 25, their second lowest total of the year.
Yeah.
Jordan Knott was asked about, hey, what happened to the three-point shooting volume?
I think their coverage, they do it to everyone. We have times where we're trying to attack the paint and they're literally fanning out. And I think there are some windows that we missed. It's hard to create an advantage with those guys. Try the best you can to get your first initial punch, to get into the paint, then spray out. But I do think they're one of the best, if not the best, at on-ball defense, big back and drop, so they can kind of play the pick and roll 2-on-2. But the math was not in our favor. You definitely want to get some more threes up. We did take a lot of mid-range. We had mid-range shooters, so part of that was good. But definitely we're going to have to try to get up more tomorrow night.
Yeah, and we talked about that going into that game. There was numbers that stood out to us, and it was kind of eerie, actually, because we focused on the same two categories, and the numbers were almost identical. It was three-point makes, and it was steals for the Suns were the two big numbers.
Yep.
We were both around 15, 16 makes. They didn't come close to that.
No.
And if you look at how they've shot the three this year against Golden State, in terms of attempts, 33, 35, 35, 43. So Golden State not as adept defensively on guarding the three as the nightmare defensive matchups that Portland could put out there.
Yeah.
It's got to be a much bigger part of the mix.
Yeah, it has to be, and it makes such a difference for everything. The momentum getting downhill in a basketball game when the 3-point ball starts dropping for the Suns, it's an entirely different team, completely different team.
I mean, think about me for a second, Vic.
Well, I do. I was the other night. I'm like, when is my man gonna get to do his 1, 2, 3?
It took 21 minutes of game action for me to count to 3.
Can't have that tonight.
What the heck is going on?
Can't have that tonight.
Grayson Allen still listed as questionable for tonight's game. Jordan Knott offered an update on him.
It seems to be making progress, Dwayne. It's the hamstring, so it's one of those soft tissue things. Can he sprint? That's where we're at. Yeah, to see how fast he can progress.
Yeah,
he seems to be making progress, Dwayne. Okay, Dwayne,
get off my back.
Wasn't it Kellen Olson who said that Jordan Knott he's already an elite NBA coach in terms of deflecting and not talking about injuries and answering questions without answering questions?
NBA teams track deflections now, Beck.
Yes, they do.
Suns and Warriors tonight. Of course, you can hear it all here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with pregame coverage rolling at 6 o'clock, tip-off a little after 7. Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance to win $25 Sonic gift cards. One lucky winner will take home the grand prize of $500 Sonic gift card. Text Smasher to 620-620 to enter that contest. Coming up next, do the Cardinals have 2 possible starting quarterbacks currently on the roster or 0? We'll get into that next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Now with the Arizona Diamondbacks, it is something that I didn't expect them to be 3 games over 500 after 19 games. I did not. Man, what we have seen so far from this team, just circumference.
Well, I think the resiliency, and you know me, this is, to me, maybe the best trait any team in any sport can have. You start the season by getting swept in L.A. You're 0-3. Well, they responded by sweeping Detroit. They have responded overall by going 11-5 since that Dodgers series. So that right there shows resilience.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know the importance of being number one, and that is what Chapman BMW is, folks. The number one BMW dealer in the state of Arizona. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Head on down to Chapman BMW this weekend. Great stuff going on. 0.9% APR financing for 60 months available on the BMW X3, the X1 models, and the 3 Series. Record low rates. Great time to get into the ultimate driving machine. Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business since 1958. They have been serving the Valley for nearly 6 decades. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. It's proof it's a great place to work. It's a great place to buy a car. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And remember, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So pick a location. They've got 2 of them, which guarantees you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. Find what you like. Get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He's the GM of both locations. He's a personal friend of mine. He's a great dude. He will hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes, call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Bodie with newacunit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to newacunit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, newacunit.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they've built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to earnhardtbuickgmc.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 83 games later, and it all comes down to this for the Phoenix Suns. If they defeat the Warriors tonight, they advance to the playoffs as the 8th seed and start a series versus the Thunder on Sunday. But if they lose to Golden State tonight, their season is over. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams are both questionable for this final play-in game, and you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with tip-off at 7 p.m. The D-backs will try to follow up their successful 9-game road trip as they return home tonight to start a series with the defending AL champion Toronto Blue Jays. Mike Soroka will be on the mound. You can hear first pitch at 6:40 p.m. on ESPN 620. And we are just 6 days away from this year's NFL Draft. And to read what Cardinals head coach Michael LaFleur and GM Monty Osborne had to say about it, as well as the QB room and offseason, head to arizonasports.com or stay tuned right now to Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we are right now, and I think that with every position that we have, we're going to look to add competition. And so, whether that's the draft, whether that's after the draft, there's player acquisition period never ends. We're going to always look to improve every room, no matter what it is. So that's where we are right now. Is that how it looks going into training camp? I don't know. We'll see.
Monty Ossenfort, general manager of the Arizona Cardinals, holding court yesterday at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe, as they do annually about a week before the draft, getting together. That was in response to a question about being comfortable going into camp with just Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett at quarterback. And I think of all that transpired in that 31-minute meeting with the media, that was the individual soundbite / answer / storyline that everybody was talking about afterwards. You wrote a great column that people can read right now on arizonasports.com. I know Tyler Boom Boom Drake wrote about it too.
Boom Boom,
and I think he may have even asked that question. It's an interesting answer. That's where we are right now.
Now, before I address that, I'm going to say really quickly, I heard somebody ask Tyler Drake yesterday in the media room at the Cardinals headquarters, why do they call you Boom Boom? And Tyler said, I have no idea. Ask my producer. And the guy says, no, really, there's got to be a reason for it.
Yeah.
And Tyler's like, I have no idea.
He's too modest. I don't know why.
Why do you call him that?
It sounds good, doesn't it? the cadence.
We were just so proud of coming up with the name Drip for Ildemaro Vargas.
Right.
The nickname givers. It just sounds good.
Tyler Boom Drake. I like.
If you want, look, if you want a reason, and I can give this to Boom Boom himself, if he wants a reason, so the next time he's asked, it's because of his prowess on the tee with a driver in his hand.
No, that's good. That is good.
He's a big hitter, the Lama.
Yes, he is. That Lama. He's a 2-time consecutive long drive champion at the Media Day at the Phoenix WM Phoenix Open Media Day. Yeah, I believe I've got that. That might be a Jarrett fact, but I know he won it once.
Do you know that
maybe twice?
Big-headed hump on the midday show is trying to give him a different name. When they have Tyler on,
is this what we're calling Ron Wolfley these days?
No, Jesse.
Oh. My bad.
When they have Tyler on, they call
you got your big-headed humps mixed up.
They call Tyler Scoops instead of Boom Boom, purposely trying to give him a different nickname than he already has.
And why do they call him Scoops? Of course, have you ever seen how adept he is at scooping out the granola at Sprouts?
I thought you were going to say kitty litter.
Yeah, the Boom Boom thing actually makes sense now. Just tell them it's golf related.
Of course, that's what I thought.
So yes, there were a few things that people gleaned from the media availability yesterday. The idea that Mike LaFleur likes Jeremiah Love, a running back. We're going to get into that. Might have been a smokescreen, might have been real. The idea that when talking about what he looks for in young quarterbacks, he targeted a couple of traits that really seemed to fit Ty Simpson, which is to say he didn't push back on the idea that the Cardinals are interested in Ty Simpson. But like you said, to me, the reticence of this team to declare Jacoby Brissett the starting quarterback going into 2026, I find that to be fascinating.
We all saw what Jacoby Brissett did. There was a lot of good in what he did. It didn't translate to wins. The amount of credit and adulation he got from the organization seemed to think, okay, Jacoby Brissett's your guy. Even if they do get a quarterback, he's going to be the guy for week 1 through 4.
Yeah.
And then you kind of, pick your spot to get your rookie in there. They wouldn't go that far.
No. And even the acquisition of Gardner Minshew was a little perplexing to me.
Yeah.
Because if you've got a guy that you know can be your bridge, and you know you've got to draft a franchise quarterback, why are you spending so much or going so large on your backup? Because Gardner Minshew, when it comes to backup quarterbacks, he's probably in the top tier of guys in the
probably.
NFL. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it still seemed odd to me. Then there was the Mike Florio report that the Cardinals might trade Jacoby Brissett, which we all thought he's got bad information. Maybe they are. Maybe they're thinking of doing it right around draft day.
Yeah.
I don't know who would trade for Jacoby now, but the idea that they couldn't name a starter.
Yeah.
Now, again, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, the soundbite that we played was, hey, the room. Are you comfortable with the room? Well, no, not necessarily.
Right.
That's where we are right now. There was a more pointed question. Who is quarterback 1 right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, we got Jacoby, Gardner. They both played a lot of ball. I think, as we sit here today, we're trying to install a system. You guys are rolling. I'll defer to you on that, but we're not really naming anybody, and we'll see how that room looks by the time we get in August.
Wow. Yeah, that was a real big time surprise to me. It really was.
Yeah. So what does it mean?
See how that room looks in August. It's a competition between them both. That we see which of those two look better.
No,
we'll see how that room looks.
Yeah, and then also traits that he looks for in a quarterback in the draft process.
I mean, I think we have different characteristics as it goes for every position. I think big ones for me, accuracy, decision-making, those are always at the forefront. And so every year we put there's different flavors of quarterbacks, different sizes, different styles. And so, it looks different. The college game looks different than the NFL game does. And so it's up to us to really look at those guys and project how they're going to translate to our league. And so, every year's different, and we certainly did our share of evaluation on the quarterbacks in this year's draft.
Certainly didn't say anything that would dissuade anybody from thinking the Cardinals are interested in Ty Simpson. He was asked a question about experience for college quarterbacks. He kind of glossed over that. Is it? Some general managers would say, yeah, that's a killer for us.
Some would say it's a deal breaker.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right.
He did not say that.
He kind of minimized it. Well, you just go by the tape, and you got to look at the reasons why a guy doesn't have a lot of experience. Now, the thing about Ty Simpson, I don't know whether this is a positive or a negative, but Ty Simpson has played, 16 games? Started 16? Is that the number at Alabama? 15?
15, I think.
But he was there for 3 years? Or maybe 4 years. He might have been there 4 years.
He might have been, yeah.
But he played. He backed up Jalen Milroe. He backed up Bryce Young. So he got into some games as a backup, but those are all blowouts. Those are games where Alabama is killing Podunk State 56-3 in the second quarter.
Western Podunk State.
Well, I'm sorry,
They don't schedule someone as tough as Podunk State midseason.
Yeah.
Western Podunk State. So I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. The argument that it's a good thing is that he's been in a really good system for a long time. The bad thing would be he's played full time once in the past 4 years. So, I don't know. I get however you want to slice it.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. However you want to slice it. You look at the guys he backed up. Bryce Young was the top quarterback. He was number 1 overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Milroe was a good college quarterback who was good for the system at Alabama and was more experienced at that time. So you got one example of him backing up different types of quarterbacks. I joked to you off the air. I was like, okay, LaFleur and Austin Ford are talking. We know the Cardinals are very close. That's their methodology. They keep things very close to the vest. I'm like, what are they going to say? They said a lot by not saying a lot.
Yeah.
I thought.
Yeah, no, I thought so too. I think they were probably more forthcoming than a lot of people expected. Guarded where they obviously had to be. And then I mentioned also the idea of what are the Cardinals going to do at 3? Well, somebody asked Mike LaFleur, what do you think about drafting running backs? And his answer was, I like what you're alluding to, kind of giving out a smokescreen like, I'd love to get Jeremiah Love into my system. And that's probably a smokescreen because if you did want to trade out of number 3, somebody's going to have to come up to get Jeremiah Love. Because the Titans are going to take him at 4 if he's there.
That seems to be the consensus thinking going in.
Yep. So if you can convince somebody, hey, you want Jeremiah Love? We love him too, but you can come get him from us. You can circumvent the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is going to be very, very interesting because this quarterback room, it just got very, very interesting. I don't know whether it's disrespectful or whether it's just draft day shenanigans, draft week shenanigans, but for a guy that did as well as Jacoby Brissett did last year, you would seem that he'd be framed in a different way.
Yeah. But you brought up something in this conversation, too, that Mike Florio had discussed, and that was a potential trade of Jacoby Brissett.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of teams that would like to have him moving forward. And, we're still a week out. If you can engineer something before the draft and get extra draft capital.
I wonder if this is actually a window that's open or something they're actually considering.
You have to ask yourself the other question then. Would you feel comfortable if your quarterback room going into the season was Gardner Minshew and a rookie?
Yeah. Have you ever seen that Gardner Minshew's mustache, though, Jarrett?
Luxurious.
So interesting times.
Did you say Gardner Minshew?
Gardner Minshew. One more time, fellas. That's fantastic.
I just wish we had a song for every Arizona athlete.
Yes. We can make that happen.
Can we? Coming up, sex, lies, and journalistic integrity. We'll discuss the story the NFL doesn't want to shine a light on next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The only issue I had with the turnovers was when they happened. 3 of them happened in the fourth quarter, and all 3 were right about the time when things started to fall apart for the Suns. At the end of the game, when it mattered most, he just got loose with it. He got sloppy with it. He was making bad decisions. And I don't say that to take away from the overall great night that he had. He carried the Suns offensively. There are just these moments he gets a little lost in the sauce sometimes, you know?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Did you know more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances? But natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you would like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit swgas.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep. If you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150, because look closely. You see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months, plus $2,500 in bonus cash, and Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
It's the story that won't go away. The whole sports world reacted to the release of photos on page 6 in the New York Post and on their website of NFL reporter Diana Rossini of The Athletic, then of The Athletic, in different scenarios, very familiar, friendly, some might even use the word canoodling scenarios with New England Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel at a Sedona adults-only resort. There was some sort of bidding war for the pictures. They came out. There was the immediate, statements from, oh, it's not what you think. We're friends, blah, 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 blah. Since then, Diana Rossini has tendered her resignation to The Athletic. And nobody's really talking about this story for fear of what?
It's a great question. And so what these two people have done in their personal lives, that is their business.
Yes.
That is their business to sort out. No judgments for me on this. But in the case of Diana Rossini, there's a couple of questions. People have wondered, all right, why is it fair that Diana Rossini had to resign her job, a very big and well-paying job, while Mike Vrabel is going about his business? The difference, if you've been in journalism, is just that. There's ethical questions and ethical boundaries that apply to Diana Rossini that don't necessarily apply to Mike Vrabel. That's the easiest way to say it. As a reporter, she can't have that kind of relationship with subjects that she is covering.
True.
So that is the line of delineation here. And so when it comes to Diana Rossini, the thing that people are wondering about is Mike Vrabel canceled a press conference he was supposed to do. He's AWOL right now. Diana Rossini released a statement that basically blamed the media for blowing all this out of proportion, but didn't present any facts of her own to establish her innocence in this. The reason why it's a big deal, and the reason why I think this is being buried, is Diana Rossini had a Coach of the Year vote. She already admitted she voted MVP for Drake May, plays for the New England Patriots, and Mike Vrabel. And then there's much more sticky situations, particularly when it comes to Max Crosby and A.J. Brown. And many have noticed that there have been a lot of reports where she might be manipulating the market value of these players on behalf of Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots. Those are serious issues.
Oh, absolutely. Another thing, look, you put that together very succinctly. One thing you left out, too, on the difference between the treatment of Rossini and the treatment of Vrabel is the centuries-old double standard when it comes to, adultery or perceived adultery. And I will say this. We still have no proof that anything happened, but Diana Rossini did tender her resignation, and The Athletic accepted that resignation. If nothing truly happened, I think it's discouraging and wrong that she had to step down from her job.
Yeah.
Now, we'll probably find out more. Well, but there's all kinds of tentacles coming off this story. Nancy Armour, who for years has been a very prominent female voice of sports media, she wrote in USA Today about Diana Rossini and she's putting the good name of all women in sports in jeopardy.
Right.
There's another reporter named Chrissy Freud who was apparently a freelancer for the USA Today network. She tweeted, did you see her tweet? I'm sure you were told, this is kind of a response. She quote tweeted the screenshot of the Diana Rossini resignation letter. I'm sure you were told to submit this or that you'd get fired instead. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. We know who you really are and what you've been up to for years. It does so much detriment to women in sports who have done things the right way. Well, she got notified, you're done, because this is falling back now on USA Today, and it's really, really difficult for the company. But she screenshotted the Nancy Armour thing under the USA Today headline and said, this is okay to say, but what I said isn't okay. There is so much ugliness in this story and very little in terms of explanation from anybody.
Yeah, no, I know. And then people wonder if Mike Vrabel is going to address this, if he needs to address this. And the reporting came, I think this is the way it went down, that The Athletic basically stuck up for Diana Rossini at the very beginning, which she appreciated. And then there was a lot of consternation inside the company, skepticism over, okay, these pictures don't seem to jibe with what she's saying, and apparently they asked her to produce proof, show us some pictures you were there with on a girls' trip, or resign, and here we are.
Apparently there was no
Apparently
pictures?
there are no pictures.
Yeah.
So, and again, their personal business is their personal business. That is not of my concern.
Yes.
But there are concerns for the NFL if this relationship was being used to help the Patriots through a high-profile media job.
That's the big journalistic integrity
that
question.
is.
And that's something that as a writer, affairs exist, and people have sometimes been able to overcome affairs and live their productive lives, professional lives, whatever. But when you are a foremost newsbreaker in the NFL, as Diana Rossini has been, you don't get past that.
No, it's going to be very, very difficult. It really will be. But it's really interesting, though, that it seems like everybody just kind of wants this to go away. And the treatment of the USA Today contributing columnist, her getting fired for that, she's really clapping back to that. She's on social media basically saying, "Oh, I get fired for telling the truth." So,
well, and it's also spurring other people to drum up some things that maybe have been inappropriate in the past, not just for Diana Rossini, but for a lot of females in sports. I mean, generally speaking, Bick, I feel gross when any personal life story comes into the sports purview. Like, even this year, the Luka Doncic, the headline splashed across sports sections all over about Luka Doncic's personal life and what he's going through with his wife. Generally speaking, it's nobody's business. I hate when it crosses over like that, but this one's hard to ignore. When the things you brought up about Diana Rossini's actions in being a newsbreaker / reporter, that's really, really shady.
yeah, it is. It really, really is. And I think it's something I'm sure the NFL is very interested, but at the same time, if there's anything behind it, the NFL is not going to want to be dealing with this.
Oh, no.
No.
They're hoping it goes away.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming up next, did Dylan Brooks just give the Warriors extra motivation and bulletin board material? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about a Valley favorite for more than 50 years, Spinato's Pizzeria, and they've got something cool going on this month, and maybe you can work it into your weekend plans. Spinato's Reverse Happy Hour runs every night in April from 8 to close. During that time frame, you buy any large pizza, you get a large cheese pizza on Spinato's. Pickup or delivery every night. Plus, fresh baked cookies. Spinato's famous for those, too. $2 off the half dozen during Reverse Happy Hour. They're made fresh every morning and available only while supplies last. Something else very cool going on with Spinato's is their Secret Sauce Society. It's their rewards program, and you can earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spinato's during the week. So technically, you're earning pizza while you're eating pizza. Good deal. Download the app or sign up at SpinatosPizzeria.com. If Spinato's is part of your Valley plans, know about their locations. They're pretty much everywhere. Scottsdale, Tempe, North Phoenix, Central Phoenix, Ahwatukee, Gilbert, and, of course, the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury at Mortgage Matchup Center. SpinatosPizzeria.com is their website. Spinato's Pizza, your new nightly tradition, starts now.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
The Epson Tours Road to the LPGA comes to Arizona April 30th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic at the TPC Champions Course. Bunker to Bunker, The Golf Show, and Shady Rays are sending listeners to the event with daily tickets, and 2 lucky grand prize winners will walk with the pros with VIP hospitality and a brand new pair of Shady Rays golf sunglasses. Come watch the ladies chase their dreams. Enter to win today at bunkergolf.com.
Progressive knows you want to get away, but not like too away. You crave the unknown, but also charcuterie boards with 4 types of cheese. And that's exactly why you bought an RV and bundled it with Progressive, because 24/7 protection is one luxury you'll never have to give up. So go ahead, explore the wilderness, all from the comfort of your zero-gravity camp chair. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply. Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a new vehicle is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And right now, you can get supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 model. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by April 30th, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 83 games later, and it all comes down to this for the Phoenix Suns. If they defeat the Warriors tonight, they advance to the playoffs as the 8th seed and start a series versus the Thunder on Sunday. But if they lose to Golden State tonight, the season is over. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams are both questionable for this final play-in game, and you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with tip-off at 7 p.m. The D-backs will try to follow up their successful 9-game road trip as they return home tonight to start a series with the defending AL champion Toronto Blue Jays. Mike Soroka will be on the mound, and you can hear first pitch at 6:40 p.m. on ESPN 620. And we are just 6 days away from this year's NFL draft. And to read what Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur and GM Monty Osborne had to say about it, as well as the QB room and the offseason, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Window Depot.
Hey, it's Luke. Let's say the Suns beat the Warriors in the play-in tonight. Does that mean they have any shot at all against Oklahoma City? Talk about that today at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What is it about the Warriors for you that makes it you want to play them?
Steph and Draymond. That's it. And Steve Kerr.
Oh, boy.
Dylan Brooks of the Suns being asked the question, what made you want to play the Golden State Warriors? Steph and Draymond, pause, and Steve Kerr.
Oh. Okay, so I guess that would qualify as poking a bear. Now, whether or not this is like a rabid polar bear that's going to rip you to shreds, or like that big fat bear from Jungle Book that's always eating honey.
Baloo.
Or the bear that's exhausted and ready to hibernate.
Or Winnie the Pooh.
Summer.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So what bear did Dylan Brooks just poke?
We've spent a lot of time this year, and this is year one for all of us, about the Dylan Brooks experience. This is part of that experience. We can't laud him like we lauded him at the end of the regular season when his essay came out in the Players Tribune talking about how dangerous the Suns were and who the hell wants to play the Suns right now. Nobody. Well, you love that. You love that coming from your players. You love that belief. This is the same thing. It has a really high percentage chance of blowing up in his face.
Sure does. Especially when these parties involved that he mentioned had quite a dust-up in December.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the play in which Dylan Brooks was closing out on Steph Curry and hit him in the midsection on purpose. I'll say this objectively, it was a very dirty play. But it's also something where you could make the argument that Dylan Brooks is trying to make sure he is living rent-free between their ears.
Mm-hmm.
So
and if you read that essay on the Players Tribune, that we knew it, but man, to put it into words the way that it was put in that essay, it really drives it home. That is who Dylan Brooks is as a player.
Yes. He is going to come armed with anything he thinks can get you off of your game. And if he can't do it verbally, he might do it physically. And so Steve Kerr ripped Dylan Brooks. Steph Curry took a shot at him, called it a Bush League play.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Draymond effect, of course. So here you go. Here you go.
Yeah, it's all on the table
there
for today.
Yes,
Brooks also offered what he believes to be the keys to beating the Warriors.
Physicality, first quarter is going to really show this game how we want to play. Attacking inside, I think they're not as good as inside as the team we played before. So find ways to get into the paint and making decisions.
Yeah, physicality is what he said, and I think that's always going to be a part of Dylan Brooks' game against any opponent. The first quarter thing, yes, but we've also seen recently the Suns, one of the things that has really plagued them late in the season, Bick, is their inability to string together two good quarters of basketball.
It's true.
We saw it on Monday night, and we discussed it, or excuse me, Tuesday night. We discussed it in detail on Wednesday's show. I felt not great about the game after the first quarter, and the Suns shot 67%, and were leading at that point.
Right.
But the way the game was unfolding and the ingredients that went into the score being what it was didn't necessarily favor the Suns. Things evened out, and there was a lot of swings in that game, but generally speaking, the Suns need to you'd feel great about a Suns win if they strung together two good quarters to start. If they won both the first and second quarter, you'd feel great about their ability to win a game, but it's just from quarter to quarter, you don't know what you're going to get.
No, you don't. And you don't know. I look at the Warriors, and I don't know whether you're going to get that tired big fat bear who really is ready for hibernation, had a great moment in withstanding the Clippers on the road in L.A., or if you're going to get a team that really has kind of been playing possum a little bit and really now sees an opportunity to kind of do something pretty cool, get to the playoffs from the 10 seed. I shudder to think of the embarrassment and the reaction if the Suns do not win this game. I feel better about this game than I did against Portland for obvious reasons. Portland younger and much bigger. Those are the teams that really cause issues for the Suns.
Yeah.
But then there's the Steph Curry factor. There's the Al Horford factor, who's got a legacy of big game performances. Kristaps Porzingis could be a problem.
You never know when Pat Spencer is going to come off the bench. Although he didn't play in the game against the Clippers.
And you never know what you're going to get from Guy Santos.
It was really good the other night.
He was.
And then I'm always fascinated, too, about, and generally speaking, we're fascinated on how the national media looks at Phoenix teams. But this was from Mark Zinno from ESPN Radio. And this is after Steph Curry channeled his decade ago form in that game against the Clippers, took over along with Horford and Green and won that game.
Look, you always knew that he had the ability to do this. Do I think it'll happen again? Hell no. No.
No?
I absolutely do not. No. I mean, this is not a thing I think that they can turn around and duplicate. It was a nice win for the Warriors. Felt good to get one on the road. But if you would like to kind of just put this in perspective here, I mean, as they head into the next game to decide who's going to be the 8th seed in the postseason, do you realize the last time that the Golden State Warriors won back-to-back games against a team that was in the play-in, that were play-in teams, let alone actual playoff teams? Because you got to go all the way back to the end of January when they had a 4-game win streak against Portland play-in team, Knicks playoff, Charlotte play-in team, Miami play-in team. Their other 3 back-to-back wins in March were against Washington, stinks, Brooklyn stinks, Dallas stinks.
Yeah, I mean, those things are true, but doesn't it sound a lot like what we've been saying about the Suns?
Very much so.
Not so much the back-to-back, but again, here's a list since the Suns beat Detroit and Cleveland on Thursday, January 29th and Friday, January 30th. Here's their wins. At Portland, home against Dallas, home against Orlando. That was the Jalen Green game. At Sacramento, home against New Orleans, home against Charlotte, at Milwaukee, at Indiana, home against Toronto, home against Utah, at Memphis, at Chicago, home against Dallas, at Oklahoma City with an asterisk.
Yeah, that one, definitely an asterisk on that last one.
And look, Golden State is, I wouldn't call them the upper echelon of the league. They got 37 wins. They barely made it into the into the play-in.
Yeah.
But this is a different scenario. This is the kind of scenario that hones champions. And the simple fact that you're asking the question, can they channel it again? Well, they channeled it in a big game situation. That was loser go home the other night too. And we're talking about a 3-person core of this team in Curry, Draymond, and Steve Kerr. 11 years after their first title season.
Wow.
They're still together.
Yeah.
And they know how to dial it up when they need to dial it up.
Yeah, they sure do. They will not. The magnitude of the moment is not going to affect them. That is for certain. So, what I think you're hoping for is you can concoct a defensive game plan that can keep Steph Curry under wraps. Easier said than done, of course.
Yes.
But like you said, you might see some Rasheer Fleming minutes tonight. You probably get a lot of Jordan Goodwin on Steph Curry.
Yeah, I mean, and let's look at that particular matchup. Everybody was up in arms about Jordan Goodwin being put on Denny Avdia late in that game, and Avdia was feasting just because of the size advantage and his aggressive nature of driving to the hoop. Steph doesn't do that.
No.
So,
No.
You know, he's going to beat you from the perimeter.
Yeah.
It can be equally as demoralizing when he gets rolling like that, but I feel better about this defensive matchup, even though Curry's one of the all-time greats.
So do I, because if Steph Curry gets super crazy hot, you live with the results because you're going to be playing good defense on him, and he still might make 28, 30-foot jump shots on you, right?
It's true.
It's a lot harder when you get a guy like Denny Avdia looking down and going, there are no bigs on the floor. There were a lot of people, Brian Windhorst and others, who were really kind of intimating that the Suns really strategically, schematically messed the end of that game up by just having way too small of a team on the court. Thankfully, that should not be an issue tonight.
Shouldn't be. Tonight, 7:10 is when all the action gets started at Mortgage Matchup Center. It's do or die for the Phoenix Suns if they want to get into the playoffs. You can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, we are 6 days away from the NFL draft. What are the Cardinals going to do? Did they show any of their hand yesterday? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6. 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately we set the way we set up our board is we look at position by position, stack guys vertically, by position. And then when you get into those type of discussions is when we start talking about how do we stack it horizontally. And so, how does this position, how does this corner compare to this tight end? And so, I think those discussions is kind of getting to the heart of what you're saying. And, I think ultimately is you can never go wrong taking the best player. And so, I think we can get caught up this time of year in saying position of need, premium position. Those things are all important. And, I think the philosophy that I have that Mike and I have talked about is hey, we can never go wrong taking who we feel is the best player, who fits this team, who is about what we're about. And when somebody can check those boxes and it's the guy who's on the top of the board, we're going to be happy with that player, whatever position they're playing.
Best player available. I told you it'd come up in the press conference yesterday. That's not a knock on the Cardinals. That comes up in every one of these press conferences across the league. Mm-hmm. Monty Ossenfort did go into detail yesterday. That was him, by the way, the general manager of the Cardinals, talking about possibly drafting players that play premium positions, but he leaned on the best player that fits what they're trying to do. But he also, we discussed the quarterback situation.
Yep.
Kind of the breadcrumbs he left on that. Very interesting. All the dots seem to be, and this is nationally too, with all the national experts about Ty Simpson and this connection to the Cardinals, why it makes a lot of sense. And I said earlier this week that I don't know how much smoke screening is going on in Pittsburgh because their quarterback situation is obviously not wrapped up. And even if Aaron Rodgers does come back, which he probably will for another year, the guy's 42 years old. He's not the quarterback of the future. Do they invest a pick maybe at number 21 for Ty Simpson? Everything that I'm reading now coming out of Pittsburgh, Bick, is the Steelers are not going to go down that road, that they are not going to draft Ty Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
So this possibility of the Cardinals maneuvering back into the back of the first round to get Ty Simpson, possibly their starting their quarterback of the future, is very much in play 6 days before the draft.
I'm also curious, is Ty Simpson being mentioned or routed anywhere else? I know the Pittsburgh thing came up for a minute, and clearly the Cardinals have been sort of in that, always involved in that conversation. Do you hear any other team potentially being interested in
the
Ty
Jets
Simpson?
in the second round?
The Jets
in the second round. Okay.
People point at the Rams as well.
Okay.
It would be kind of a luxury
right.
pick for the Rams to be the successor to Matthew Stafford when he's ready to call it a career, but not a whole lot in terms of teams connected. Just it seems like more real estate connected to Ty Simpson on where he could go, what range of picks he could go in.
All right, so Peter Schrager, who is definitely dialed in, told Pat McAfee he's hearing the Cardinals are going to take David Bailey, Arvell Reese, or Jeremiah Love. 2 edge rushers or the star running back out of Notre Dame.
I'm okay with all 3 of those. Again,
David Bailey might be gone.
David Bailey might, Reese or Bailey's probably going to be
One
gone.
of the two are probably going to be gone at number 2.
But if let's just play the hypothetical game. For whatever reason, the Jets get hit in the head, the Jets pull a Jets, they do something off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Reese, Bailey, and Love are all available. Where are you going?
Don't make that decision yet before you hear this.
David Bailey, edge. Texas Tech.
The 6'4", 251-pound edge had 14.5 sacks last season for the Red Raiders. He wowed at the NFL Combine with a 4.5-second 40-yard dash, has multiple pass rush moves, and is good at using his hands when rushing the passer. However, he is a bit undersized and is not a great defender against the run. NFL comp, Denver Broncos linebacker Nick Bonito.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, does that sway you anyway before you answer that question?
Are there draft capsules on those other 2 guys?
Well, see, you would think that would be the best way to go through this because you want to find out. Okay, well.
Arvell Reese, linebacker. Ohio State.
When I think of Arvell Reese, I think of the word accident, okay? Webster's dictionary defines it as an unforeseen and unplanned event or circumstance. If you're an offensive player and you see Arvell Reese coming to tackle you, you tend to have an accident on yourself. We've all been there. At 6'4", 241, Reese moves extremely well, hence the reason he ran a 4.4 40 at the Combine. Reese has all the tools to be an NFL edge rusher, but is versatile enough to play any of the linebacker positions. And although he needs better handwork and a counter at the top of his pass rush, he already has 3 or 4 go-to pass rush moves that are under construction. NFL comp, Green Bay Packers edge rusher, Micah Parsons.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Couple things there.
Yeah.
I just love that Jamal casually throws in we've all been there.
Yeah, right. Who are you, Archie Bradley?
I got to ask him about
yeah.
And doesn't he know that bathroom humor is trademarked by Jarrett Carlin on the draft?
Doesn't he know he's getting into your patch?
Actual entertaining draft profiles is my thing.
Yeah, that's your thing, all right.
Are you saying these others are not?
I think Jarrett gets a stipend every time he plays one. I think these guys are all.
Oh, I don't.
A little royalty cut.
A little royalty. Yeah.
That I play the draft profiles.
Yeah, right.
I don't, but I don't know if you noticed at the end, brought to you by Bud Light part of it.
Oh, absolutely.
So we are
Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah Love from up above.
Say about him?
Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
The Doak Walker Award winner was highly productive in his final 2 seasons with the Fighting Irish, just short of 2,500 rushing yards and 35 touchdowns. He embodies the Lightning McQueen mantra of speed. His 4.36 40-yard dash at the Combine confirmed that. His ball security is top-notch too, having never fumbled in his 3 collegiate seasons. Plus, he's just as valuable in the passing game and can even be thrown in the slot. NFL comp, Detroit Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, now Bick, now that you've done all of your you've done all your due diligence, and you've listened to 90 seconds of audio on these 3 players.
That's all you need, right? That's all you need. Well, listen.
That's what the Jets did before they canceled their visit with David Bailey. They just listened to the draft.
One of our draft.
Yeah, really. That's all it's going to take. Well, what this does tell me is that if you're sitting at 3, that is way too rich to draft one of those offensive linemen.
Yes.
That seems to be the
consensus here. As I speculated, if they are really interested in trading back into the first round to get Ty Simpson, maybe they've got intel that they don't need to, but they probably do, then logic would tell you they're probably looking to trade that number 3 overall pick.
Yes.
But a lot of people have asked the question, why not just draft Jeremiah Love?
Well, we're gonna focus on that a little bit later.
I know.
And kind of to preview that, if in my hypothetical scenario, all 3 of those players are on the board after a massive head injury by the Jets front office, Bailey 1, Love 2,
Reese 3. Okay.
And that might be completely unfair to Arvell Reese, but there's a lot of history involved there. And look, there's a lot of people talking about it. A.Q. Shipley's been on record and said, look, he's a tweener. That we got experience with tweeners.
Yes, we do.
We'll never forget. We'll never forget you, Isaiah Simmons. Ever.
That's very fair, Vinny. It's very, very fair.
Coming up next, you know what they say, Bick.
What's that?
When the Sammy's away, the Jarrett will play. Oi is right.
Oi is right.
The Rush Hour reboot with Jarrett coming up next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives, allowing people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, saving their clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element here that comes in real handy, because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. So in times of unrest, in times of financial uncertainty, Life Changer loan Loan clients can navigate their way through troubled waters a lot easier. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all of your debt. You do it without changing a penny of your spending habits because you have that 24/7 access to your equity. And 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their homes, which obviously does a lot of great things. But primarily, you now got a lot of time to build personal wealth. But that 24/7 access to your equity, really a big deal. Gives you the freedom, the flexibility, and the control you need. When times are good, you can pay down, pay off quickly. And when that instability arises, you can manage those scenarios much easier. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like Liberty GMC has some huge savings this month.
You got it, Dave. During our home run sales event, the deals on our 2026 GMC Terrains are a grand slam. You can lease for just $279 a month or take up to $57.50 off all month long. And if you need a little more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases as low as $698 a month.
Step up to the plate and start your deal today. Visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 83 games later, and it all comes down to this for the Phoenix Suns. If they defeat the Warriors tonight, they advance to the playoffs as the 8th seed and start a series versus the Thunder on Sunday. But if they lose to Golden State tonight, their season is over. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams are both questionable for this final play-in game, and you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with tip-off at 7 p.m. The D-backs will try to follow up their successful 9-game road trip as they return home tonight to start a series with the defending AL champion Toronto Blue Jays. Mike Soroka will be on the mound, and you can hear first pitch at 6:40 p.m. on ESPN 620. And we are just 6 days away from this year's NFL draft. And to see what Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur and GM Monty Osford had to say about it, as well as the QB room and the offseason and more, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Baratta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, Sammy Cebulka is on assignment, so I will be taking you through the Rush Hour Reboot, the top stories of the day with Bickley and Murata here. And we will start with the Phoenix Suns, who have an elimination game tonight versus the Golden State Warriors at Mortgage Matchup Center, downtown Phoenix. We will all have our eyes and ears glued. You can listen to it right here. Or if you're in attendance, you could hear Vince Murata's lovely dulcet tones over the PA. We had Bobby Marks on the show earlier in this week, and after the Suns advanced to this game, he said it didn't matter who they played. He was picking the Suns to win.
I expect them to win on Friday night. I don't care who they're playing. I mean, Golden State is not as good as they are. Curry, of course, is dangerous. You know, the Clips are a little bit different here without Harden and Z. You know, these two teams have to play tonight. We'll see what we'll see what happens.
The Warriors are on less break. They do have older players with less rest. They did not have a great season, under 500, but I will present it to you guys this way. The Suns will win tonight if, and the Warriors will win tonight if. And don't say would score more points.
Oh, dang it. You took my analysis away.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me the keys to the game for each team there.
To me, it's what we talked about before. It's sustaining a good first half. Playing 2 good, solid quarters of basketball to start the game and avoiding those lulls that we've seen. Now, the Warriors are a team that can go on a run, definitely, but got to be consistent.
If Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, and Jalen Green combined for at least 75 points, the Suns will win.
75?
That's a big number. I'll change that 70. I used to use...
That's not unrealistic, though. Yeah, it's 25 points apiece.
No, I think 25, 20 is more reasonable. Give me 70.
The question is, though, is that actually the key? Because since Jalen Green got onto the team, you know, in the rotation, and the offense started to just circle around him and less so around the role players, it seems like the team basketball is not as good. I feel like if guys like Colin Gillespie and if Mark Williams plays and Royce O'Neal and those guys, if they're scoring, the team might be better off.
Well, good.
That's my opinion.
Asked me my opinion, I gave it to you. So there you go.
I like your opinion.
You're right, Vic. He doesn't need us.
Right.
You want to go have breakfast?
Yeah,
I'm filling time. Well, you want your burritos now?
Yeah.
The clock continuing to tick.
The Arizona Cardinals.
Burrito wait, 2026.
I said, just tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. 6 days away from the NFL draft, finally. The Arizona Cardinals have the 3rd pick. Lots of talk of what they will do in the first round, in the second round. Will they make trades? What will they go after? I want to give you two guys to give me a start, sit, cut right now on what is most likely for the Cardinals to do in the first round.
All right.
Not necessarily with the 3rd pick, but in the first round, most likely. The Cardinals draft Ty Simpson. The Cardinals draft Jeremiah Love. The Cardinals draft an offensive lineman.
In the first round?
In the first round.
You want to tackle this first, Bick?
Yeah, I'll start the Cardinals draft an offensive lineman. I'll sit the Cardinals draft Ty Simpson. I'll cut the Cardinals draft Jeremiah Love. Although I see a world in which they get an offensive lineman and Ty Simpson in the first round.
In a world.
This summer.
I had the exact same order.
Okay.
Yeah, start the offensive lineman after a trade down, by the way. Right? They're not taking a lineman at 3.
No. It got to be a trade down. Yeah.
Draft Simpson, draft Love.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. Probably no. Well, I wouldn't ever say no chance at number 3, but not a lot of mocks have them taking offensive linemen at number 3 anymore.
No.
What do you like better, the NFL draft or the NBA draft?
That's a good question, actually. The NBA draft used to be one of my favorite days on the sports calendar.
Mm-hmm.
It's not anymore because of all we talked about college basketball being completely different. You don't know. You just don't know the players like you used to.
Yeah.
I would give the edge to the NFL draft. I think 3 days of it is probably
excessive,
a little overkill. But that first round is a pretty good event.
Yeah, I love what the NFL draft has done, putting it in football-centric cities and just having people come from all corners. And
it's in Pittsburgh this year.
It's going to be insane. So I really love that aspect of the NFL draft.
It was cool. Like when we went in Nashville, I remember part of our exercise while we were there was like, hey, count all the jerseys you see from all the teams. And I think we saw every team represented there by the fan base.
It will be interesting in the NBA draft this year because someone who's not a hardcore college basketball fan outside of U of A, it feels like I actually do know more of the guys that will be picked in the top 10 this year than in most recent years.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
There's not a lot of, foreign players, and a lot of the one and done guys got a lot of hype this year. So, and finally, let's go to the Arizona Diamondbacks, 11-8, returning after winning 3 straight series on the road. They play the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. What has been your favorite thing about the Arizona Diamondbacks so far this season?
Favorite thing?
Yeah.
I guess for me, the ability to eke out wins, find ways to win. They have a lot of challenges right now, both offensively, pitching-wise, their bullpen, construction, obviously, and a ton of injuries. They just seem to be a pretty determined bunch right now.
I really like the Jose Fernandez story, but I think what I like most, I'm going to give Eduardo Rodriguez a mulligan for yesterday's start, or 2 days ago start. Just the presence of the starting pitchers so far this year, from Zach Gallen to Ryan Nelson to Eduardo Rodriguez to da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Hold on.
You got to send it to me so I could say.
Mike Soroka.
Perfect. Well, that's my last question. And Mike Soroka is on the mound tonight. You mentioned Eduardo Rodriguez.
Mike Soroka.
We need to have something, a drop for every single player on the team, because now we got the Gink, we got the Drip, and we got Mike Soroka. So we got to keep this. I'm going to do. Okay, I got an idea for something. Anyway, more likely to keep this up, Eduardo Rodriguez or Mike Soroka?
Oh.
Like being a sort of
that's a good question.
top line starter.
That's a really good question,
That's a
because
really good
Mike
question.
Soroka looks like he's becoming the Mike Soroka before all the injuries, like the Atlanta version of Soroka.
I've been so impressed by him, but again, it's the low expectations thing.
I'll say Soroka.
Who? I love how you did the thank you.
I'll pick Soroka on that.
Okay.
But I'm pleasantly surprised. And your point on the rotation being what you like the most. If there was any team that needed its starting rotation to be studly to begin the season, it's the Arizona Diamondbacks.
It's them.
And they have been.
It's them. Jared, do you have a food take you want to share with us? We haven't heard you talk about food this week at all. Is there something you're craving? Do you have a big meal planned this weekend?
It's a good question. We're celebrating my brother-in-law's birthday tomorrow.
Man, you celebrate something every weekend in the Carlin household.
We're celebratory.
You're very celebratory.
I have a lot of family in town, so we always get together to celebrate different people's things. That's a good question. I'm trying to think of any good food takes this week. I don't know.
He's got a lot. I mean,
This
he's got a
camera is
lot
off.
on his plate.
He does. Yeah, that's a good point. He always does.
Don't I look ridiculous in a T-shirt?
Actually, you do kind of look strange.
Yeah. I don't like it. I need a Suns.
Don't take it off.
College shirt.
Don't take it off. Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. You've been rebooted.
Thank you, Jared. We're all rebooted. Use the rest of the show to come up with your food take of the week. Coming up next, yes, we have a focus on the Suns and Warriors, but the NBA playoffs begin tomorrow. We'll take a look at some people under pressure, teams under pressure. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They need to win this game on Friday. I'm just going to keep saying it. I'm not the only one saying it. But if you close out this season the way you did over the last 30, 35 games, and then you become the first 7 seed to ever miss the playoffs because you couldn't win one of 2 play-in games at home, it's going to raise serious questions going into this offseason of, did we already see this team hit its ceiling back in December and January? It doesn't mean they have hit their ceiling, and I'm talking big picture. But it's going to raise real valid questions.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and let's talk retirement. Are you ready? If that question makes you a bit nervous, a bit uncomfortable, chances are you don't have the peace of mind you need or deserve, and it means it's a great time to pick up the phone, schedule a free consultation with my friends at Trajan Wealth. I'm going to tell you about my experience first. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed with everything. Their knowledge, their transparency, no sales pitches, no financial jargon, just straight, honest talk the way I like it. They asked the right questions. They showed me things I never knew existed, like ways to potentially earn higher returns. They showed me the benefits of comprehensive and personalized strategies, from income to taxes to estate planning. They understand no 2 retirement plans are the same, and as an individual firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to one line of products or portfolios, and as fiduciaries, their advice is built around what is best for you. I walked out knowing I was in really good hands, and that's a really good feeling. Plan smart, dream bigger by calling Trajan Wealth today at 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries. the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Like a dunk it, right in his face.
We will continue to focus on Suns Warriors in the second half of the show, obviously. Big game tonight for the Suns in their quest to make it to the NBA playoffs, which begin tomorrow. We wanted to take a look at some of the other matchups happening, and I think there is some intriguing storylines. There's always the storyline of pressure on individual players, coaches, and organizations. I think injuries are a factor. But if you had to pick, of all the first-round series that we know are going to happen right now, there's still two teams that are going to claim spots tonight, one in the East, one in the West. What do you think is the most intriguing first-round matchup?
The Nuggets and the Timberwolves.
I think that's up at the top.
The Knicks and the Hawks.
And I think the Rockets-Lakers is strangely appealing.
Do you think the Lakers can give them a run?
I don't. I tend to say no because of their current injury situation, and for the fact that J.J. Redick came out and said that DeAndre Ayton is going to be their key to success in the series.
Yeah, that was when I was like, well, no, that's the end of that then. If they were healthy, I think they would win.
Oh, I'm not arguing that at all.
I would pick the Lakers easily.
Yeah.
Because before those injuries, they were playing really well as a team. Now, the Rockets are playing well down the stretch, but the one storyline about the Rockets, if you ask people to describe it, not to a person, but generally speaking, there's a weirdness. There's a lack of connection on that team right now. And I wonder if they hit some difficulty in this series with the Lakers, what is the potential for implosion for that team? I don't know. That's why I think that's a very intriguing matchup.
I would agree with that.
And obviously, look, the healthy star for the Lakers is LeBron James. And when it's LeBron against KD, it's going to get pumped up. But, yeah, there's still a lot of juice in that matchup. Absolutely.
If LeBron single-handedly keeps the Lakers competitive in this series, maybe, tied after 4, I think it's going to reflect very, very well on him, given his age and given the fact that I think – and I guess they're going to check out Luka today as well to find out where exactly he is at.
Well, he's in Spain. That's where he's. No, he's getting back apparently today. We'll see if these
whatever treatments he was getting,
the treatments that are not available in the United States.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he had done, but I think the.
Wouldn't it be funny if he came back with a new nose?
That would be
breast implants.
That would be hysterical.
And just so you don't think I'm making it up about J.J. Redick, here's J.J. Redick on the key to the Lakers' success.
The whole season for him has been about finding consistency. When he's at his best, we're an elite basketball team. That's just the reality. Like he raises our ceiling so much, and it's on both sides of the ball. It's not him being able to score 24 points, although when he scores and shoots, we typically win. He's a really good basketball player, and we're very happy with where he's at right now.
Okay, I think that's a pretty accurate synopsis. By the way, career high in games played for DeAndre Ayton this year, but he's also in the 8th year of his career. How many coaches have told the public and DeAndre Ayton those same things?
How about it?
You're a really good basketball player. When you're at your best, we win a lot of games.
Yeah. And it never quite sticks, does it?
No.
I mean, he went through that lapse the season when he could not catch the basketball. And this is not a wiffle ball. A basketball is a big object.
And you would think that LeBron would potentially have the impact that Chris Paul had on him. Sort of that hard, tough love, older brother, mentor, get him in the right position kind of thing. I don't think Ayton's been any more mature, consistent, anything this year than he ever has been.
I don't know.
Because he's never going to be.
But I don't know
That's
if
the
LeBron has the same ability to be as blunt and in your face as Chris Paul did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
And I don't want that to sound
LeBron
like it's
is passive aggressive. Chris Paul is just
aggressive.
He's
yeah,
aggressive.
There's nothing passive about Chris Paul.
No.
So I think that matchup is interesting. Look, the Toronto-Cleveland matchup is certainly not going to be at the top of the marquee.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that's the Houston Texans series. That's the first one at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well, there's a lot of ramifications for the Cavaliers. I read a story that Donovan Mitchell might be on his way out.
Well, Donovan Mitchell is this far into his career, and nobody doubts his ability to score the basketball.
No.
He's never played in a conference final.
Yeah, it's
quite
something.
Cleveland's payroll, they are built to win now.
Mm-hmm.
They went out and made a very bold maneuver to get James Harden at the deadline. It might be now or never for Donovan Mitchell and the Cavs, and I think that makes it intriguing. Now, I think they'll get out of the first round. I think they're a better team than Toronto.
Yeah. That series, Cleveland's lined up to play the Pistons if the Pistons get out of the first round, which I think they will.
Yeah, they will.
That'll be an interesting matchup.
Who are they going to play, though? Who do you like in the East playing game tonight? Orlando's at home.
I've got to go with Orlando. Even though Charlotte's a fun team and they're coming off just a great play-in tournament 1 win.
Is there any further report on LaMelo's concussion?
I think
that kept him momentarily.
He might know
insane.
where he is and who he's playing against now.
Yeah. Man, I just blacked out. My head hit the thing, and I
don't know where.
Yeah.
I don't know where I was.
Then you look at the Knicks playing the Hawks. Wasn't that long ago they fired Tom Thibodeau after he took that team to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Mm-hmm. And the pressure on Mike Brown is real. They won more games than they've won in quite some. They had 53 wins this year.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the belief in the Knicks is nearly as strong as it was last year, even though the Eastern Conference, I don't think is as strong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, I don't see a lot of widespread belief in the top seed in Detroit. I think people are leaning towards the number 2 seed in Boston, who hasn't been whole the whole year.
Yep.
But they've come back and been really, really strong down the stretch. But I only think there's 3 teams from the East that have a chance, and I think the Knicks are that third team. Even though Atlanta, to me, is kind of like the Eastern Conference version of Portland. And we just saw Portland, I think, at their best.
Yeah.
Really long, really defensive. A lot of good players that you probably haven't heard that much about because you're not following the Hawks on a daily basis. I think that's low-key a good series pick.
Hip.
Right? Trailblazers splurs.
The splurge.
Portland, any shot there?
I don't know, man.
I
was impressed by Portland, I will say.
You were?
I was impressed by
Portland,
by the makeup of their team and stuff. How much of the Spurs depends on Wemby? Like if there's any way they could slow him down, or if this is his first playoff anything, right?
Yeah.
They didn't make the playoffs last year, yeah. He's just such a nightmare matchup. If you want to go size against size, Klingon isn't towered over by Wemby. I mean, it's like a 2-inch differential, but Wemby's out on the perimeter. You're going to guard him with Donovan Klingon? No.
I thought Portland's got, like you said, I think they've got the makings of a really good young team. I think they can win a couple of games. I don't think they're going to win the series. They might win a couple of games, though.
Yeah. And then Boston, Philly.
If I were a Celtics fan, and I'm not, I would be very scared of this Philadelphia team. They've got absolutely nothing to lose. They've got some real good young talent, and if Joel Embiid is active and plays, I don't know. That could quickly devolve into a nightmare for the Celtics.
I don't know if you knew this or not. Joel Embiid's not exactly the quickest healer in the world.
No, that is very, very true.
And this is, I mean, there's been an actual incision made on this injury. He might be out until like February of next year.
Oof.
Oof. Yeah, playoffs get started tomorrow. Should be, I think it should be entertaining, and I think the NBA needs it to be entertaining, quite honestly, with all the stuff that they've dealt through.
Well, so far the play-in's been great.
Play-in has been great.
Yeah, so we're off to a good start.
And 2 more games tonight. Coming up next, the 8 o'clock hour is upon us on this Friday.
Fire!
Time for the blast. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on the Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the best place in the valley to get into a new Ford. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. And at Earnhardt Ford, you get 75 years of Arizona trust, a name that's earned trust since 1951. No bull upfront pricing. There's no games. There's no runaround ever. Their team is committed to finding the right fit for you in a zero-pressure environment and full online shopping, which puts the power in your hands. And right now, a 2025 Ford Maverick, an absolute steal. You can save up to $8,000 off MSRP or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. That's going on until April 30th. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
The first ever Fiesta Bowl Flag Football Classic, presented by Oakley, is coming to ASU this Saturday and Sunday. 8 top Division I programs, 2 days, 1 stage, and tickets are completely free. This is fast, fearless football. Don't miss a defining moment in women's sports. Bring your friends and feel the energy. Grab your free tickets now at fiestasports.org/flag football. That's fiestasports.org/flag football. The game just changed.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 83 games later, and it all comes down to this for the Phoenix Suns. If they defeat the Warriors tonight, they advance to the playoffs as the 8th seed and start a series versus the Thunder on Sunday. But if they lose to Golden State tonight, their season is over. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams are both questionable for this final play-in game, and you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with the tip-off at 7 p.m. The D-backs will try to follow up their successful 9-game road trip as they return home tonight to start a series with the defending AL champion Toronto Blue Jays. Mike Soroka will be on the mound. You can hear first pitch at 6:40 p.m. on ESPN 620. And we are just 6 days away from this year's NFL draft. And to read what Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur and GM Monty Osfort had to say about it, as well as the QB room and the offseason, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Buckle up, everybody. A long and winding basketball season comes down to the 2 words Suns fans fear the most: elimination game. Alas, it's a scenario that has often brought out the worst in our beloved basketball team, and tonight it's a proving ground for their 3 best players. Number 1, Devin Booker is 0-4 in elimination games. He's been well below average in 3 of them. He's coming off a play-in tournament performance that have many questioning his salary and his status as a legitimate franchise player. For Dylan Brooks, it's a chance to slay the bear he just poked. On Thursday, Brooks said he wanted to face the Warriors because of beefs with Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr, and now he's got to back all of that up, along with the words he expressed in the Players Tribune when he called the Suns the monster under your bed, the team nobody wants to face. A loss tonight will make him look a bit foolish. Finally, Jalen Green, who was great on Tuesday until he clanked a potential game-winning shot. Another great game tonight might go a long way in changing his postseason reputation. Either way, the Suns better find a way to get this done because they cannot afford another season-ending loss at home. For once, they need to do the eliminating and not the other way around. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at ChapmanBMW.com.
Must win or lose or go home. One of the two. I guess it creates added pressure, but been in these games whole life, college, high school, NBA. So, just go through your routine and, whatever happens at that point.
That is Dylan Brooks talking about what it means to play in a must-win game. I hadn't thought of that aspect of it until you brought it up in the blast, Bick. When was the last time Suns fans got to experience an advancement of any type?
Yeah, it's been a while. The Devin Booker 0-4 mark in elimination games. The Bucks, obviously, Game 6 of the NBA Finals. He was 8 of 22 in that game, 0 for 7 from three-point line. The awful and unforgettable loss to the Mavericks when he was 4 of 14 from the field, 0 for 4 from three-point land. And then game 6 against the Nuggets, he had 12 points, 4 of 13 from the field. Now, against the Timberwolves, he scored 49 points in the elimination game a couple years ago. But that was a 4-game sweep by the Timberwolves. So you would have to go back quite a while to find Devin Booker's last playoff victory. Now, this won't count as a playoff victory but kind of does, in my opinion, even though it's not official.
Should count as something.
It's weird. Like Basketball Reference, when you look up game logs and stuff, these games just don't even exist. They don't go on your regular season game log.
Wild.
They don't go on your postseason game log.
It's like the play-in tournament
the stats
championship
are kept,
game.
but they don't go anywhere. They just float off into the ether when they're done. Remind me, like in the 2022-23 season, and you mentioned the 6-game loss to the Nuggets. Clippers were the first-round opponent. The Suns won that in 5, so they did win that series at home, correct?
Wasn't that...
Why don't I have any recollection of that?
What year was the Pelicans series?
That was the 22-23 season.
That was 22-23?
Yes.
Then it had to have been the Clippers. Yeah, that's right. It was Kawhi Leonard was great, then he got hurt.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Okay. I have no recollection of the feeling of having the Suns advance on their home floor. Isn't that strange?
That is strange. That's very strange. But listen, for the good of this fan base, for the good of this season, get it done tonight. Get it done tonight, and we can all put our arms around this basketball team. They can go into Oklahoma City with zero expectations and a duffel bag full of house money.
By the way, in that Game 5 that the Suns beat the Clippers in 2023 to wrap up that first-round series, Devin Booker in that game, it wasn't an elimination game for the Suns. 47 points.
Oh, that's nice.
And 10 assists.
So, yeah, listen, Devin Booker has had many very good playoff games. The game that he scored 47 against the Nuggets might have been the best I've ever seen Devin Booker. And that was Game 4. So, yeah, it's not all on Devin Booker, but Devin Booker has got to be better, especially in the fourth quarter.
Now, I don't know how much it means. History is on the side of the Suns. We've been talking about this all week. 7 seed has never failed to make the playoffs. That's never happened in this tournament. It's only 5 years of history, so 10 examples of it. The 10 seed has only made the playoffs once in those same 10 series, if you will, or 10 postseason opportunities. So there's that. You mentioned Dylan Brooks. He was asked, "Hey, why did you want the Warriors?" Steph, Draymond, and Steve Kerr. And they have had their battles. Everybody's had their battles with Dylan Brooks.
No doubt.
But he was asked yesterday, too, what he likes about going up against Steph Curry.
One of the best players ever to do it. Who else you want to go against? The elimination game. He's proven it over the years. So, and they've been, shown and battle tested in every way possible. So, it's a good matchup for us.
This is an opportunity. Look, Steph's resume is unassailable. He's one of the best to ever do it. You heard Dylan Brooks say it. It's hard. He might be the best shooter we've ever seen in the history of the NBA.
Yep.
There also seems to be some doubt whether or not he can summon that again. But this, if you look at it the other way, for Steph Curry, this is an opportunity to add to his legend.
Oh,
it won't
no doubt.
mean much in the grand scheme of the history of the Golden State Warriors and his career. But if you want to talk about, remember that scene in, you saw Kingpin, right?
Oh, yeah, loved it.
Bill Murray is
Loved
bigger
it.
and McCracken looks at his bowling ball. He's
Yeah.
like, come on, sweetness, one more time. That would be like his bigger and McCracken moment, one more time moment to knock the Suns out of the postseason and to do it with like a 42 spot. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying.
Does he have it in him to do it 2 games in a row?
Well, that's the big question.
Because he did do it. But and the Dylan Brooks side of it, Dylan Brooks really hasn't been that great since he came back from injury. He hasn't been the Dylan Brooks that was like this revelation the first half of the season.
I thought he was getting there in the fourth quarter the other night.
I did too.
Yeah.
But we've also, that's an interesting point too, because I don't think since Dylan Brooks came back, we've seen nearly as much of the, oh my God, is he going to shoot on every possession,
Right.
Dylan Brooks?
Well, they have another guy for that now.
Yeah, no, Vinny's right on the money about that.
He's been much more team focused.
Yes, he's been much more. I love the way you said that. That is fantastic. Oh my God, is he going to shoot every time he touches the ball?
Tell me Suns fans haven't felt that at different times this season. Speaking of shooting in big spots, Jordan Ott was asked too, especially after what happened against Portland the other night where Devin Booker deferred, gave the ball up on the right basketball play to Jalen Green, who missed the potential game-winning three. Would he like to see Booker be more selfish on those plays?
I was in L.A. with LeBron. He would get all this question. I think you just got to make the right play consistently, and over time that's going to work out. You're never, if you go too much the other way, you get criticized for that. So he made the right play. We got a good look. He'll continue to make it tomorrow night.
And Jordan Knott is right on the money. When you're a player of that importance to your team and you're the focal point of the opposing defense, if you make the right basketball play and the shot is made and you win the game, you will get lauded for it. If that shot is not made after you give the ball up as a superstar, you will get raked for it. And he brought up the LeBron example. Go back to Cleveland. There was one of the final series against Golden State. LeBron, in the end of a game situation, made the right basketball play, found Kyle Korver, maybe the best three-point shooter in the history of the league, open for a corner three. And he missed it, and they lost. It was the right basketball decision, but it still follows him.
Yeah, listen, I was very, very careful when to restrict my criticism of Book on that play because of that very thing. When you get the ball to a guy who's got 35 on the night and he's wide open and it's for the win, you've made the right play. Yeah, there's no doubting that. But they need more from Devin Booker than 0 field goals and 5 missed free throws.
And I think that's fair criticism. There's been a lot of unfair criticism to Devin Booker the last few days. That's a fair criticism. Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance to win $25 Sonic gift cards, and one lucky winner will take home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. Text Smasher to 620-620 to enter. Coming up next, could the Cardinals exit the draft with a new starting quarterback and running back? It's possibility season. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6, 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
So over the past 20 years, the accident attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough clients fill an entire basketball arena. And here's another basketball analogy that proves why you call Sweet James if you're ever injured in an accident. So there are over 450 players in the NBA. They all play basketball. They're all good, but very few rise to stardom because very few win at a level that puts them in an elite category. It's exactly the same thing with personal injury firms in Arizona. There are a ton of them out there, but Sweet James, one of the very few firms that are elite in everything they do, especially when it comes to litigating. And their 98% winning record with over 500 trials tells insurance companies Sweet James will not back down. They have tons of leverage when dealing with insurance companies because of that winning record and because of all their experience when it comes to litigating. And this is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. They're a proud partner of your Phoenix Suns, and Sweet James, the firm you want on your side in your time of need. Remember, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and you pay nothing until they win your case. Here's the number: 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Ah! Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here, and as affordable as the roof repairs were that Gleason Roofing did at my house, and as affordable as Gleason Roofing makes getting a new roof, it can still be a lot of money to pay out of pocket. So Gleason Roofing's making it easier than ever to get your roof done now and pay over time with flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners. The bottom line is this: you don't have to wait until there's a problem. Gleason Roofing can take care of your roof now with payment options that fit your budget. And trust me, you want the honest people at Gleason Roofing, a GAF Master Elite contractor that's been protecting Valley Homes for more than 25 years, doing your roof. Invite them over for a free, honest roof audit. No scare tactics or pressure. It's just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Pistol set, and Love gets the carry again. Running right, has a hole. Across the seam, he's over midfield. Now it's a foot race, and you're not going to catch Jeremiah Love. He's gone. Touchdown, Notre Dame. 76 yards, and Jeremiah Love has done it again.
That's from the Notre Dame Radio Network back in November of 2024 in a win against Virginia. I just did a search on highlights for Jeremiah Love. I've got a 98-yard touchdown run, a 76-yard touchdown run, a 64-yard touchdown run, several shorter touchdown runs, 39, 32. The fact of the matter is, the dude's got a nose for the end zone. Some people believe, Vic, Jeremiah Love is the best player, regardless of position, in this year's draft. We heard Monty Ossenfort say it yesterday. Drafting for need is not the way to go. Draft the best player available.
Right.
We've kind of glazed over the possibilities of Jeremiah Love landing with the Arizona Cardinals because of how their running back room is constructed. Should we? With all due respect to James Conner, he's at the end of his career.
Yeah.
It seems like.
Yeah.
Their leading rusher last year had like 240 yards or something.
Yeah.
At the end of his career and coming off an injury.
And coming off an injury, we don't know how he's going to respond. Now, I think he's going to be somewhat close to the old James Conner, but this could be a game-breaking running back.
Yeah.
And if he's the best player available, would it be a bad thing?
Okay, yeah, I love the lid you just took off of this story, because if Monty Ossenfort is telling the truth, then Jeremiah Love at number 3 should be in play. If his comp, according to our draft capsules, if his comp is Jahmyr Gibbs, why would you pass on that kind of a player?
That's dynamic stuff. That's rare air stuff.
That's rare air kind of stuff. So, and then there's people who think, look, if Mike LaFleur is really this great offensive guru, then why not give him both Jeremiah Love and Ty Simpson? And I guarantee you this: you do something like that, it might be a big time roll of the dice, but it would get people stoked. People would be hype over that.
Mike LaFleur, yesterday, the head coach heading into his first draft as head coach of the Cardinals, was asked a question about drafting a running back.
I like what you're alluding to right there. But again, I know I'm going to give you the political answer, but it's the truth. Like, you just want to draft the best football player that's going to fit, your team and what you're looking for, regardless of the position. So yeah, there's always going to be the ones that you're going to talk about, the premium positions and all that. But what's been cool about the way I know he's approached it and seen it from afar is, hey, do these guys love the game? Are they smart football players and are they tough? And so if that position's a punter and that's going to help us out, then let's roll. Hopefully we don't have to use them except for holding.
And then how about a possibility? I saw a Cardinal fan tweet about this too, and it really got me thinking because I've been, on the side of, steer clear of Ty Simpson. I don't necessarily think he's the quarterback of the future.
Yep.
But this Cardinal fan said, hey, Mike LaFleur, offensive mind, new head coach. Why not go? You could come out of this draft with both.
Yes.
If you used your number 3 overall pick for Jeremiah Love and then maneuvered to get into the back half of the end of the first round, you might have your quarterback and running back of the future all knocked out in the first 2 picks.
Yeah, and that would create a lot of excitement. So I do think this is going to be interesting because at the very least, if people think the Cardinals might do that, it might allow them to trade down. But again, if this guy is the best player in the draft, and you are not kidding, many smart football people have said exactly that Jeremiah Love is the best player in the draft. And if he's a home run hitter, the way Jahmyr Gibbs is, that could be, like you said, that could change the course of history for the Cardinals.
It's starting to... Maybe we're just getting
crazy
because we've been stuck in draft zone for so long.
The thing, though, that makes this, I think, why a lot of people have been resistant to this is, all right, you signed James Conner back, and now you've got Tyler Algiers as well. Well, the James Conner contract isn't much, and it's probably more out of courtesy, and who knows how much more he's got left in him, or if he's even going to be ready at the start of the season. That doesn't mean you can't draft Jeremiah Love.
Well, look at the other. I mean, we've all scratched our heads on what the plan is for Trey Benson, or how committed they were to Trey Benson. They brought back Bam Knight, who averaged under 3 yards a carry last year.
Yeah.
This is the bigger picture question.
Just because the room is filled doesn't mean you can't change the furniture.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, but also if you give him Ty Simpson, you give him Jeremiah Love, but you don't improve the offensive line anymore.
How about this? Just because you've had 4 plates of food doesn't mean you can't go back to the buffet.
Now you're speaking Jarrett's language.
You can't have. It doesn't mean you can't make a different plate with different food.
Well, I mean,
when you guys go to a buffet, do you?
Let me tell you something about this. So my youngest, Cole, he's got this thing because of all the family vacations that we have done. He loves nothing more than a hotel breakfast buffet. It really is his happy place to the point where it's almost bizarre. But dude, you would be so proud of Cole if you saw the plates that he would stack up on the table.
See, I always go with a strategy. I always take one lap around the buffet before I get anything.
Okay.
And I strategize? That's not right. Strategize. That's the word.
Yeah.
What do I want to start? I always have 2 plates. 2 plates to start. Do put the cold stuff on one, the hot stuff on the other. Do I want to put seafood on one, the regular stuff on other? This, are there any dipping sauces? I always do 2 full plates. Then maybe soup. Second course soup.
Maybe soup.
Maybe soup. Why not? Then I go back. Anything I missed. Then I go back. Anything I want seconds on.
And you've delivered in a big way.
You have.
Because that was today's Jared take
soup
of the day.
Yeah, get it sponsored. Hear that, sales promotions?
Yeah, so maybe our thought process is changing, and the questions we should be asking change going into the week before the draft. And maybe here in Arizona, we just all ask the question.
What about love? That's good. I thought you were playing Billy Ocean there.
Oh, that'll come next week.
Yeah. No, that's good. What about love? Don't you want somebody to
care about you?
Yes.
What about love? Don't let it slip away. Coming up next, we will talk Phoenix Suns and NBA playoffs. Justin Termini, Sirius XM NBA radio host, will join us straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Jalen Green, I root for Jalen Green. I really do. You see him make shots. I'm sorry, especially when it puts it on the floor and takes it to the rack. You'll see him make buckets. You just wonder how he pulled that off.
Yeah.
Wow. It's incredible. The athleticism, the wild athleticism that is before us watching him play. He did have a great game for the Phoenix Suns, in my opinion, in terms of shooting the ball. Yet at the same time, turned the ball over 5 times, and every one of them seemed to be a kick in the cradle.
And like
of import, a bad turnover.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you are carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes are going to help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why Refi exists. Hey, Vince Murata. And Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you are actually financially, and they build a low fixed rate payment around that. Not a temporary patch, it's a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, there's no shame. They have seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you will know exactly where you stand and what's possible. So make that call today to YRefi, 888-YRefi85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 83 games later, and it all comes down to this for the Phoenix Suns. If they defeat the Warriors tonight, they advance to the playoffs as the 8th seed and start a series versus the Thunder on Sunday. But if they lose to Golden State tonight, their season is over. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams are both questionable for this final play-in game, and you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. The Diamondbacks will try to follow up their successful 9-game road trip as they return home tonight to start a series with the defending AL champion Toronto Blue Jays. Mike Soroka will be on the mound. You can hear first pitch at 6:40 p.m. on ESPN 620. And we are just 6 days away from this year's NFL Draft. And to read what Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur and GM Monty Osford had to say about it, as well as the quarterback room, the offseason, and a lot more, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Everybody, it's Bernsey. The Suns have a do-or-die game tonight against the Warriors. We will get you ready for this game starting at 2 o'clock. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
And we've been talking Suns, Warriors all morning long here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Of course, a game you can hear right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Here to talk Suns, Warriors, and the NBA playoffs with us from Sirius XM NBA Radio. Justin Termini, nice enough to give us some time today. Justin, good morning.
Justin.
Thanks for coming on the show.
How we doing, fellas? Thanks for having me.
We're doing good. It's weird because the Suns prospects, should they win tonight and advance, Justin, taking on Oklahoma City, which is just a nightmare matchup for them and most teams, quite honestly. Push that aside. There's a little bit of stress right now in this one-game scenario for the Suns. How do you view their matchup against Golden State?
Yeah, there should be a little bit of stress, if only because you're facing Steph Curry in a do-or-die game. And I felt like heading into that Clippers-Golden State game, the Clippers are the better team, but Steph is a guy back up against a wall as an all-time great. You never want to face one of those guys, and let's be honest, that's the guy that scares you tonight the most on both of these teams. It's Steph Curry, and they've got a lot of guys that have been there before and won championships, like against the Clippers the other day. It was Porzingis in the fourth quarter. It was Horford with the 4 threes in the fourth quarter. It was Draymond with the defense. It was Steph with one incredible shot after another. Golden State doesn't scare me in a 7-game series because I'm not sure they can do it consistently. But in regards to a one-off, they might be one of the more dangerous teams in the NBA, if only because they have that championship experience. And quite frankly, that's something that Phoenix doesn't have, especially as a group.
How about it? Now let's talk about the consequences for the Phoenix Suns if they do not win. We know that for about 3 months they were one of the best stories in the NBA, a sweetheart team that was surprising all the experts in a profound kind of way. They've slipped off, as you are well aware. They've been very, very average for a couple of months. What would it mean for them to not make the playoffs as the 7th seed in the play-in tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would just be a devastating blow after such a good season because, like, for example, I try not to let what's happened the last couple of days impact my award votes. And I just cast my ballot here early this morning, and the one guy I've been really high on has been Jordan Ott. For most of the season, he was fluctuating between 1 and 2 on my ballot. I ended up putting Joe Mazzulla first. I had J.B. Bickerstaff third, but I had I had Bickerstaff second, and I went with Jordan Ott third. But all of a sudden, if they don't make the postseason, the season doesn't look as good on his resume. But right now, they win tonight. That looks amazing on Jordan Ott's resume based off what we thought at the beginning of the year. But again, it takes something away from it if you can't get the victory here tonight.
Justin Termini from SiriusXM NBA Radio. He is our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. We've spent a lot of time this season, even this morning, Justin, talking about the full scope of the Dillon Brooks experience. And part of that is he likes poking the bear. That's maybe his most famous quote ever. But he said this week, I wanted the Warriors because I want Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr. He recently had the Players Tribune essay where he talked about the Suns being the monster under the bed that nobody wants to play. It's all part of the Dillon Brooks experience. But my question is, how much gas does that give a team in terms of bulletin board material? And do the Golden State Warriors necessarily even need that?
Yeah, I don't think that they need that. Again, this is a team that's got a ton of pride. So, Steph doesn't want to be eliminated in a do or die, go home type of game. Maybe with Draymond, it gets him fired up. I could see it being like a positive if you can, coax Draymond maybe into a technical foul. So maybe it's even a positive, but I don't think it's a negative with Dillon Brooks doing that. If anything, it gets him psyched up to go, and maybe it makes Draymond do something stupid because his competitive juices get caught up in things.
True.
All right, Devin Booker is 0-4 in elimination games. He's getting a lot of heat for not being that guy in the fourth quarter of games. What do you think's on the line for Devin Booker individually, Justin?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think you give credit for an overachieving season, so you need to look at that. But it all comes down to what are you doing in the postseason. Is it good look for Devin Booker to go 3 consecutive years without a playoff victory? I mean, that's not good. And again, at the beginning of the season, you wouldn't have, criticized if you said, hey, listen, they're going to be they're going to be playing for their season tonight to get into the play-in. You would say, like, well, that's a positive because everybody thought they'd be like a bottom 5, bottom 16 in the NBA. So I think you have to give them credit for that. But it also doesn't look good on your resume. In the heart of your prime, you've gone 3 straight years without one single postseason victory. And then the other thing is, down the stretch, what's fair is fair. He didn't show up in the fourth quarter. He got severely outplayed by Denny Avdia. He's supposed to be a level above Denny Avdia. Hasn't necessarily been this season. Certainly wasn't last game. Steph Curry back up against his wall. All-time great. Gave you a performance in the fourth quarter. Kawhi wasn't. Neither was Devin Booker. And I think the concern is, you guys would maybe know better than me because you're following it every single night on a close basis. It seems like the fourth quarters and some big blown leads have been an issue here over the last month or so. And typically when I see that, I point to 2 people. I point to the head coach and I point to the star player. So that would be Jordan Ott and it would be Devin Booker.
Yeah. Justin Termini, SiriusXM NBA radio host, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Looking at some of the first round matchups, I think there's some really good matchups. Obviously, Denver, Minnesota in the East. You've got Atlanta and the Knicks, I think, is a good matchup. But focusing on one of the Western Conference matchups, which is not as juicy as it would be, Justin, and that's the Houston-LA Lakers series with the Lakers having injuries. But even so, do you think Houston might be ripe for an upset without Austin Reeves and without Luka on the floor?
Yeah, I don't even like the way this series is being put, like it's on prime time tomorrow night. To me, it's one of the more boring series, but they got to continue to push LeBron and Kevin Durant, which, again, I don't understand with all the talent in the league. But I'll tell you this, LeBron has zero pressure on him heading into this series just because of the injuries to Luka and to Austin Reeves. So you kind of almost give him a free pass, which is dangerous because just like the quarterback, you get like the hold or something. He can throw down the field without feeling any pressure, get a free pass. That's what LeBron's got tonight. Whereas Kevin Durant loses this after the debacle in Phoenix, the debacle in Brooklyn, and then they lose in the first round to a Lakers team that doesn't even have Luka or Austin Reeves. He's going to get eviscerated. So I think all the pressure is on Houston. Potentially, like I'm picking them to win relatively easy just because of the injuries to the Lakers, but they would get eliminated in the first round if it wasn't for the injuries. To me, they're the worst team in the top 6. Their offense is incompetent. It lacks creativity. I mean, it's just Kevin Durant dribbling at the top of the key, getting trapped and not knowing how to pass out of it, not moving when he's off the ball, which you guys saw for a couple of years there in Phoenix. So he's under immense pressure to at least get out of the first round.
What are some of the other storylines, Justin, that really appeal to you? Is it the Nuggets going up against Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves? Is it the Hawks and the Knicks and the pressure on Mike Brown? Is it the Celtics and the Sixers? The Sixers might be free and loose and maybe a bit more dangerous than people think. What's got your attention?
Well, you like from a historical perspective, Sixers and Celtics, just because to me that behind Lakers and Celtics, probably the best rivalry you have in the sport. But I would say the best series is Minnesota and Denver. And Denver's the better team, but Minnesota has kind of had their number over the course of the last couple of years, even though this team's a little bit of a different version. So I would say Denver, because Denver could potentially lose in the first round, but they could also potentially win the championship. And the thing that's going to be interesting there is just the path for Jokic, because, for example, I think, Kareem, for example, has beaten just 160-win team in his postseason career. The entire time that Kareem played, they beat 160-win team. Wow. Jokic would have to go through two in order to win the championship. He would have to go maybe three if Detroit gets to the finals, but San Antonio 160+, Oklahoma City 160+. So that road is really brutal. Minnesota, who's had their number in the first round, 60 wins in the second round with San Antonio, 60 wins with the Thunder in the third round. Jokic in Denver, talented enough to win the championship, but that road is going to be really tough.
Yeah. Real quick before we let you go, Justin, we appreciate your time. You mentioned your awards ballot. And with the rulings the NBA came out with on Luka and Cade Cunningham being eligible, it's possible that 3/5 of the All-NBA first team could be under the 65-game threshold that's required to be on that team. All that being said, what do you think happens to the 65-game rule? Because I think it's ridiculous.
Well, see, I'm opposite. I don't think it's ridiculous. Now, I feel like it did screw over some of the guys that aren't going to be able to make it. I don't like what that does historically, but we're giving exceptions to Luka and Cade Cunningham. Let me ask people that went out to see a game that Jimmy Butler was supposed to play in, but Jimmy Butler doesn't care about the regular season, so he sat out. If you're a poor family, did you get like an exception because your household income is like $40,000 or $50,000? You didn't get an exception for that. So why the heck should the player get the exception? Did the player feel bad for the fan when they were getting screwed out of money? So why should the fan feel bad for the player that gets screwed out of an All-NBA team? I mean, it sucks for both. I feel bad for the fan. I feel bad for the player. But if they didn't care enough to play, that you put your hard-earned money out there to go see them, why should you care they can't make an All-NBA team? Like, they could only blame themselves. I'm not saying Cade Cunningham or Luka are the reason for this. The reason is Greg Popovich. The reason is Jimmy Butler. The reason is Kyrie Irving. Guys that, load manage, blame them. Don't blame the fan. Don't blame the league for the rule. The rule was necessary because these guys didn't care about the fan.
Good stuff, Justin.
Thanks so much, Justin. Really appreciate you coming on the show today.
All right, thanks, fellas.
Thank you, buddy. Justin Termini does a radio show, Sirius XM NBA Radio, with Eddie Johnson, by the way. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, a week ahead of the draft, how committed to Jacoby Brissett are the Arizona Cardinals? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the third pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Very few people wake up in the morning and go, hey, I got a great idea. Let's go window shopping. But if you've been in your home about 15 years, chances are you've got some damage to your windows from the scorching Arizona sun. Chances are you need to replace them. That was certainly the truth with me. And if that sounds familiar to you, give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They are a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, a company celebrating their 40th anniversary in business, a company that is local. So if you ever need an adjustment or anything, they're right down the road, not in some other state. And remember, factory direct pricing means you are going to get premium windows without that premium pricing. Because they've got their own factory right here in the Valley, they're going to build your windows, install your windows, and they guarantee them for life. The warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, which adds value to your home. They've got great financing options available, and they've got thousands and thousands and thousands of five-star 5-star reviews, and that is because all of their installers are vetted full-time crews, never subcontractors. I had them replace all of my windows. They look incredible. The installation process, the cleanup process was top-notch elite. Here's my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you about a great special they have got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Bickley special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call now. Call us at 480-764-2110. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-764-2110 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
That's, I mean, there's going to be certain, like, if you're going to ask me on tight end, I think, there's certain positions that, you feel really good about, and I feel really good about the quarterback position. Why? Because both those guys have played a lot of football. So right now, none of that's even being discussed, because all we're trying to do is get a foundational aspect of what this system looks like. And then, like I keep telling the guys, yeah, we have the foundational aspects of what we want it to look like, but we're going to fit it to the skill set of what these guys can do. We're not going to be the Rams, we're not going to be the Niners, we're not going to be the Packers, we're not going to be anyone but the Arizona Cardinals. And that organically, the best offenses I've been a part of organically have gotten to that point.
It's Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Cardinals, speaking with the media yesterday, a week before the NFL draft. That was his response to the question, who is QB1 right now? I'm not going to say it was completely different answers between Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort, the general manager, who also spoke. But LaFleur said, hey, we like those guys because they've played a lot of football. Monty Ossenfort was asked the question, how comfortable would you be going into camp right now with just Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, those guys that have played a ton of football?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we are right now. And I think that with every position that we have,
we're going to look to add competition. And so, whether that's the draft, whether that's after the draft, there's player acquisition period, never ends. We're going to always look to improve every room, no matter what it is. So that's where we are right now. Is that how it looks going into training camp? I don't know. We'll see.
Now, you were out there yesterday, Bick, and you wrote a column, and people can read it right now on ArizonaSports.com about dropping hints on what is going to happen at the quarterback position. It was a really, really good read, and I think it was made more interesting just by the nature of those quotes. What we have to consider too in all of this is it's smoke screen season, it's lying season, whatever you want to say.
Doubt.
So there might be a little bit of sleight of hand going on.
Exactly.
But it was also a bit out of character for Monty Ossenford to speak so freely on that.
Yeah, listen, and the thing that struck me was I don't know if this team was committed to having Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. Would it be disrespectful to say, Jacoby, you were great last year, but we're opening up the job. You got to win your job back, and here's your new competition in Gardner Minshew. It just seems to me there's something going on here, and I don't know what it is, but it would seem to me what Jacoby Brissett put on the football field. And again, I know all the critics, he only got one victory. I get that, but come on. He unlocked Michael Wilson. He stood in the pocket. He unlocked that passing game. We all saw it with our own eyes.
But
he did it with a bad offensive line and no running game.
But you just hit on something. It was almost made necessary by the lack of running game.
Yeah.
It was a completely one-dimensional offense because at that point of the season, the Cardinals had no ability to run the football.
And people hold that against him, like, those were garbage time statistics. No, they weren't. They were a guy who had to throw the ball because he had no one to give it to.
In a way, it almost makes the production that much more impressive.
I think so.
In a weird, twisted way.
But
I think so.
Also, he unlocked an offense that is now going to be completely different.
Well,
new offensive coordinator, new head coach, stuff like that.
That's very, very
like
true.
If that's suppose like they didn't fire Gannon and everybody, all the coaching staff was returning, then you can say like, okay, here we go.
Hey, he was good enough. But again, he was good enough to help Drew Petzing get a job in Detroit.
Yeah, I guess
How about it? And listen, we've all seen Gardner Minshew play, is Gardner Minshew better than what we saw from Jacoby Brissett last year? No. So to me, it would just seem like if this really were a thing where Jacoby Brissett's going to be the bridge guy for another year and you brought in Gardner Minshew because you wanted a more competent backup quarterback, then I don't know what would stop you from saying, oh, no, Jacoby's the guy. We love what he did for us last year. Great leadership, great presence, but they didn't say anything like that. And again, like Vinny said, this might be nothing but stupid conjecture. It might all be smoke screens. And
we are in full smokescreen mode right now.
Every team,
less than a week from the.
Every team has got a billowing chimney right now, Jarrett.
Billowing is a great word. Can you use it for anything else other than smoke?
No.
It's specifically a billowing smoke.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So
I can attempt to.
So right.
Go.
Charlie passed gas, and the cloud.
Oh man.
Billowed.
Well, that's
for quite an hour.
Wow.
For the better part of an hour.
Was Charlie at B night at the Carlins? So
passing gas.
So the thing with me is this. It's the idea that okay, are they really maybe looking to move Jacoby Brissett? Because people were speculating on that at one point in time, and I thought it was foolish. Then they go out and get Gardner Minshew, which is more backup quarterback than I thought they would need.
But to me, like Minshew is proven in both good and bad ways.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, he's kind of in a category with Ryan Fitzpatrick and Josh Dobbs. Guys that when they're called on, they give that initial rush of energy and will probably engineer a win that you had no idea was coming. And then it comes. Jacoby Brissett kind of was that guy last year.
Uh-huh.
But then it comes back down to earth. You could do a lot worse for a backup quarterback. If Gardner Minshew is your guy for 17 games, you're probably not going to win that much. But if you need to rely on him for 2 or 3, okay, you can get through that.
Right.
And the Cardinals haven't always had that. When they rolled the dice on Clayton Tune as a backup quarterback once upon a time, and it didn't work out very well. because he wasn't ready to play in the NFL.
Now, then there's the question that Monty Ossenford said that Mike LaFleur and his staff right now are basically drinking out of a fire hose.
Yeah.
That they're involved in the draft process, but they're also trying to get all the schematics of their offense done, because I'm sure they've got to get a playbook done so their players can start studying, right? Is year one even the time you want to put a new quarterback in his bucket, if you will? I don't know. Maybe it's the perfect time.
I think it depends on your level of belief in that quarterback.
Yep.
And we'll have a lot more on this as we get closer to the draft. And, of course, we'll have full draft coverage next Thursday during the first round. I also want to remind you, Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the D-backs in action. Text seats to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. We hit the 9 o'clock hour next. Jared's going to take us through some social studies. That's where you get involved. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Have you ever been in a situation where you're single and somebody in your friend group is trying to set you up with somebody else and they're saying, this person is perfect for you, you are perfect for them, you two should totally be together? It feels like the NFL is trying to set up Ty Simpson and the Cardinals.
Oh.
It feels like, hey, you two would be perfect for each other. Man, I'm going to put out a mock draft every single day that has you two hooking up either in the early second round or the end of the first round, because you two were made for
Have
each
you
other.
seen Ty in shorts and a red jersey? Man, hubba, hubba, hubba.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Arizona, you are on the clock. Bud Light, official beer of the Arizona Cardinals and proud sponsor of the NFL, is gearing up for the 2026 NFL Draft. From watch parties to backyard hangouts, Bud Light is there for every pick, every party, and every moment. So make it a Bud Light and rise up Red Sea. Bud Light, the perfect draft pick. 21 and over, drink responsibly.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, sounds like Liberty GMC is hitting it out of the park.
Yes, we are, Dave. Our home run savings event is in full swing. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Canyon for just $279 a month, or take advantage of up to $37.50 off in total savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily, with lease options starting as low as $698 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy, this is it.
So stop by Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life.
If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Why isn't everyone doing this? That's the number one question we get at Life Changer Loan. You see, if you have great credit and are good with your money, there is zero reason to be in a traditional mortgage. I don't care what the rate is. Our clients pay off in just a few short years because they do their banking inside their mortgage. Skeptics welcome, because it's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 83 games later, and it all comes down to this for the Phoenix Suns. If they defeat the Warriors tonight, they will advance in the playoffs as the 8th seed and start a series versus the Thunder on Sunday. But if they lose to Golden State tonight, their season is over. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams are both questionable for this final play-in game, and you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with tip-off at 7 p.m. The D-backs will try to follow up their successful 9-game road trip as they return home tonight to start a series with the defending AL champion Toronto Blue Jays. Mike Soroka will be on the mound, and you can hear first pitch at 6:40 p.m. on ESPN 620. And we are just 6 days away from this year's NFL draft, and to read and hear and see what Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur and GM Monty Osborne had to say about it, as well as the QB room and the offseason, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Blue Aspen Marketing, experts in SEO, PPC, and web development. Schedule a free growth audit for your business at blueaspenmarketing.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Go ahead,
All right,
Jerry.
it
Your
is
glasses
time.
are on. The music's playing. Go ahead.
It is time for social studies, in which we comb through all social media to interact with our beloved audience and bring you questions and answers, unlike anything ever seen on or heard on the radio before.
All right. It's a bit of an oversell.
You can follow us on X, Bickley_Murata. Interact with us, answer our questions and polls. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram, Bickley and Murata. You can see videos from the show, and you can answer questions from the show. In fact, today you can head over to Instagram and Facebook and tell me whether you think Devin Booker is a superstar and why. So please interact with us there. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Just search Arizona Sports. You can see all of us and watch the show. Okay, we'll start off with the Suns. The Suns coming off not such a great performance versus Portland, in which Devin Booker struggled late in the game, where the Warriors, coming off an impressive win with Steph Curry, dominated late in the game. But Steph Curry is older. Steph Curry is on a lesser team, didn't have his best year. Suns fans, who do you trust more to come through in tonight's elimination game, and why? Devin Booker or Steph Curry?
Wow. That's a loaded question.
Yes, it is.
Listen, the answer generally would be Steph Curry. Obviously, he's a better player than Devin Booker. He's an all-time great, the greatest shooter that's ever lived. But can Steph Curry dial that up again, having just played the other night, and he's going up against Devin Booker, who is well aware that what he did on Tuesday wasn't good enough? I'm gonna side with Book that he's gonna put one of those 40 pieces on the Warriors tonight.
I'm gonna side with Book too, and I don't necessarily think it's gonna be a gigantic offensive point explosion.
All right.
But I think a lot of why I side with Book is because of what Jarrett brought up in the questioning, and that is the Suns are I think the better team, the better equipped team for this, considering all things.
Yes.
Considering the history, considering the home atmosphere. Which there's going to be a lot of Warriors fans there. Just brace yourself if you're going to the game. But
I think that's going to help the Suns.
Yeah.
I think they're going to. They're going to vibe around that.
Okay.
Yeah, and they've got the defensive pieces, I think, to deal with Steph Curry.
Yeah, it's a much different team to defend than the Blazers were.
Well,
we're both going with Book.
Yes.
Now, if Al Horford and Kristaps Porzingis start raining threes, that would be the worst nightmare.
Which is possible.
And we just find out Scott Foster will be the ref.
Are you serious?
The game tonight, yep. Now, there is no Chris Paul involved.
Right.
But, when the NBA wants a certain team to perhaps win a certain game.
Oh, the NBA doesn't think like that, do they, Vinny?
I'm not. Look, I've sat through so much bad officiating. Welcome to Phoenix, Scott Foster.
Yeah.
He's... I know he pushes buttons and people react a certain way.
But at least he's competent.
Yes,
yeah.
He's
a very good referee.
He's a good official.
Yes.
All right, 81.6% of the people say Steph Curry. 18.4% say Devin Booker. AZ Dan says Steph is a closer. Booker is not. Dave says, I trust the 4-time champion. See, Colbster, the guy who hit the game-winning shot in the Olympics gold medal game, is the guy that I trust. But Mark disagrees, says Book knows it's his time tonight. And Dante says the answer in my head is Steph, since he's done it before, but my heart says Book will keep the team going forward tonight. All right.
The Suns are 2-1 in Scott Foster officiated games this year.
Okay, there you go. Winning record. All they need is a 1-0 right now. You can hear that game at 7 p.m. on Arizona Sports and Arizona Sports app. All right, Cardinals fans, this is the next question here. Lots of talk about what they will do at quarterback. So, sort of a vague, mysterious answer from Monty Ossenfort yesterday. Cardinals fans, who will start the most games at quarterback for the team next season and why? Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Ty Simpson, or somebody else?
I don't think somebody else should get any votes.
No, I don't either.
I'm still going to say Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, me too. Even though we've had a lot of fun at the speculation table around it today, I'm still going to vote Jacoby Brissett.
It's possible they draft Ty Simpson and Jacoby Brissett still starts the most games for them next year. Although, that's the thing. The signing of Gardner Minshew is so odd because if they draft a quarterback, are they going to keep 3 active quarterbacks during the season?
That's the piece now in hindsight that if the Ty Simpson interest is very, very real, that doesn't make sense. That we're missing something. This plot has not been revealed
Well,
yet.
just think about what I said in the last discussion, too. Gardner Minshew historically is a guy that you can work with for about a 4-week stretch.
Yeah.
Is that enough time to get a rookie quarterback ready to start for the rest of the year? That would verify the reason why they went out and got him if they were planning on moving away from Jacoby Brissett. The draft needs to get here.
It's soon. It's next week. Next week at this time, we will already know what the Cardinals did in the first round. 84.7% of our listeners and social media users say Jacoby Brissett. 8.5% Ty Simpson. 5.1% say someone else. Gardner Minshew, 1.7%. Perhaps Daylight Films is who the someone else would be. What? No Caden Slovis. Whatever happened to him?
Slovis.
Screw him. Who cares?
What did He's a local kid,
I messed up
Jared.
his name, but screw him.
I was the one saying they should have started him a game last year. By the end of the year, why not give him a chance? All right, finally, we started the show with Dan Bickley applauding, celebrating the potential fall of Live Golf.
Very poor form.
So, no, it's okay. And that leads to our question. What is the biggest example of you experiencing schadenfreude? When did you experience joy or satisfaction from something or someone else's failure, and why?
Yeah, I try not to do this too much because it's, like I said, it's bad form, bad karma, but driving back from South Carolina up to wherever I flew out of, there was a guy that was tailing me like you wouldn't believe. I mean, like right on my bumper. I pull over, he just hauls ass down the road. And you could see he was doing it to other people, just bullying his way up the road. About 4 miles down the road, I drove by, he had been pulled over by Buford T. Justice. And I'm not sure I've ever been happier, to be quite honest.
That had the potential for a second to be the darkest story ever told.
For a second.
I drove by and I saw his car flipped over and on fire.
Yeah, right. Fire! Yeah, no, he had, and I've been in the South quite a lot. You don't mess around on the expressways in the South. Cops will get you, and he got. And I loved every second of it.
In the sporting realm, when the Dodgers lose, when the Lakers lose, there's always that.
When the Dodgers lose, when's that?
Yeah, when does that happen?
I mean, going back into my memory banks, I think I felt that before.
But along those same lines, Alex says, I enjoy when the Cowboys lose. Andy says, the LeBron D-Wade super team failing in their first year and last year of existence. Only getting 2 years out of the team was an ultimate failure. George, honestly, anytime a Los Angeles team gets knocked out of the playoffs, every time I celebrate.
Yeah.
Ross Vegas,
George,
in conclusion, says, a couple of radio brothers were driving to work one day. Straight out of a fictional story, they both separately hit a piece of concrete on the off-ramp and ruined their wheels and tires. Although I didn't experience joy, it was great radio.
That really is one of the more amazing things that has ever
I
happened.
told Vic I ran into some stuff on the road again today. There was like sheetrock all over the road on the 101 on the way in.
Ooh,
and I saw it the last time and hit it at the last minute.
You are cursed.
I think the car is cursed.
He's had a tree fall on the car.
There you go. That is Social Studies. Follow us. Instagram, Facebook, Bickley and Murata, X, Bickley_Murata.
By the way, Golden State 3-1 in Scott Foster officiated games.
Is that right?
Something's got to give!
I'm actually glad he's the ref tonight.
All right.
No,
I mean,
listen,
look,
that crew on Tuesday was a joke.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. Coming up next, we know what happens if the Suns win tonight. What if they lose? What happens then?
Oh, no.
We know the season ends, but after that, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6, 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
You should have really high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a really good price, and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They are the #1 BMW dealership in the state of Arizona. They've got 2 great locations, which means you are going to get an extensive selection of new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs and high-quality used cars. And as many of our listeners attest, they are committed to delivering an exceptional car buying experience. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is incredible. Staffed by all BMW certified technicians, that ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. And remember, you got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Visit one of their 2 locations. Check them out this weekend. Take a test drive. Find out what you like. Ask for my guy by name. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's vowed to hook up every listening member of this audience. Put him to the test. He will not let you down. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name Dan to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Let's say the Suns beat the Warriors in the play-in tonight. Does that mean they have any shot at all against Oklahoma City? Talk about that today at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think we bring out our fans, no matter who it is. I think the fans are going to be ready. I think they've been waiting for a couple of years to see games like this, and I know we're going to be ready to play.
That is Dylan Brooks talking about being ready to play. The expectation for the atmosphere tonight. We had wondered earlier in the week would the atmosphere be like. How many Suns fans threw their hands up after the first play-in loss the other night, Tuesday, to Portland. This is it. I mean, this is what the NBA wants in these play-in situations. They want drama. There's drama for these two teams, and there's a drama mixed with almost a peril, I think, for Suns fans. We've hit on a lot of the feelings about this week. What does it mean for the Suns if they don't advance to the playoffs? We know one thing is true either way. they don't have their own draft pick this year.
No, I know.
So not making the playoffs and not being in the lottery is a bad combo.
Yes.
Making the playoffs in this instance and not being in the lottery is a pretty bad combo.
Yes, I agree with that. Now, you brought up a couple times the other day asking Suns fans rhetorically, do you even want to make the playoffs? I wanted to explore that a little further. Is that the feeling that you have that even though it might feel really bad to not make the playoffs, that getting humiliated by the Thunder in a best of series would be even worse?
That's what it was based on. And you've known me for a long time.
Yeah.
We've worked together for a long time. I will admit when I have a change in attitude. I will admit when I'm wrong.
Of course.
I have no problem doing that. Yeah. My attitude has changed.
Okay. Gotcha.
I desperately don't want them to lose tonight.
Yeah. No, and listen, and I think a lot of it with you is nobody cares about this team more than you do. Some people might care about the Suns as much as you do. Nobody cares about them more than you do. So I get when you get those feelings of anxiety because you want nothing but good things for this team and for Suns fans. So it's all coming from a great place. I never would question that. I'm just curious about the psychology of it because there is something to be said of getting into a situation where you get swept again. And we know that getting swept by the Timberwolves, there was a lot of reverberation with that. Now, maybe that was because it was KD and Book and Beal and all that nonsense. Yeah. But okay, I was just curious about that.
That particular series was kind of indicative of that whole era of Suns basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Because there were expectations. It turns out they were false and built on nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But it was kind of a tease going into the postseason. What we got a rejuvenated Bradley Beal, who was becoming like the emotional leader of the Phoenix Suns and saying all the right things and energizing the fan base. And oh, by the way, playing very well down the stretch against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yeah. And that was like hammer and nail.
Mm-hmm.
They just got beat and beat bad. So I that one, that sweeps always suck. I agree with Charles Barkley there. That one really sucked because there was a good level of expectation.
Yeah.
Nobody, if the Suns win tonight, nobody on planet Earth is going to give them a chance to win a best of 7 series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. So the expectations will be very low, but it kind of, how I see it, without knowing what the optics of that series actually are, it kind of setting up for at least we got invited to the party kind of thing, you know?
Gotcha. I think I'm curious really what the vibe is going to be like in the arena tonight because it's going to be very difficult to duplicate what they had on Tuesday. As somebody who has covered a ton of playoff basketball in my life, you recognize when an arena gets to that transcendent level, when basketball team and the arena are in lockstep and it just fuels everybody, and then it just turns into an avalanche against the other team. The Suns had that happening, and I keep struggling with how did they let that go? When that fourth quarter began, and that began with that 11-0 run, and then Dylan Brooks hit this absurd three-point shot, you thought the roof was going to come off the place. And then it just kind of got away from them. That worries me because I don't think they're going to get it to that crescendo tonight. And I think it's because there's going to be a lot of Warriors fans in the building. And also I think there's going to be maybe not a skepticism, but maybe a caution from the fans attending the game. Like, okay, I don't want to get my heart broken here again.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It always. I've been present at enough of them to know when there's no safety net, there is a trepidation among the fan base.
That's it.
They're hopeful and they want things to work out. But we're talking about Phoenix Suns fans here.
Yes.
They've been through the ringer of emotion. So there is that bit of hesitance on their part.
Yeah.
But you're right. For me, the moment the other night where I thought, okay, this is the fuel they need to win this game, was after the two teams traded horrible cross-court passes. And the Suns were the recipient of the second horrible cross-court pass that Royce O'Neal picked off and hit the three, and Portland called the timeout. It was, I don't know what the decibel reading was at that moment, It's about as loud as I've ever heard it in that building.
Yes.
But they let, again, those opportunities can't slip through your fingers.
They just and from that point on, the Blazers just made one 3-pointer after another, and then Jeremy Grant from the corner. It just I go back and I relive that game, and I'm like, I can't believe they let all of that get away from them. But that's kind of been their story recently.
Yeah, Jordan Knott got some heat with the way he handled his late game situations, his personnel. He was asked yesterday how the preparation changes with this being win or go home.
Yeah, I think this week it's just changed a little bit. Like both of these games, scouting has definitely had an uptick. I think the players can feel it. It's more towards a playoff type prep. But there is so much you couldn't overload a player, overload a team, or even us. Like it can overload information. And where you get in the game, you just got to go play. So I think our habits, you can kind of rely on our habits, rely on who we are as a team. And then we know fourth quarter is going to be line up, see what you got. That's what the playoff basketball is. All the concepts and style of play a lot of times go out the door when you get into the fourth quarter. These guys have done it for so many years. We kind of know the two-man game is going to come down to, and that we got to guard it. So a lot of the prep is for us staff. We definitely have hit the players more with it. But I think there's a time where you just got to go play.
I kind of hinted this earlier.
Yeah.
We're 11 years removed from the Warriors winning their first title.
Yep.
With still a core of guys left from that team.
Mm-hmm.
Do the basketball world a favor, Suns. Finally step on their throat once and for all.
Wouldn't that be
let's
nice?
end this thing.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? I'm hoping that this tonight is going to be that they're just going to put it all together. That this moment and Dylan Brooks and all of it is going to come together for them. Now maybe it's wishful thinking, but it would just be a shame if that arena is silent at the end of the game.
Yep. NFL Draft is next Thursday. Arizona Sports will be broadcasting live April 23rd, starting at 2 o'clock from Backyard Desert Ridge. Come hang with us for the NFL Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 unfold. It's all brought to you by Bud Light. Coming up next, Jared's got your Friday Sports Kebab. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home or choose her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Seller must grant price and possession.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a new vehicle is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And right now, you can get supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 models. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by April 30th, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you are carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes are going to help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why Refi exists. Hey, Vince Murata. And Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you are actually financially, and they build a low fixed rate payment around that. Not a temporary patch, it's a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, there's no shame. They have seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you will know exactly where you stand and what's possible. So make that call today to Refi, 888-YREFI85, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
The first ever Fiesta Bowl Flag Football Classic, presented by Oakley, is coming to ASU this Saturday and Sunday. 8 top Division I programs, 2 days, 1 stage, and tickets are completely free. This is fast, fearless football. Don't miss a defining moment in women's sports. Bring your friends and feel the energy. Grab your free tickets now at fiestasports.org/flag football. That's fiestasports.org/flag football. The game just changed.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. 83 games later, and it all comes down to this. The Phoenix Suns play the Golden State Warriors tonight, and if they win, they advance to the playoffs as the 8th seed and start a series versus the Thunder on Sunday. But if they lose, their season is over. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams are both questionable for the game tonight. And you can hear all the coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with tip-off at 7 p.m. The D-backs will try to follow up their successful 9-game road trip as they return home tonight to start a series with the defending AL champion Toronto Blue Jays. Mike Soroka will be on the mound, and you can hear first pitch at 6:40 p.m. on ESPN 620. And we're just 6 days away from this year's NFL Draft. And to read and see what Cardinals head coach Michael LaFleur and GM Monty Osfort had to say about it, as well as the QB room and the offseason, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Quick look at today's Sanderson Ford poll question. What talking points stood out from the Cardinals pre-draft press conference? Was it quarterback prospect evaluation? Monty Ossenfort's confidence with shorter time between first-round picks? Or the possibility of trading down? Certainly not the middle one.
No.
To me, it was we didn't talk about really the possibility of trading down too much today. We talked a lot about the quarterback evaluation.
Yes, we did.
That's the vote, I think.
That's where I go.
We'll vote for that. Possibility of trading down, 48%. 33% said quarterback prospect evaluation. And a surprising number of 19%. Monty Ossenfort's confidence with only having 8 minutes to make a selection. Okay. That's what you took from all that? It's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
You on your way. You going to the top. You the next Lenny Bruce, man. Crazy.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Oh, Jared, spinning plates. behind the glass today, doing everything.
I don't mind spinning plates as long as they're filled with delicious Chinese food, but when it's this,
A succulent Chinese meal.
Remember that fella?
I do.
All right. This is the Sports Kebab. Guys, we are 6 days away from the NFL draft, and I am ready for it to get here already. There has been so much talk about everything, all the storylines. And to me, all the storylines read like Gambo's ABBA playlist. Okay. Follow me here.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. The top pick is Fernando.
Okay.
Him saying, gimme, gimme, gimme. Money, money, money. And while other players say, take a chance on me, NFL GMs think knowing me, knowing you is the right move. Because let's face it, the winner takes all. And if they send out an SOS and make the wrong pick, this could be their Waterloo. Mamma mia!
Well done, Jared.
Thank you.
Well done.
Now, the draft is in...
went over the heads of most of the audience, but I thought it was well done.
I cater to the fans of 70s elevator rock. Now, the draft is in Pittsburgh, and a big storyline is, what will the Steelers do? Will they draft a quarterback? Will they trade for a quarterback? And it all comes down to if Aaron Rodgers is coming back. The Steelers are just sitting there waiting, vulnerable, and completely ignored. Like Aaron's immune system when a new vaccine comes out. And they'll have to wait. They'll have to wait because they are on Aaron's schedule. Reportedly, Rodgers is currently on another one of his vacations in the wilderness somewhere, fishing with his wife. I'm sorry. He was catfished by his wife is what it... Look, I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers' wife is completely made up, but the Secretary of War just quoted her in a speech. Now, this is a huge night for many players who will realize their lifelong dream of getting their name called by Roger Goodell and then walking up, shaking the hand of a high-profile NFL person, giving him a big hug, and having your picture taken. Or, as it's known in the business, the full Rossini. Yes, more twists and turns in this Diana Rossini saga. Last week, allegations came out that the NFL reporter was having an inappropriate relationship with Pats head coach Mike Vrabel. And after pressure from the NFL Network and other in the media this week, Diana stepped down. Typo on these things. Now, to be fair, there have been lots of Rossini talk, not much about the Vrabel side of it. What the H is going on in New England? My goodness, between Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft, and Mike Vrabel, I know way too much about their sex lives. When I think NFL, I want to think Terry Bradshaw, not Carrie Bradshaw. And let's face it, the Patriots are no strangers to scandals. And this latest one with Rossini and Vrabel was like a combination of all the gates from Kraft, Belichick, and Brady. It was a sex scandal involving someone getting secretly spied on while trying to manipulate some balls. Now, the footballs weren't shown in the pictures, but I think there was, because, the football. I don't know who writes these jokes. The NFL draft. Jeez. The NFL draft is great, though. It will be a huge production on TV, though I do feel bad for ESPN, since it will take away time from the sport network's true passion. Covering WWE.
Thank you.
Look, I love WWE, but even I think it's been ridiculous how much they've been talking WWE lately. Just today on ESPN, I saw men's champion Cody Rhodes, women's champion Jade Cargill, and CEO Triple H. Now, I thought I also saw the pale undead Undertaker appear. Turned out it was just Adam Silver.
No.
Now, it's unfair to mention Silver and the NBA in the same breath as the WWE. I mean, one has fake injuries, drummed up storylines, clownish refs, and predetermined outcomes. And the other's WWE, so I can't really. But this is a big time of year for the NBA, and of course, we are in the playoff season, and the Suns have a huge game tonight versus the Golden State Warriors, and man, I hope the Suns come through. They did not look great versus Portland earlier this week in the first playoff game, where they just faded down the stretch. Seriously, late in that fourth quarter, they just got run over and seemed dead. I mean, if they looked any more like roadkill, RFK Jr. would dissect their genitals.
No.
It's a real story. So now it's winner take all time. A winner take all game. A winner take all game versus Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Al Horford, and the Warriors. And man, are these guys old.
How old are they?
This game is on Amazon Prime, and they are so old that if they weren't playing in the game, they wouldn't be able to figure out how to watch it. And finally, let's conclude with a few of these. It is Jarrett Kernick, the Magnificent. Okay, first one. Oh, we've seen Ty Simpson.
Ty Simpson.
Ty Simpson.
Ty Simpson.
Ty Simpson. Name two things that could choke you.
Oh, boy.
R.I.P. OJ. All right. All right, next one. This is right out of the head. Zach Braff, Donald Faison, and DeAndre Ayton.
Braff, Faison, and Ayton.
Yeah.
Yes.
Name three scrubs. And finally, Con Knipple.
Con
Knipple.
Con Nipple. Con Nipple. Con Nipple.
Okay.
How would you describe Michael Jackson, Jermaine Jackson, and Janet Jackson?
Wow.
There you go. That's the sports Hoo for today.
No Strait of Hormuz jokes
Nah,
today, Jared?
they opened it apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, the gas prices are plummeting.
Yes.
You left out one on the RFK joke. You left out one note.
Yes.
Dan Bickley workout partner.
That's right.
How long ago was that?
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
was he wearing jeans at the time?
Yes,
yes.
That was the day when I was working out, and RFK Jr. walked in a long sleeve sweatshirt and blue jeans and started lifting weights.
Now it looked like a red leather long sleeve shirt, but it was actually his skin.
The Sports Kebab every Friday with Jared Carlin at JarrettGC on X/Twitter. Coming up, we'll give you some final thoughts heading off into a busy weekend. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Now with the Arizona Diamondbacks, it is something that I didn't expect them to be 3 games over 500 after 19 games. I did not. Man, what we have seen so far from this team, just circumference.
Well, I think the resiliency, and you know me, this is, to me, maybe the best trait any team in any sport can have. You start the season by getting swept in L.A. You're 0-3. Well, they responded by sweeping Detroit. They have responded overall by going 11-5 since that Dodgers series. So that right there shows resilience.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know you've got to go big, as in big screen televisions, because in my world, these games we love so much cannot be watched on cell phones, laptops, or tablets. They need to be bigger than life, and my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance has everything you need to take your fandom to the very next level. Highly recommend you bounce on down to Waltz this weekend, right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, where you'll find big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of audio components, great selection of outdoor televisions that are built for the Arizona heat, the dust, and the elements that provide incredible clarity of picture. They've even added computer gear to the selection at Waltz, including a 32-inch Samsung Odyssey smart gaming monitor that's on sale right now for just $730. That's about $500 lower than the regular price. Waltz will give you great pricing and an extremely knowledgeable staff, same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, a couple more incentives. If you spend $100 at Waltz, they're going to give you a free Gemini boombox. I've got one of these. They're gigantic, they're portable, they're loud, they float on water, perfect for backyard pool hangs. And while you're at Waltz, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your decision. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
You knew I was going to get it in just to troll you, Beck. Sing it, Billy. Listen to that bass line. All right, for people who have not been listening to the show for a decade plus, and maybe for those of you who have, there was a time where we were advocating pretty hard on this show for the Suns to go after Kevin Love.
Indeed.
who's still active in the NBA, kind of. He sat on the bench this year for the Utah Jazz, who tanked their brains out. So we used to play Love Zone by Billy Ocean, and it would irritate Dan Bickley to no end.
Uh-huh.
And now with the possibility, Jeremiah Love in number 3 for the Arizona Cardinals, might we be visiting the Love Zone again, baby? From 1986.
Oh, boy.
Billy Ocean, the expanded edition of Love Zone, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
This was pointed out on social media by our very own Kevin Zimmerman early this morning. What up, Zim? The NBCA NBA Coach of the Year Award voting, which is done by coaches, they named J.B. Bickerstaff the Coach of the Year. More interestingly, 0 votes to the Suns' Jordan Knott.
Okay, I don't understand any of that.
The other coaches who received votes, Mark Daignault from Oklahoma City, Mitch Johnson from San Antonio, Charles Lee from Charlotte, Joe Mazzulla from Boston, Quinn Snyder from Atlanta, and Tiago Splitter of the Portland Trail Blazers.
Okay, listen, I like the idea of Tiago Splitter getting votes. I think he took over a very, very bad situation. But J.B. Bickerstaff over Joe Mazzulla, it's a head-scratcher to me. And more to the point, Mark Daignault getting votes, with all due respect, he's got the best basketball team in the association.
Yeah, I mean,
I hate that.
I think that's a nod to them still winning 60-plus with injuries because Shea missed a lot of time. Jalen Williams missed most of the year.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just trying to diagnose why those votes went to him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have voted for him. I mean, I think the clear choice is Mazzulla.
Yep.
J.B. Bickerstaff had some injuries to deal with too, yes. But interesting. And I know we were talking about this off the air because the last part of Kevin Zimmerman's tweet says, all the fire Jordan Knott crowd to nod with. Like, there's a mob that wants Jordan Knott fired as the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Is it really a mob?
How many make up a mob?
I don't know. Either way, if one people would be too many.
It's angry Twitter people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe
probably doesn't represent the.
No, but maybe we give too much credence to that.
But even when Justin
Who?
Terminology,
when he was on with us.
Terminator.
When he was on with us earlier, he said
about Justin Termini, he'll be back.
when he had he said all year long he had Ott at 1 or 2 on his Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
And then the way they finished the year, he moved him down to 3rd.
And I don't know for that award. Obviously, the voting's done, but for the NBA voting, I think it probably goes through the play-in games, right?
Yeah.
And Justin Termini admitted if they don't get to the playoffs, it's not nearly as impressive on the resume. He's not going to win Coach of the Year.
No.
But to suggest he should be fired is
and to get
redonkulous.
No votes, and to get no votes is wrong. He should have gotten a 3rd place vote.
Totally agree. He's still going, baby.
Here we go. The Love Zone.
That is going to do it for us on this Friday. Thanks to Justin Termini for joining us. Have a great, safe weekend. We are back Monday morning with
Big
a
week
lot
next week
to talk about. Wolf and Luke are up next. We leave you with this.
So before the game, Jordan Knott was talking about the Blazers, and he described them by saying, quote, they drive in...
No!
I'm an uber competitive person, and I try to tone it down.
You know who's the biggest Uber competitor? Lyft.
We don't want Bix and exploded.
No.
The only time I hit it in the right fairway is when I literally hit it to the fairway to the right.
Anytime you can start your day without dangling tonsils, it's a good day.
Take that, Gambo!
Take that, Barnsey!
38-6!
38-6! Hey!
Brady?
Blow out the quaff.
Start the show, Bobby Brady.
Is LeBron dusting off his Superman cape one more time?
You better not blow it now.
Oh, what a feather in the cap for a guy who's been toiling in the G League.
Oh my God! What is Jake Plummer doing in my front door?
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting tacos.
I hate that team. He's a foul merchant.
Adam Silver, why do you have so many confusing things?
Oh no! How much do we have to pay? There goes the summer cruise.
Aaron Rodgers coming
Is
back.
Aaron Rodgers coming back?
My arms, they can't reach out, Batman.
You never know what you're going to get out of Geese Santos.
Let's go to the mock draft, everybody.
Ow, my neck hurts.
My man is...
When you're a troll, you're a troll.
What about love? Don't you want somebody to
Care about you.
Yes.
What about love? Don't let it slip away. Absolutely pooped all over itself.
He's a horse boy.
Yes, he replenished all the fluids.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
The saline slugger.
Cattell Marti.
A spot for fun.
All right, calm down, Gambo.
You losers.
It's all about me, damn it. I don't know if I've ever cared less about an opening segment ever.
All right, peace, love, and mushroom.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150 because look closely. You see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. If the Suns win, they will take on the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday as the 8th seed. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are in action tonight. They start a series with the Toronto Blue Jays. That one starts at 6:40, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. For the Suns game, you want to stay here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted #1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for Wolf. What's going on, John?
There is a ton to talk about today.
It's almost
an awesome
there's
day.
too much to talk about today. There's
My Bruce Springsteen concert from last night?
Yeah, that's the first 2 hours.
Okay, great.
We're gonna go
it was
song by
incredible.
song. No, look, I mean, the NFL draft is less than a week away. We've got some stuff, obviously, to react to from yesterday. We got to carry that Monty Austin Fort Mike LaFleur press conference live, but we didn't really get to react to it a ton, so there's certainly some stuff there. The Diamondbacks starting another series, this time at home against the defending American League champs that were like 1 out away from winning the World Series 4 different times last year. And, oh, by the way, the Suns have a gigantic game tonight, like huge, like potentially franchise-altering game tonight. So I think we'll probably start there. And isn't it somebody's birthday today, too? I don't remember. Jamal, is it your birthday?
How old are you, Jamal?
Oh, thanks for remembering.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man.
Did you want some pizza or something? Maybe we'll order
You know what?
pizza.
Pizza would
Yeah,
sound
that would
really
be good.
nice.
You had a lot last week, but this week maybe.
Yeah.
we should know.
Are you even hungry after last week? After all the
Well,
pizza?
now that I'm thinking about it, I am.
Oh my! Last Friday.
Happy birthday, Rick.
Rick.
Yeah, it's my birthday.
We were going to have John jump out of a cake for you. But,
Yeah, I volunteered.
That would have been great.
I brought like a lime banana hammock. I mean, I'm ready to jump right out of a cake.
You know what?
Start singing.
Yeah, no, that would have been great.
No, you don't
What
want
about a
that?
pizza box?
You don't want that?
It's just one big bench.
Or
John
a pizza
jumps out of
box. Yeah, pizza box would be good,
Wow. You didn't want me to sing either? Happy birthday.
No, we got to get to something else. I don't know
Yes,
anything
Suns,
else.
go.
Yeah, so look, Jody Jackson's going to join us later to talk D-backs. Kevin Ray is going to join us later this hour to talk Suns. We are going to do a listeners-only meeting because we didn't get to do one after the game on Tuesday because we had a short show on Wednesday. So
At 11:45 today, listeners only meeting. It's real simple. How confident are you in this team winning tonight? And how confident are you in the direction of this team if they lose tonight? This is kind of like a two. You don't have to answer both, but those are the two questions we're trying to get answered today. And you know what, John? I think we can start there by trying to answer them right now for ourselves.
Well, it's a two-part question. How confident do I feel when Steph Curry is walking into the building for a one-game do-or-die? I mean, did anyone watch the Clippers-Warriors the other night? That's what he does. So, first of all, I remember you and I having this discussion, who do you not want to see? Yep. And a lot of people were saying, we don't care. Look, the Warriors over 82, not a good team. The Warriors maybe over a 7-game series, not a good team. But Steph Curry walking into your building for a do-or-die is the worst-case scenario for the Suns, and why they needed to beat the Blazers so badly is what I wanted to see Kawhi, not so much, but Steph Curry is a whole different animal, and that's the problem.
That's it right there. Are the Clippers better than the Warriors? Yeah, probably. Or is Portland better than the Warriors? Yeah, probably. Is there any player I'd rather see less in a scenario like this than Steph Curry? I mean, maybe Jokic, maybe Wemby. You know, because Jokic is just that good, and Wembanyama is such a matchup nightmare. But other than that, it's Steph because, and for me, the reason is simple. Yes, there's everything he's done in his career, you know, and if you think, oh, well, he's basically washed. Well, he isn't, first of all. He just single-handedly took out the Clippers the other night. Ask France how washed he is. But ask the entire country of France. But the other part of it is, John, I don't, if he's going off, I don't even really know how you defend it. Because he'll take horrible shots, but they'll go in. They're not horrible shots for Steph. Anybody else, and I'm not saying you're playing Oklahoma City, would that be easier? No, but if it was the Warriors with SGA even, who might be the best player in the NBA right now, there's at least a world where you play great defense and you can slow him down a little bit. I'm not saying Steph is guaranteed to go off for 35 again, but it's kind of out of your control whether or not he does. If he's hitting his shots, he's hitting his shots.
Yeah. Look, for a guy at his age, he stays in amazing shape. He's got all these trainers. He does all these things. He averaged 27 points, 5 assists, and 4 boards. And the thing is, and he shot 47% from the field and 40% from 3, and that's actually down. But what he does in these big games is he steps everything up. If you need a big basket, if you think you haven't put away, he gives his team the ultimate amount of confidence. And don't get me confused. I'm not saying this is the Warriors teams that won championships. It's essentially him, Draymond Green, Brandon Podziemski, guys like that. I mean, Guy Santos. It's not an impressive group, but for one game, would it surprise anyone if you and I were back here on Monday, or you and Wolf were back here on Monday and saying Curry went off for 50?
No.
And he single-handedly
go off for 27 in the second half.
That's what he does. Yeah. And so that's the problem. And it used to be that, okay, he was frail, he was smaller, he was this, he was that. He has basically taken throughout the course of his career everything away that you could say on the offensive end of the floor that you could say you could stop him with. He's just worked on everything. You're gonna come out to the 3 and try to prevent that, and that's probably what Jordan will try to do. Then he'll just get into the mid-range game. He'll get to the rim. He'll open it up for other players. Just he knows what you're going to try to do to him, and he's seen every single wacky defense that you can possibly throw at him, and he's defeated every single one. The only thing you can hope for him is it's just an off night.
This is why you don't play around against Portland. You get it done against Portland. Yeah, I get Denny Avdia's, taking his game to another level this year. That's great. He's not Steph Curry. You don't put your season in the hands of Steph. And when we were talking about the game against Portland the other night going into it, the thought was, okay, here's these things that Portland does well that the Suns have a hard time with. Here's these things that Portland doesn't do very well that the Suns should be able to exploit. But when you take a step back, the Suns, in theory, have the best player on the floor in the game. Devin Booker should be the best player. Over the course of 82 games, he's the best player. He wasn't on Tuesday. I get it. But in general, he's the best player. Can't say that tonight. Steph's Steph. And if you needed a reminder, you just watch the game on Wednesday night against the Clippers. Ask the Clippers, who are a better team than Golden State. Some people would argue the Clippers are a better team than the Suns right now. It was out of their hands in the second half. So I don't mean I don't want to take this so far the other way and be like, oh, the Suns are done, because I don't believe that. I think they could absolutely win this game tonight. I just hate that now. I feel like it's less under their control than the Portland game was.
Yeah, and so we've spent so much time talking about the Warriors. Here's the problem with the Suns too. They're 13-14 since the All-Star break, and they look gassed. And I hate using that excuse for a team, because anytime you say that to a coach, they'll just get upset with you. I've done it, and they've looked me straight in the face and say, that's just not a factor. That's an excuse. but that's how they look. Every guy on their team, and I know that everybody's going to criticize Book because he's kind of the guy, and you get paid a lot of money, and you're the number one guy on the team, and that's going to be criticism. Unless he comes out and scores 35 or 40, and maybe that's what it's going to take tonight, because it just looks like the rest of the team, whether they're injured in the case of, and we'll get into this, of Grayson Allen, who's completely unreliable, or Mark Williams, or maybe they're Maluach and they're too young, or maybe they're, Gillespie and they're too tired or whatever. They don't have it. And they're limping to the finish line. And you said something, we were talking before the show, you said something that I know that nobody wants to hear, but is probably pretty accurate. Maybe they're just not that good.
Yeah, that's another conversation we can have. Sorry, I've been trying to sign in my email. Rick, it says I don't work here anymore. So do I finish the show or do I just...
Oh, somebody's waving at us outside badly. Luke,
it says my email account doesn't exist.
Did your key card work, though? That's always my key.
Yeah,
Because one time I walked into a place and went beep, 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 beep. It turned red and went,
like that Jets guy.
Do you need to talk to me?
That Jets guy on Hard Knocks.
Exactly.
That's how they told him he was cut.
If my card works, I generally think I'm okay, but yeah, the email's kind of a sign.
Yeah, it's
Does
certainly not a
anybody know
good
anything
one.
back there? Because you know what? Go talk to the production guy, because I've been fired before, and they always know because they got to change the whole show around. And so I knocked on his door one time.
He's actually out sick today.
Oh, okay.
I knocked on his door one time and I go, "Hey man, be up straight up with me. Like, there's lots of rumors going around. Are you changing the imaging for the show?"
If I didn't see everybody's email never work here, I would feel a little bit worse. Look, the last thing you said, just how good are the Suns, actually? I mean, that's a real conversation that we're going to have later.
We'll do it later.
And unfortunately, it's a conversation that everybody's going to have a lot more next week if they don't win this game tonight. It's a weird spot to be in if you're the Suns. Like, I don't remember a whole lot of teams in this spot, John, at least not ones that I've covered or followed closely. There's a lot of pressure on them tonight. But nobody believes that they can win the title this year. I don't think anybody's looking at the Suns being like, okay, this is a year, you better go out there and win the title, your window's open. So generally, if you're not expected to contend for the title, there's not this much pressure on a game. But there's a lot of pressure on this game tonight.
And I know we're going to get into this later, but I think this is a really relevant question. To me, what it is with the team is, did they go as far as they should have, right? And so to me, they should have gotten into the playoffs. This was a team that I know that they were leaking oil post All-Star break and all these kind of things. But at one point, it was not only are they a 7 seed? Of course they are. But you and I have discussed many times, could they have gotten into the 6 seed? They dove down. But to me, not every team is a championship team, and we know that as a fan base, and we love it when you surprise us. But did you maximize what you should have? And if they don't make the playoffs, we'll answer this later, but if they don't make the playoffs, I don't know how you can answer that with a yes.
No, and I think this is fair. Sports fans in this city are especially sensitive to a team that looks really good for the first half of the season and then trails off for the second half and just kind of bows out of the postseason with a whimper. And they haven't done that yet, but they really need to win tonight. When we come back, we'll obviously stick with the Suns. Dylan Brooks is being Dylan Brooks, but is he actually giving the Warriors bulletin board material that maybe they don't need right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6, 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard, and I'm telling you about Orchard because they can make the home buying process much easier for you right now. Here's how. If you find your dream house, Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into that house right away on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. It's your dream house. The last thing you want to do is risk losing it while you spend all your time trying to get everything in line with your old place. It's not. You don't have time for that right now. So after you buy the new place, the Orchard experts will take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home. They'll make price-boosting upgrades. And then when they're done with that, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town now with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers.
You did the hard part. You found your new home. That's a big deal. So let Orchard make the rest easier for you so you can move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick. It's easy. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
We just spent the entire commercial break talking NFL draft.
Sorry, it's just addicting, man.
That's how much is going on right now.
I get it. The Suns, it's a massive, it couldn't get bigger for the Suns. The D-backs are great news, but the NFL draft, I try to explain this to my wife, and she just looks at me like, look, you can make all these excuses about why we can't go out because you got to watch sports, but not the draft. And I'm just like, it's the ultimate in soap opera. All these liars right now that are going on, and this guy might take this guy, and that guy might take this guy, and the Cardinals are going to move back. No, they're not. What did it mean what Austin Ford said? What did it mean that LaFleur said? Like, it's just the ultimate.
This is reality TV if you're not into reality TV. Like if you just specifically into sports, we're going to get into this obviously later, but Jordan Tyson's having his individual workout today. And would you say there's 20 teams there?
Yeah, this is Jordan Schultz. He says that 20 teams are there, including the Cardinals, by the way. Titans, Giants, Commanders, Eagles, Dolphins, Cardinals, Bills, Panthers, Browns, Cowboys, Lions, blah, blah, blah. And the point is that because Jordan Tyson hasn't had the opportunity to work out and more specifically run a 40, teams want to see what he's looking like with all these muscle injuries. So, look, if I'm going to invest millions of dollars in a kid, I got to see him again up close and personal. And this is very unusual to have a guy less than a week away from the draft commandeer this many teams as he is right now in Tempe. It just doesn't really happen this way, but he hasn't had an opportunity to be healthy.
The Cardinals being there. That's something we got to talk about in a little bit. Can you see the smile on Rick's face back there?
Because I know what everybody's thinking because you and I talked about it. So I know we got to get to Suns, but just we'll put a pin in this because it's really interesting, and that's why the draft is so great.
Yeah. That is a little bit of I mean, it's nothing yet, but it could. That's about
I
a
see
plot
the smile on your
twist.
face.
Here's Dylan Brooks. Yesterday we played this cut right at the end of the show because we had first got this cut right at the end of the show and we didn't have a ton of time to react to it. But he was asked why he wanted to face the Golden State Warriors in this one and done scenario.
What is it about the Warriors for you that makes it you want to play them?
Steph and Draymond. That's it. And Steve Kerr.
I poke bears.
Well, there he is, poking bears. All right, John, you covered the Warriors, right? You covered them for a while.
Yeah, a long time.
What is this anything to them? Is this bulletin board material? Do they need that? Like, what is the chain reaction to this?
You shouldn't need this at this point. I always think that in any sport, especially at the professional level, if you're facing a one and done and somebody's got to get you motivated, then what are you doing?
Yeah.
Having said that, I know Draymond Green, and absolutely. They have – here's the other thing that's stupid why he said this. They lost last year, the Rockets, to the Warriors in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They've lost multiple times when he was on Memphis against the Warriors. He has not had good success against the Warriors. He has not had good success against the Warriors on any team he's been on. And here's the other thing to watch out for tonight. Draymond Green, as much of a technical foul machine he is – he always tries to bait Dylan Brooks into it. So it's this whole thing. And if they lose Dylan Brooks, as they did at the end of the game against the Blazers, maybe not, he makes a difference. But Draymond Green, as weird as this sounds, is going to try to bait him into getting kicked out. Steve Kerr is going to tell his team to try to bait him to get him kicked out. He's going to try to do it against the Warriors. It's that Spider-Man meme, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're going at it. It's him and Draymond doing that. So I'm not saying that it should matter, but it does. And what guys do, Jordan did this, all the greats do this, they're looking for another reason to be pissed off and to be motivated. Curry reacts to Brooks that way, even though on the court he'll laugh at him, but he'll say, okay, you really you wanted us? Really?
Yeah.
They will use that. Kerr will use it, Curry will use it, and certainly Draymond will use it. That's what the Warriors have done. And you could say those kind of things if you had even a smidge of success against the Warriors. He has not. They knocked his team when he was the Rockets out of the playoffs last year.
Yeah, the Draymond versus Dylan Brooks thing is a sideshow we have to get into throughout this show, certainly, because I don't think it's been talked about enough. And obviously, quick turnaround this week after losing to Portland, and we didn't even know they were playing Golden State essentially until yesterday's show. We couldn't really talk about it on Wednesday, so I get why that hasn't been. But I mean, is there any doubt at least one of them picks up a technical foul tonight?
Early.
Yeah.
But you know what's going to happen? The officials are going to try to gain control of this game because there's going to be so much emotion in it because this is a do or die. So what's going to happen is those guys are both going to get technical fouls early, and then what it's going to come down to, and we talk about this all the time, which one of those knuckleheads can keep it reined in. And I know people aren't going to agree with this, Draymond Green does a better job of reining things in than Dylan Brooks.
Do you think that now, though? I feel like Dylan Brooks is better at it now.
Once he gets one, like Draymond's not great at this, and believe me, because of the emotion tonight, he could get kicked out just as well. Actually, he did get kicked out of a play-in game against Sacramento a couple years ago. If you remember, he stepped on Sabonis.
He stepped on Sabonis' chest.
Right. So, look, I'm contradicting myself already, but
Draymond's a lunatic when he loses it.
Absolutely.
Dylan Brooks just claps and gets a technical foul.
Which, by the way, come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing? I watched that Trailblazers thing last night, and Rasheed Wallace, I covered them that year. They got 41 technical fouls, and they put his wife on the sideline. She was screaming at him. It was a circus. But even he, at times, in those situations, could do it. But he one time he looked at an official while he was walking to the bench, and they gave him a tee. It's like, it's not and that's the other thing. Scott Foster is doing the game tonight, if those who don't know. Dude, it's not the Scott Foster show tonight. Stop it. This is a do-or-die professional game.
But it usually is.
But, I mean, that's the one element we haven't put in here is Draymond Green, right? Yeah. Dylan Brooks, Scott Foster. You will guarantee that they will both get technical fouls in the first quarter, and then it's about which guy can then keep his composure because there's going to be a lot of tension here. And
it's going to be a lot of frustration.
Right,
tonight
and both
for everybody.
teams need these guys. Like, you can look at Dylan or at Draymond Green's numbers and think to yourself, he doesn't matter. He matters a ton to whether the Warriors win or lose.
I think people get lost in that because they're like, he doesn't matter as much as he thinks he matters. But he does matter a ton.
Defensively, he runs their offense. He's their point forward.
Yeah.
He allows Steph to be off the ball. Like, he is massively important. So if they somehow can reverse the tables on him and actually get him out of sorts and get him out of the game, Suns win the game. Regardless of what Curry does.
The Dillon Brooks, him doing this, I think he can handle himself, and I don't think Dillon Brooks is as reckless as he likes to come off, or maybe as people perceive him. I mean, again, you just made a great point, and it's not just with him. It is probably with Draymond. It's with there's a few guys in the league where the officials are just like, I'm just gonna tee you up. I'm just going to assume you're doing something wrong, which just only – and then they act like, well, I'm trying to get the game under control. You're making it so much worse. You're pouring gasoline on the fire and be like, I tried to put it out. How was I supposed to know gas didn't put out a fire? You're making it worse by calling phantom technical fouls. That doesn't just happen to Dillon Brooks, though. But when it does, it makes it look like he's even more out of control. I don't think he's out of control. I think this is very intentional. The problem is now you've done something that your whole team has to deal with. Like, if this was just isolated, if this was just Dillon Brooks – calling out Draymond Green and, okay, we're going to go at it tonight. Fine. Again, I think Dillon Brooks knows what he's doing, but the problem is now, and you said it, Steph's going to act like this doesn't bother him, and maybe it doesn't bother him, but here's a little extra thing he can think about when he walks out there and just starts raining threes down on the Suns.
And he'll start staring at Brooks. I'm telling you, that's just what Curry does. They call him the baby-faced assassin. I mean, and then he'll start showing the emotion when he's up 10 or 12 late in the game. It'll do the sleepy thing. Like, that does motivate him. I think one of the keys, though, like you said, is who can gain their composure the best, because they need both guys. But here's the other thing. Will Scott Foster and this crew tonight, and I hate talking about officials, but will they realize that this is a do-or-die game? So cheap technical fouls, or I'm going to call a second technical foul. Like, what you're doing here is you're dictating the outcome of the game by the stripes, by the zebras, and I don't want to see that tonight.
No, it's the worst thing, and it always has the potential to be the worst in basketball. I mean, they're really minimizing poor umpiring's effect on baseball as best they can. Look, there are some times where there are horrible calls in a football game, and especially in the playoffs. You're like, man, okay, that just ruined an entire season. But for the most part, it's better than it is in basketball. Hockey, they've done a really good job at it. Hockey officials are actually really good. Basketball, they have too much control over a game, and whether they want to or not. But the fact that you can say Scott Foster's name and anybody driving around who just lives a normal life and doesn't know NBA officials' names like we have to. They don't. What normal person would know an NBA official's name? They all know Scott Foster's name.
And around here, because of the history of Chris Paul, they all know it.
Can we get Chris Paul on the Warriors in the next 8 hours? Is there any way to do that?
Amazing. But that is, and the fact that we have to talk about it, and we do, and it could affect two of the most important players on each team in Dillon Brooks and Draymond Green, and whether not only can they conduct themselves in a way, but also, as you just pointed out, Dillon Brooks clapped and got a technical. Is Scott Foster going to be on edge tonight too? Is he going to feel like he's got to do something early? And then what happens is, for 3 quarters, do these guys have to try to be on their best behavior in one of the most emotional games? Look, win or go home tonight. That's what it is. So this is going to be an emotional game. So if you're an official, this is not the ref show, man. You have to let them play. You have to let them play with emotion.
Scott Foster's listening to this, and all he heard was, "This is."
Right.
The ref show, man. That's what he heard right there from you. All right, when we come back, over to baseball. Can the Diamondbacks keep it rolling tonight at home now against the Toronto Blue Jays? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know, when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. At Earnhardt Ford, here's what you get. 75 years of Arizona trust, a name that's earned since 1951. No bull upfront pricing, no games, no runaround ever. A zero-pressure team committed to finding the right fit for you, and full online shopping putting power in your hands. And right now, the 2025 Ford Maverick is an absolute steal. Save up to $8,000 off MSRP or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their third straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Craving scratch-made food, ice-cold 29-degree beer, and every game on wall-to-wall TVs? Head to Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and after going 6-3 on their recent road trip, how can the Diamondbacks get their bats going at home against the Blue Jays? We'll ask the skipper today at 2:30. It's the Burnsy and Gambo Show on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, real quick, Rick, before we get into baseball, I have two questions for you.
Yes.
What is your favorite Bruce Springsteen song?
Ooh, that's
Since
hard.
you went to the concert.
Yeah.
Last night? Okay. You can think about that. Just give it to us before the end of the show. And secondly, did Jamal, did you ask him, what his favorite Bruce Springsteen? Did you ask him who Bruce Springsteen is?
Yes, I did one time, and he said, the comedian. but he has heard
What
this song.
comedian was he even thinking of?
That's Jamal.
I don't know.
Who's
Jamal,
a
you are
comedian that's
treasure,
name is
dude.
even close to Bruce
I don't know.
Springsteen? Like I was trying to think. Oh, yeah, is he confused with? And I can't think of any
No.
comedian that would be even close that looks or his name is the same or
in fact,
anything.
I think you've stumbled on something. There's never been a comedian named Bruce, ever.
I mean, seriously, I'm just like, what comedian?
What percentage of the time do you think Jamal just is messing with Rick?
99.9.
I feel like it's pretty high. Like he's just.
Okay, now that's accurate. I legitimately thought he was a comedian.
Oh well. I mean, he could be funny. I don't know. He's never struck me as
There
funny.
was some funny. He said some funny things.
Okay,
yesterday.
well, and when he was saying them, were you sitting there thinking to yourself, "Man, Jamal was right. This guy is a comedian."
He was
pretty
like
funny.
He was like, I used to come here in the 70s and I'd play this theater where the stage moved around in circles. Is it still here? And everybody was like, yeah. If you know the theater I'm talking about.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that's
and he was like, I
incredibly
can't
funny,
believe that place was still here. And so that was mildly funny. But this one is up there for me. The one currently playing Glory Days.
Well, I figured since you chose to play it, you must like
he
it.
didn't do it last night.
Oh,
but,
wow. And that's a slap directly in your face.
It was, this one's up there for me. I'll think on it though, because there's a lot.
I need you and Jamal to get into a heated Bruce Springsteen debate.
And
behind the glass.
Jamal did know this song, so
There you go.
props to Jamal.
Look at that. Diamondbacks are back. They're playing baseball at home. I didn't know they weren't allowed to play games at home, but here we are after a long road trip that dates back to. It started in New York April 7th. They haven't played a home game in nearly 2 weeks, John, but they are home tonight, and they are facing the Toronto Blue Jays, a team they don't often play at home, but a team that also nearly and probably should have won the World Series last year.
This close.
That close,
Sliding
like
in.
4 different times, right?
It's unbelievable.
I mean, that was a fantastic World
Yeah, it
Series,
was.
even though it ended with the Dodgers winning.
I guess it wasn't so fantastic.
Well, it
Now
wasn't.
that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, how
You
much
reminded me.
you I gotta say this. This is totally now we're really derailed. But since we're talking about
Yeah,
Toronto,
it's all right.
that story there was a story in the Athletic talking about how the Toronto Maple Leafs are running their team right now, like how some of the stuff behind the scenes, not everybody, but some of the stuff behind the scenes, how the Maple Leafs, who print money more than almost any other organization in North American sports, are like trying to cut costs and cutting out the father's trip for a team. I mean, this is like sacred ground in hockey, and they're doing this and that. I don't know how much of it's true, but it's the Athletic. They did the thing where they had like 3 or 4 different reporters writing it together, so you know it's never good.
Right.
It made me, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, so just know there's a caveat. It made me appreciate the Dodgers a little bit, in the sense that
Please take that
No,
and
hold on.
cut and take it out of context.
That's
Put
why
a cut in
That's why I haven't breathed yet. The Dodgers are ruining baseball, but at least they're doing it by trying to win.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The Maple Leafs, a team with a ton of money, are just
give
trying
me
to
all
cut-
the money.
Yeah, exactly. But the only reason I even think of that is because the Blue Jays are here in
No, the
town
reason
tonight.
you think of it is, can we just be honest? The reason you think of it is you're obsessed with the hockey playoffs right now, and you had to get some hocky in there.
Arizona Spirit. And now there's so much stuff going on.
What?
What do you got, Rick?
So here's a wrinkle for you guys.
This better be
This
good.
is from Ian Rappaport. Sources: Arizona Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett is not attending Phase 1 of the offseason program and is asking for an extension that pays him as the starter. Brissett, set to make $9.06 million in 2026, has only $1.5 million in guaranteed money and wants security. AZ appears willing to address it, so there is that.
Okay. Well,
I don't think I've ever heard in the history of sports where a bridge quarterback is holding out. It's like, dude, again, to go to the Spider-Man meme, you're Gardner Minshew and Gardner Minshew is you. I mean, maybe there's a little difference, but not a lot. Like, let me ask you this. Where's his leverage? In all the games they won last year?
I wouldn't lean on that if I were him. I would lean on something else.
Honestly, you've got to have leverage to hold out. What's his leverage?
What you said he's making $1.95 million next year though. Like if he really
Well,
is
that's
the
his guarantee,
starter,
right?
That's a little low.
1.5.
Yeah, that is a little low for a starter. But are we not now all thinking of that Mike Florio story earlier this week where he was saying the Cardinals might be trading Jacoby Brissett? That's when you broke news and said Jacoby Brissett. That's what I thought you were about to say.
No.
Well, again, let me expand this a little bit more. Like Jimmy Garoppolo's sitting out there who Mike LaFleur knows. I'm not saying Jimmy G is great, But Jimmy G can play as well as, I think, Jacoby Brissett. So you have Artie Minshew, Garoppolo sitting out there. Like, you don't have any leverage, man. Like, there's no leverage for this guy.
You guys know who else is out there?
Somebody I'm not going to like.
Ty Simpson.
Oh, boy.
Well,
I don't like that.
Yeah. I love everything against Ty Simpson.
Look at back there laughing. You just poke and run. Poke and run.
Man, okay, well.
I didn't see that coming.
There's a little bit more of a plot twist. But you said at the end of it that the Cardinals are looking to address it.
AZ appears willing to address it, whatever that means.
Now, I mean, I guess you could say willing to address it by trading him, but
yeah,
I don't think that's it. Wow.
You know what you do in this situation, honestly? You know what you do in this situation, and this shuts the guy right up? I'll tell you what. If you guys can find a trade in which someone will extend you and give you more money, go find it.
I think he might be able to, though. I think there's enough teams that would take him as maybe the best backup in the league.
I like the guy. I don't want to rip him, but it's like I don't see where your leverage is here.
I don't know. The problem is it's really difficult to tell what the Cardinals' direction is for 2026. You know, like are they trying to build for this year? I mean, if you draft Ty Simpson, you're trying to build for this year, and then I would rather Ty Simpson was learning from Jacoby Brissett than I don't know enough about Gardner Minshew the person, but I mean, as far as like we've seen Drake May play behind Jacoby Brissett for a little bit and then step in, and I'm not saying that was all because of Jacoby Brissett, but that he's the sort of player, sort of quarterback that you wouldn't mind your young quarterback learning from. If they're waiting till next year anyway, then all bets are off for this year. So anyway, the Diamondbacks are playing the Blue Jays tonight and looking to win their 4th consecutive series against a really good team. How about that? Got it in there.
That was a great transition right there. That was amazing.
The fact that you tried to distract me with the hockey playoffs and Rick threw breaking news at me 3 seconds
we're
apart.
Not ever getting to the Diamondbacks. During every break, Luke is like, I don't know how I can focus on the show with the hockey playoffs
there are
going
4
on.
series that start this weekend that have the potential to be like all-time series. 4 of them. To get that in the first round is unreal. And the basketball playoffs basically start tonight for us. All right, speaking of, what do the Suns need to do to beat the Warriors tonight and actually make the playoffs? We're going to talk to Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray joins us for Game Day with K-Ray. Next, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue. And then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
The D-backs face off against the American League champion Toronto Blue Jays for a weekend series starting April 17th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
Boy, this is really going to test our focus today. You over there, John Lund, in for Wolf.
Look at you getting mad at me.
You're
like I did
like,
this.
oh, Luke, during the breaks, he's just so focused on these hockey playoffs. All you're talking about during the breaks is the NFL stuff. Like, that's true.
That's all I
am. Yes.
Because I just talked about the Brissett thing, and we're not going to do that here.
It's the fastest I've ever heard you speak.
And we're going to say this, and we're not going to be ADD in this whole thing, because we got to stay focused, man. It's K-Ray. It's do or die for the Suns. That's the thing. But this Brissett thing is deeper as we peel the onion and start thinking about this than just him saying, hey, I want more money. It's much deeper.
It does seem to indicate some other stuff might be going on. We'll get to that in about a half hour. We're going to get back to the Suns now, and K-Ray is going to join us here shortly ahead of tonight's matchup with the Golden State Warriors. John, we started to go down this path in the first segment of the show. I don't know that we really ever got there, though. Where is your confidence level in the Suns tonight? They're favored. They are favored in Vegas. I think they're favored by 3.5 points, actually. I see this as almost like a total coin flip, honestly, because you're never going to feel good if you're a Suns fan watching this game tonight that they've put Golden State away, especially after what Golden State just did the other night, but also after what the Suns just did the other night. Hey, we're up 11 with like 8 minutes left, and we're not going to put them away. We're not going to put Portland away. Meanwhile, the Clippers look like they had the Warriors on the ropes and didn't put them away. K-Ray is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kay?
How we doing, boys?
Stressed out.
We're not even playing and are stressed out.
It's just come with it. Stressed out. Well, something tells me you are not alone, my friend.
Yeah. Let's go back to Tuesday for just a second, and that game against Portland. When that game ended, what was your biggest initial reaction, takeaway, whatever thought going forward now for the Suns? Because to a man, they all said we just need to move on.
Yeah, and look, I mean, they're not wrong, but you also have to look back at the why of it. And unfortunately, the why of it is something that has been all too commonplace over the last several weeks, right? I mean, you can't deny what is, it's one thing if it's a game or two, but it is more than just a trend. I mean, there is a full-on thread about this team's sudden inability over the last several weeks to close out games. And we could go game by game, the ones that they were in a position to win. And I could even tell you, like, had they won half of those, we might not be sitting here today having a conversation about the game tonight. We might be previewing the Suns-Lakers first round matchup as the 6th seed, right? Yeah. And it's just, it is the black and white reality of the situation, unfortunately.
Kay, the biggest thing, and we were taking calls over the last few days, and everybody's criticizing Devin Booker. What does he look like to you at this point of the season?
Yeah, I mean, look, Book is like the quarterback of an NFL team, right? Or quarterback of any team for that matter. When they win, he gets a ton of praise, when he plays well, and probably gets more praise than he should in some situations. When they fail, when they struggle, and in particular when he struggles, and struggle is defined differently by everybody, right? But when that happens, then he is going to take the brunt of the criticism. And fair or not, that's the world, that he lives in, and Book knows that. We've talked throughout his career pretty much, especially the last 5 years, about Book playing the right way. And to him, playing the right way is never forcing the issue and, giving it up when a teammate is open and he is not. And it's a little different in the NBA because fans, critics, experts, when you are that guy who's been all NBA, who has one of the highest salaries in the league, people want, and in some situations demand, that you take over. Like, screw the right play. You're the guy. Like, you're supposed to go in there and take over the game. And some of that is true, right? I mean, we'd be lying if we said otherwise. But you look at that situation the other night, you also have to tip your cap to the other guys. And in this case, it's Tamani Kamara. And in case you haven't been paying attention, this young dude, and it pains me because he wore a Suns cap at least for a cup of coffee. He has quickly elevated himself into one of the elite defenders in the league. Leads the league in charges drawn, has done that now 2 years in a row. I think he finished second last year. But, sometimes you have to look at the other guy and say, okay, Book's driving there late in the game, and I'm talking specifically in that last possession. Book's driving, gets down deep into the paint. Well, Kamara's got the length on him. So he could have tried to force a shot up. Maybe he gets a foul. Maybe he doesn't. He kicked it out to what was a wide open Jalen Green. I mean, if it's game 53 of the regular season, you're saying that's the right play.
Yeah.
But because it's the playoffs or play in, everything gets more magnified. Now, I'm not saying this to take Book, off the hook, because he has got to play better. And trust me, he's the first one on the line who knows that. You can't miss 5 free throws in a game, especially as well as he shot free throws post All-Star break. I mean, he had a stretch where he was, I think, like 45 of 49. So it was just really out of the norm for him to miss free throws the way he did the other night.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, this is a weird spot to do a sports talk show today because if the Suns win tonight, by the time we're back here on Monday, they'll have already played a game against Oklahoma City in their first round series too. I'm not going to look ahead to that series, obviously, because this game tonight is far too important for that. But I have heard this argument of, well, what's the big deal? They get in and play Oklahoma City. They're not going to win that series anyway. Setting all that aside, how valuable in your mind is it for a team that has a lot of youth on it like the Suns do, or a lot of guys didn't have a whole lot of experience playing the minutes they have this season? How valuable is it for them just to be in a 7-game series in the playoffs?
No, you bring up a great point, Luke, and it's massive. And look, and this is the conversation we'll have at some point, right, in the next few weeks. This was a team that, was picked to win 29 games. 26 by some of the so-called experts. So in many ways, this has been a wildly successful season. But I would liken a first-round playoff match against anybody as massively valuable. I would compare it to like when fans say, well, gosh, they're going to XYZ bowl game. Who cares? Well, you care if you're the coach because you're getting like 25 more practices.
Yeah.
You're getting put into a high pressure cooker situation. And for most of these guys, it'll be the first time ever. So even just getting in that play-in game experience the other night, the guys like Colin Gillespie, like Oso, like Ryan Dunn, like what did they gain and what experience can they use from the loss the other night to apply here tonight? So you can't even fully quantify it in my mind.
Hey, Kay, one of the more interesting things to watch is who can keep their composure among Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks. And Dylan came out with some words, and I thought it was kind of strange because his Rockets lost last year. They've lost to Memphis. He hasn't had a great run against the Warriors, but isn't it going to be somewhat of who's going to try to rile the other guy up? And will Scott Foster try to get this thing under control early, give them quick texts? How do you think that plays into this game tonight?
Well, look, if this was like a movie premiere weekend when you just rattled off the list of A-listers, I think we'd all be rushing out to buy tickets, right?
Absolutely.
and I hope it's in IMAX. That's all I know. Yeah, look, this is we know Draymond's game, and we know Dylan's game. I think, and maybe this is more hope for me. I thought Dylan, everybody was concerned the other night with Dylan and, is he going to get teed up? And I think he's done a good job, but I think we also know that Draymond is a different cat. And look, my hope is this with Scott Foster, and I've said this throughout the entire season. These games mean way too much for you to be the central figure in this. So understand the parties involved, Draymond and Dylan. Not saying that you let them run the game, but there's a way to set the tone as the crew chief, and it's going to happen. There's going to be words. The question is, are you going to step in rather than quickly, blowing the whistle and teeing one or both of them up? Will you step in and look at them both, tell the coaches, that's it. That's your one warning. And at that point, then it becomes, the responsibility is on Dylan and Draymond. But yeah, there's going to be great theater tonight. The question is, who will keep the composure? But more importantly, who's going to execute? Because forget, we love to talk about this theater, but the bottom line is this game is way too big to get caught up in theater and, who's going to one-up who in terms of the smack talk game. So go out and execute, because I will tell you this team, just in looking at the numbers from the regular season matchups, we were concerned about rebounding against Portland, right? Because they had the big, long athletic. The Warriors out-rebounded the Suns in 3 of the 4 games. And I'm talking, 10, 11, 12, 13 offensive rebounds. If you don't find your guy and get a body on them, the Guy Santoses, the Brandon Pajemskis, the Al Horfords, they'll sneak across the lane and they'll get a rebound and kick it out. And when you're ducking inside because you're a step late, guess who's on the wing? Guess who's at the top of the key? Some dude named Stephen Curry. You cannot put yourself in that position.
Okay, great stuff as always, man. Looking forward to hopefully talking to you before some playoff games next week.
All right, I got to race to my therapist. Hope to talk to you guys on Monday.
Tell him you're stressed. All right, thanks, Kay. That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. He's so right about the officiating, too. Like, we're all going to be upset if the Suns lose tonight because Steph just went off. But that's life, right? Like, you'll get over that. If we're in here on Monday and it's like, yeah, the Suns lost because Golden State shot 43 free throws, nobody wants. Like, no. Yeah. That's just that's not tolerable.
And I just hope that he understands what this game is, and he may or may not. This isn't game 12. This is a do or die
Talking
situation.
about Scott Foster?
Yeah, because
he should understand what
he
the
should,
game is.
But a lot of times these guys don't. It's like, look, man, you can't affect. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't affect a game of this magnitude because your ego gets in the middle of it.
You're going to end somebody's season.
Right, because Dylan Brooks claps, or because Draymond Green stares at you, or look, man, you're not the leading man. You're not even the whatever. You're way in the back. So let these guys play. Let them play with emotion. That's what the game is about. Give them fair warning. All these kind of things. I don't even agree with the fact that I'm going to get this thing under control early and tech them both up and hope that they're on their best behavior. That whole thing, just let it play out. Put your ego in the back seat and let the two teams determine who's going to move on.
The standard should be the officials the other night let Denny Avdia just scream obscenities at them, and they were cool with that. So that should be the standard.
That's a good point.
All right, we come back. Can the Suns actually do anything to slow down Steph tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundson for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You talked about how you're not into the idea of drafting Ty Simpson. And so I had to have a conversation with myself about that very subject. Why do I want the Cardinals to do it when I so doubt the player we're talking about? And the answer became very, very clear very, very quickly. I want a quarterback who might be that guy to be drafted this year so I don't have to ride this teeter-totter next year of wishing they would lose versus they've already got their guy. Let's start to build this out.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Spring is here, and that means it's go time for you and your yard, because we all know what's next. The Arizona summer that turns grass into dust. Hey, it's Wolf, and that's why my friends over at Legacy Green Solutions, they want to get ahead of it now before the heat actually hits. They're the local team that upgrades your outdoor space the right way. Drought-friendly turf, rock installs, full landscape design, everything you need to keep your yard looking sharp year-round. You know, our backyard at the Wolfley compound, I can tell you, is a true oasis, man. They came out to our place and completely transformed it. The artificial grass, it looks incredible, and it's built to last. And right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off. Yeah, 15% off. Right now is a perfect time to finally take care of those upgrades you've been putting off. So beat the heat and lock in that 15% spring special today. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com or text GREEN to 620-620.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. mDrive, for men who still show up.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a winner go-home play-in game. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the D-backs go for their third straight win tonight at home against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports. NFL.
No, we are doing. No, what am I doing? Shit.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the play-in tournament.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 of the show. Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today as we look ahead to this Suns-Warriors game tonight. You know, one thing, we just had Kevin Ray on, John. One thing he said that just hurts, right? As he was like, if they had just won, you know, maybe even half of these games in the second half of the season that they kind of let slip away because they weren't playing the same level of basketball they were playing earlier this season, they could be in a position where they're playing the Lakers in the first round right now. Can you imagine if that were the case, if they were playing the Lakers right now? Like, you would not only feel like the Suns have a real chance, you might even feel like they were going to win the series because the Lakers are so beat up.
Right. No Luka, no Reeves. And you played them pretty well during the season.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we talked about that a lot because I remember a while back, it was like, you know, they're fighting them for the 6 and 7, and lots of teams would want to play the Lakers. And now, like you said, not only at the end of games, but just playing four quarters, those kind of things. And just like tonight, you said this, they were up on Portland. You're feeling good with about, 6, 7, 8 minutes left in the game. You won't have that feeling tonight because Curry's on the floor.
Yeah, even if you win, you're not going to feel good till
within
the final
shouting
buzzer.
distance. You're going to think he's going to hit some crazy flurry of threes and, you know, do some sleepy time thing, and then you're like, season's over.
Well, somebody on the Suns going to have to be hitting shots tonight, too. Probably two somebodies. So you were looking at Steph's numbers in play-in games. Because the Warriors, this is kind of what they are now.
Yeah,
they're a play-in
exactly.
team at this point in their run, but they are a dangerous play-in team. So what has Steph in particular done?
You don't want to hear these, but he's played in 5 career play-in games. Yeah. He scored 35 or more in 4 of the 5. He also owns the, I don't know if you want this record, the highest scoring average in play-in tournament history.
Awesome.
He's over 34 points per game. He's the only player in play-in history with multiple 35-point games. Most recent, we know this, he had 35. He had 27 of those 35 in the second half because they just needed him to. And we're going to get into this conversation about Book because you want to see Rick get mad? Talk about something that K-Ray just said, how Book just plays within the game. But I think tonight you do have to go outside of that. So not only did he have 35 against the Clippers last time out, but 1 year ago, he scored 37 in a playoff win over Memphis, and he scored 41 in a play-in game against the Kings. So we've said this, but those numbers just back it up. At this point of the season, he knows what his team needs, And there's a high likelihood that he scores between 35 and 40 points. Now, does that mean that Book has to do that? Because K-Ray just said something we were talking about before the show, which is most players want to play within the system and this and that, but your true superstars say, okay, that's great. I would normally do that, but 80% of my shot is better than 100% of your shot. So if I'm taking an off balance, if I'm taking to this, if I'm taking to that, normally I wouldn't do that in the regular season, but does Book have to do that tonight where he says, Curry's doing that, I got to do that? Or is he so stuck in his ways, kind of what like K-Ray just said, that regardless of the situation, like tonight, do or die, that he's just going to play his game?
It's dangerous when you ask your best player to change how they play in a one-and-done situation. Like you said, we're going to get more into this in just a few minutes, but at the same time, the situation is what it is, and it's going to call for more than they got on Tuesday night, obviously.
Right.
We'll play this cut of Jordan Knott talking about the challenges that Steph presents because, again, this is not a normal player where it's like, even if it's a great player, but like a great traditional player, well, it better bring the defense, right? Well, how are you supposed to defend a guy that can just fire up shots that they're not supposed to take and hit them consistently? You can force Steph to take bad shots that as a defense, you're like, good, I made him take that shot from 40 feet away. Well, he hits it. So here's Jordan Knott.
Yeah, that's the challenge. It just never stops. So it's not only just the guy owning the ball, it's the screener's defender as well has to be super alert. Just when you think you have him under control, he comes out from the baseline side. And they obviously have incredible screeners too. So it's going to take 5 guys. It's not just one guy. We'll have a primary on him for sure. But you got to do it, and you got to do it for all 48. I think that's the mental resilience you need to have at this time of year. Even our game and last night's game, you could see the highs and lows and the runs that teams went on. You got to somehow overcome all those to get to the finish line for the full 48.
He's going to get his. And it's going to take a lot more for the Suns, I think. It's going to take a lot more from the Suns to win this game tonight than it would have from them to beat Portland the other night.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what? You didn't beat Portland, so now you have to beat Golden State. And when you say, well, they got to beat Golden State, it's like, well, they were the 10 seed. Come on. Like, they knew that they were locked in to 10 for a month. They didn't have to try. They didn't, and I mean, like, they didn't have to play Porzingis. They didn't have to rush him back. They didn't have to rush Steph back. Draymond even basically said this, about a week ago. Like, we knew where we were.
They could lose 10 games and they were still going to be the 10, so they didn't have to do anything.
The 5 teams behind them weren't trying, so they knew to pace themselves and get ready for the postseason. And we've seen the Warriors do this before and win a title doing it. They're not going to do that this year. But it doesn't matter to the Suns if Golden State's good enough to win a 7-game series against Oklahoma City. All that matters is Golden State good enough to win a one-and-done.
Yeah.
Even if Golden State was playing Oklahoma City tonight in a one-or-done, I wouldn't say it's a lock Oklahoma City wins that. Because
that's what they do.
Steph in a one-and-done is not good.
Well, and to go back to something Jordan Knott said, this is the way that teams who have had success against him, again, the number one thing to stop Steph Curry is that he stops himself, that he's just not hitting shots. That's rare, but that could happen. That's number one.
And then Golden State's done.
Right. But number two, something he mentioned there, you can't just throw the same look at him. He's seen everything. I get that. But if you want to equate it to like a batter, you got to have fastballs, curveballs. You almost got to be like you, Darvish, where you got like 7 different pitches. So you're going to see Dylan Brooks on him. You're going to see Book on him. You're going to see you have to throw size on him. You have to throw physicality on him. You have to throw double sometimes. You have to throw. That's what's so hard about preparing for a one and done against this guy is he has seen everything and he has figured everything out and he knows. But what you have to do consistently throughout a game to even give yourself a chance is that you've got to throw different guys at him. So sometimes it's got to be size, sometimes it's got to be a double, sometimes you pick him up full court because here's the other thing too. He's in tremendous shape, especially for a guy his age, but I'm not even going to put that caveat on there. He's just in great shape. But sometimes you got to pick him up. Sometimes you got to tire him out. On the other end of the floor, whoever he's defending, and he's not the poor defender that you think he is, but whoever he's defending has got to get the ball and make him work on both ends of the floor. Don't give him a rest like teams do LeBron. So there's all these different things that you have to focus in on him so much that you hope that somebody else on their team doesn't do something too to be a true Robin to his Batman.
Yeah,
because
they don't need somebody else
because he demands so much attention that if somebody else gets going, you're like, now you're sunk.
Yeah, and I don't even know how to really interpret this or how to judge this, but Porzingis is playing now. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't playing all season, so when people look at Golden State's record, they didn't have Porzingis. Like, I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but I don't like it. All right, we're going to go to break because when we come back, you can talk about what you've really wanted to talk about now for the last half hour since Rick had that breaking news. Jacoby Brissett apparently wants an extension. Don't we have enough problems right now? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The only issue I had with the turnovers was when they happened. 3 of them happened in the fourth quarter, and all 3 were right about the time when things started to fall apart for the Suns. At the end of the game, when it mattered most, he just got loose with it. He got sloppy with it. He was making bad decisions. And I don't say that to take away from the overall great night that he had. He carried the Suns offensively. There are just these moments he gets a little lost in the sauce sometimes, you know?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I am gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
There's a lot
kind of stuff going on today.
Oh, boy.
Wolf and Luke, John Lund in for Wolf. Looking at the YouTube live chat. It's great. And I love the, as you would imagine, John, there's some people weighing in on this Jacoby Brissett report today. So the report is essentially that he wants a raise. That's basically what this is. He wants a new deal. It sounds, or at least it sounded like he would be the starter. Now, they were asked about that at the press conference yesterday, and they were kind of non-committal on who the starter is.
Especially money.
Yeah, but maybe because he knew this was going on. If you go out there and like, hey, Jacoby's the starter, and Jacoby's agent's like, hey,
right.
pay my guy like the starter. But, the report from Ian Rappaport earlier was that Brissett is not attending phase 1 of the offseason program and is asking for an extension that pays him as the starter. And then he adds in there, Brissett is set to make $9.06 million in 2026, but he only has $1.5 million in guaranteed money and wants security. And he also does say Arizona appears willing to address it. So the second Rick hit the breaking news, that is a way to address it. You have been so distracted during the break. So where do you want to go with this?
Real quick, because we got to get to a lot of things in regards to the draft. But it's a 2-year, $12.5 million contract, 3.5. 8 guaranteed. That was the first year. And so this year, Brissett is going to earn $4.8 million with only 1.5 guaranteed. And a lot of times what these guys do is they get upset when they don't have much money guaranteed. And he's a starter. And, he's vastly underpaid. I get it. But what this is, to interpret, is this is an agent hearing all these rumors. This isn't Brissett himself. This is an agent hearing all these rumors. And what this does is, if we can go a little bit deeper here, this legitimizes, not Schefter, not Rappaport, not any of these guys, Schrager, an agent hearing these things as deeply as they know things, and they can cut between the truth and the lies, going to the Cardinals now and saying, hey, guarantee us some more money right now. In other words, because he's hearing that Ty Simpson is legit to the Cardinals, and then what that means is Ty Simpson's your 2. They've already got Minshew. That gives you no leverage whatsoever to get more money. What he really wants is that $4.8 million that's left, guarantee it, and then put some money on top of it.
Yeah.
But this is all an agent doing, and so he's going to the Cardinals and he's saying, in other words, legitimize my guy. And the Cardinals are saying, hang on. The Cardinals cannot address this situation until after maybe even the second round. They might call Brissett's people back if they don't take Simpson in the first or early second round. First round is Thursday, second round and third round are Friday. So if the first and second round pass, they'll then talk to Jacoby Brissett and say, you're right, you're vastly underpaid as a starter. We'll bump this, we'll guarantee the money, whatever the case may be. But they can't do anything until they do or don't take Simpson. Because if they do take Simpson and they've already got Minshew, then Brissett becomes a trade chip that I don't know what you can get for him. You tell me, but 4, 5, 6 round pick, Steelers. I don't know.
It's gonna be funny when they get more for Jacoby Brissett than they got for Kyler Murray, and everybody loses their mind.
That's the point. Is that this is an agent going to the Cardinals trying to get some security or answers for his guy, and the Cardinals go back to him and say, we can't until after the draft. If we take Simpson, we'll trade your guy. If we don't, we'll legitimize his salary to a more manageable level for a starting
Okay, so then let's get into that. And you and I were talking during the break, like what leverage does Jacoby Brissett's agent even really have? And we're like, what teams need a quarterback at this point? And the one we both came up with is the Steelers. If I'm Jacoby Brissett's agent, I'm going to be like, hey, Pittsburgh doesn't even know if they have a quarterback because Aaron Rodgers isn't aware the draft is this week. So that would be the team that you'd be using if you're the Steelers. I get why Jacoby Brissett and his agent, you just laid it out. I get why. Like, if he's the starter, really, then he probably should be paid more than he's scheduled to get. But also and this is the more interesting part to me, if they're hearing behind the scenes, like not on Twitter, if they're hearing around the NFL world that the Cardinals are going to go take Ty Simpson, if I'm Jacoby Brissett, I don't want to be like, hey, am I getting cut like right before the season? I get no money, and now no team needs a quarterback, and all of a sudden I'm fighting to be somebody.
And then he only gets $1.5 million.
Yeah,
because that's all that's guaranteed.
But that's setting Jacoby aside for a second. This is another sign. You're like those animals that, like, hey, look how John's reaction. That means we're gonna have rain in 3 days. Like that's what you're like. You're like those were
totally true.
This would indicate more than somebody saying it on a TV show that the Cardinals really might be interested in Ty Simpson. And I'm stressed
and
out
your
again.
reaction is what? Because I've already laid this all out. So knowing this, and again, this is reality. This is not Schrager. This is not Schefter. This is not Rappaport. This is an agent who's more dialed in even than those guys.
It's actually taking
saying,
action because he sees
this is
coming.
legit. Not that they're going to get him, but this is legit. They're trying to
They're
get him.
interested, yeah.
I got to try to protect my guy. And so this is the biggest indicator yet that the Cardinals are interested. And I don't care what Monty says, and I don't care what LaFleur says. There are indicators in life, and this is a big one. So what would you say that they have this kind of interest in Ty Simpson?
Well, first of all, and I was telling you this during the break, the Cardinals going out and getting Ty Simpson feels like somebody who doesn't have a way to get to work, so they buy a luxury car that burns a ton of gas. Like, they don't need this. Ty Simpson, to me, is a better fit for a team like the Rams or somebody, whoever, that can kind of bring him along. Now, again, I mean, because of his weird college career, even if you're the Rams, you're sitting him for another year. He just sat for how many years in college, too? But at least you can kind of develop him behind a Matthew Stafford or whoever. I don't like him for the Cardinals, but this now, I think, helps answer a question I've had for a while. Is everybody linking Ty Simpson to the Cardinals nationally because it's like, well, I wouldn't really want him on my team, but the Cardinals need a quarterback. Just put him on the Cardinals. Just put him on Arizona. Like we have that promo from Burns and Gambo, and Burns is spot on. It feels like you're at a party and your friends are all trying to set one person up with another person. It feels like the NFL, and I'm stealing exactly what Dave Burns said, but he's spot on. It feels like the NFL is trying to set up the Cardinals and Ty Simpson. Hey, you need a quarterback. Hey, you need a team. Again, we don't really want you on our team, but just put him on the Cardinals. Except stuff like this is it the league trying to set them up, and that's why every mock draft has Ty Simpson to the Cardinals, why no other team seems to want him? Or do the Cardinals actually want him? And that's what people are hearing behind the scenes. Something like this, it's not hard to make the leap and say, Jacoby Brissett's agent is hearing it too. The Cardinals are interested in Ty Simpson, so he's like, I got to get my guy paid or he's going to get left out in the cold.
That's it. I mean, these actions by an agent to have this kind of timing, because again, think about this. Does this need to get done right now? Do I care if Jacoby Brissett is at phase one?
Not if the Cardinals aren't drafting a quarterback.
There's no leverage whatsoever gained by that. Now, we get to training camp, that would be different. But see, that's what I'm saying about the timing of it. We're coming up on the draft. All these other insiders can say stuff they don't necessarily know because it's lying season, but an agent does.
Other agents know.
Right. So by the agent coming out with this peculiar timing and saying Jacoby wants security is what he's asking for now, and the Cardinals can't give it to him. They can't give it to him until after the draft, but this is the timing of it. If this was legit in that way, then the agent would be going to the Cardinals later on. Because the closer, if you don't have a quarterback, the closer you get to the season, the more leverage you get. So if I do this right before training camp, damn, I don't have a way to get another quarterback. He's doing it now to force the Cardinals to make a decision or at least react to it to say, no, we won't do this. He knows then they're very interested in Ty Simpson. He's trying to read the cards that the Cardinals have. The Cardinals back to him are saying, hey, get back to us on, I don't know, Saturday night?
How about next week?
Exactly. So that's because if they get Simpson, he's then going to be gone. But he's trying to figure out now before the draft. That's why it's important because Brissett wants to move now. Once these other teams, again, draft a quarterback, he's not an option anymore. So Pittsburgh, for example, has an opening. Pittsburgh drafts Grant Nussmeier in the third round. Sorry, we don't need Brissett. You see what I mean? So now a whole wave of players is coming into the league. His agent is trying to get it done now.
We've got Aaron Rodgers to train our rookie quarterback because he's so good with that stuff.
Right, and there's not great quarterbacks coming out, but it's just there's a flood of them coming in the league where a team might say, okay, we'd love Brissett, but now that you drafted a rookie, even in the third or fourth round, whether it be Carson Beck or Drew Alar or any of these guys, now they wouldn't need him. So they're trying to force the Cardinals' hand now because they're hearing they might take Ty Simpson. That's what this is all about.
This is, yeah, and again, the point to stress, not that they're hearing the Cardinals might take Ty Simpson in an NFL.com mock draft. They're hearing it in their real life workspace, basically.
Like other GMs are saying to him,
yeah,
where do you think he's going to go? Because he's trying to find that out. Oh, I think he's going to the Cardinals.
Yeah. And
see, the draft is fun.
The draft is fun. I don't want them to take a quarterback.
No, you hate
year.
Is it safe to say that you hate Ty Simpson?
I don't. I think he could have, but I don't like Ty Simpson here this year.
Yeah.
I think, and look, it could work, but it feels like a bit of a lottery ticket as opposed to let's build a really good team and then let's take a quarterback in the first round in 2027 that we've seen play football in college. All right, we come back.
By the way, one quick thing. I know we're late. One quick thing. The dynamic that's so hard for the Cardinals here is Monty Ossenfort is fighting for his job. Mike LaFleur is brand new.
Yeah.
If it's Mike LaFleur, he doesn't have to take Simpson this year because he doesn't have to take a lottery ticket. Monty Ossenfort is saying, no, I need a lottery ticket quarterback right now because I'm not going to win enough games with Jacoby Brissett. So who wins out?
I think Monty gets to draft a quarterback. And if I'm Monty, I'm being like, hey, have some patience. I'll draft him in 2027. But
he won't. See, I don't think he'll be here. And see, that becomes the dynamic of who's got more power. Does Monty have ultimate say? Because if he does, then they might take a quarterback. If he doesn't, then Mike LaFleur says, what's the rush, man? Let's get Jacoby in there. I just got here. And then next year we'll get one in a better draft class. They're at opposite ends.
All right, we come back. How much pressure is on Devin Booker specifically to take over in this game tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lunzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they've built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
The first ever Fiesta Bowl Flag Football Classic, presented by Oakley, is coming to ASU this Saturday and Sunday. 8 top Division I programs, 2 days, 1 stage, and tickets are completely free. This is fast, fearless football. Don't miss a defining moment in women's sports. Bring your friends and feel the energy. Grab your free tickets now at fiestasports.org/flag football. That's fiestasports.org/flag football. The game just changed.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number 1 killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their third straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. Wake up at Rito's Mexican Food, Mesa Riverview. Loaded bacon, sausage, and chorizo burritos, stacked red and green chilaquiles. Breakfast done right. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
All right, Wolf and Luke. John London for Wolf. You got to talk about Jacoby Brissett, the
Okay,
ramifications.
I feel good now.
They've put hockey on one of the TVs in here.
Oh, boy.
So I'm just going to turn
Hey,
my
Rick,
chair
get
this
ready.
way.
It's going to be me and you in just a second. As soon as this game starts.
2 hours. No, well, there's no game yet. They're just and now they're just interviewing Seth Jarvis. I can't hear that. I don't need to watch that.
You want to turn it up?
No, I don't. I don't want to. Carolina is, not the title contender.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
This is, you mentioned this before. We were talking about this in the pre-show meeting, and I have not seen Rick this angry about something in a while. Not since last week when Jamal got all that free pizza out on remote and Rick didn't get any. By the way, we're going to do a listeners-only meeting in 10 minutes. So 602-260-9870, because we got to get the pulse of the Suns fans right now in terms of your confidence level for tonight and what this one game tonight does or doesn't mean in terms of your confidence level about where this organization is just going, big picture, okay? Now, listening to the post-game show the other night with Mitch, certainly hearing on the other shows that did get to do listeners-only meetings earlier this week, it was I don't want to say shocking, but it was just kind of like, wow. Kind of you get jarred back into reality. How many diehard Suns fans were like, it might be time to trade Devin Booker. I am not there. I don't think there's anything Devin Booker could do that I would ever think the Suns need to trade him, short of like doing something stupid off the court, right? But which he's not going to do. It's Devin Booker. But, let's not pretend he had a great game the other night. If he just hits his free throws, they probably win that game. So you brought this up a little bit earlier. Do you ask Devin Booker to basically go out there and just chuck the ball up there if he has to? Like, everything runs through you tonight. It's do or die. You're our best player. You're paid as our best player. Do you ask him to essentially change his game and maybe not make the, quote, right basketball play, unquote, sometimes? Just, if nothing else, force the ball up.
Hey, Rick, it's your birthday, so why don't you recreate what you did before the show?
Throwing like computer monitors and stuff.
That was not happening.
You were not happy though.
You were not happy.
I wouldn't say I was unhappy. The word I would say is or that I would use is just I was passionate. I think that Book's got to tonight. He's got to act like Kobe when Kobe's teammates were Kwame Brown and Smush Parker. And I'm not saying that the Suns' current roster is Kwame Brown and Smush Parker, but Book has to step up, take over the game.
You're just saying he needs to be a little more selfish.
Yes,
in a good
he
way.
needs to. If there's bad shots, that Steph Curry takes some bad shots, and I think that he should do that. He should go out there and just be on a mission. If it takes him 50 shots, do it. He needs to take this game over and be that true number one that I think we all believe he can be, but I'm not sure he has been. So I really want to see him just put his head down and just be playoff book from like 3-4 years ago.
The only problem I have with this is, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I look at the game the other night and I'm like, if the Suns just play defense in the first half, they win. If Book just hits his free throws, they probably win. So I don't. Now, Golden State's not Portland, obviously. I would say Portland's better, but if Steph's hitting his threes, then Golden State's more dangerous in a situation like this. And Steph always hits his threes, so you got a real issue here on your hands now. But my only concern with that mindset is I've seen Devin Booker be the guy. I've seen him score 70 points, and they lost the game. Now, those Suns teams do not have the pieces that this Suns team has. But this Suns team doesn't have the pieces that the 2021 Suns team had when they went to the NBA Finals. So you might not have a choice. You might have to. I mean, if Jalen Green's shot's not falling tonight, I'd much rather have Devin Booker chucking up lower percentage shots than Jalen Green if he's just missing. You know what I mean? The other night is tough, and K-Ray laid this out. You know, that last shot, and this is why I haven't really been too quick to say that's on Book on the last shot. He's covered by Toumani Camara. Toumani Camara is
good,
really good defensive player, and Jalen Green had 35 points. Yeah. You get the ball out to him, it is the, quote, right move. It's tough for me to fault a player for making the right move, but there is a point tonight where if Jalen Green's shot's not falling, if Dylan Brooks' shot isn't falling, or Dylan Brooks is caught up in this other stuff with Draymond Green, I said this the other day going into that game, if my season's on the line and I'm in the Phoenix Suns, I want Devin Booker taking the shot.
There's a happy medium here, and this is how Michael Jordan used to do it in all the big games. He would go in and try to get the confidence of his teammates early, and he would gauge how good they were going to be on that given night. So early in games, in big games, Jordan a lot of times would say, okay, let me move the ball and see who's on tonight. And he would figure out who was on and who wasn't. And then at a particular point in that game, he would then take it over.
Yeah.
Now's my time, pedal to the metal. And that's, I think, the mentality Book has to have. Okay, what you normally like to do is to get others involved. So do that early in the game because you can get yours generally at any point. So get others involved, see where their meter is on that certain night. And if it's not where it's supposed to be and it's the particular time and it's a close game, then it's time for you to pull away and hit metal to the pedal. That's how a lot of guys do it that are the superstars. Give your guys a chance. Try to get them confident early in the game. But if they're not getting it done, then you don't have to have a choice and be selfish. So in other words, not from the get, I'm going to get all mine and all my guys got to catch up. It's get guys confidence early. And if they are on, then fine, you lean on that guy. If they're not, sorry, bro, we don't have a tomorrow. So I got to take over. That's kind of what it is.
I think that's probably the best move, honestly, because, and you said this earlier, Golden State's not coming in this game like, hey, who's Devin Booker? Should we cover him? Like, everything's going to be focused on him. I don't need to see him chucking up horrible shots in the first quarter and just being like, well, he's Devin Booker. Like, okay.
Because then everybody's standing around not getting involved and they don't get a lather and they don't get confidence.
Yeah.
And that's the worst case scenario.
He is not Steph. And they're just different players.
No,
like Steph can take horrible circus shots. That's his game. Book is a mid-range guy. Book, and I've said this for years, and I maintain it. They also ask Book to do too much. You ask him to do multiple jobs, and then you're like, hey, why aren't you out there scoring us 40? Well, you're asking me to facilitate too and do this and that. Like, I think what you said is the way to do it. Go out there, play good basketball in the first half. I don't need to see Devin Booker score 50 points tonight, but when the game's on the line, I want to see peak Book. And that's just the NBA. If you don't get a peak performance from your best player, your season will end.
Yeah, and look, that's how fans are going to look at it too. If I'm going down tonight, I'm going down my way, and that's Book at the end. Again, he doesn't have to do it at the beginning, but when this game is tight, then he's got to be the guy. And there's no more, I got to make the right basketball play. To hell with that.
You need to see him hitting that shot that he hit like in the bubble to beat the Clippers, like that iconic. It was the Clippers, right, where he's laying on his back. I don't even remember what the opponent was at that point, but yeah, maybe I do remember. Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance to win a $25 Sonic gift card, and one lucky winner is going to take home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. Get ready for that. Text Smasher to 620-620 to enter. When we come back, now it's your turn. Where's your confidence level in the Suns getting this done tonight against the Warriors and actually making the playoffs? And big picture, how important is it to you that they make the playoffs? 602-260-9870. It's the listeners only meeting. Again, 602-260-9870. Your calls, Suns Talk, next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home. 1 or 2.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6. 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Not every dealership is built the same. Earnhardt Ford has spent 75 years proving that. What sets them apart is their legacy of doing right by Arizonans. No bull, no exception since 1951. They straight talk on every price. What you see is exactly what you pay. A tailored buying experience around you. Relaxed, honest, and no pressure. And you can shop your way online, browse, and buy when you are ready. Here's the kicker. The new 2026 Ford F-150 STX is ready to impress. Lock in 4.9% APR for 60 months or walk away saving up to $8,000 off MSRP. It's your call. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699.3. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
On Saturday, April 18th, pick up the Cattell Marte tee before the D-backs Blue Jays game, courtesy of State Farm. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Quit it now! All right, 602-260-9870. Wolf and Luke, John Lund's in for Wolf today. Talking Suns, taking calls right now. It'd be funny if we just took all these callers and every time we went to the phones, we changed it up on. We're like, do you want Ty Simpson? We're
Ty
not doing
Simpson
that.
to Arizona feels inevitable is the latest from Daniel Jeremiah.
We're going to
carry on. Carry
All
on.
right, so the question, simple. Where's your confidence level in the Suns tonight? And what does this mean to you, big picture, about the direction of this team? Let's start with Kiernan in Gilbert. Kiernan, what's going on?
Hey, it's Wolf on Arizona Sports. Are you kidding me, Johnny? Oh, Luke, what are we doing? Hey, God, I can't do Wolf the whole time.
That wasn't too
so
bad,
let's
though.
face it. John, yeah, long time. But you've never heard me, but I've heard you a lot, man. I like your stuff. Good job, man. Hey, so real quick, obviously, let's make sure it's emphasized. Every single Phoenix Suns fan, you cannot deny that you had no idea that we would be where we are tonight. So that has to be emphasized. Now, set that aside. If I was doing Wolf, are you talking to me? Jordan Ott. Yeah, Jordan Ott. That's who we need to focus on. It is on him. Talk about the weight on his shoulders. He needs to be better at rotating. Give the guys a little bit more break. Put the bigs in. Put Nanan in there. Give him like 3 minutes. If the bigs are, he didn't do that last game. And if he had, that would have been a huge difference. Book, obviously, he knows what he has to do. We all know that. He knows he screwed up. He knows that. I guarantee he lost sleep a little bit about it. But he's going to show up tonight. Don't tell me 30 to 40 points. Maybe. That would be great. But even if he doesn't, as long as he does as good of a job as he can. Jalen Green, stop turning the damn ball over, please. Just slow it down a little bit. Stop trying to be a hero. So there's so many other things to talk about. I don't have time. We don't have time. You guys know that. But I am excited that they're here. Low expectations, though. Let's see if we get a bad Draymond and exhausted, Bear that we poked, thanks to Dylan Brooks. And love you guys. And Wolf, man, if you're listening, now he's not listening. Let's face it. All right, guys, later.
I love how he
Thanks,
caught himself
Kieran.
at the end. He was going to say something. He ain't listen. No, he's not.
All right, thank you, Kieran. We appreciate the call. Let's keep going to these 602-260-9870. Let's talk to Brad in Mesa. Brad, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey guys, how's it going? Big fan. I'm fairly confident in this team. The big thing is Devin Booker has to show up. Like, he's 0-4 in single elimination games, and if Devin Booker doesn't show up, then I don't see him winning this game because Steph is going to show up. The guy's done this for so many years in play-ins, and if Booker doesn't show up and basically demonstrate that he is a superstar, then you should be asking, is Book really our superstar? But thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate the call. Yeah, that's a good point right there that he was kind of, I think, leading towards. Of it feels like in these play-in games, typically most of the best players are showing up and having big games. And I personally think Book's going to show up tonight. And he's going to look around and be like, come on. Like, I've stuck with this franchise through thick and thin. We should be going to the playoffs. We're at home. I'm going to get this done. But Steph's going to show up.
Right.
There's no doubt.
We gave you
that
the
he
numbers.
shows up. Yeah. All right, let's talk to Jimmy in El Mirage. What's going on, Jimmy?
Well, they just need to do what got them there. You don't need to play panic basketball. Play Suns basketball. Aggressive defense. Team play. We don't care who scores as long as we win the game. Booker needs to keep hitting the right man. Making the right basketball play. That's why we lost the last game, because they started playing star ball. They need to play as a team, do what they've done to get here, and I think they'll win this game if they do that. Good coaching from Coach Ott, and they can win the game. Just do what you do, but do it as perfectly as you can. Don't get off your course because you lost the game. Carpe diem.
All right, thanks, Jimmy. That's he's fired up. Everybody's fired up today. John, you've gotten oddly quiet over there.
No, I'm just listening to I yip yap for hours at a time, so I'm just hearing what the people have to say.
Right.
Carpe diem, seize the day.
People are
Mr. Positive.
People are fired up.
Very nice.
I don't know that the Suns were like. I don't feel like Devin Booker was forcing up shots in the fourth quarter, obviously, because we just talked about that. They did kind of get into some ISO ball in the fourth quarter, but it wasn't really him. And I agree with Jimmy there. We don't need to see possessions where it's just Jalen Green brings the ball up, fires up a shot. Dylan Brooks brings the ball up, fires. Like, let's do what you did best all season, because I don't think you can change it on the fly right now that much and expect to actually win. Let's talk to Danny and Chandler. Danny, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
So the first thing I want to say is, as a team, I think the Suns are the better team than the Warriors are. I think the Warriors are old and for the most part their time is done. However, as you guys been saying, that Steph Curry guy scares me a little bit. Let's face it, a lot in a one game, take all scenario. That being said, I have a friend who has said to me a couple of times this week that the Suns winning this game would do a lot to for their psyche going into next season. That they actually secured a playoff spot, made it in. They're going to get demolished, I think, by OKC next if they do win. But what I will say, last but not least, is Devin Booker really needs to show up. We know that he's been a legend here for years, but for those who think that maybe he's a star rather than a superstar, maybe he's knocking on that threshold, these are the kinds of games where we need our stars to show up and the boys are separated from the men.
Thanks, Danny. Appreciate the call. Yeah, the last time the Suns won a playoff game was May 7th of 2023. And it's also the last time they won a playoff game in that building or any postseason game. And they won on May 5th and May 7th. And those two games, Booker and Durant just went off in those two. It was against Denver. Yeah. And I remember those. I think everybody remembers those because one of them they combined for like 86 points and the other one they combined for like in the 70s between the two of them. And they need that because there's nobody on this team that is Kevin Durant. I know that era bothered everybody, and that's fine. But even like the other night when Book kicks the ball out to Jalen Green, you're not kicking the ball out to Kevin Durant. You're kicking the ball out to Jalen Green.
Right.
No disrespect to Jalen Green, but it's not somebody who's just going to make the shot 90% of the time.
And look, I want to keep hearing from the people, but I'm not going to say it's overly simplistic to just say that Book. I know that's the lowest hanging fruit here, but this is Dylan Brooks composing himself. This is tough defense, which they haven't shown at times. This is, Book at certain times has to do this, but this has to be when they've been really, really good. Jalen Green has been a big time contributor. This has got to be, look, where the hell's Grayson Allen been? Hello? Is that ankle okay tonight? Can we count on you a little bit? Hey, Mark Williams, can we count on you a little bit? Like, this has to be everybody. And to the caller that said that, the Warriors don't, in a one-game scenario, you said this earlier, and I think you're right on point. I don't care if it's OKC, San Antonio, whatever team you want to mention. In a one-game series, nobody would want to see the Warriors. They just don't.
If this was Warriors Thunder tonight, I would still pick the Thunder to win, but it wouldn't be like it would be like 60-40, honestly, because again, Steph can just go off, and when he does, he's not really coverable. Let's talk to Alonzo in Phoenix. Alonzo, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
How's your Friday?
You too.
Just wanted to. Everyone's been touching up on about how the game's gonna go, this and that, but I really wanted to focus on Booker's future here because, like we've heard before, he's 0-4 in win or go home situations. I think questions might start arising is Booker our guy down the line if he doesn't manage? Because he had a chance to close it out in Portland or here in Phoenix against Portland, he didn't. So if he does that again, I don't know. There might have to start being some conversations around his future here with the organization. Obviously not huge waves, but there might be a little bit of conversation coming out about that.
Thanks, Alonzo. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I know a lot of people feel that way. Like I said, I'm not trading Devin Booker. I don't think that's I know Alonzo's not saying that. He's just saying that this starts the conversation here. If you become the first ever 7 seed, to miss out on the playoffs because you can't win either play-in game at home against teams that in theory you should be better than, or people keep bringing up the elimination game record in these situations. I think we'll get back into this. If anything, it sort of draws a line of how difficult it is to be a guy who can just carry your team to a win. And I think that's the question right now with Devin Booker. It's not, hey, is this guy great player? Can he be your number one? It's like, can he just drag you to a win in a big game?
And again, look, these are the numbers. in his last 4 elimination games, so this is 2021 finals, 22 playoffs, 23 playoffs, 24 playoffs.
Don't bring up the 22 playoffs, please.
This is it. I mean, we just gave up Steph's numbers, right? In these playing games, there's 35 plus. He's got a 41 and a 37, and then what he did against the Clippers.
Yeah.
Book's averaging 22.8 on 37.6% shooting. He's got a 19, 11, a 12, and a 49. So he can do a 49, but he can do an 11 or a 12. Look, if he scores 11 or 12 tonight, they're dead. They'll lose by 25. I don't even think he can score 19. So he's got a 19, 11, a 12, and a 49, and he's shooting about 38% in his last 4 elimination games.
The bottom line, you got to step out big picture, too. What do we think the issue might be with this team at the start of the season? They don't have enough scoring. I think you got to probably got to get at least 28 from Book tonight. You know, and I know I said earlier, I don't care about his total points. I care about him hitting big shots when it matters, when the game's on the line. But there is a number. Like, I think he's got to be 28 plus. Otherwise, I don't think you're going to get enough scoring.
You're a clairvoyant. His career scoring average in the playoffs, is 28. Yeah. Exactly.
Wow,
28.
Really? Okay, well.
So his last 4 elimination, he hasn't been good. But in the playoffs, if you say he doesn't perform in the playoffs, you're inaccurate because his career scoring average is exactly 28.
Yeah. Also, we're 28 minutes late to break.
Sorry.
We come back. We're taking the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake, limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford. Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? We are knocking it out of the park with service. This is the largest tire sales event we have ever had in history. Buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
Did I hear you right? Any make, any brand?
That's right, Dave.
And don't forget, you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 36 months. So schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a winner-go-home play-in game. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Friday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here on his birthday just for this segment and the rest of the show. What's going on, Rick?
What's up, guys? The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a winner-go-home play-in game. If they win tonight, the Suns will take on the Thunder in the first round as the 8th seed. I'm going to say the Suns win tonight.
Okay, well, I'll take that.
Do you guys get... This series will start before we're back on Monday.
Yeah.
So, do you guys give the Suns any chance to win a game if they do indeed play Oklahoma City?
To win a game against
One
the
game.
Thunder? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they win tonight, I think that would do something for this team, and maybe some things would kind of click into place because they haven't had a whole lot of good to build off of in the last couple months. And you're right, it's sort of weird to talk about this right now, except if the Suns win tonight, they will play Oklahoma City game 1 before we're even back in here on Monday. I don't give them a chance to win the series, but I think they could win a game against Oklahoma City. I think there's a lot of value. I mean, how many people have we heard talk about, hey, I wanted to see Kaman Malwatch? We even had a caller last segment be like, why no Malwatch against Portland? I don't know if we're going to see him tonight or not, but if you're in a best-of-7 series, I think he and Fleming would get some minutes, and I think that's invaluable for those guys.
Yeah, depending on matchups. I mean, they have a guy like Hartenstein. I mean, it would just depend on, who they'd have on the floor.
And there's a little more wiggle room. It's not do or die in game 1, If you're Jordan Ott, you might feel okay running one of them out there.
I wouldn't give them a chance. They're 13-14 since the break. They've shown us nothing that would make you believe that they are back on any kind of a track that they were. And Oklahoma City is so good. If they had won the game, as we continue to go back to, against Portland, I'd give them a fighter's chance, not to necessarily win the series, but maybe even 1 or 2 against San Antonio, as good as they are, but not against Oklahoma City.
I really wanted to see them play San Antonio because I think that's a team, and so is Oklahoma City, but the team you're going to have to go through for a long time, and they've played San Antonio really well this year.
That's what I base it on.
Again, not that I think they would have won the series against the Spurs, but I think they could have made that real interesting where it was like 2-2 after 4 games, and you're not going to do that against Oklahoma City.
All right, real quick, I just want to throw this out there, but my Cardinals question will be different. There has been a report that Jacoby Brissett is asking for an extension that, quote-unquote, pays him as the starter. But my Cardinals question will be based off of their press conference yesterday between Mike LaFleur, General Manager Monty Ossenfort. They spoke to the media yesterday, and so that takes us to the Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, what talking points stood out from the Cardinals pre-draft press conference? QB prospect evaluation, Monty Ossenfort's confidence with shorter time between first-round picks, or the possibility of trading down?
QB stuff. There's the possibility of trading down is certainly there, but I didn't hear anything yesterday that was like, oh, it sounds like Monty might want to trade. Like, we already know he might want to trade down. And as he said, you probably won't know until the night of the draft if you can. The QB stuff is because there were so many questions asked, and that was smart, obviously, and that you knew it was going to happen from the gathered media that were there, but it was just, how does Mike LaFleur answer these QB questions? How does Monty answer these QB questions? How are you asking them in a way where you're not saying Ty Simpson's name, but you're basically asking about Ty Simpson? And there were quite a few of them. We can play some of them a little bit later on in the show, actually.
Well, and, they kind of weren't on the same page. It was interesting to me because Monty basically said, well, because of what you said earlier, which is he already knew that they were trying to get more money out of the Cardinals, in which they have no leverage. So I think he answered it in a certain way. Who's the starter? He didn't really say anything, and then Mike LaFleur talked in a different way. It's always the quarterback, because I don't care what sport we're talking about and what city we're talking about it in. The quarterback is always topic number one in every NFL city.
Yep.
I'll go quarterback prospect evaluation, especially now knowing the report about Jacoby Brissett. Like, I think it's just some of their answers are interesting in retrospect with the news.
It's like rewatching a movie that had a plot twist at the end. You're like, okay, now I have to rewatch Fight Club to see how everything works.
Yeah, exactly. But we can't talk about Fight Club.
No, that's the first
possibility of trading down actually leads 48%.
Really?
31% QB prospect evaluation, and then Monty Ossenfort's confidence with shorter time between first-round picks is third, 21%. Sticking with the draft, ASU wide receiver Jordan Tyson held a workout for multiple NFL teams today. According to NFL insider Jordan Schultz, some of the teams at the workout were the Giants, Titans, Commanders, Eagles, Dolphins, Bills, Cardinals, Panthers, Cowboys, Browns, Lions, Packers, Chargers, Raiders. So if you guys are able to remember that off the top of your head, which of these teams would be the best fit for Jordan Tyson?
Okay, so three teams stand out to me real quick, okay?
Cardinals, I know what you want to talk about.
Cardinals, and we're going to talk about this at some point in the show. I don't know how you can't draft him at number 3. You have so many other needs that are bigger than receiver. If you trade down and you're like doing a 12 and 20 thing and he's still there at 12,
like
then
which Dallas? It's a trade with Dallas, maybe?
I just receiver is like 9th on my list of needs for this team. I don't want to see him go to the Browns because I'm gonna be pulling for Jordan Tyson wherever he goes.
Rams? Seahawks?
Yeah, I still will. Just not the Seahawks. Can we just not do the Seahawks? Can I just ask that Jordan Tyson doesn't go to the Seahawks for all of us, and that he doesn't go to the Browns for his career?
Cowboys would also be lame.
Yeah, it
Jets
would.
too would suck. It's like, come on, please give the kid a chance.
But I mean, we're not going to get to veto half the league. So
we have no veto
Can we
power,
just
actually.
veto the Seahawks and the Browns? Give the guy a chance. Giants would be interesting because if they had him and Scatterboo, it's like okay,
and they could look at a receiver.
Then you might have a second team behind the Cardinals. I don't mind the Giants. I don't really care one way or the other. But if they have Scatterboo and Tyson, I'm going to care.
Real quick, just because I think this is going to be a fun conversation to get into. The Cardinals are there. Now, remember, this is not a pro day. This is not other guys working out. This is just Jordan Tyson in a really weird situation less than a week before the draft because he wasn't able to run because of the hamstring and everything. Well, why are the Cardinals there, though? I mean, could they? Come on. That's what we're all thinking right now. Trade Marv? Could they trade Marv?
So far in the last 20 minutes, we've heard trade Devin Booker, trade Marv, and draft Ty
Well, that's the only reason you'd be there. I mean, you got Michael Wilson Jr., you got Marv. Like, you don't need receivers. You're not so flush with talent that, hey, Jordan Tyson's going to be in the slot. Like, you don't need a receiver.
Maybe it's just because I don't know. Maybe it's because the workout's like 20 minutes away from your headquarters, and it'd be kind of weird if he didn't show up. I don't know. I would love Jordan Tyson on the Cardinals, but like I said, I could sit here and rattle off all the different things they need more than a receiver.
But if they were to trade with Dallas and it was 12-20,
that's the only way.
And then you trade Marv, and then you take Simpson with Marv. Ooh, with the Marv pick.
No.
Just checking.
Which Simpson? Is there a different Simpson I don't know about? All
OJ.
right. And when we come back, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. How much will tonight's Suns game impact how you remember this season, one way or the other? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home. 1 or 2.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6. 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair. And all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th. Wayfair,
every style, every home.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Friday. Less than a week to the NFL draft. D-backs starting a home series with the Blue Jays tonight.
Oh, man.
And the Suns. I was going to go to that D-backs game tonight, actually. I have a lot of...
You are? You were?
I was.
Oh, you're not
I'm
now?
not. I can't miss the Suns.
Oh, yeah.
So I was absolutely going to that D-backs game tonight, but I'll go to a different one because you cannot miss the Suns game tonight. So let me ask you this, John, because Wolf and I have talked about this a little bit, and we've talked about it with some listeners, and we're going to talk about it more. I will grant you this sounds a little crazy to say out loud, but this one game tonight really does impact how I'm going to look back on this season. If we're all just sort of acknowledging, okay, you win this game, you play Oklahoma City, you're not taking Oklahoma City out. I think they could win a game, but they're not taking Oklahoma City out. So let's just acknowledge that. Let's say the two outcomes are either you lose to Oklahoma City in the first round or you lose tonight and you become the first number 7 seed to ever even miss the playoffs. It does. This one game in the middle of April, it's not like this is one game to win the championship. This one game is absolutely going to impact how, when we're talking about the 25-26 season in 2 or 3 years, how I'm going to remember this season. Because if they win tonight, you've shown you can win a big game, and you've kind of set the stage of like to be continued next year. Let's see where this goes. If you lose tonight, does this not feel like the 2021 Arizona Cardinals who started great and then were just gone?
I wasn't thinking along those lines till you said that, but you're right. I mean, the way I would look at the season is, I'm going to answer your question with a question, which is not the greatest thing to do. But at the beginning of the season, what did you think the Suns were going to do?
I think I had 36 wins.
No, so no playoffs, right?
No.
So that's where they are. So, in other words, if we thought at the beginning of the season, and most people did, that they weren't going to make the playoffs, and they don't make the playoffs, then what's been gained here? Because to me, these games are Dayton on a Tuesday in the NCAA tournament. I don't even pay attention to them. I think they're dumb. I don't consider those teams in the tournament, and I don't consider teams that are playing 7 through 10 in the playoffs. And the reason I don't is because even though it's a great concept and I understand it, this whole thing is generated by the NBA so that our short attention span theater and the microwave society that we live in gets to get elimination games. And you don't have to sit through 6. It's elimination game. It's do or die. It's win or go home right away. They like that. So, and I get why they're doing it. But they're letting teams who really don't deserve to be into the playoffs, especially this year when everybody else tanked. Like Draymond Green said, the Warriors could have lost 10 straight games and made this thing.
Yeah.
So
and they knew it.
Right. So it's not really this great big task to make the play-in. You are not in the playoffs. And at the beginning of the season, most people thought the Suns wouldn't be in the playoffs. So I would say that nothing has been gained. I don't care that you won 45 games. You went 13-14 after the All-Star break, and you went 0-2 in the play-in tournament. So would you rather win 25 games or win 45 games? It's all the same. You didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, I'll throw a little nuance into what you just said, but I ultimately agree with what you're saying because I think I have two things that sort of cancel out. If they were the 9 or the 10 seed and then missed out on the play, I would completely agree with what you're saying of like, well, what's the difference? They were the 7 seed every year up until a couple years ago. They should be in the playoffs. They should just already be in the playoffs. And separate from the Suns, they've dug this hole for themselves. They have to dig their way out of it. I don't understand why the 7 and the 10 seed are involved in the play-in. Like it should just be the 8 and the 9. There's some years there's a huge gap in games between the 7 and the 10 seed. And you're telling me the 10 seed just wins 2 games, it makes up that whole gap. I think last year the gap in the West was 9 games.
Yeah.
Now, Dallas didn't make up the gap, but I'm just saying, like, what if they had won 2 games and jumped to 7? Like, that's kind of dumb. It goes from, hey, here's kind of an interesting twist if you have 8 and 9 play to this is just clearly a money-making gimmick. But whatever. Those are the rules, and the Suns knew it. But that's the one nuance where I would say, okay, they, maybe it's not fair to say this is no different than what we expected at the start of the year, except they've trailed off so much in the second half. I think that cancels it out, because if you just go by like the second half of the season or the final third of the season, they're not a playoff team. Mm-mm. So I'm kind of with you. If they don't win tonight, they just missed the playoffs. Big picture, that's what everybody thought before the season.
So what have I don't think you've gained anything. The other thing is that, I look at this whole thing, and this is almost maybe this works, maybe it doesn't, but it's almost like one of those things where you say, would you rather get blown out or would you rather have the game be close? Because like you just said, most of the season, once we got over the initial, hey, this team's pretty good, and they win 45 games, at that point, I think most people thought, well, as a 7, and as you point out, a number 7 has not ever not made the playoffs. So the assumption was at least they're going to be in, and the expectation of the team grew from, okay, we get it. You're not going to beat an 8 or a 7. Maybe you could have given San Antonio a little bit of a run. You're not going to probably win a game if you play Oklahoma City, maybe 1 at the most. But my expectation level when it started to grow was, well, at least they'll be in the playoffs. That's really cool. Nobody thought that they were going to do that. They're ahead of the curve. The only thing that they're ahead of now is, and I can't remember, I think that as far as Vegas is concerned, I think they're third highest as far as win expectation total that they exceeded.
Like, I think Charlotte's probably up there, and maybe Detroit or actually San Antonio.
But that's great and wonderful, but you don't get anything for that. So I guess if you think of it it depends on how you think of it. If you think of the winning extra games is great, wonderful. But I would say my equation is you had to make the playoffs for it to matter. So you came so close, and to me that hurts worse. If you had won 25 games, I'd say, well, you stink, back to the drawing board. But now next season, which we'll have plenty of time in the offseason to talk about, which is they won 45, now what? They're in the dreaded part you don't want to be, which is in the middle. What exactly are the Suns if they don't win tonight?
Well, and how specifically do you think they're going to get better this offseason? I and coming back to this. If they lose tonight, look, even if they win tonight and they lose to Oklahoma City, like, you're going to look around and say, okay, how do we improve? But if they lose tonight, and you bring up the expectations, I think this is where they're so important. It's not like they got our expectations up a week ago. Our expectations have been up for 4 months. It almost feels like that was a different season at this point. And the only reason I bring that up is because expectations are going to be higher next year. They just are. Nobody's going to go into the next season locally and be like, gee, I hope they win 37 games this year. Or, oh, boy, I hope they win 44. No, your expectation for next season is going to be, it's going to be better than what you did this year. I don't know how they're getting better this offseason. They have not left themselves much wiggle room to get better, other than some of your younger players improving. So I'll go back again. There's real value in just playing a playoff series against Oklahoma City for some of your younger players. Get that experience against a great team in do-or-die situations, and just the routine of how you're getting ready for those games. And, hey, here's a playoff series. So if next year you do win 47 games and you're starting off with a best-of-7 series against whatever, Minnesota, that's a little bit different. And you're not just like, okay, what do we do? We've never been here before. Get there this year, finish what you've started this year, get there, and then you set yourself up to actually take another step next year. If you just lose tonight, you've just been trailing off for a couple months.
Again, 13-14 since the All-Star break, and you'd be 0-2. Let me ask the question that I think is on everybody's mind, because a lot of callers, when they called earlier, were saying this. What a lot of teams do when they can't get over a hump is they trade their star. It's easier. It's harder to trade 3 or 4 different guys.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, and I don't know if Book is like this, because I don't think the Suns have ever been in this position, but you hope that you don't wait too long like the Bucks have done, because the Bucks now have blown all their leverage with Giannis Antetokounmpo, and what has to happen is they have to trade him, and everybody else knows it, so they're not going to get anywhere close to equal value. There's a real fine line in all of sports, and especially in the NBA, where these guys can dictate where they go now because they get upset, is that when they get frustrated with an organization, whether it's their fault or not, and they ask out and it becomes public that they asked out, now you can't get enough for a guy. So Book is on that edge where we just gave out his numbers in his last 4 elimination games. They're not good. If he struggles again tonight, and I know it's only 1 game, but if he struggles again tonight, the catcalls from the fans get louder, and GMs say they don't listen, but they do. They do listen to their fans who pay the bills. I wonder if the Suns do even consider it to say, well, how do we get better? We could trade a bunch of mid-level guys and bring back a bunch of mid-level guys, but the only way to truly change what you are and get out of the middle, which is the most dreaded place to be in sports, because if you're the worst, you get the good picks. If you're the best, good. But the middle is the worst place to be in sports, and that's where the Suns would be if they lose tonight. So what's the only, and really, I think best avenue to get better is to consider moving Book.
I don't think you can ever do it. I think he's been too loyal here. I don't think he would ever leave. But I think the bigger thing, taking even emotion or, the sentimentality out of it, is I think you can, not now, but I think you can win a title with Devin Booker. We saw them almost do it. I think the line that gets drawn, if they again lose tonight or games like Tuesday, you can't win a title with Devin Booker dragging you. He's not Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? There's a very limited number of teams in this league that win, or players, I should say, that can drag their team all the way to a title. Now, I understand Suns fans are not asking him to drag them to a title. They're asking him to beat Portland on a Tuesday night in a play-in game. I get that. But I do, because I believe you can win a title with him, because we all saw him almost win a title just a couple years ago. You don't want to live in the past, but I think it's possible to win one. But he does need a couple pieces around him. And the problem is when you traded away all your draft picks and you really tied yourself into these players you have, you've put yourself in a tough spot where it's going to be hard to get those right pieces around him. That's why Jalen Green could be this awesome player, but if he's not the right fit around Devin Booker, you're in a tough spot. But I would explore trading him before. I don't think you never trade Devin Booker.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if they traded Jalen Green, honestly. I know he had 35 the other night, and that's great. But is he truly a player that is making other players better around him? And I don't know that.
It's one of the few pieces you have that could get you players.
That's a good point.
All right, when we come back over to baseball. Michael Soroka gets the start tonight. How much pressure is now on him since they moved Brandon Pfaadt to the bullpen and Soroka's the guy? He's in the rotation. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Have you ever been in a situation where you're single and somebody in your friend group is trying to set you up with somebody else and they're saying, this person is perfect for you, you are perfect for them, you two should totally be together? It feels like the NFL is trying to set up Ty Simpson and the Cardinals.
Oh.
It feels like, hey, you two would be perfect for each other. Man, I'm going to put out a mock draft every single day that has you two hooking up either in the early second round or the end of the first round, because you two were made for each other.
Have you seen Ty in shorts and a red jersey? Man, hubba, hubba, hubba.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Arizona, you are on the clock. Bud Light, official beer of the Arizona Cardinals and proud sponsor of the NFL, is gearing up for the 2026 NFL Draft. From watch parties to backyard hangouts, Bud Light is there for every pick, every party, and every moment. So make it a Bud Light and rise up Red Sea. Bud Light, the perfect draft pick. 21 and over, drink responsibly.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their third straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. On Monday morning, will we be talking about another Suns collapse or game one of the playoffs? Tune in at 6 a.m. The fun begins then. Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I don't remember a lot of times doing a show where there's this much of a range for what we could be talking about on Monday. Like, we're either going to be talking about the Suns' season being over in, like, massive disappointment, or we're going to be talking about, hey, they already played game one against Oklahoma City. Like, what if they win tonight and win game one against Oklahoma City? How different is everybody going to feel on Monday, even if they lose the series in 5? You know what I mean? Or they might just lose tonight.
Right.
Like, that's crazy. Between when we get off the air here in an hour and a half and our first show back after the weekend.
Honestly, there couldn't be more of a fluctuation between the two, because even Monday, I mean, you have a whole off season to talk about the Suns. I get that, but when the blood is still fresh and warm, you talk about it constantly. So it's not like it's going to be a 2-day topic of how to fix the Suns. It's going to be a whole thing, and where we're going to get flooded with, because we already did. And I was listening to Burns and Gamble the other day when I was driving around, and they did book. Is he going to get traded? What are you going to do? Who are you going to trade? What's up with Jalen Green? Like, Book is going to get his share, but you brought up something at the end of the last segment I think is 100% right. My prediction is everyone's going to want to trade Jalen Green, because it's just been a really frustrating year.
Yeah.
Even though he scored 35 last time out, it's just he hasn't been consistent. And one of the things that you mentioned about the Suns is, can he be either either Book is the Robin and they need a Batman, or he's the Batman and they need a Robin, and I'm not sure that they have either.
Yeah. We'll get back into that, but it's certainly I like I said, I have no doubt they can win a championship if Devin Booker is he can even be your best player. He just can't be your only consistent player, or it can't. I mean, even now, like, okay, Jalen Green can score. Dylan Brooks is a huge impact player. But when we saw the Suns in the NBA Finals a couple years ago, they had Chris Paul. You have Chris Paul taking on these roles, and Devin Booker doesn't have to be the facilitator. If you want Devin Booker to be hey, no matter what, he goes out there and scores 40, then let him be your scorer. Don't give him 7 other jobs to do. And yet that's where we are right now, and he's going to have to do them. We just looked up there on ESPN, had the Cardinals on the clock, and they've got 4 names, and I can't hear them, but I could tell they were all talking about Ty Simpson.
It's all there is to talk about. In fact, you had one of the better lines today, and it was off the air, of course, because that's when we do our best work. Mm-hmm. But they were showing Ty Simpson, and you go, they might as well just put a Cardinals logo up.
They want to. They want to. Everybody outside Arizona just wants to put Ty Simpson on the Cardinals.
Danny Jeremiah's like, it's a foregone conclusion. I mean, this is crazy with this whole Jacoby Brissett news, him wanting the Rays or something, and his agent pushing this whole thing. It's just, it does.
I like
Danny
to
Jeremiah
think
said,
it's all Gardner Minshew pulling the strings behind. And he's just like floating rumors that the Cardinals are going to go after Ty Simpson and suggesting to Jacoby to go out there and push for it.
It's probably his agent pushing everything.
Yeah, and he's just, and for no reason other than he's just an agent of chaos. Yeah. Like, he's like, did you ever see It's Always Sunny? And Charlie was just a wild card. That's Gardner Minshew. He's just throwing all these things out. And he's like, wild card.
Hey, man, they're taking him. You should get a raise.
This is Derek Hall on Bickley and Murata yesterday, talking about the move to put Brandon Pfaadt in the bullpen.
Yeah, first with Brandon, I think he understands better than anybody. It's a numbers game, and the fact that we didn't send him down is a good thing. He can continue to work with our guys here. We can keep him stretched out. He'll be ready to go, much like we did with Rhino last year with Nelly, and I think it's going to be similar to that. And he accepted that role. He understands it, and I think he's going to be fine. I can see him back in the rotation, at some point during the season.
Yeah, the fact that they did that, and they were going to have to do something because Merrill Kelly came back, it certainly sounds like, just kind of depending who you talk to and just reading between the lines, it certainly sounds like the original plan was, okay, whenever Merrill comes back, probably Michael Soroka moves to the bullpen. Well, in the first couple starts, Soroka looked unhittable. He had an immaculate inning in there, and Brandon Pfaadt was still kind of falling into that trap of he looks really good for 4 innings, then gives up, a big inning. And, Soroka was pitching great. Erod was pitching great. You're not moving Gallen. You're not moving Nelson. So Pfaadt gets moved to the bullpen. Well, now that's happened, John. And so Soroka has made a start. His most recent start wasn't great. But the bigger thing is he's pitching tonight. And I just wonder how much pressure is on him in terms of keeping his rotation spot. Because right now, looking at the projected rotation, they just have the D-backs going with 6 guys here for some reason, which they're not going to do. But, if he continues to pitch the way he did his first few starts, the Diamondbacks are in good shape. If he starts to struggle, then you have this question now of, was it just 2 really good starts at the beginning of the year?
Well, it's how they're winning too, because right now they've got a top 10 rotation ERA.
Yeah.
And I don't think the bullpen's going to keep doing what they're doing, but let's just ride it. The bullpen's been a lot better than they were at the beginning of the season. So pitching is winning games. They're getting some timely hitting, but where they are hitting-wise, they're about in the middle, and that's probably where they're going to be, middle to the 18, 19 range as far as scoring runs. So the way that these teams are going to win is they're going to win through starting pitching. We thought at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Hopefully the bullpen can keep it up. But and I know Eduardo wasn't great, but between what we kind of thought, Zach Gallen's going to bounce back. He has. We believe in Kelly. That's going to be fine. Ryan Nelson over his last, he had the Dodgers first, but he's been good over his last few starts, right? So now, as we always talk about, that's 3 solid guys, and Erod's in there, and I know it wasn't great, but now you're talking about 3,
Still got
4.
a sub-2 ERA.
Yeah, but really good. So now you're talking about 3, 4 solid guys. I'm not overly worried, but you use the word pressure. Yeah, I think so, because I think Soroka's got to keep pitching well to keep that spot, but it's not like Pfaadt has been great.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not like Pfaadt has been – I mean, there's a timeline for this, right? If he's in middle relief for however long it is, a few weeks, then that's just what he is.
Yeah.
Like, there's still time where they could bring him back as a starter if they wanted to right now. I don't think they're going to do that. It's not like he's been lights out. It's not like we'd have a big enough sample size even with Soroka. But it's something to watch, because the other thing, and this is a good thing, hanging over any starting pitcher in this rotation that's kind of on the fringe, which would be Soroka next, I would think, is that Corbin Burns is coming back at some point. And again, you're not bumping Gallen. You're not bumping Ryan Nelson. You're not bumping Merrill Kelly. Any of those three guys, if they're healthy. I don't think you're bumping Erod. Certainly not if he's pitching this way. So, something to keep an eye on for sure. All right, when we come back, two pretty significant names questionable for the Suns tonight in this game. So we'll get you any sort of update there might be on that. And which one they need back more in the next 6 hours. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundson for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed. 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Jacoby Brissett reportedly asking for a contract extension that pays him as the starter. 20 NFL teams are reportedly attending Jordan Tyson's private workout at ASU. And Dan Bickley writes Cardinals drop clues on NFL draft thinking, including at quarterback. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, we're back. Why not? Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf. Want to talk some Suns?
Yeah.
Why not?
Excited. Do or die. Win or go home.
Yeah, this is...
NBA loves this.
They do. And they're getting exactly what they want because all of these games, all these play-in games have been compelling. I will maintain forever that I don't understand why the 7 and the 10 are involved. But usually it doesn't matter because the 7 doesn't get themselves in this position.
It's never happened.
No, but the Suns are in this position. Let me get you the injury report, okay? Because there's a few names of significance here. Grayson Allen, questionable.
What?
Hamstring strain. You knew that.
He's
Nothing
never
has
been
changed.
hurt.
No. Well, and I'm looking at the NBA with their official injury report. They update it every 15 minutes, and I'm just feverishly refreshing them over and over again here. And so far, he's still questionable. Mark Williams, questionable. Left foot soreness. But also worth noting, Kristaps Porzingis, questionable right ankle soreness.
And he's made of porcelain. Literally.
Porcelain Zingas?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So the fact that you would think, like, most fans, we all think to ourselves, well, do or die, you got to play. But a lot of these guys, man, it's just like, look, I can't go.
They don't do him any favor, though, when, like, so Grayson Allen next to his name has hamstring strain. Like, oh, strain. Like, if you really look at it, a strain is worse than it sounds. That's like almost like kind of a pretty big tear. But when you just put soreness, like, yeah, Kristaps, his ankle's sore.
Fans go, just play.
Yeah, maybe don't put soreness next to the title.
Grayson Allen's name should actually have on it, like, his middle name should be Allen and his last name should be hamstring strain.
Oof.
Like Grayson Allen hamstring strain. Like, people have dashes in their names.
Oh, like a hyphenated last name.
hyphenated name.
Okay.
His name should be Grayson Allen hamstring
I feel like
strain.
that would have hurt his draft stock. Like, at least the way, if he was an NFL player where they look for anything.
Yes,
like, they're
that's
just
true.
digging through all his medical records from, like, junior high. And like, wait a minute, this guy's last name is hamstring strain.
Wow,
that
that's
can't
not
possibly be good.
That's like Lou Gehrig. You know, there's a disease named after you, right? Like, that whole
This
thing,
is,
right?
You've twice today you have towed the line to where
No,
I
that's
can...
in a movie. I didn't come up with that. That's some movie.
What movie is that from?
I can't remember. It's in a movie, though. You know they have a disease named after you?
I have a question for you, okay?
Yeah.
Grayson Allen, Mark Williams, okay? You can have one of them back tonight.
Ooh.
Who is it? You have the
boy.
power. You're going to swing this entire season for the Phoenix Suns, okay? Somebody from the future.
That's a great question.
Okay, how about this? The NBA realizes, you know what? We screwed the Suns over however many years
Right.
that was ago when we suspended Amari for standing
yeah.
up. So you know what? We're going to grant you that we have this magic spray that they spray on soccer players when they slide in the World Cup. We can cure Grayson Allen or Mark Williams. They'll be 100% healed tonight. Which one do you want?
I'm gonna go with Grayson Allen just because the scoring. We talked all day about scoring and who could step up. For as much as he's been banged up, when he's out there, he's going to give you 3-point shooting. He's going to give you 16, 18 points. He's going to give you those kind of things. Even if Porzingis plays at his size, he's more of a perimeter guy. It's not like he's going to go back to the basket kind of a thing. So, it'd be nice to have Mark Williams, but I'd like to have Grayson Allen.
I mean, they had Mark Williams against Portland. Now, I understand if he's on the injury report today, he was probably hurt in that game, and maybe that explains why we didn't see him as much. But they probably need them both, honestly.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, Grayson
Well, that's
Allen.
a great question.
It's got to be Grayson Allen because you need somebody who can just get hot. And Grayson Allen can hit 7 threes in a game. It's not inconceivable that, okay, maybe Jalen Green didn't have it going, and maybe Steph did, but Book also had it going. And you know what? Grayson Allen chipped in with 7 threes, and that's how you won. You don't have that. It's noticeable. Like when they added Grayson Allen a couple years ago, it was like, okay, this could be interesting. He was getting better in Milwaukee. Like he really was. And you could tell maybe he could be in it, but I never would have thought that he'd be as potentially important to them as he has been over the last couple years. But they need him to play. He's less important on the bench.
Playing. It's less important. And also in that kind of a situation too, it's just he's got to hit shots, but it's also the threat of. So when you think to yourself, well, how can Book go off tonight? Well, real simple. He's got to have guys around him. He spreads the floor. It's also, as I said before, it's another guy that you can test out early what the stroke's looking like so that they can give you more. We've talked today. I get it. You got to defend. You got to do all these different things. Mark Williams can rebound, defend. You'd have liked how many times did Avia just waltz himself to the rim? Yeah. I mean, to win the game, he did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if that's the situation. But the Warriors aren't a team, and everybody knows this. They haven't changed in this regard. They don't go to the free throw line a ton, too. It's not like they're going to the rim a ton. They're not that kind of a team. They're going to kick it out to Steph. They become, the perimeter jump shooting team that they are. So you don't need as much rim protection. You do need rebounding and those kind of things. I'm not saying you don't, but I think that it comes down to they struggle sometimes to score points at crunch times of a game, and Grayson Allen can possibly get you through a couple of 2-3 possessions that, okay, whew, all right, we're back on track.
Yeah, I mean, do you envision any way where the Suns beat Golden State without scoring a ton of points? Like, you're going to need to score to beat this team. You're going to need to play defense. You're going to need to rebound. I know you just kind of threw that in there, but if Steph misses a shot, you don't need him getting 2 or 3 opportunities down the floor because A, he'll hit one of them, and B, he'll just shoot his way back into a hot streak. You have to rebound in this game. Stylistically, I would argue this is a much better matchup for the Suns than Portland was. And I'm not going by record. I don't really care about Golden State's record because, again, I feel like if they had to win games to get the 8th seed, they would have won more games. They knew where they were. Draymond has flat out said that. They knew where they were. They know they get in. They just have to win 2 games, and they're a playoff team. So I don't care so much about their record, but it's just more stylistically, they're not a team that's going to run downhill and expose you for not having a big man out there. But the mitigating factors, they have Steph.
Yeah, look, it's not 82 games. It's not 7 games. It's 1. Yeah. And if we had a list, because everybody in sports media, let's do a list. They love lists. You'd put Steph near or at the top of a guy that you didn't want to see in an elimination game. He might be number 1.
He might be. I think he'd have to be up there with the crazy mismatch guys. He's kind of a mismatch because you can just keep pushing him further and further away, and he'll just keep hitting the shots.
Well, and he just has this mentality. Like we said, we talked about it before. In playing games in his career, there's 5 of them for him. He averages 35 a game, and we just saw him do it against the Clippers where he scored 27 of 35 in the second half. He scored 40 against the Kings a couple of years ago. He's got a 37 in there. He just is one of those guys that lives for the moment. And here's the other thing, too. You could be like jumping up and down in the first half that he went, 2 for 15. That
doesn't
you
matter.
should be afraid of that because in the second half he's going to hit those shots.
It's almost like the play-in was built for the Warriors with where they are now.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
They were this dynasty, whatever you want to call them. I know people get angry if you call a team a dynasty. Like, well, technically a dynasty has to, whatever. They were the team for basically that decade. They're not anymore. They're not going to win any more titles, but not with this group. But they are like built for the play-in. Like, oh, you want to come down here and play one and dones with us? Okay, cool. We got Steph. It'll just go off. Here's Jordan Ott with an update on Grayson Allen.
It seems to be making progress, Dwayne. It's the hamstring, so it's one of those soft tissue things. Can he sprint? That's where we're at. Yeah, see how fast he can progress.
Yeah, I mean, the soft tissue stuff, especially right now, sucks. Because you can't speed that up. It can't be like, hey, sleep more tonight. You'll be fine by tomorrow. Like, hey, stretch that soft tissue. Like, you can't. And everybody's different. Every injury is different. But Jalen Green was out like months with a hamstring issue. Do we think Grayson Allen's going to be back instantly? Be nice. But just be like you said, just to be a threat. Hit a couple threes in the first half, and they have to account for you.
And as a player, really what you want to do, and I'd be surprised if he didn't at least try, is because you got the whole off season. I mean, I don't want a guy to continue to get hurt, but sometimes your teammates are looking at you. I'm not throwing the fans in here. I'm just saying sometimes your teammates are looking at you going, dude, can you just give it a go? And sometimes in a game like this, that can be, the whole Willis Reed kind of a deal and everything. The fact that you at least gave it a go, okay, is that inspiration? See, that's a bunch of garbage. Is that inspiration going to take this team over the top? No, it's not. But it can be at least a little bit of a factor that, hey, that's what's on the line here tonight.
Well, it's Jordan Tyson with ASU this year, basically talking his way back in to play a couple of those big games, and being. I mean, Jordan Tyson was still effective in some of those games, but just the fact that, and he knew if he was out there, the other team, it's a different sport, but the other team would have to account for this guy. Hey, here's the receiver who's going to be a first-round pick. Even if he's limping around between plays, we still have to put guys on him. So it's not quite that with Grayson Allen, but also Grayson Allen's not hurting his draft stock if he tries.
No.
Now, if he can't run or if he can't jump to get his shot off, then put him in uniform, but you can't play.
Right.
You know what I mean?
By the way, I know we got to go now, but in the 1 o'clock hour, there are reports from Jordan Tyson's workout today.
Okay.
From GMs.
Well, see, now I'm interested. Let's just blow up the clock here.
Yeah, that's what I like to do, but I don't want to make you mad.
It's not me. It's Rick. Rick will throw down on you. It's his birthday. Don't.
And why is he getting mad on his birthday?
Because he has no time.
Do we have any
for this.
Beatles? Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
I'm not mad about anything.
You sound a little bit mad.
Did Jamal go to get you a present, or is he just?
No, Jamal's just out there doing work things.
Oh, work things. That's not.
I haven't seen him for hours.
Friday. Nobody's out there doing work things.
Exactly.
NFL draft. Is anybody even out
That's what
there?
he told you.
No,
Hey,
I just
Rick,
want
I'm
you
gonna
guys
do
to,
work things.
stay on clock
All right,
and,
There's some Jordan
somewhat
Tyson
stick
stuff.
to the topics.
All right, fine.
That's my job here.
Okay.
right.
I feel like we've done the second one. We haven't done the first, but we're going to do it right now. We're actually on clock. NFL Draft Day is next Thursday. Arizona Sports will be broadcasting live April 23rd, starting at 2 p.m. from Backyard Desert Ridge. Come hang with us for the NFL Draft Roundtable and watch Round 1 unfold. It's brought to you by Bud Light. When we come back, after what you heard from Monty Austin-Fort and Mike LaFleur yesterday, and some of the reports we're hearing today,
Oh, boy.
do you think it's more or less likely the Cardinals are in on Ty Simpson? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home. One or two.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6. 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Would you like to hit the buzzer beater with your retirement goals? Trajan Wealth's family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning under one roof, so your whole game plan is working together. Call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about their tailored wealth management solutions for you. That's right. Pick up the phone and call 480-360-7900. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they work as a true team, collaborating with you to fine-tune your investments and weather any market shift, because your wealth plan should fit you, not the other way around. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. There's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers. The fiduciary advisors will help you at Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a brain injury, the road back can feel like the longest inning. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their third straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports. NFL draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft. Now.
Final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke, John Lund is in for Wolf. John, we've gotten to the point where I almost feel like we're going to come in here on Monday and Ty Simpson's already going to be on the Cardinals somehow. Like, we got him before the draft.
Yeah, it's weird.
And you know, the rest of the league was cool with it because they all want him to be on our team.
We had a pre-sale.
Well, sometimes there are reports before the draft that this team is planning to select. Yeah. So you never know.
That would be so weird.
But you know what's gotten weird about it?
They plan to take him with pick 35 or something.
Right, but that's what I mean is it's gotten so weird that they're not talking about taking him at 3. They're talking about, like, you know, somewhere in the, like this morning, Rappaport said in a video that the Texans.
Yeah.
And then we heard earlier that, well, what can you recap what's happened today on the
No,
Cardinals
you're the one
front?
over there that's
it's
reading
crazy.
all of it. Yeah, I'll recap it real quick. So we have all the audio from yesterday, and we can play some of that right here. But then there's the stuff this morning with Ian Rappaport saying that Jacoby Brissett wants basically his deal redone. He wants to be paid like a starter. I feel like, unless I imagine this, they did say he was the starter a month or two ago. Maybe that was just reports. I don't think that was specifically from the Cardinals.
I believe it was Gambo reporting it.
Okay.
Yes.
So I feel like there was some clout to it, but then Monty was asked about it yesterday. Again, we didn't know about the Jacoby Brissett stuff yet, but so I guess if we're going to do this in the right order, here's Monty Ossenfort. Yesterday, he was asked who QB1 is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, listen, we got Jacoby, Gardner. They both played a lot of ball. I think as we sit here today, like we're trying to install a system. You guys are rolling. I'll defer to you on that, but we're not really naming anybody, and we'll see how that room looks by the time we get in August.
Okay. So that was when he said
he
it.
clearly knew this, though.
But that's the thing.
Right?
When he said that, we didn't know this report. Now, there was Mike Florio earlier in the week saying the Cardinals are looking at maybe trading Jacoby. So I guess you had that as context. But so he says that yesterday, and I think we're all just kind of like, yeah, okay. He just doesn't want to commit to it because, whatever, GM, hey, everything's a competition. But then there's the post from me and Rappaport today saying Brissett's not attending phase 1 of the offseason program and is asking for an extension that pays him as a starter. And he says Brissett is set to make just over $9 million in 2026, but has only $1.5 million in guaranteed money and wants security. And then he also said Arizona appears willing to address it.
I have another update.
By trading him to Pittsburgh.
Jacoby Brissett has now posted on Instagram on his story just a bunch of laughing emojis. That's it on a black screen.
He didn't scrub
Wait a
all
minute,
the
black
Cardinals
screen,
stuff.
yellow emojis. That's Pittsburgh.
Hey,
He's going to the Steelers, clearly.
I thought that Jacoby Brissett would not be
that guy,
the quarterback that would cause drama in the offseason here.
It's his agent.
That was like Kyler Murray thing here. Right. And I thought we had moved on from that. And here we are talking about quarterback drama in the offseason with a career backup.
It's his agent. His agent is basically trying to say to the Cardinals, hey, make a decision. Because, again, the key thing you said there was phase 1. Today, it's April. When's their first game? Oh, September. Mm-hmm. He has no leverage. They don't play a game for 6 months. What he's trying to get to, his point is not the beginning of the year. His agent's point is the draft, which is let's get something done now, because it's not only Ty Simpson potentially going to the Cardinals, now I'm going to get traded, but the rest of the league then brings in 5 or 6 young quarterbacks, no matter how good they are, and they say we don't need to pay Jacoby Brissett X amount of dollars because we have a rookie on a 3rd, 4th, 5th round scale, and he'll just be our backup. So his agent is trying to beat the Cardinals to the punch to the NFL draft, which is his deadline, and it's not going to work because the Cardinals are going to tell him back after the 2nd round of the draft, where we either do or don't take Ty Simpson in the 1st or 2nd round, we'll get back to you. And if you are still considered the starter at that point, we will bump you up a little bit because you deserve it. If you're not, then we're going to be calling you to tell you that we've traded you to Pittsburgh or wherever.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it's a drama thing by Jacoby Brissett. Like, it's not like we'll see where this goes. I mean, I guess he could turn it into drama, but unless he's scrubbing the Cardinals from all his social media accounts and he's missing actual training camp, I don't know. But so you said something in there when talking about Ty Simpson. You're like, isn't it? It's weird because you're hearing all this, but it's not like, hey, the Cardinals love him so much they're going to take him at 3. They might take him somewhere else. I think the weirdest thing, and I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. The weirdest thing to me is that no other team is linked to Ty Simpson. Just think of all the times you've looked at mock drafts, whether it's for a quarterback or any other position over the years, and the team doesn't have the first pick. Like, I get every mock draft has Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders because they have the first pick. But even if a team loves a player, they're not always mocked to him, right? Oh, this other team likes him too. They're going to take him first. None of these mock drafts, or very few of them, have the Cardinals taking Ty Simpson at 3. Most of them are like, hey, they traded down and they got him at 20, or they traded back into the first round and they got him at 29 or something, or they just took him at 35 or whatever. I have not seen him mocked to any other team. How are you supposed to read that as anything other than nobody else really wants him?
Well, I think what's happening with these insiders is that the one other team that they would be linked to would be the Jets. And maybe they're all hearing from the Jets. Maybe there's a leak within there going the Jets saying they're looking at 2027.
I've heard that.
They've got all these picks.
They've got 3 first-round picks next year. So they will get a quarterback next year.
So by process of elimination, I think the so-called insiders, but this is why Jacoby Brissett's agent doing this now makes it different, because these guys are dialed in a little bit more. Nothing against Rappaport or Schefter or any of these guys, but they're doing process of elimination. We know that they may have a source within the Jets saying the Jets aren't taking him. So now process of elimination says, and they might know that Aaron Rodgers is going back to the Steelers. Maybe the Rams do or don't like him, but wouldn't take him in the first round. So they're doing process of elimination and saying, well, the Cardinals are the only team left. But now it's growing so much so that Jeremiah is coming out saying it feels inevitable. Rappaport saying, hey, they could trade with Houston. The agent is trying to force the Cardinals' hand before the draft to kind of reveal what they're going to do there. So there's a lot of smoke screens here. Here's the one thing that would really upset me if I was a Cardinals fan. I'm not a Ty Simpson guy, but you're going to take somebody at 3, then you have so many other needs that then you're going to take that 35 pick and a pick later and move into the first round potentially. And the reason why this is because the Jets pick at 33 or the first pick of the second round. And the Cardinals must be spooked to the point where they say, well, if he doesn't, if he makes it through, then the Jets are going to take him on that first day on Friday and first pick on Friday, and we're not going to get a chance to get him. That's why everybody thinks the Cardinals are going to move up. So not only are you going to take him, but you're going to take him in the first round, and you're going to give up more picks, which I don't even like the guy, let alone giving up more picks to get him.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't give up more picks to get him. And then also brace yourself for – it's not like if you draft Ty Simpson, you're going to suddenly win 10 games next year, no matter how good. He could be a Hall of Famer someday. It's not like he's going to come in and win you 10 games next year because you have so many other needs, like you said, and you're not addressing them because you're drafting him. Then get ready for 2027 when you have whatever, the 5th pick in the draft, and pick whatever. Hey, Arch Manning's here. We can't. We have Ty Simpson. Okay, well, is he good? I don't know. He hasn't played that many games, but we're just going to have to pass on Arch and Dante Moore and any of these other 8 guys that may or may not be there.
So then you do another Josh Rosen?
And then some guy that emerges next season. And you can't, because if you're drafting Ty Simpson, you're acknowledging right now you're not going to know who he is a year from now. So you can't draft him now thinking there's any chance you would throw away this pick and draft somebody in the first round next year, because he's not going to play enough for you to know if you don't like him by next year.
Plus, I think there's a fight. I honestly think in the front office, this is it for Monty Ossenfort. If he doesn't hit this draft and they win games, he's out. This is his last time. Mike LaFleur is sitting over there going, hey, man, I just got here. It's cool. We don't have to take Ty Simpson.
I'll take Arch next year.
Right, yeah. I'll take Arch next year. Let's get by with this quarterback. Because you heard, that's what I mean. In the press conference yesterday, LaFleur said one thing and Monty said another. And that's how I really think they feel, because LaFleur said, hey, man, I'm cool with these guys. They're experienced quarterbacks. He didn't say they were winning quality. He just said they've played a lot of football. That's totally different than what Monty said.
Rick, I just want it noted that when you say break, John starts talking.
I'm not going to do that anymore.
He takes break.
Not done. I'm done.
I don't think it is. I think it's the football that's getting to you. You want to win Diamondbacks tickets from Four Peaks? Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and hit Chase Field with your crew. Don't miss out. When we come back, is this season already the ceiling for this current Suns group? That's a question we may need to answer sooner rather than later. It's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6, 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Check it out. When it's time to get a new ride, the dealership matters as much as the vehicle. At Earnhardt Ford, you get 75 years of trust built right here in Arizona. No bull, transparent pricing. What you see is what you pay. Zero pressure from a team focused entirely on finding your perfect fit. And full online buying, putting the power in your hands. And their new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport, save up to $8,000 off MSRP, or grab a $2,500 Fuel Your Ford gas card, plus $1,000 in BFG cash. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
The first ever Fiesta Bowl Flag Football Classic, presented by Oakley, is coming to ASU this Saturday and Sunday. 8 top Division I programs, 2 days, 1 stage, and tickets are completely free. This is fast, fearless football. Don't miss a defining moment in women's sports. Bring your friends and feel the energy. Grab your free tickets now at fiestasports.org/flag football. That's fiestasports.org/flag football. The game just changed.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talk Suns in the play-in tournament now.
Looking at the YouTube live chat. There's a lot.
Dangerous.
Well, there's just a lot going on today. I mean,
Are they more into the Suns talk or the weird Brissett QB Simpson talk?
It feels like the Suns stuff. It doesn't feel like, hey, there's excitement over this game tonight. It's like they better win. You know what I mean? Like, you know how there's excitement for a playoff game? This is like stress. This is by virtue of how the play-in is set up. The Suns are coming into this on a loss. Golden State's coming into it on the high of a win, right? So it's just it's not conducive to feel good if you're the 7th seed, whether you have the better team, whether you actually win or not. But I mean, I'm seeing some people, because we brought up Arch last segment. You know, there's no guarantee Arch is the guy. Somebody said there's no guarantee Arch will even enter the draft next year. But there are just so many quarterbacks set up for next year, and that I don't want to get off topic. And this is dangerous to ask you this, but we don't have any more football on the show today. Just real quick.
This isn't me, Rick. Don't get
but
mad
it's
at
fine.
me.
We'll break on time. But
Yeah,
I just want to ask you this real quick on Ty Simpson. If the 2027 draft didn't look the way it does, would you be more open to Ty Simpson being the Cardinals quarterback?
No. I mean, that's definitely part of the equation. But the fact that he started 15 games, and if you look at the history of it, and I'll ask anybody this, and I have not heard a satisfactory answer from anybody. How do you develop them? There is no minor leagues in the NFL, and you don't get to play. You get to play in the preseason. You get to play in practices. You get to play in joint practices. There's no way. There's no minor leagues. And I think the NFL does that so poorly that they need to have just have a minor league system for quarterbacks. Like, bring them and, have old offensive coordinators and teach them basically the Shanahan offense. And because there's no way unless you play. And the problem is then a player plays, loses confidence. The offensive line doesn't get addressed, whatever. I don't see how Ty Simpson can get better. And the history of one-year starters in college football coming to the professional level is littered with quarterbacks who just couldn't figure it out.
All right, back to basketball. That made me feel so much worse. This isn't going to make you feel any better. We were talking about this
Dun, dun, dun.
before the show. And we're going back and forth on the Suns, and we're basically doing part of the show before the show, and we're like, okay, man, does Book need to take over this game tonight? Why can't he just beat Portland by himself, right? Why can't this happen? Why can't that happen? We kind of all stopped and we're like, what if this is just what the Suns are? What if they aren't great? What if they are decent? I still think they should be able to beat Portland or this Golden State team. But, nobody has delusions that they're as good as Oklahoma City or San Antonio, and then just start going down the list. Are they as good as Denver? No. Are they as good as the Lakers? No, but the Lakers are so beat up right now that would have been a great first-round series. Are they as good as the Rockets? No. Are they as good as the Timberwolves? No. I mean, you're at least starting to get down in the range of, okay, if they take another step, maybe they can catch like the Timberwolves or even the Rockets, depending where that all goes. It's a significant step the Suns would have to take. And as you said earlier, it's tougher to take that step once you're in the middle. They're kind of in the middle right now. And that's the question. Have we already seen them this season hit their ceiling as far as what they are right now? Have we already seen their best basketball this season? And the more concerning question that nobody really wants to ask is this their ceiling for this version of this team? And I'm not talking about tonight or next week. I'm talking about next year, the year after, because there is no clear path of but they're going to have the 14th pick in the draft. They can get this guy. No, they don't have that pick. Where are they getting guy? Well, they have all this cap. No, they don't. Okay, well, they have all these easy, you just make this trade. It's impossible to make a trade in the NBA. They've blocked it so many different ways. Right. You can't make trades in the NBA. And the Suns are especially kind of locked up on that because they don't have picks to trade. So are we already seeing their best? Is their ceiling for the next couple of years 45 wins?
Yeah, they're stuck in the middle. That's how I see this team, and that's why it's disappointing because if you're at the bottom, I know they're trying to make it harder in the NBA, and I think that's totally ridiculous, but that's not a conversation for today. But if you're, especially in this draft, there might be 10 franchise changers, 3 really, really solid players. I mean, just 3 out of this world players, I think. But maybe up to 10 franchise changers. Well, you can't get any of those guys. How do you get? You ask yourself, how do you get better? You could move Book. You could move Green. I don't know how much you get. Dylan Brooks is an acquired taste. What the Suns are going to tell us, I can guarantee you this at the end of the season. How do you get better if they're asked that question? Well, improvement from within. Guys like Maluach, guys like Green, that's what they're going to rely on.
Which is real, but I don't know how significant
But
it
that
is.
will be their answer.
Yeah.
Because if you look at teams and say, okay, what players could give value? Let's throw Book out. You don't want to move Book. Jalen Green is not going to bring back a huge return. He's been hurt all year. He's kind of been hot and cold. Houston was like, take him, please. Dylan Brooks is definitely an acquired taste. Maluach is somebody just going to absolutely fall in love with because you take Mark Williams back and you think, okay, at 10, we love the guy, but do we have time to wait? So you look at the roster, there's not that major move that's going to bring you somebody. In other words, if you're waiting for, okay, Book is only a Robin in my book and not a Batman. Are any of these players combinations? You don't have the picks to get Giannis. You don't have. You can't get Giannis.
I still think Book can be Batman, but he needs a Robin.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And that's not
a consistent
Green, not
Robin.
To me.
No, and look at the 3 names you threw out there. Okay, Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks. I'm not trading Devin Booker, so I just won't.
Okay.
So then you're down to Jalen Green or Dylan Brooks. Well, I think Dylan Brooks has more value here than he has to most other teams.
100%.
So then, okay, you're going to trade Jalen Green. I think you'd be selling low on him. I mean, he just missed 50-plus games. I know he had 35 points the other night, but I'm guessing most teams that you're going to trade with are going to look beyond just his most recent game if they're going to trade you anything of significance, So then people are just like, well, you could trade Grayson Allen. Okay, but for what?
He's always hurt. You're not getting anything for that. We always overvalue our own players.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
And it's just fans. You're going to trade Grayson Allen for somebody that you hope can maybe score like Grayson. If you could trade Grayson Allen for a healthy Grayson Allen, I would do that. But it's not like some team's going to give you their best player for Grayson Allen.
And the only kind of player you can get, honestly, with what we just talked about, and I don't know if you can, a guy like Zion Williamson, who may have tons of upside, but just is hurt so much of the time that you'd have to take a major risk. And I don't even know if you have the pieces to acquire that. What I'm pointing out is that you'd have to take a really flawed player, whether it be on the court, off the court, injury-wise, whatever that is, where a team just says, fine, I got to get rid of this guy. Like Portland got Avdia. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Washington got frustrated with him.
You also have to catch another team that's just not paying attention.
Yeah. And so they finally just say, you know what, this guy's not going to develop. Sure, we'll throw it, whatever you got, that's fine. You have to get lucky sometimes in that way. And to just kind of to your point of the middle, Well, think about the West then. If you think, oh, no, they're going to be fine, they're going to elevate. Okay, Oklahoma City's not going anywhere. Do you realize by the Clippers losing that Oklahoma City got a lottery pick?
Yeah, well, they need one.
Yeah, they do. They're
they
terrible.
only have 15.
San Antonio is going to be around a while. The Lakers are going to get rid of LeBron and get better. So we're looking at these teams that are elevating in the West. Dallas is going to be. What if Dallas got a DeBonta or somebody like that to put with Cooper Flag? Uh-oh.
They trade him to L.A. next year, but
probably,
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, Houston is in that realm still. So you're going to be not only you're going to be in the middle or to the bottom part of the playoff rung based on what I just mentioned in the Western Conference. You're not improving.
There was a story Rick found this morning, and this is a rumor. It's not anything I don't think with any substance, but there was a headline I'm looking at right now too of Kings Suns interested in Ja Morant ? And it's just like, yeah.
But that's the kind of player I just mentioned.
Well, that's what you were saying. That's why I pulled it back up of like, you're going to have to trade for a guy with upside, but there's a reason most teams don't want him. You're throwing up a Hail Mary, basically. And again, if you're going to condense everything down into just two players, we saw how it worked. I'd rather those two players were Devin Booker and Kevin Durant than Devin Booker and Ja Morant. You know what I mean? Like,
it's not a good fit, and he's not a good guy. And you want him? I mean, look, Book is always going to be the face of the franchise, but Ja Morant is going to be part of it, and that's the type of guy that you want. Okay, I'm done.
Do you want to win D-backs tickets from Four Peaks?
Of course I do.
Well, I'm going to throw this out there again, even though I just did. Text seats to 620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and hit Chase Field with your crew. Do not miss out. And speaking of the Diamondbacks, what do they need to do to keep it rolling against the defending American League champs? We're going to talk to Jody Jackson. D-backs broadcaster will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit Shanco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Why Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Why Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Why Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
1-2. And swung on. That's hit pretty well to left field. This one's got a chance, and it's gone.
Brought to you by Why Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Why Refi today.
All right, in the middle of all the chaos tonight, and certainly the chaos that's brewing for next week with the Cardinals in the draft, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action at home tonight against the Toronto Blue Jays, and Jody Jackson is joining us in a minute on the Arizona Sports Line. Not yet.
By the way, good pitching matchups. We were talking about Soroka earlier.
Yes.
But also, Max Scherzer coming in against Zach Gallen on Saturday and Gosman versus Nelson on Sunday. Good matchups this weekend.
This is
very nice.
And then, not to look too far past this, but then the Diamondbacks, we've talked so much about their first 33 games and how they're just brutal.
Yeah.
But there's 3 in there that aren't. There are 3 that aren't are next week against the White Sox, the White Sox, and the White Sox. So that's your one little
breath.
break. Yeah.
But then it gets tough again.
Yeah, and Toronto's obviously tough. They just went to the World Series last year. Maybe should have won it. Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Jody, thank you so much for the time. What's going on?
Gosh, busy day. No, it's great, guys. It's been just getting re-entered into Arizona after that long trip, but what a trip it was. So, the vibes are great right now. I think just 6-3, all my years covering the D-backs, they had a few 8-2, a few years I can remember that, but 6-3 is outstanding when you're talking about East Coast trip, tough teams, crazy weather, different game times. So, we'll see what happens against the Blue Jays. They're a team that's kind of really struggled, of late. So it's going to be an interesting series for sure.
Let's talk rotation, just because Mike Soroka's off to a nice start, 3-0 with a 2.87 overall. Their starting pitching ERA is 9th in the league. It's been pretty great, and it's kind of led the way. Timely hitting, the bullpen has certainly improved. But how impressed have you been just overall by the starting pitching so far?
Yeah, the starting pitching has been fantastic. If you think about just some of the outings, I know the season's young, but you can almost name the outings or the innings or the hits even that have been, think about Zach Gallen with the Andy Pages homer, there's just been like an inning or a hit or a homer that have hurt them. But overall as a group, it's been terrific. And that's really why, especially with Mike Soroka doing what he's been doing. I mean, he's kind of made the numbers game tough for Brandon Stott, who now goes to the bullpen. So, I think Merrill, we didn't see the best of Merrill, but he was good enough, 5 innings, 2 runs. I think Zach Gallen has been pretty good. I mean, again, in Philly, he had a rough patch at the top of their lineup, but still hung in there very well to give the team a chance to win the game. And so, and Eduardo Rodriguez, he wasn't very sharp the other day, but again, this team's finding ways to win when their starter is just average or maybe, a little subpar. And yet they've had some great outings. Rodriguez had been fantastic before that. So I think the starters have been good, but what's been even shining a light on that is the fact that, hey, if they can go 5 or 6 and hang in there, the offense has come around late in a few of these games, and then the bullpen stands out. It all rises when the bullpen is able to hold a lead. And I know there's been a couple leads they haven't held, but for the most part they have, and that has been really encouraging.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, there's been a lot of focus on, at first it was on Jordan Lawler, and he was hitting well, but then he got hurt, and then obviously Jose Fernandez and all the focus there. And then people are kind of focused on Ildemaro Vargas because it felt like we knew what this guy was for his whole career, and now he's hitting so much better. But I want to ask you about Adrian Del Castillo because he kind of seems to get lost in the shuffle a little bit because he's not a complete unknown. He's come up with big hits for this team in the past, but he's also only played in 76 major league games. So the production they're getting from him, obviously he can't keep this level up all season, but what do you think they can realistically expect from him over the course of a full year?
Well, I mean, the one thing, Luke, that we all know from him is just he's a really good contact hitter. He's a kid that, I remember talking to his family when we went to Miami. It was right after he was called up, and when he was little, they just all the stories of him as a natural born hitter, and he was identified as that early on. He went to the University of Miami and continued that, and it's kind of cool just me being from that area as well to see a local kid go to come up, and it's like, how has he gotten here? Well, I mean, he's a catcher and he's doing a nice job, but I mean, he's a natural born hitter, and I think that that's what we've been seeing. And when you do that, and sure, there's some strikeouts there, or there's, but he works the at-bat, and you think about how does a guy that's only played in so many games, he has a couple walk-offs, he's had these special moments, he had a home run the other day in the 10th inning in Baltimore, and well, it's because he does it in the moments. I mean, when you're consistently that good, when you're good at what you do and you can perform in those moments. And so I think for Adrian, the thing now is like he's been thrust into this role as a catcher, and he's improved in that area. They need him to do it. They need him because, with Gabby on the IL, you have McCann, you have Garcia for some flexibility there, but it's a way for him to get in the lineup more and to progress in his role as a catcher, but get that bat in there because when he's not catching, he's going to be the DH many times as a left-handed bat. So, again, he's been a kid that's been fun to watch progress through the system, through their organization as a draft pick.
Jody, it's really strange, too, because if you just look at the numbers and you don't look at where they are in the standings or anything from an offensive standpoint, these guys, and you just mentioned one of them, but also a guy like Fernandez or a guy like Vargas. I mean, those are the guys getting the key hits. Obviously, there's Corbin Carroll. But between Marte, Arenado, Perdomo, Alec Thomas is hitting $130. I mean, you're talking about 4 or 5 guys consistently in your lineup that are doing pretty much next to nothing or certainly not what's on the back of their baseball card. So how long can these guys who don't normally do this to kind of carry the offense?
Yeah, and that's a good question, John, because some of them have really struggled. You named Alec Thomas and Arenado had some. It's really a shame he drove in 5 runs, had 2 homers in the game that was lost. But
right.
There's some signs there. But you're right. You can't continue to hit $140 in the big league. So it's going to be interesting. They're either going to come to a progression. We got regression to the mean or progression to the mean, and hopefully that happens for them, especially like Alec, because we can agree that there's been a struggle there with the bat. We thought there was going to be more consistency with the leg kick change and the lack of the leg kick, but I love what he does in center field. I really do, and I know a lot. Everybody the fans that I talk to, and people will just come to me and say, well, they have other center field. I mean, he's a pretty special center fielder. He's very good at it. And I would love to see his bat be able to come alive. But, what is surprising, too, it's funny when you mention that, and it's one of the things I asked Adrian on the field in Baltimore, because here is a lineup where you've got some pockets, down in the lineup or even at the top with Perdomo where, you're not hitting. And so how do you score in? I think they scored in every inning but 1, 8, 9. They scored continually through there. And it was just, Alec did get a hit and walks. Like Perdomo continues to walk. And do you continue to this team amazes me because they do stick with the process. Right now it's working. I understand sometimes it might not. But, the base running, the at-bats, they're doing a lot of the little things that are allowing the lack of hitting in certain areas to not show up in an ugly, ugly way. So how long, though, John? I don't, that's the big question. I think that's one of the questions facing this team.
Jody Jackson, always great to talk to you. We'll catch up again next week, all right?
Okay, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right,
Thanks,
you
Jody.
too. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of D-backs and Blue Jays tonight from Chase Field. And then, of course, half block away, you got Suns Warriors. Probably a little more tense crowd. So, speaking of that, when we come back, who or what are we going to be watching for when the Suns take on the Warriors tonight in the play-in? Single elimination, do or die, no pressure. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The only issue I had with the turnovers was when they happened. 3 of them happened in the fourth quarter, and all 3 were right about the time when things started to fall apart for the Suns. At the end of the game, when it mattered most, he just got loose with it. He got sloppy with it. He was making bad decisions. And I don't say that to take away from the overall great night that he had. He carried the Suns offensively. There are just these moments he gets a little lost in the sauce sometimes,
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Look, is there enough going on for you right now? We just talked baseball. There's some big baseball going on. There is a huge basketball game going on tonight, and only leads into more huge basketball games this weekend and next week. The hockey playoffs start tomorrow. There's a draft in football less than a week away. You need somewhere to watch all of this at once. And Twin Peaks is the answer. They got wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, perfect sightlines. That way you'll be sure to catch everything right as it happens. Twin Peaks really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge and the perfect solution to the problem you now have because there's too many sports going on. And while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs, burgers stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, signature drinks, plus nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks, 3 to 6, 10 to close. Every weekday. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. You can experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great atmosphere and scenery they're known for at 5 convenient valley locations. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, if someone's been waiting for the right time to upgrade their truck, this might be it.
No doubt about it, Dave. Right now at Liberty GMC, our home run truck event is delivering big value. Take up to $12,250 off the 2026 Sierra 1500 or go with 0% financing. Need more power? Get $5,500 off the 2026 Sierra HG. Or if you're looking for something midsize, you can lease a 2026 Canyon for just $279 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final game before the playoffs, for better or for worse. Suns Warriors tonight from Morgan's Matchup Center. Playoffs?
That's always funny, by the way.
It is.
That's 100% of the time.
What are like the all-timers? Like there's that one.
We're talking about practice.
That's good.
Those are
those are definitely
those
like
probably
every
the
time.
top.
no
I'm
matter-
a man. I'm 40.
Yeah, that's good.
That one's up there.
Like honestly, if you're a sports fan and you're in a really terrible mood and you hear one of those, you crack a smile.
Yeah, those are probably the top three. All right, so Suns Warriors tonight. It's time for Staring at the Suns, something we've done all season. Pretty
This
much.
might be it. Last one.
This might be it. So Rick and Jamal are going to jump in on this too because that's how big this game is. Let's go in a different order because we went me, Rick, Jamal, Wolf on Tuesday, and that worked wonderfully. So let's, John, you're our guest. You start. Who or what are you watching for in this game tonight?
There's no question in my mind. Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green. Like that battle.
Yeah.
And how nasty it's going to be and then let's throw a little Scott Foster in there. Woo! And just how this
Scott Foster's driving around right now be like, they are watching me. Yes.
Yes. Oh, I've made it. I just think that whole stew and what's going to happen and whether Scott Foster tries to get control early. I'm going to set the tone. I'm the man in charge. It's the ref show.
I hope he tees up Chris Paul, even though Chris Paul's not on either of these teams.
Scott, what are you doing? Well, you know what? Doesn't Dylan Brooks wear Chris Paul's old number?
Yeah, he wears Chris Paul's old number.
He's going to have a flashback and be like, you're Chris Paul. No.
He's going to be the first ref to ever tee up Dylan Brooks, not because of Dylan Brooks.
Just because that's his number.
Sorry, I thought you were somebody else.
Sorry, you're wearing number 3. You must be teed.
All right, I'm going to keep this simple. I think Dylan Brooks is my answer on Tuesday. Their season's on the line. It's got to be Devin Booker. I cannot. And you're right. I mean, that is quite the sideshow tonight. Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green with the season on the line.
They should almost have like they do in NASCAR, like just a camera on them.
I think you're say a separate court for them to work it out.
Maybe that too.
Yeah, Devin Booker. I don't think I have to give any reasons why that's who I'm watching tonight. Rick?
All right. I'm going to agree with you, Luke. Devin Booker needs to step up tonight. He needs to be the alpha, the number one, the Kobe when he had Smush Parker and Kwame Brown as his teammates.
Stop saying Smush Parker's name on the air, but this game is so big and you keep evoking Smush
Didn't
Parker.
Kobe just hate Smush Parker?
Yes.
He left and Smush Parker went off of him, or there was some weird thing, right?
And you know what he did? Kobe just took the ball and got a reputation for being a ball hog, and you know what? It won him
Kobe's
some
one of the
iconic
greatest players
playoff
in the
games.
history of the game.
That's
though.
true, and Devin Booker was told by Kobe Bryant to be legendary.
I hope Dylan
and tonight
Brooks
is the time for him to be legendary.
Is
I'm watching
randomly
Devin
listening
Booker
today, and it keeps hearing Rick compare him to Smush Parker, and Dylan Brooks just goes off, and he's like, "Man, this dude thinks I'm Smush Parker."
You know what, Dylan Brooks? You know what? Here's what I'm going to say to Dylan Brooks.
Oh boy,
he is Smush Parker. Dylan Brooks is Smush Parker.
Oh.
Maybe That'll motivate him.
I think that's going to motivate him
Who
to show
allowed
up at the
Rick
station.
to turn his own microphone
I don't know.
off?
Jamal, you're the
It's
only
his
one that can
birthday.
really stop it back.
Don't we have to do something birthday related, don't we? We don't have to sing.
Yeah,
We
well,
just
I
eat?
do have.
we just let him start a fight with Dylan Brooks.
I do
Happy
have
birthday.
my favorite Bruce Springsteen song. If you guys want to.
Yeah, and then we'll let Jamal go. Yeah, go ahead since you have the mic.
My favorite Bruce Springsteen song. It's very cliche.
Is it about Smush Parker?
No, it's very.
Tunnel of Love.
It's no. That is a good song, but no.
Born as Smush Parker
My
in the
favorite
USA?
Bruce Springsteen song is "Born to Run." I mean, it's a great song. So
That's pretty good. You can't say Thunder Road if the Suns
Thunder
end up playing
Road's
Oklahoma
really
City
good
next
song.
week.
Wow.
So there you go. All right,
Good.
Jamal.
I don't know any of those.
Jamal, what's your favorite Bruce Springsteen comedy act?
His most recent Netflix special was pretty good. Born in the USA.
Were you thinking Dave Chappelle? Is that what you were thinking? 'Cause
Honestly,
they're very similar.
I legitimately thought he was a comedian. I listened to zero Bruce Springsteen.
I mean, Bruce Springsteen's probably in town leaving right now. What if he accidentally flipped the show on? He's like, you know what? I always wanted to be a comedian, and this guy believes in me.
He's gonna go downtown and perform.
Open mic night with Bruce Springsteen.
His best comedic line last night wasn't this another theater? Was it?
I don't know. Rick was
Something
there. I
about
wasn't
getting
there.
confused about
he
theaters.
was
or something?
talking about a theater in Phoenix where the stage rotates, and he was like laughing about how the stage rotates.
I mean,
which is
Well, who
great
doesn't-
comedy, right?
Yeah, it's one of the best.
Netflix, here we come, baby.
Maybe there's a reason he got into music. I don't know.
Maybe so.
All right, Jamal, who are you watching tonight?
All right. Well, since Wolf's not here, I got to take the Wolf route.
Okay.
So it's not one person I'm looking for. I have one word for what I'm looking for tonight.
Okay.
Desperation. They have to be the more desperate team. If they're not the more desperate team, they're going to lose. And if that's the case, then I'm going to find a new team to root for.
Dude, that was really Wolf. Honestly, that was really Wolf-like.
Wait,
Honestly,
you're going to find a new. Wait, you're giving up on your Suns if they don't play with effort tonight.
That will last 24 hours.
Yeah,
max.
Yeah.
Even you couldn't even hold that together. You start laughing.
Improv is hard.
Just ask Bruce Springsteen.
Wow.
Jamal won't even be able to find a different team to root for in these playoffs if the Suns lose. He'll be like, I miss Devin Booker so much.
Well, that's
Who would be your second team? Like it would just
the Knicks, Mikal Bridges.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I get that.
So you can be disappointed by the Knicks later.
Just right after the first round.
That's a crazy turn to go from a team that has never won a championship to a team that hasn't won a championship since like 1972.
He's working his way up, right?
I like a good underdog story.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, my.
Jamal's going to be a big Thunder fan in 2074.
I think the Suns are a much more historically great franchise than the Knicks. It's just the Knicks just happen to win a couple titles.
Let me. I'm trying to pull up the over/under on Devin Booker points, and I'm not going to get it. So everybody, just give me a number
Yeah,
for
go
Devin
ahead.
Booker points tonight. You're going to start, John. How many points does Devin Booker score tonight?
His last 4 elimination games, he averages 22.8 and is 37% shooting. So I'm going to, you know what? But you brought this up earlier. I'm going to go 28, but I don't think it's going to be enough. His career playoff average is 28. I'll go 28, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
See, I didn't know that was his career playoff average, and I said
nailed it.
Well, it was just more like I think that's the minimum he has to score tonight is 28. I think
What
he
do you
shows up. I don't know if it gets him a win, but I think he gets 34 tonight. 34 from Booker.
That'd be huge.
That would be huge. All right, Rick.
I want to say that he's going to go for like 22 and they're going to lose by a lot because that's what we've seen in the past.
Why do you want to say that?
Yeah, I was going to.
But
No, you said he's got to be Kobe. Or
But-
did you say he's got to be Smush Parker?
But
I can't
he's
remember.
got to be Kobe. And you know what? I'm going to say that Devin Booker is going to answer the call tonight.
60? Are you
50
saying 60?
points.
Okay.
50
Whoa,
points for
a
Devin
Fitty
Booker.
burger.
All right.
50 points for Devin Booker. Suns win this
All
one.
right, well, there's no middle ground with Rick.
Yeah, come
it's
on.
either you're going to score 22 or you're going to score
Right,
70.
it's gotta
It's
be
either
something.
you're not good enough to play for my team or you need to be better than Kobe Bryant.
I'm not saying that they should trade Devin Booker if they lose tonight. I'm saying that they should trade for Giannis.
Would
if
you
they
trade
lose
him for
tonight.
Ty Simpson?
No.
To bring everything together. Okay.
What?
Good.
Yeah, I was wondering when we were going to get
I
so
think
confused. We tied all these stories together.
This-
Would you
discussions to
trade
be had.
Smush Parker for Ty Simpson? That's
Yes.
the moral of the story.
Actually, I would.
Do
All
we
right,
have
Jamal.
time to
Well, we need Jamal's number.
Oh, go ahead. Hurry up.
30. Yeah, 30.
Happy birthday.
38.
You had your second.
Come on, let's go.
38?
38.
Okay.
Well, you guys got him going big
Yeah.
in there.
I feel
Wow.
obligated
He's
to
due.
say this because I did say it on Tuesday, and it happened. It just didn't lead to a win. On Tuesday, I was like, man, wouldn't it be great if Jalen Green just went off tonight? And he did. So let me amend it a little bit. Wouldn't it be great if Booker dropped 40 and the Suns won tonight?
Yeah, good job.
Like if he
Corrected
just
that.
dropped 40 and they won. You have anything else you want to say about
No,
Ty Simpson?
if he just had more time.
You're pulling a wolf.
Happy birthday to you.
Now we have too much time. It
No?
turns out. No, not if you're going to sing.
okay.
We'll just go to break. Rick, we can just go to break early, right? We can just end this for
We
everybody.
can just end this.
All right,
Devin
thanks.
Booker's got to take
Ty
over.
Simpson.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Ty Simpson's not playing tonight?
No, but he might be on the Cardinals before we come back on Monday. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. Thanks to John London for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to earnhardtbuickgmc.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only Mitch Ferrelda's filling in for John Gambo. Surprise! I'm not Gambo, but you still get the one and only designation.
Because I am the one and only. Nobody else has the haircut.
Nobody else has the high fade working like you do, my friend. You got the high fade cooking today.
My girl Sarah takes very good care of me whenever I visit her every once a month. She's great.
That's fantastic. Mitch is filling in for Gambo today. We had a busy day, and it just got busy on steroids with this Cardinals report and Jacoby Brissett. We're gonna have Tori Lavello on a little bit later. We're gonna have Anthony Slater on. He covers the Warriors for ESPN.
Great job, Lauren. You're doing amazing.
Lauren, if you could do me a favor, if you could also turn on your microphone so we just show the YouTube crowd how when I host the show with the kids, and that's my term.
Look at that use of NIL on the T-shirt.
My term of affection for Mitch and Lauren, I call them the kids. Apparently, it's wear a cool T-shirt to work day, and I missed the memo because I'm just wearing my boring black State 48 shirt, which I love you guys at State 48. You guys are awesome. But Mitch is wearing the Mitchapalooza T-shirt. Lauren's got her NIL Illinois basketball. What does it say at the bottom?
Cowboy Merc.
Cowboy Merc?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, and I'm just wearing a black T-shirt. I got my
You're cool enough.
Oh, and
Jesse's got his
Jesse's got Serpientes on for his birthday. Happy birthday to Jesse.
I don't
by
work
the
on
way.
this show, but I'm wearing something cool too.
Yeah,
look
cool.
at me.
It's Cattell.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Hopefully
it's great.
he plays tonight and doesn't have a hamstring
I'm sure
injury.
you'll be fine in that regard.
I feel so boring. I really do. I feel so boring.
I'll happily buy you an Illinois NIL shirt, Burns. That's what you're asking for.
I'm sure you. I'm not fishing for a free T-shirt. I got funky T-shirts in my closet. It just didn't occur to me to wear them, but I should have known with
Funky
kids
Shirt
today.
Friday.
It's a funky. You know what? You think Gambo would be on board with Funky Shirt Friday? You think Gambo would do
if it counts as a gray shirt instead of a black shirt?
I was going to say, instead of black or gray, he could go with the navy blue. That'll be funky.
I mean, that would be a really cool thing to do around here. Funky Shirt Friday on the Burns and Gambo show. Everybody wears a funky shirt. That'd be really cool. Gambo would just not go for it at all.
No,
not one bit.
And then he'd look really sad when the cameras come on. We've all got funny shirts on.
I look ridiculous now. And I'm it's Funky Shirt Friday, and you got to be careful though. If you say Funky Shirt Friday too fast,
that's 2 words. This is the whole double whammy.
That's why we can't do it with Gambo. That's the real answer.
And you're 2 words away from a big old fine in that dump button. So you just got to be careful when you say Funky Shirt Friday on the Burns and Gambo show. Let's weigh in on our top story today here on Burns and Gambo.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
It's being aggressive, playing for others, getting downhill. They're a packed defeating team, so being able to get into the paint, make some reads, and get out on the run.
That's Jalen Green talking about how he can help the Suns win tonight. That is obviously our top story of the day, as it all comes down to this. One game, win and you're in, and you get Oklahoma City on Sunday afternoon. Lose and your season is done, and you got a whole bunch of things to answer for and a whole bunch of questions about your season and whether it was a quote-unquote success or not.
So the basic stuff that's on the line tonight, you are a 7 seed facing a 10 seed. And I went and looked back. The play-in tournament history, it's not very long. It's only 5 years. But in the history of the play-in tournament, and I had it out on Twitter, and Twitter's not working. Go figure. But basically, this is the second time that a 7 seed has faced a 10 seed to be the 8 seed. You follow me on that
Yes,
one?
I do, yeah.
So 7 versus 10 for
You're a
8.
professional broadcaster. You've explained that very well.
The 7 seed has won.
Okay.
In that previous occurrence. That was Miami, and that was the year they went all the way to the NBA
So the
Finals.
one other time a 7 has played a 10 for the right to be an 8.
Yes.
There'll be a test later. The 7 has won.
It
Yes?
did.
Okay.
And it was the Miami Heat who went all the way to the NBA Finals, which I think is the rare of rares when it comes to the play-in tournament.
Who did the Miami Heat?
Well, it was in my
it was on
note.
Twitter.
I think it was
but
the Chicago Bulls. If I'm being honest, but
And the only reason I ask is that this game, for reasons that are painfully obvious, but we'll bring them up anyway, just has a different tone to it. It has a different feel. That is Steph Curry on the other side. That
feels like zombie Steph Curry.
That
to be
is,
honest.
it does. That is Steve Kerr on the other side. That is Draymond Green on the other side. That is legacy. That is history. That is, I heard John Lund talk about it when I was driving in, and amen, brother, you're absolutely right. Over a 7-game series, you're probably going to be better than those guys. Over an 82-game season, you're definitely going to be better than those guys. In a one-game scenario, it might be the guy you least want to see in the NBA. Of all the guys, take all the guys and say, who's the one guy you don't want to see in a one-game situation? Even at his age, Steph Curry is probably that dude, right? And now you got to get through him to get there.
Even with this iteration of the Warriors, like Steph showed on Wednesday night that he can still be lethal at moments in the game. Because I think it was his first half was abysmal shooting-wise,
Yeah.
and then in the third quarter he started heating up. Fourth quarter was when he just basically made everything from everywhere. Or old man Al Horford was hitting all of his corner threes. You were getting penetration. You were getting strong defense from Draymond Green. Like that's that's where I focus the most as far as this matchup is how's the fourth quarter going to play out. The Suns, who have clearly struggled in the fourth quarters of games against teams equal to or close to competition in terms of ability to them, right? Like I'm not talking about any of the dregs of the league. I'm talking about equal playing field.
Mm-hmm.
And the Warriors just pulled off a tremendous comeback in a fourth quarter game where they were trailing by as many as double digits, an accomplishment that they've only done, 8 times?
Yeah.
Where they were down by double digits at halftime and came back and won?
Yeah.
That was the 9th time they pulled off on Wednesday night.
I hate to say it, but I'll just be so blunt about it. It's why I think the Suns are going to lose tonight. It's because I can't envision. Now, maybe, I've been wrong a million times before. I'll go ahead and make it 1,000,001.
I'd be happy to be wrong about this one, too.
I just don't see one of these teams having such a commanding lead going into the fourth quarter that it doesn't come down to the last 7 minutes of the fourth quarter. Now maybe this is a Suns blowout. Maybe this is a Warriors blowout. Maybe it doesn't come into play. But if it does come into play, and this does turn into a quote-unquote clutch time game, I just, based off of what we've seen for the last 2.5 months, I don't know how you can like the Suns in that moment. I don't know how you can think the Suns are going to be able to come through in that moment. It has been such a red flag and such a sore spot and such a problem. And not just a Devin Booker thing, but focused a lot on the Devin Booker thing that I don't know how you can think. So I guess what you have to hope for is that it doesn't come down to clutch time minutes and it doesn't come down to that kind of a close game, and that the Suns have a giant lead that you don't have to worry about, because I just think any close game in the last few minutes so favors Golden State. That's what makes this really tough, Mitch.
You know what's interesting? I'm looking back at the fourth quarter box score, and a reminder, the Trailblazers won by 4, and it was a separation of 3 points in this quarter, 31-28. The Suns were 9 of 18 and 3 of 5 from 3 in the fourth quarter. The one big difference in that quarter was the Blazers were 10 of 19. Quick math, that's one more and one more. And 4 of 9. That's one more and 4 more in the three-point category. And I know we talked about how the three-point disparity was one of the bigger margins that has to be covered. It absolutely has to be covered against this Warriors team, who, by the way, was 19 for 41 from three-point range against the Clippers on Wednesday night. You cannot lose the three-point margin against this team because this is the one team you know for a fact on the scouting report is going to fire away from deep all night long.
And that is why the news pregame is, and we're going to have Anthony Slater on, as I mentioned a little bit later. He's the Warriors insider for ESPN. He's already gone on ESPN and reported that he believes Kristaps Porzingis is going to play tonight for Golden State. Even before we knew that, you had posed a question to all of us in the email in which you said, who's the biggest guy who might miss tonight's game? Is it Porzingis, who we believe is now going to play?
Yep.
Is it Grayson Allen or is it Mark Williams? It's Grayson Allen by a country mile because he's the high-volume, high-percentage three-point shooter that I think you desperately need to keep up with Golden State tonight when it comes to that regard. If you're the Suns, you need to chuck it. I mean, you need to chuck it tonight. You get tons of threes.
No hesitations either.
35 to 40 or more three-point attempts tonight. No hesitation. I don't want to see this midi stuff tonight. I'm not interested in seeing the 18-foot jump shot. I know they got a bunch of guys who are really good at it. I don't care. You're not.
Or if you're going to do that, you have to play defense, which we've seen
that too.
If you have misses.
It's a good point. If you're going to do that, then you have to force Golden State into turnovers, which is something they're as bad at as Portland was.
Yes.
You didn't do it against Portland. You have to do it tonight. You have to get easy runouts. You have to get easy baskets. You have to win the turnover battle decisively if you're going to do a midi convention tonight, because other than that, they're going to take 53-pointers, and they're going to just try to win the game by outscoring you volume-wise from behind that line. And I think the Suns are going to have to force a ton of turnovers, to your point, if they're going to keep up in that regard.
I'll close with this stat. Warriors, in that same game against the Clippers, 20 turnovers, 35 points conceded off of those turnovers to the Clippers. Clippers 18 to 26, and the Clippers still lost. Like, even if you win those marginal games, you have to win the shooting game, too. You can't lose the math game on the floor tonight.
Mitch Varel is filling in for Gambo today when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show at a story that we were not expecting to speak on today. Jacoby Brissett has demanded more money to play next season. Or has he? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo this afternoon at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hey, it's Luke. What are we going to be talking about on Monday? What's next for the Suns or a playoff series against Oklahoma City? We get going Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Monty Austinford yesterday in the pre-draft press conference from the Cardinals GM and the Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur on who QB1 is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, we got Jacoby, Gardner. They both played a lot of ball. I think, as we sit here today, we're trying to install a system. You guys are rolling. I'll defer to you on that, but we're not really naming anybody, and we'll see how that room looks by the time we get in August.
Mike LaFleur?
That's, there's going to be certain, if you're going to ask me on tight end, I think, there's certain positions that, you feel really good about, and I feel really good about the quarterback position. Why? Because both those guys have played a lot of football, so right now, none of that's even being discussed, because all we're trying to do is get a foundational aspect of what this system looks like. And then, I keep telling the guys, we have the foundational aspects of what we want it to look like, but we're going to fit it to the skill set of what these guys can do. We're not going to be the Rams. We're not going to be the Niners. We're not going to be the Packers. We're not going to be anyone but the Arizona Cardinals. And that organically, the best offenses I've been a part of organically have gotten to that point.
That was a long answer to say, I don't know who our starting quarterback is going to be.
At least he doesn't have to worry about who the tight end one is going to be. He made that clear.
That's a long answer for I'm not telling you who our QB1 is, but I appreciate him going into detail like that, which makes this story about Jacoby Brissett all the more fascinating. And like I teased it up, this is not something we expected to talk about today. You were even telling me it's like I asked you for your lunch order, and you're like, I've been a little busy, talking about trying to figure out what's going on with the Jacoby Brissett story. I'm like, what? And I was, at the gym or something. I'm like, what Jacoby Brissett story? What are you talking about? Jacoby Brissett, according to Ian Rappaport, who is citing unnamed sources, Jacoby Brissett is not attending phase 1 of the offseason program and is asking for an extension that pays him as the starter. Brissett is set to make $9 million, though I've seen Howard Balzer and others try to figure out where they're getting the $9 million at. He's set to make $9 million in 2026, but only has $1.5 million in guaranteed money and wants security. Arizona appears willing to address it. So there's a bunch of little nuggies in there, right?
Yes.
He's not going to attend phase 1. Brissett strikes me as the kind of guy who attends things like OTAs and, not mandatory minicamp, voluntary minicamp. He seems like that. He's that kind of guy. He's cut from that cloth. The money, okay, but Arizona appears willing to address it as if there's sort of a nothing to see here. Move along. Everything's going to be fine. Yeah, the Cardinals understand they're going to do something about this. So I don't know what to make of it. I don't know how worried I should be about this.
So I think if I'm reading this correctly on Spotrac, 2-year, $12.5 million contract.
Spotrac or Spot Track?
I'll be honest, I don't really know.
Oh, okay.
And I get paranoid every time I say it.
I've been saying Spot Track this whole time, so
I'll go with you. We'll call it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I learn something new every day.
Track. Yeah, but basically, how I'm viewing it is apparently there was a out in that 2-year deal, and if he did not opt out, he could opt in for a 1-year, $9.06 million deal.
That's where it's from. Okay.
But, and then within that, there's 1.5 guaranteed of the 26 salary. So he just wants a little more than 1.5 million, especially if part of it is some incentives that are in this contract. 2026 playing time. If he plays 50% of the games of the season, he gets $1 million. If he plays 65% or more, he gets $2 million. So if he's going to play a whole season as the starter and he's only going to walk away with $3.5 million, I'm kind of on his side on that one. But this just feels like a weird thing to throw into the mess of Cardinals offseason news that we're dealing with here.
It really does, because, I'm going to guess that like 75% of Cardinal fans were like, wait a minute, hold on, dude. They went 1-11 with you as the starting quarterback last year, and you want more money? And then there's another percentage of the Cardinal fans who are like, wait a minute, I've been hearing all this smoke about Ty Simpson and then drafting a quarterback. Well, why would they want to give you more money? Maybe, and that's not even counting. And I want to thank Tyler Drake, and I see him over there. He's also participating in Funky Shirt Friday.
Yeah, but he's also got Stay 48. So
he's rocking the Stay 48 thing like me too, but his is a lot funkier than mine is.
It looks like the artifact thing outside of Chase Field. You know what I'm talking about, where the baseball just goes around. All
where the thing.
That's
in the
what
middle
his shirt
of the,
kind of looks like.
It does look like that a little bit. Tyler passed along the page from Jacoby Brissett's Instagram page, where it was a blank black slate.
Yep.
With 7 laughing till I'm crying emojis, almost as if to say, like, come on, guys, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
it's got to be true.
It's
right?
only ridiculous if he shows up for voluntary minicamp. If he doesn't, then clearly he's got an issue, and clearly he's fighting for something. And I suppose on some level, if he is going to be the starter the majority of the year, he should be paid a little bit more than what he's making. But I also think if the Cardinals are really going to draft Ty Simpson like everybody and their mother seems to think they're going to do, then part of me is like, yeah, we're not going to pay you another dime. Because if we're going to
guaranteed you're going to start,
if we're going to really draft Ty Simpson, you're probably at best starting half the season anyway, because we got to start Ty Simpson at least the last 6 games, if not 8, to kind of find out what we've got to figure out whether we need to draft another quarterback a year from now. Like if they take Ty Simpson, I don't think they should pay Jacoby Brissett anything, just because you're going to have to play Ty Simpson.
So what if they do something like where they buy out the incentives and just make that part of the guarantees? Like instead of 50% of the game, 65% of the game incentives, they just throw in that extra, was it $2 million, $3 million? Give him that on top of his 1.5 guaranteed or $1 million guaranteed, whatever it is, and just try and call it a day that way. Because if you do take Ty Simpson and you don't play him the whole season, then, okay, maybe Jacoby's happy that he's guaranteed some incentives before the season started. Or alternatively, as you pointed out, if Brissett doesn't play the full season, he still gets a decent amount of money, and you get to move forward with Ty Simpson as Brissett walks away back into free agency to find some other NFL home.
It could be. And look, the Cardinals have plenty of cap space. Plenty.
Yeah, but they got to use it for other things. Monty laid it all out for us yesterday.
Well, they do have extensions, and he was asked a question about why they're not using. Why did they not use more cap space?
You have
this
money.
year?
Why are you not spending?
And some of it, he talked about extensions, presumably for a Paris Johnson Jr. or a Michael Wilson, or maybe even somebody else that we're not aware of. The money is there. Look, if I were Jacoby Brissett, I'd probably want a little more scratch too, because I'm thinking everything looks like I'm going to be the starting quarterback of this football team. Mm-hmm. And if it were me, I'd probably want a little more too. But on principle, between the 1-11 record, the fact that he performed individually fine, but the team didn't perform well at all when he was the starting quarterback.
No,
it does come across as a little ridiculous, right? Like, come on, man, really? Seriously,
based off of what you did last year, you want to raise?
Just feels very short-sighted.
But it's not based off of last year. It's based off of starting quarterbacks. You are vastly underpaying your starting quarterback relative to other starting quarterbacks in the league. But you know what? Tough. That's life.
At the same time, his counter argument could also be, why did you guys sign a quarterback on the first day of legal tampering? What's that all about? Is it just my backup? Are you just signing him because you like him? And then especially now that this Ty Simpson smoke seems to be billowing at a vigorous pace right now.
There's more smoke coming out about this Ty Simpson thing than at a Snoop Dogg's car.
It's
pouring out of the windows right now.
There's more smoke at this thing than a Lucille's barbecue pit.
Hey, babe.
That's so bad. Vinny can do it so much better. Vinny.
Sorry, Vinny. We just besmirched you.
In general, I do think that this is how you would behave if you started picking up wind that your team is going to be drafting a quarterback. And I shared with you a mock draft that I'm sure we're going to be identifying later of having the Cardinals getting a cake and eat it too kind of scenario where they trade out of 3, pick up extra capital from the Cowboys, and then trade back into the first round with the Texans to be able to get Ty Simpson, somehow netting them 3 first-rounders in this draft that doesn't have a ton of us very excited about a lot of the prospects.
No doubt about it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Torey Lavillo, the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, on video, will join us next for his weekly visit here on the Burns and Gambo show. So stay tuned for that with Mitch Ferreldis in for Gambo.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6, 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. You don't have to go anywhere if you don't want to. You can just go to libertygmcaz.com. And all the deals I'm about to tell you about, you're going to find right there at that website, because when it comes to selling GMC trucks and SUVs, nobody's got more and nobody does it better than Liberty GMC, and that is just how that goes. The 2026 GMC Terrain, you can lease one of those right now from Liberty GMC for just $279 a month, or if you want to buy one, take up to $57.50 off. You want a 2026 GMC Canyon, really cool, smaller pickup truck, you can lease it for just $279 a month, or if you want to buy one, $37.50 off. And then the big boy, the 2026 Sierra 1500, take up to $12,250 off, or you can go with 0% financing when you buy one of those. It's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
Hey,
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO, and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks, because baseball isn't just a sport. It's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball, and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you. 21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off for that one is at 7, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And if the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference, and they will take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Game 1 of that series starts on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. And stay tuned, because Bernsey and Mitch, they're about to talk to the manager, Torey Lovello, next. And that's what's trending now.
Your exclusive home of the D-backs. Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk D-backs baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you.
Let's see if Torey Lovello, the manager of the Diamondbacks, is participating in Funky Shirt Friday.
He's got teal.
He's wearing some kind of teal. What's on your shirt? Okay,
play catch. That's great.
With the A in play is the Diamondbacks logo. Okay, that's good, Torey. Well, you're participating in Funky T-Shirt Friday. Appreciate that. Good to see you.
I did not know it was Funky T-Shirt Friday. I wore in my D-Book jersey though today because they're gonna rock it. They're gonna win this thing. They're gonna find themselves in the eight spot. But you know what? Anything's possible. So
we need that positivity, Torty, because right now it's not coming from Bernsey or I when it comes to the Suns, quite frankly.
I hate to say it. I'm in a dark spot when it comes to this basketball team right now, Torey. I appreciate your optimism, because I'm not in a good place with this.
You're not. And I'll tell you who else isn't, is Gambo. Where's he? Like, what's going on? Is he okay?
He's fine. He's Gambo. He just needs his rest days, It's a day.
He just threw his start, right? He's having his spa day today, which is something I learned about.
Exactly. He threw 7 yesterday, and we're just it's a shutdown day for him. So he'll be back on Monday, and everything's good. Did you rock the D-Book jersey over the teal?
No, I rocked it over purple sleeves.
Okay,
so purple
fantastic.
long sleeves, D-Book white Suns jersey, and I mean, people were loving it. So I know. Getting to this point when you are a team in this city, like they rally. The fans are unbelievable. So I'm thinking positive things for this group.
You're a good Arizona sports fan, Torey. We appreciate that. We buried the lead. Congratulations on a great road trip. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
For you, was there a turning point? Was there a moment? Was there a game that took a good road trip and turned it into a great road trip? Was there a performance? Was there a moment where the whole thing just kind of flipped and you're like, wow, this is really clicking for us on this trip?
I felt like Game 3 in Philly was a really good moment for us. That's a tough team. They've been in the playoffs. We all know it. They're loaded with talent. They've got, probably some of the best left-handed hitters stacked up on one another at the top of the lineup, and I felt like we handled them really, really good. And when you go into their home, and which is a tough venue, and you win 2 out of 3, I think this group felt like they had arrived one step closer to their final destination. And that's really what this is. It's a journey throughout the course of the year, and we're still trying to figure out our identity. And I know when we win series like that, and we were 4-2 at that point on the trip, we wanted to have a successful road trip. This was going to be a tough one for us. Traditionally, don't play great in New York. I felt like that bus ride into Baltimore, the boys were feeling pretty good about it.
You mentioned tough lefties that you faced on the road trip. I got to be honest, one of the biggest things that worried me going into the season was the lacking of left-handed pitching in relief. But I got to be honest. I got to call it like it is. This bullpen has been lights out, other than like a couple of hiccups here and there. What is it about you being able to push the right buttons, these guys understanding the matchups? What have you noticed about this group so far?
Well, I appreciate that, and stay with me on this, because if I don't push the right buttons, will you still remember that I was pushing the right buttons this week? Okay, all right.
We'll see how it is when we talk next week. We'll see.
We take this conversation and frame it and put on a wall so we all remember the nice things you said about how I'm handling the bullpen, please.
Look, it's about just putting the guys in the right position to have success, and they're all working their butts off. So there's a lot of different options given who we have in the stack of right-handed pitchers that we have in the bullpen. We're just chopping it up the best way we can with some of the gut feel, some of the direct matchups, and some of what we have is what we feel the best pitching coach is giving some guidance and saying this is the best matchup in this situation. It's been working really good. We want to throw strikes, and the reason why we decided to go without a lefty is because we felt like Brandon Garcia needed to go down and just kind of tighten up a few things, and if he was going to tidy up the ability to throw strikes, he was going to be an elite left-hander out of the bullpen and be able to wipe guys out. So we don't want to throw balls around the zone. We want to throw the balls to a particular spot in the zone, and the 8 guys that we have, we feel like they can do that very, very well. It's been very successful.
This question is going to sound like I'm harping on the negative, and I'm really not trying to. Mm-hmm. It's more a question out of curiosity. Jonathan Loaisiga is responsible, I think, for 3 of the blown saves, and yet there have been times where he has been special, really special. That situation he had to get out of that Zach Gallen kind of left him over the weekend was a big, big moment, I thought, in the road trip. How does he and has he fit into your bullpen alignment, given that some of the rare struggles they have had, he's kind of been at the heart of them, and yet he's responsible for some of those big moments?
Right. I know, it was a 2-run home run. It was a mistake pitch to Pete Alonso, and we ended up losing that first game in Baltimore. And that ripped our heart out, to be honest with you. And that's why I'm so glad these guys came together and found a way to win those last 2 games. But agree with you, Bernsey. That was a great moment. 1st and 3rd and no outs, and the ball gets put on the ground. And we practiced that particular type of play, that exact play over and over and over again in spring training. And we knocked down the go-ahead run at home plate, 1st and 2nd. We didn't let those runners advance. Loaisiga takes it from there. So I just think relief pitching, you make one mistake to the wrong guy, it can be such a hit or miss moment. It can make a good pitcher look like he's having a bad week. But we like the stuff. We like it right on right, especially. We know that it's electric. It's a good, firm 2-seam fastball with a really good slider. So we'll stack him up there against some of the best hitters in baseball, and every once in a while he's going to get clipped. So I don't want to read into it too much. Okay. We've got to make sure that we rest him and make sure he's ready to go out there every time he can possibly do it.
I want to switch to the offensive side, and there's so many great contributors right now, like Ildemaro Vargas, Jorge Perosa, Jose Fernandez, but I want to ask you about one of your core guys. Geraldo Perdomo's off to a rather slow start to the season. What are you noticing in his approach, his at-bats? Are you starting to see things turn, especially after that 3-for-4 day against Baltimore? What are you seeing from him right now?
Yeah, I think he needed a day like that. All good hitters want to get into a rhythm. When you go to bed that night, you're like, yeah, I got 3. I got my average over 200. Now I can really go to work and start to climb the way I know I can. But I think I've watched his BPs, his early work, and the times where I can sit there and evaluate him in a different stage than a game. He was using his hands in BP, finishing his swing, getting some backspin, getting some good carry, line drives through the middle of the diamond, and that's really what our forte is, 95 plus in the middle. During the games, he's got a little bit of tilt to his swing. So whether it's left or right-handed, he's got backside might be dropping, maybe trying to create a little loft and a little backspin, which is slowing down his swing. So instead of the ball getting finished with a good follow through and a handsy swing like I'm watching in BP, it's a chipped foul ball. So pitches he should be driving, He's falling behind an account by hitting a foul ball. So it's a work in progress. He's a quick study. He's going to be fine. He's got a proven track record. He didn't finish 4th or 3rd in the MVP voting last year. It's a matter of time before he comes out of it.
Troy Lavello, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. D-backs hosting the Toronto Blue Jays tonight, the first of 3. Then the White Sox next week as the homestand begins this evening. Along those same lines, want to ask you about Ketel, and you've been pretty steadfast in keeping him in that leadoff spot this year. I haven't seen the lineup today. I don't know what the plans are, but in a way to spark him a little bit, maybe refine him a little bit, have you had thoughts about not batting him leadoff all the time, or is that still a vision and a concept that you're very committed to keeping him there at the top of your lineup?
No, that's a great question. And I've been thinking about it for sure. I was a big ask. He traditionally likes to lead off against lefties and hit second against righties. That's what he's been very comfortable doing. It's been very successful. I did ask him what he thought about it. And I told him after a couple weeks, maybe let's give it 3 weeks or so, and I'll revisit that with you and let's see where we're at. So I got to be flexible with these athletes. I got to, like I said earlier, put them in the best position to be successful. And when the mind's empty and the body and the spirit is right, they're going to go out there and let that thing whistle. So I think at the end of the day, you got to be able to communicate with your players that way. We're approaching that point in the season where I will circle back with him. And I know it hasn't been easy for him, but he hit 2 massive home runs in Baltimore the other day. That led me to think he's going to be just fine. But once again, I got to make sure that I revisit that with him, and I will have a conversation shortly.
Okay. Look, man, he got to sign Utah Street. Not everybody gets to do that. Like, that's a huge accomplishment for him. Let me ask you, because we're close to the turn in the rotation where Brandon would have made his next start. Would he still be in it? What is your plan for him? Like, can we expect to see him out of the pen this weekend? What are your plans for him right now?
Yeah, he's getting real close to needing to throw, and we feel very strongly that not throwing is just the same as throwing too much. You're going to put your mind or your body in a position where it's not going to recover or give you everything you need to and risk injury. So, we know he's on his 5th or 6th day right now, and it would be nice to just dump him on top of Soroka and give him that extended outing today and maybe bridge us to the backside. So stay tuned. We know what we need to do. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys saw him pitching out of the bullpen at some point over the next 2 days.
I saw that he's 2 for 8, a double, a couple runs, a home run down for the Amarillo Sod Pools. Huh? What is the Lourdes Gurriel Jr. game plan right now, Tori?
I am so proud of Lourdes and the hard work that he's put in. He's just over 8 months post-op. And I sat in this very office, had a conversation with him, and he was on his crutches getting ready to go back home to Miami for the offseason. And he said, I promise you, Tori, I promise you I'm going to do all that I can to get back as soon as I can. And really, when you get to that point in a relationship with a guy, you just don't break promises. And he held serve on that. I'm so proud of the way that he came back and all the hard work. He was sending me videos throughout the course of the offseason. He got after it. He stayed very dedicated with his diet, with his routine, with his sleep. And he's coming back. So I know a guy. I got a guy I can go to ask this question to. So it's probably the biggest question I'll be asked today. Don't be surprised if you see him in our lineup this weekend.
This weekend.
That's this weekend.
Don't be surprised if I see Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in your lineup this weekend.
Don't be surprised. Like I said, I know a guy. I got a guy that knows it really, really good.
Are you really going to tell us this at 2:42, Tori? Come on. Then we can't ask another follow.
All right.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, he's got to check a couple boxes. He's on his way back to Phoenix right now. I want to sit down and talk to him. I want to see how he's doing. I got to get the medical team to weigh in on where he's at. But he checked a lot of boxes these past couple days in Amarillo. Wow. So we'll see where he's at.
Good stuff, Tori. We appreciate it. Best of luck during the homestand. Thanks for rocking the book jersey today on your way into work. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week, okay?
All right, boys. Have a good one. Yeah, for sure. Talk to you later.
Tori Lavello, manager of the Diamondbacks, dropping a little bit of information on us. Lourdes Gurriel
making a habit of this now.
In the lineup this weekend. Wow. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, there's a reason why Tori Lavello is wearing a D-Book jersey on the way into work today, because tonight's a must-win game for the Phoenix Suns. And when we come back, ESPN writer and reporter Anthony Slater joins us to preview this game next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs manager Tori Lavello, brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you. Arizona sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the third pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I love telling you about Sanderson Ford. 70 years in business doing it the right way, and nobody does it better when it comes to sales and service than Sanderson Ford. And right now is a great time to purchase either a 2026 Ford Escape or Bronco Sport for under $30,000. Choose an Escape starting at $26,999 or a Bronco Sport starting at $29,999. When you're in the market for a new used vehicle, Sanderson Ford, no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. It's where I've been shopping ever since I moved to the Valley. I got my Mustang Mach-E there, and my wife drives a Lincoln Navigator from Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, and of course, Sanderson Ford on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Again, right now, you can purchase either a 26 Ford Escape or Bronco Sport for under $30,000. Go online at sandersonford.com or visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale. It's Sanderson Ford Country.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. NewACUnit.com.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
And joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show with Mitch Vareldis filling in.
I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, I am too, because he covers the Golden State Warriors for ESPN.com writer and reporter. He is Anthony Slater. We saw him on ESPN just a little bit ago giving us an update on Kristaps Porzingis, and now he's joining us here for a few minutes to preview this must-win game tonight for both of these teams. Anthony, I'm Dave. This is Mitch. We appreciate your time today on what's a busy day. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no problem, fellas. That time of year.
It is indeed that time of year. Let's start with the news that you had when you were on ESPN. You're hearing that it's going to be a go for Kristaps tonight?
I mean, they're optimistic about it. That's the expectation. You know, I will say with Porzingis, it's always a kind of never-know situation. He's been ruled out late in plenty of games this season, last season.
Yeah.
But as of, early afternoon, the noise from them was an expectation that, he's going to give it a go. And, I mean, that shouldn't be a surprise just considering the stakes.
Okay, can I ask then X's and O's, like what type of difference does Porzingis make when he's in as opposed to when he's not available for this Warriors team, Anthony?
Space is the big thing, right? It's something this roster hasn't had much at the center spot, which is a rim protector who can shoot it out to 27 feet. It's why they targeted him. At this stage of his career, he's not as, healthy or quite productive as maybe like mid-prime Porzingis, but he's their second best scorer. He had 20 the other night. He had a couple, 28-footers. He had a couple put-back dunks. And, offense is hard to come by for this team, especially when Steph Curry's not on the floor.
Yeah.
And Porzingis, he is the guy who at least alleviates that to some degree. And then the other thing is Steph Curry often is just, it's too congested for him the last few years. And Porzingis is theoretically the type of guy, him and Al Horford, who open up the court for him.
I asked this question with all the respect in the world for what Golden State has been able to accomplish. I really do. Is there a concern about how much they've got left in the tank tonight after what they did 2 nights ago, given how emotionally charged that win was, Anthony?
Sure. That was an exhausted, celebratory, but tired post-game locker room the other night. The Suns get the extra day rest, which I think is important. I think, that's why the NBA likes to schedule the 7-8 the first day. It gives a little bit more advantage to a team that was higher seeded. They had to fly yesterday. They didn't practice. They met as a team. They did some prep work, but, they basically just had all these veterans off their feet. And beyond the fact that they're veterans, a lot of these guys have been out recently with injuries. Al Horford is only in his 3rd game back. He's basically around 20, 25 minutes. He's turning 40 in a couple months. Steph Curry just turned 38. We know the knee injury that knocked him out for 27 games is, and they wanted him on like a 32, 33-ish minute restriction the other night. They ended up bumping it up to 36 because they had to. But I'm in the locker room. He probably took him 90 minutes to do his whole recovery circuit. I mean, he's super disciplined about it, but I guess a long-winded way of answering your question. I think there's a very reasonable question of what type of gas they have left in the tank.
I noticed one of the standout stats for me, Anthony, in that game against the Clippers was the 20 turnovers and the 35 points they gave up off of those turnovers. But what did it tell you about this version of the Warriors to be able to overcome such a massive disparity in that area?
Well, they're bad in that area typically. I think the 4th most turnovers per game this season. Some of their worst games are just huge turnover nights. They had like a 28 turnover night at one point late in the year. But, when they stumbled all the way to 37 wins in the 10th seed, a lot of those turnovers were also being done without Steph Curry to rescue them. And, to answer your question of what happened the other night, I mean, Steph Curry scored 25 second-half points, and Al Horford hit 4 threes at a time. They seemed dead in the middle of the 4th quarter. He had 3 straight possessions. He had made threes. And then Draymond Green is the type of competitor who, if he smells blood late, he'll go for the kill, and he went for the kill on Kawhi. But again, to your question, I think it's just, Steph rescued them, but it wasn't they didn't play a crisp game, and I don't necessarily expect them to. This version of the Warriors is not that great of a team, right? There's a reason they were the 10th seed.
Yeah. Anthony Slater, who covers the Golden State Warriors, is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show in advance of tonight's game between the Warriors and the Phoenix Suns. This is kind of related to my last question, but I think a little bit different. Just, you've covered this team for a while now. There was Steve Kerr was almost apologetic for how proud he was of that team the other night and what they did, right? He's like, I know I shouldn't be this happy about it because it's just a play-in game, but God, that was just so great. Is there a sense of mission accomplished, we beat the Clippers, and for one night we were able to be the Warriors again, or does that not get finished until they beat the Suns tonight?
I actually worry a little bit more about them if they were to get past tonight, like what game 1 in Oklahoma City might look like, what game 2 might look like.
Yeah.
I do, like I said, I do wonder about just their energy and fatigue levels tonight. But they believe they can win tonight. I think what does Vegas have it as Suns 2-point favorites. This is a relative toss-up game. Probably some people would lean a little Phoenix's way. I think I think they want to prove something to themselves. And I think what you heard from Kerr the other day, it's more about just like this existential moment for the Warriors franchise. He doesn't have a contract next season,
Yeah.
Steve Kerr. He doesn't know if he's walking away or not yet. It's genuine. He hasn't made that decision. Draymond Green's future is a little bit in the air. He was dangled a little bit at the deadline, depending on who you ask. Steph Curry just turned 38. Like they don't know how many more nights like the other night are left. There's a reasonable, you could say maybe that was it. And I just think they were just celebrating, reminding the world and reminding themselves what they used to be. But, again, I sense a confidence level from them that they can come out tonight and get a win. Now, ask me if they do get the win tonight, what I think is going to happen in the first round. I might give you a different answer.
So I think the biggest sticking point for me with this game is going to result in how the fourth quarter plays out, Anthony. And if you consider the two fourth quarters that these teams most recently played, it was the Suns playing very competitive, shooting well, but ultimately losing on a Deni Avdija drive because not closing out late. And then you consider the Warriors' comeback win. You've already chronicled it of how they were able to come back and the amount of threes clutched late. I'm worried that this game is essentially going to come down to the wire, and I think Vegas is very on to the fact that the Suns just frankly have not played well the last 2 months. Not that the Warriors have, but I feel like the Warriors have the advantage there.
Yeah, and that's where the Steph Curry minute total will be monitored closely because, again, the other night they go in wanting to play him about 32. He hadn't even played over 30 in his 4 games back from this long absence. But they were losing grip of the game with about 9:30 left. I think they were down something like, 10, 11 points. And Steve Kerr went back earlier than he would have liked to Steph, and he ended up having to play him 36 minutes, which was about 3 over. But he did it because, the moment Steph Curry comes in the game, he hits a 3, they start climbing back in it. So, to your point tonight, if it is close, I think that's one of the I guess factors we're going to monitor, which is like when does Kerr go back to Curry because they generally drown when he's not on the floor.
Yeah, Anthony, we know you're busy. We appreciate you carving out a couple of minutes for us, especially so close to game time. Safe travels. We'll talk soon, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
You got it. Thank you. Anthony Slater covers the Warriors for ESPN, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Tip time tonight from the Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 o'clock. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader with the man, to my right, hosting our pregame coverage beginning at 6. You're doing double duty today, Mitch Ferreldis. When we come back,
buckle down, Burnsy.
Is a Devin Booker legacy game loading tonight? That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. At Earnhardt Ford, here's what you get. 75 years of Arizona trust, a name that's earned since 1951. No bull upfront pricing, no games, no runaround ever. A zero pressure team committed to finding the right fit for you, and full online shopping putting power in your hands. And right now, the 2025 Ford Maverick is an absolute steal. Save up to $8,000 off MSRP or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off for that one is at 7, with pre-game coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. That first game would be on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And make sure that you go to wherever you get your podcasts and listen to Burns and Gambo's interview with the manager, Torey Lovello, because he provided a very interesting update on Lourdes Gurriel Jr. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
Mitch Varelda's filling in for Gambo today, and I mean this sincerely. A special thanks to Mitch Varelda's for filling in today, because Mitch has got Here Comes the Suns duties at 6. Is that going to be on YouTube again tonight?
I'm going to be here for a while.
You're going to be here for a while. And then you've got the postgame show tonight as well.
Both of those, yes, as you alluded to, will be on YouTube.
Okay.
So YouTube chatters, if you're there right now, we see you. What's up, Seabacher? What's up, Gray? What's up, Bull Cubs? I wonder who they root for.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing.
Lauren's smiling.
We're doing Here Come the Suns on YouTube tonight as well as post game.
So you got a long day,
Yes.
and we appreciate you doing double duty today here on the Burns and Gambo show because we love having you.
Kidding?
In.
I get to watch a basketball game that I'm super thrilled about tonight. It's
great. I'm anxious about tonight, and I know I'm being framed, and honestly, rightfully so, as not super positive about tonight. I kind of have a bad feeling about tonight. I don't love the way the Suns have played for the last 2.5 months, and that is literally one of the best assassins of his generation on the other side of the floor in a one-game scenario. The whole thing just makes me kind of anxious, uncomfortable. But the flip side, and God bless Torrey for wearing a Devin Booker jersey into work today at Chase Field, the flip side to this is there is an opportunity here for Devin Booker to seize a moment and to after 11 years and everything he's done here, I'm not going to say he can rewrite a narrative. There's not that much on the line. We've seen a lot of Devin Booker, and we know what he's capable of. But certainly a recent narrative of this season and how these fourth quarters have gone and his ability to be that guy, it has not been a great Devin Booker year, and it's certainly not been a banner last couple of months for Devin Booker. In that small sample size regard, this is a mini Devin Booker legacy game tonight, I think, where he can write all of that if he has a big game and a big fourth quarter and he does things he hasn't done a whole lot the last couple months.
You want to frame this up like a first take conversation?
Not really, because I don't like that show, but go for it.
Hold on. Let me see if I can channel my... Devin Booker, I'm looking right at you, Mr. Booker. I'm telling you, you've got to step it up. Okay, that's not very good.
Because what you've done before is not good enough. You got to do it tonight. It's the best Stephen A. I've got. It's probably not very good. It's probably garbage.
That's why we can't do what he does.
No, that's why he's making how many zeros after that number? I don't even know for ESPN.
You brought up a very important point with all of this. For all of the negative noise that currently exists around Devin Booker, it is not referring to the Devin Booker that we've come to know and love in the first decade of his career here in the Valley. It is all about everything that we've seen basically the last year-ish, if you will. It is about the poor play in the fourth quarter when you do have the basketball. Tuesday night was another reminder of that.
Yep.
It is the inability to perform well in closeout games when it's like you absolutely have to win that basketball game. We're not talking about like the entirety of his career. We're not talking about Devin Booker, the person. We're talking about Devin Booker, the guy who's supposed to be the best player on the Phoenix Suns this year, not playing like the best player on the Phoenix Suns right now. And that's a massive, massive problem.
And the thing about it is it's not, I was watching, and I know Lauren was too. I was watching the Pitt finale last night, and there was a pivotal scene between two of the main characters. And kind of the message of the scene was, it's not too late to change. Like, it's not too late. It's never too late to change. And
if I could change.
Yeah, there you go. I knew it kind of had Rocky IV undertones, and I didn't mean to go there, but I did anyway. That's why I was trying to go more current with the Pit, because I watched it last night. It's not too late for Devin Booker to change his recent narrative. Now, again, tonight is just a drop in the bucket in the Devin Booker career, but... And I do want to point this out. Our own Kevin Zimmerman at ArizonaSports.com.
Great article.
Really good article today. I highly recommend, if you're a Suns fan, to go to ArizonaSports.com and read Kellen's preview piece too, because that was really good. But Zim's article in particular was titled, "Will Devin Booker Go Down Swinging Tonight?" And he kind of set up the short-term ramifications and the long-term ramifications of Devin Booker having a good or bad game and what it means not only for his season and how to define it, but the offseason and basing decisions around that. I mean, you want to feel better about basing your offseason decisions around Booker as a cornerstone. And if he fails again yet tonight, it's a little harder to do that. You still will. No one's saying they're going to trade him, but it does get a little harder. But it's not too late for him to change any of that with a performance tonight. The problem is that within that piece, and I'm so glad he did this, Devin Booker in must-win games over the years.
It's not pretty.
2024 first-round Game 4 against Minnesota. Okay, 49 points on 13 of 21 shooting. He had 6 assists.
He did everything he could, but they were nowhere near close in that contest.
Exactly. 2023 conference semifinals, Game 6 against Denver. 12 points on 4 of 13 shooting and 8 assists.
That game was a disaster. That was Al McCoy's last game, too.
Yeah, speaking of disasters, 2022 conference semifinals, Game 7 against Dallas. 11 points on 3 of 14 shooting, 2 assists, 4 turnovers.
That game is remembered for Chris Paul and his ability to make a meme. That's what that's remembered for.
2021 NBA Finals, Game 6 against Milwaukee. 19 points on 8 of 22 shooting, 5 assists, and 6 turnovers in the finals against Milwaukee.
Yep.
And then he also included the bubble must-win game against Dallas. And, of course, later there was the Portland-Brooklyn game that kept the Suns out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
He had 27 points, 5 assists, and no turnovers in that game. Now, this is just him in closeouts. If you look at Devin Booker's playoff resume, up until that Minnesota series, it's been pretty damn sterling, right? Like it was good during 2021. It was good during 2022. It was fantastic during 2023.
20 for 25, 14 for 18 the next game. Good Lord.
In those elimination moments, it's not a secret. He hasn't been his best in those elimination moments. And again, that's the standard by which he's going to be held again tonight in this elimination game.
You also have the stats as far as fourth quarter and this team in the clutch. 17 games since the All-Star break. Booker is shooting 36% in the fourth quarter, 30% in clutch situations. That's 10 of those 17 games. Clutch situations meaning the last 5 minutes of a basketball game that is within 5 or fewer points. 30%.
Compared to his numbers in the first half of the season, pre-All-Star, which were great. He was fantastic.
He was an All-Star this year.
He was fantastic in the fourth quarter. He was fantastic in clutch time. His numbers are really good. And from the All-Star break on, he's just fallen off a cliff. Look, I don't say this often. I love Devin Booker. I really do. Like I with all of my soul, I want Devin Booker to succeed. And I know that sounds like a lot, but I really do. I as a forever Suns fan, I'm forever indebted to Devin Booker and everything that he's done. I really want to believe that he's going to be able to have one of those nights tonight where he carries them. If he doesn't, that is going to be a major talking point on Monday, not just for how the season ended, but to Zim's point about the offseason. And again, not that you're going to trade him, but the plan of building around him looks shakier by the minute with every single one of these fourth quarter performances where he just doesn't play very well and he doesn't act like the superstar that he is or that we want him to be, if that makes more sense.
And here's what's on the horizon if you're deciding to keep yourself locked into this full term. So I just had the salary table up, actually. That would be easier to look at. Next year, the 26-27 season, he's set to make $57 million. 27-28, that is the last year of his current contract.
Mm-hmm.
That would be up to $61 million. And then in 2028-29, that's when the new extension kicks in. 2 years, $175 million. That's 63.6 in the first year and 68.7 in the second year. That's a lot of money for a guy you cannot rely on in these closeout games.
Or at least you wonder if you can't rely on it.
That's a better way to put it.
Question mark. Yeah, I don't want to say definitively you can't, but you wonder about it. And that's not a comfortable space to be in, I think. Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance to win $25 Sonic gift cards, and one lucky winner will take home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. Text the word Smasher to 620-620 to enter. Is the fire where the smoke is right now surrounding Ty Simpson and the Arizona Cardinals? Because there's a lot of smoke. I mean, like Snoop Dogg levels of smoke. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
The shift now to the if they get in, then they have to play Oklahoma City.
The Phoenix Suns of November and December and January would have embraced something like that. This is really going to test how far the Suns have fallen between the ears. Not just with what they do, but between the ears. Because everything about this Phoenix Suns team was about punching up, never quitting. No challenge is too hard, no mountain is too high for us.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
1-877-Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
That's right, our poll question, which we bumped because we had a guest on at 2:45 talking about the Warriors. Here is Lauren. Again, rocking her Illinois t-shirt, her NIL Illinois t-shirt. She is helping to fund Illinois basketball to the best of her ability.
I think it's working because they've got a bunch of key guys coming back for next year.
Everybody who could come back next year out of our starting rotation is coming back. The last one announced today.
Lauren's fired up today. She's been in a good place today.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I can tell.
It's completely dependent on my college basketball team, too.
You know what? That's fine. That tracks for you. Yeah. What's our poll question today? What are we asking the folks?
Our poll question today has to do with the NFL draft.
Okay.
And the Arizona Cardinals. And that being, How many first-round selections will the Cardinals make on Thursday?
This is good.
Clever girl.
This is good. Clever girl.
Will they make 0,
Huh?
1, 2, 3 or more?
This is tasty.
This is tasty. The argument for 3 is they trade down from 3, get 2 first-rounders, and then trade back up in the first round to get Ty Simpson, right? That's where 3 comes from.
I'm curious where the 0 comes from.
0 comes from you trade out of the first round, get a second round, and get a pick in next year's draft.
Yeah, that's
trading out with though. I'm like trying to make it a logical choice, if that makes sense. I don't think it will be 1. I think I've settled in that direction now. So I'll go with 2. First round.
I'm gonna say 2 as well, because it's crazy. I just don't believe the Ty Simpson stuff. At my core, I just don't. It's fishy. It's everywhere. Everybody's got it. Everybody's talking about it. So I'm going to say 2 because I think 3 is Ty Simpson dependent. So put me down. I'm with Mitch on this one. Put me down for 2.
With 46% of the vote,
Okay.
1 and 2 are tied.
Oh, you're kidding.
Oh, wow.
Nope, not kidding. Also, with 4% of the vote each, 0 and 3 are tied.
The 0 thing is, boy, how bad would our draft show on Thursday suck if they didn't have a single draft pick?
Just react to everybody else's
Thanks for
picks.
listening, everybody. The Cardinals did nothing tonight except for stock up on draft picks next year. I don't think it'll be 0. It's interesting.
It better bleeping not be 0.
It won't be 0.
Good gosh.
They'll make a pick on Thursday night. Thank you, Lauren. That's a thought-provoking question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page, at Burns and Gambo. Mitch is in for Gambo today. All the smoke. Daniel Jeremiah today on Pat McAfee Show.
Right now, it's Mendoza 1, and everybody in the league expects Ty Simpson's going to be a Cardinal. When the draft's over, it's just a matter of where they want to, pull the card.
Ian Rappaport from today.
There are 2 teams early on in the second round, the Jets and the Cardinals, who have done the quarterback work and still do not have a franchise quarterback, we don't believe, on their roster. You would imagine Ty Simpson would be that guy, would be QB2. So for the Arizona Cardinals, who again still do need a franchise quarterback, this is the question. Do they wait it out for the New York Jets, cross their fingers, hope the Jets don't take one, and then at 34 say, okay, we now select Ty Simpson? Or do they say, oh, I don't know, swing a trade with someone that Monty Osborne has already traded with during the NFL draft, Texas General Manager Nick Caserio at 28 or something, hop up a few picks and say, all right, we're going to just jump up, make sure we get our quarterback. That really, to me, is the question, because if the Jets or the Cardinals do not take Ty Simpson, Judy, then his wait may be a long way. So all eyes are on the back couple picks of the first round to see if there's a quarterback trade right there.
I got one more. Here's Adam Schefter.
It certainly feels like there's a lot of smoke around the Arizona Cardinals. And I think the Los Angeles Rams would have had some interest in Ty Simpson if they had 2 first-round picks, which they don't. And where was Mike LaFleur before he took the Cardinals head coaching job? Los Angeles with the Rams. Now the Cardinals have the first pick in the second round. That is a valuable pick to bargain with. They certainly could decide to move up. They certainly could sit back and wait for Ty Simpson to try to come to them. It depends on how much they like him, but there is a feeling around the league that the Cardinals certainly have some level of interest in Ty Simpson, and we'll find out exactly how much that is 1 week from tonight.
Mitch, it is either the worst kept secret in the history of the Arizona Cardinals draft, or it is the biggest ruse in the history of the Arizona Cardinals draft. It is one or the other. There is no in between on this one.
The mock draft that I saw most recently from ESPN's Ben Solak, the Cardinals select 3 times, 3 in the first round. They trade out of 3 with the Cowboys. They pick up 12, and they pick up 20. 12, they take Ioane, the tackle or the guard out of Penn State
guard, who's moving up, it would seem, in some of the mocks.
He's good. Like, if you just need an offensive lineman and you want to take one of the best ones, take Ioane, because he's one of the best ones. But he doesn't play tackle. That's the problem. 20, they take Spencer Fano out of Utah, like a true right tackle, which could play opposite to Paris, and you're taking him at not 3, which just feels a little nicer. And then he has the Cardinals trading up back into the first round at 28, where the Texans currently occupy, and taking Ty Simpson. How the heck did this all of a sudden become a draft where the Cardinals are picking 3 guys in the first round? Like, what is the plan here? If you trade back, why would you then also trade back in?
Well, but
I don't follow the logic at this point.
I guess I would submit that that's exactly what they did in Monty's first year on a smaller scale. They traded back. They traded back up. You know, they had goals in mind, and they wanted to pick up an extra first rounder. They did. They had Paris Johnson Jr. They wanted to get. They didn't want to take.
They could have had the guy that is now making the most of any non-quarterback.
Of course, they could have had. They could have had Will Anderson. And I know Gambo's been been harping on that for a while. The Ty Simpson thing is baffling because I mean, either the Cardinals are lousy card players, which might very well be the case, and they're just giving away their intentions. There really isn't, and I can't remember who mentioned this on Twitter. If you're listening and it was you, I apologize. I'm not citing this here. Somebody had mentioned there's really no benefit for the Cardinals to fake out people to think they're taking Ty Simpson. There's not a lot of. It doesn't really say, hey, we're taking him. Ha, 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 gotcha. No, we're not. It certainly benefits Ty Simpson that there's all this smoke about the Cardinals taking him. And if we're going to use the word campaign, then I think you could argue Ty Simpson's agent, this is great for him and this is great for his business to create this universe where it's the Cardinals, it's the Cardinals, it's the Cardinals. Oh, my God, what are the Cardinals going to do to try to drum up? Because I think it was Rappaport who said, if it's not the Cardinals, then who? Where does he go? Who takes him? And so I think this campaign, if you will, like I say, it's either a giant ruse designed by Ty Simpson and his people to kind of create this marketplace, or the Cardinals are just the worst poker players ever. And that's why I'm answering the poll question 2 picks and not 3, because I just don't buy it. Is it really that obvious? Is it really that easy that they're going to do it?
Yeah, honestly, are we just stupid? Like, are we missing something here? Why is it that everybody at the national level seemingly is pairing these two together? What did we miss? Like, what are we not seeing? Honestly,
look, it's like I said a couple of days ago.
It's your blind date analogy to a T.
It's my blind date analogy. It's the Cardinals need a quarterback. Ty Simpson fits a Mike LaFleur coach system to a T in terms of his skill set and what he does well. It's Mitch trying to play matchmaker between 2 of his friends. Hey, you know what? You 2 would make a great couple. You 2 should go out. I'm going to set you 2 up. The league, it feels like, is trying to set up Ty Simpson and the Arizona Cardinals because they think they'd be perfect for each other. You need a quarterback. He has the skill set that and who knows? Maybe behind the scenes, and this is the X factor in all this, maybe behind the scenes, Mike LaFleur is like, yeah, you're damn right that quarterback fits my system. You better believe I can win some games with that guy. That guy's perfect for what I do. And if he is, and he's convicted on that, and he sold the Cardinals on his vision, then maybe everybody is right, and they will move up to get Ty Simpson, and they will pull the trigger on it.
Well, then if that's the case, I hope that a lot of those people are right, because if Michael Bidwill is true to his word that he had back in January, and this team goes as aggressive as they do or gets all quirky as they do in the first round and it flops, like, are they going to stay around again? I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so either. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, who loses their bleep first tonight? And how much does that matter? God, I wish I could say that word, but I can't. Who's going to lose their bleep first tonight? Because it matters. Next on Burns and Gambo.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6, 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age,
Isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150, because look closely. You see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here, considering the bloodline. It's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, home, the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months, plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off for that one is at 7, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference, and they will take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. First game for that one would be on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Did you know The Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Visit thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
So I heard that Jesse said the word that I bleeped out earlier on our radio station. Yeah. I saw that on the. Well, it's his birthday. He's feeling a little fast and loose.
And we're just going to excuse it because of that? You would think because he's a year older, he's wiser in that regard.
You would think that another year he would know that he can't say that word on the air.
Look, man, I was saying some very salacious things about Jeremiah Love yesterday, so we've all been there.
You were, yes. There was some. I won't even bring it up. It was, yeah. We're moving on from it. It's the kind of word, the word that I wanted to use. Like if Gambo were here, he would probably just say it, and we'd have to hit.
Oh,
the
you
button.
mean this word?
Well, what do you mean? I'll say it right now for you. Welcome back to Burns and Gambo. Mitch Vareldis in for Gambo today on a big day here where it's the Suns and the Warriors tonight in an elimination game.
Which, by the way, if you're planning on being downtown at all tonight, give yourself plenty of time. Diamondbacks are back. Suns playing game. It's going to be busy.
There's also the matter of the president being in town, so I know you know that kind of rearranges traffic and everything. So yes, if you're going to downtown Phoenix, basically leave now because
it'll take you 4 hours.
It might take you a while. Just leave now. Leave the house now, and you just keep us on in the car. That's cool. Yeah. We're appreciative of that.
We won't go anywhere. We promise.
Who loses their mind first tonight, and how much does that matter? Because it sounds like I'm not trying to be funny, actually. I mean, I think it's kind of funny, but I'm not trying to be funny. Between Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green, I think there's a really good chance that somebody snaps and somebody cracks, and that has the potential to drastically influence the outcome of this basketball game if somebody can't keep their emotions in check. We're dealing with two of the most notorious players in the NBA who at times are incapable of keeping their emotions in check. I think this matters tonight.
Well, you haven't even touched on the most important individual involved in this potential feud.
Who's that?
By the way, tonight's referee assignments. Alternate is Aaron Smith. Umpires, Trey Maddox. Your referee is Mitchell Irvin. And your crew chief for tonight in downtown Phoenix.
Say it.
Scott Foster.
Scott Foster night tonight.
So we've got...
If Chris Paul were still on the Suns, we'd all be just gripping out of our minds with that.
So here's the fun thing for wrestling fans. I think WWE's, WrestleMania 42, I believe it is happening this weekend. Good news. We've got the lead up to that tonight with Draymond Green going against Dylan Brooks and Scott Foster's officiating.
Yeah, it
should be great.
It's got the potential to be, just because I think, you know, Draymond, without getting into the Draymond side of it, which I will in a second, for Dylan, and I think back to that game, I think it was on December 18th, where he kind of took that glancing blow at Steph Curry's midsection, you know, after the shot.
He did like the hand over the arm crossing over the head when the game was already done. And it's like, Brooks, what are you doing?
And then he takes that wild, crazy three-point shot that they were fortunate. I believe Jordan Goodwin got the offensive rebound and the putback on that allowed them to win that game. But he's a guy who, and I'm talking about Dylan now, who gets baited by players like Steph and players like Draymond and players like LeBron and players like Kevin Durant. He's a guy who sees that star power on the other side. And I'm not trying to speak ill of Dylan, but I think we've seen enough of him to understand that when he sees a player like that, it's catnip for him. He almost can't resist, you know, the idea of, oh man, I'm going to push it right up to the edge and see how far I can get with this.
Yeah.
But on the other side, 2 nights later, Draymond Green lost his mind on Colin Gillespie, and he got kicked out of the game. Remember, he was standing over, barking at him, and pushed him to the floor and got run from this game. So here are two essential players to the success of their team, and they both need to keep it in check because they have the power to ruin their team's respective nights very quickly if they can't control themselves. And I do think this is an issue tonight.
I think Draymond's going to be the first offender.
You think so?
And the reason being is that what more do the Warriors have to lose in comparison to the Suns? So you might as well get a head start on your antics, if you will, or your natural behavior. I was listening to, because we had Anthony Slater on earlier, he did a little mini podcast with Tim Bontemps for ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the Warriors are still kind of pissed off about how things went in the Grizzlies series those few years ago where Dylan I think it was like clotheslined Gary Payton the second.
He broke a bone in his body, if I remember.
Something like that. I can't remember the specifics, but essentially it sounds like Golden State's still not too keen on that fellow we call affectionately the villain. And I would imagine that it has been within the Warriors playbook to always find some way to get Dillon off of his game. And I haven't went back and checked to see how Dillon has done against the Warriors this year. I do know this. They only won 1 out of the 4 games, and Dillon, I'm pretty sure, played in all of them. So I can't assume that it's going to be Dillon is the first instigator. Maybe if they get off to a hot start in the first quarter like they have done. But I lean Draymond in terms of kicking off the antics charade, if you will.
Yeah, and your guess is as good as mine when it comes to something like that. I think, and this isn't, I also think this isn't just who has the flagrant foul, who, defends a little extra hard and maybe with, bending the rules a little bit. I also think, and I think this applies to Dillon way more than it applies to Draymond, okay? Because, yes, they're both a little uncontrollable with their emotions. I think the other thing with Dillon that he sometimes tends to do is in games like this when he gets super amped up, this turns into one of those Dillon Brooks kind of black hole games, where he's just going to shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot, and he's going to get that kind of hero ball kind of tendency. Mm-hmm. That's not going to fly tonight either. That's not... I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen. But one of the most essential things that has to happen tonight, I think, is that the Suns have to get back to their ball-sharing ways. That they have to find a way. I want to see a big assist number in the box score tonight. I want to see a 25-pluser tonight in the assists. That, to me, is one of the barometers and one of the gauges that the Suns have played a good game tonight. I don't need. I was reading a preview today from Tim Kawakami from the Bay Area. You're familiar with him. Long-time Bay Area guy. One of his keys to the game: let Jalen Green shoot. Go for it. Shoot.
Slater and Bontemps said the exact same thing.
Shoot all you want. I know he was great against Portland, save for the turnovers. But there is an idea of Dillon Brooks wants to shoot. Let him. Jalen Green wants to shoot. Let him, because the Suns are actually at their best when they're sharing, when they're moving the basketball, and Dillon taking a bunch of shots and Jalen taking a bunch of shots kind of recklessly and almost at will.
Yeah.
It does not serve the greater good, I think, for the Suns tonight.
So I'm looking back. Dillon Brooks only played in 3 of the 4 Warriors games because I had forgotten he was injured earlier in the year, and that was the first time they played the Warriors in San Francisco, and the Suns lost. I think Devin Booker had like a 30-plus in that game. So the first time Brooks played against the Warriors was the 99-98 game, the one that you mentioned with the Jordan Goodwin putback for the win. 10 for 23, 4 for 9 from 3, 24 points. Devin Booker was healthy in that game. The very next night, they go to Golden State, and they lose that game. I think it was by 3. Brooks shot significantly better, admittedly, on fewer attempts. Mm-hmm. Where did that game go? Where did it go? There it is. 8 of 11.
Oh, very efficient night for him.
Very efficient, but very few, I would say, in comparison. And then the most recent one was the 101-97 loss, and that was no Booker, no Green. Brooks, you're the lead guy. 41% from the field, 10 of 24, 2 of 6 from 3.
Okay. Yeah, it's if he can play within, and I know this is a big if, and I know all of this sounds like an anti-Dillon Brooks thing, and it's not meant to be. This is the conversation we've had about Dillon many, many times about all the great things he's done and the culture change and things like that. This is just, I think, a very dangerous matchup for him because I just think there's a lot of bait out there, and I'll be curious to see if he takes it. And I think Golden State might try to bait him into that kind of a game where he kind of loses himself a little bit and gets into that tunnel vision a little bit. I do know this, that a lot of people argue about the play-in tournament and these play-in games and whether they're necessary, whether they're fair, whether it's fair that a 45-win team has to play a 37-win team in a one-game scenario to see who gets to be the playoffs. I know you took a call about that on the post-game show the other night.
I know there's plenty in Suns Twitter that are like, this is atrocious. We've already done our fair share of this.
And while I get all of that, on the other hand, this shapes up to be a potentially tremendously entertaining basketball game.
A catastrophic end to this season.
And that too. Yeah, that too. But just from if you're sitting in Topeka, Kansas and you're watching this game, okay.
Do they get good Wi-Fi out there for Prime? I wonder.
There's a lot of fun stuff to watch in this game with Steph and Book and Draymond and Dillon and Like
Whole cast of characters. Yeah.
It's entertainment. I mean, there's a lot of entertainment value.
It'll be far more entertaining than the Hornets and Magic game, for what it's worth.
Which starts in less than an hour, by the way. Ketel Marte or Geraldo Perdomo? Who needs to have a better homestand for the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll talk about that with Mitch filling in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Cardinals going out and getting Ty Simpson feels like somebody who doesn't have a way to get to work, so they buy a luxury car that burns a ton of gas. Like, they don't need this. Ty Simpson, to me, is a better fit for a team like the Rams or somebody, whoever, that can kind of bring him along. I don't like him for the Cardinals, but this now, I think, helps answer a question I've had for a while. Is everybody linking Ty Simpson to the Cardinals nationally because it's like, well, I wouldn't really want him on my team, but, the Cardinals need a quarterback. Just put him on the Cardinals. Just put him on Arizona.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage team. And this is the time right now as we end the spring. School's going to be ending soon. People are going to start to look for new houses before the next school year starts. This is a great time to contact the Lund Mortgage team and get pre-qualified for your mortgage for free. Yes, for free. If you're renting and you want to get into a home, or you think you're going to move in from your home into another home, call the Lund Mortgage team. They've been around for over 30 years. They can help you get the best rates and the lowest fees. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley, and they'll get you pre-qualified for a mortgage absolutely free. That way, when you go to make an offer on a house, the seller knows that you are a legitimate buyer, and that way they're good selling the home to you. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130 for any and all of your mortgage needs. Refinance, new home loans, and of course, right now, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. Call 623-889-0130.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Not every dealership is built the same. Earnhardt Ford has spent 75 years proving that. What sets them apart is their legacy of doing right by Arizonans. No bull, no exception since 1951. They straight talk on every price. What you see is exactly what you pay. A tailored buying experience around you. Relaxed, honest, and no pressure. And you can shop your way online, browse, and buy when you are ready. Here's the kicker. The new 2026 Ford F-150 STX is ready to impress. Lock in 4.9% APR for 60 months or walk away saving up to $8,000 off MSRP. It's your call. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699.3. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Cardinals' Jacoby Brissett reportedly wants an extension that pays him as the starter. Jordan Tyson showed off his twitch and explosiveness at a private workout at ASU. And Dylan Darling, who hit an NCAA tournament game winner, is transferring to GCU. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, back here, Burns and Gambo show. Mitch,
Hold on. Tip jar, please.
Oh,
for Miss Lauren Hill. Thank you.
I haven't had a tip jar in a while.
We got to start refilling it because we used it recently.
Also, I've had to play a lot of sponsored rejoins, which kind of defeats the purpose of the tip jar.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair.
I ain't tip jarring the sponsored rejoins. Sorry. Thank you to our great sponsors, but they're getting enough money from us.
Yeah, it's the songs when they come out. It's kind of like a 10-deck shoot when you're playing blackjack, in Vegas, right? Like there's 600 songs in there. It's very random.
You're going to hit the blackjack eventually, Burnsy, I promise.
One of these days, yeah. You play the shoot long enough, it'll be there. Diamondbacks starting a homestand tonight, which, again, what Mitch said a minute ago very much still rings true. If you're going to downtown Phoenix, be it for D-backs, Blue Jays, or Suns, Warriors.
Plan
accordingly.
Ahead.
It's downtown's going to be very, very busy. There's going to be a lot of traffic going in and out, so make sure that you're aware of that when you go in. The big news, and we'll talk more about this later on in the show, but the big news today when it comes to the Diamondbacks was the revelation from Torey Lovullo that I believe in his exact words, he would not be surprised if Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is in the Diamondbacks lineup by the end of the weekend.
The only thing I'm pissed about is that he dropped it at the very end of the interview. Like, Torey, love you, but come on.
We're
Drop
up
it
against
a
the
little
clock.
bit sooner.
What are you doing here? It was our fault for asking so late. If we had asked at the beginning of the interview, maybe. So, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who's played 2 games at Amarillo.
Probably not playing anymore at Amarillo.
Probably not. Well, he did. I mean, Torey said he's on his way back.
Yeah, he's like here. He's soon.
He's on his way back to Phoenix. So he 1 for 4 with a double in the first game. Had a home run last night. He scored a couple of runs. Apparently, they've seen all they need to see, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. could come back. So that now suddenly kind of changes everything about does he designate hit? Does he play in left field? What does this mean for Tim Tawa? What does this mean for anybody else who's played in left field that they've tried to get production out of, right? Alec Thomas.
I will point out, by the way, since that is a topic of conversation, I know that he played left field in the first of the rehab games. He also played in left field last night in rehab.
Okay.
So
he's playing in the field.
They're not being shy about it. They're throwing him out there.
He's not being the designated hitter. Now, maybe they'll be a little more cautious when he's here. I don't know. Maybe they'll start him off at designated hitter and ease him in. Maybe he'll get the bulk of the starts at designated hitter. But if he plays in left, then it kind of becomes a Jorge Barroso or Alec Thomas in center conversation, right? And right now, I kind of know who's winning that battle.
Yep.
And so there's a domino effect here. Now, when Lawler comes back, that's still a month and a half away. You don't really have to worry about that anytime soon. But there's a lot of moving parts. And again, if he DHs, it's less of a problem. It's only when he plays in left that it becomes a moving parts thing. And what do you do? How do you? I mean, I assume Tawa's days would be numbered out there, but I think, to your point, the bigger question is Alec Thomas in center field.
We're looking forward to it either way. Like, that was a nice little positive nugget going into the weekend. We need some positivity on the show, Yeah,
we do. The Diamondbacks, on the other hand, they're bursting with positivity. They're coming off a 6-3 road trip. Alex Weiner, who covers the team for us at ArizonaSports.com, had a great story talking about all kind of the takeaways from the road trip, whether it was the bullpen, whether it was Ryan Nelson.
How about their hitting with runners in scoring position? Good golly.
Their batting average with runners in scoring position, all the doubles that they're hitting, maybe not the home runs, but the doubles have been.
Jorge Barroso, 4th in the NL in doubles.
Yeah, Barrosa's start, Del Castillo's start, Vargas' start, Jose Fernandez's start. I mean, there's a lot to like. So I know this is going to sound like we're taking the one negative of the team and we're pulling on the thread a little bit.
Yeah.
But Ketel Marte's hitting .211 with an OPS of .681. Geraldo Perdomo's hitting .194 with an OPS of .581. And I thought you had a really good point today in our correspondence before the show. Which one of these guys will or needs to have a good homestand? Because I think all eyes are on those two to look for them to do the things that we're accustomed to them doing.
Well, it's funny, barring this news that just came down from Jack Summers regarding the lineup, which I'll touch on him in a sec, but my answer was going to be Geraldo Perdomo regardless, more so because Cattell at least has now had a defining moment to his season to this point. Not the fact that it was just I don't mean to minimize it, not the fact that it was 2 home runs in the game against the Orioles, but also hitting it as far as he did onto Utah Street, a fabled part of baseball history in general. So I have a feeling, or I have that hunch, that Cattell is going to slowly work his way back into being the best second baseman in all of baseball. It's Perdomo really on both sides of the ball for me, where I'm not necessarily seeing a full Geraldo Perdomo, if that makes sense. I'm not necessarily getting the full Perdomo experience. I don't feel like he's Jerry. I don't feel like he's blood like a frog. Like, I'm just not getting the full Jerry experience right now, whether it's the offense or just seemingly some of the plays that he's making defensively. It's not clicking for me right now. I really need him to look like himself again.
No, I know, and I think I'm more worried about him too, but for I guess a bigger picture reason than just that. I'm a little concerned, and it's probably too early to even say this, but we're in the business of words,
talk
so I'm going to say it
every day.
Exactly,
it's going to happen.
So I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably early for people to even have this thought, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. There was something that was a little bit of an outlier to Geraldo Perdomo's season last year when you look at his career. And I know it's early in his career. He's only 26 years old. But if you look at his numbers from a year ago, he's never had a season like that. He's had good seasons for the Diamondbacks, but he's never had a season like that. And so him getting off to a slow start, I hope that it's not – I hate to use the F word, and no, not that F word, but the one that I'll just say it. I hope last year wasn't a fluke. I hope last year wasn't an outlier type season that is not who Geraldo Perdomo is actually going to be.
Right.
And with every game that goes by where he doesn't put up those numbers and he doesn't do those things, I get a little bit more worried about that. By not even 1% every day, like a 0.5% every day, I get a little more worried. Oh boy, I hope last year wasn't an outlier. Oh boy, I hope last year wasn't fake or a fluke or anything like that, because it was an unusually exceptional year for Geraldo Perdomo.
And sometimes that happens where the top prospect comes up and he has a couple of years. And I don't think that's fair to Geraldo. He was an all-star in 2023. He was one of the better shortstops that season, part of a World Series team in 2023. And then last year he has his absolute breakout year where he's got a higher WAR than Shohei Ohtani. He's a top 4 MVP candidate at the end of the year, and he's got 20 homers and 100 RBIs for a shortstop, a position that doesn't necessarily put up those types of numbers. I'm willing to be patient with him the same way we were patient with Corbin Carroll his sophomore year.
That's a great comp.
Because
that's a great comp.
Think about it. Do you remember how many times were there conversations about, do we have to send Corbin Carroll back down? He has options.
We were having
him
hitting
right now.
We were having him on the daily on Burns and Gambo. Having him on the daily.
I don't think we're going to reach that point with Jerry. I do think eventually it's going to speed up. And Gray Mantle brings up a good point in the YouTube chat. He is producing walks. He's still having his very competitive at-bats, as he tends to do. I'm just not getting the production that I need out of a 3-hole hitter right now. And frankly, that's on Perdomo to get that job done because they're not putting him anywhere else in the order.
As far as Cattell goes, and like you mentioned, there's a question about whether he's actually going to be in the game tonight or not.
Yes.
We'll see if he is. I think he's in the leadoff spot every night thing. That's
it's a
why
curious choice.
I asked Tori about it. I think this thing has a shelf life, and I think this thing has a shelf life of about another week or so, and then they need to pivot away from him being in the leadoff spot every night, and they need to put him in spots in which he's customarily in when it comes to the lineup, just to give him that level of comfort. He's swinging at stuff he shouldn't be swinging at. He's got the classic trying to do too much approach just about every time he's up there. Is that because he's in the leadoff spot every night? I don't know. But in order to get him right, I think one of the first things you need to do is get him comfortable.
Yes.
And I don't know if he's comfortable in the leadoff spot every single night. It's an interesting experiment, but I don't know how much longer it should last.
So that update regarding Marte, and courtesy Jack Summers with D-backs on SI. He also does Snakes territory as well with Jesse Friedman. It's good stuff. The lineup card in the press box has Marte leading off and playing second base. But then Jack tweeted out a few minutes ago, Diamondbacks are still evaluating whether Ketel Marte can go today. Official lineup is still not out yet. I guess that lower back injury is starting to carry a little bit like he did in that Baltimore series.
When we come back, the reset, and Lauren rocking her Illinois t-shirt. Gonna tell us everything going on in sports next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Koval with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Tip-off for that one is at 7, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And if the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. First game for that one will be on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And if you want to hear the latest update on Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and when he could return to the lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks, make sure you go listen to Burns and Gambo's interview with Torey Lovello wherever you find your podcasts now. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time on this busy Friday afternoon. How busy? Here's Lauren to tell you how busy it's been, because it's been nuts.
It's been very busy.
It's been crazy.
It's been very busy.
Suns, the crazy Brissett story. Now this Gurriel news.
Okay, well, we're going to start there.
All right, let's start with the Gurriel.
We're going to start with the Gurriel news.
I like where your head's at. That's good.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll start here because Torey Lovello's new favorite thing it seems to do on his weekly is to come on and drop some real bomb of a news right at the end and then go, okay.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Jordan Lawler's out for the season. Good night. No, he's not out for the season. But he's
yes.
You know what I mean? Like that was one of those, wait, what? Huh? But he did it again today.
So here's the bomb that he dropped today.
And he's coming back. So I know a guy. I got a guy I can go to ask this question to. So it's probably the biggest question I'll be asked today. Don't be surprised if you see him in our lineup this weekend.
Don't be surprised if you see Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in our lineup this weekend less than 8 months after he tore his ACL.
Like this weekend, as in like within the 2 games that they have this weekend, like that quick?
By this weekend, you don't mean next weekend, do you? You mean this weekend?
Me up. You guys just laughing, your follow-ups. This week, you sure?
Wait, what? This weekend?
It is. Medically, I don't understand it. I mean, it's beyond me. And maybe it's just because we're not used to torn ACLs in baseball. It's more of a football, basketball injury.
Yes.
So we just think a year and just like chalk it up and say, that's it. You're going to be out for a year. But this quicker, it happened. He had the surgery in September. I think on like September 10th or September 11th. They had to wait for the swelling to go down. It was like we thought he was going to miss most of this season, just based off of a typical ACL timeline, and yet here he is. The season's not even 20 games old, and he's expected back in the lineup at some point this weekend.
It's crazy.
I don't get it. I really don't.
Crazy progression. I'm seeing September 11th was when a story, Gurriel Jr. expected to miss 9 to 10 months following surgery. What are we at now? September to April is what, 8?
It's 8 months and 3 weeks.
So almost 9 months.
Yeah.
For what it's worth.
Crazy. Good for him. Good for him and good for them.
And like you guys said, the D-backs, they start a series against the Blue Jays tonight. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 over on ESPN 620.
So struggling Blue Jays. They were
big time.
Multiple times and out away from winning the World Series. They got some injuries they're dealing with.
A lot
of injuries they're dealing with. But their run differential is one of the worst in the league. They've not done well these last couple of weeks. This homestand, if the Diamondbacks can keep up how they played on the road trip on this homestand, this could, knock on wood, be a very productive homestand for the Diamondbacks. It's the Blue Jays and then the White Sox.
And the White Sox suck, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's a given.
Yeah. But they already have 6 wins. So, suck this year is not as bad as the Rockies last year when it took them like 3 months to get 2 wins.
But they're still pretty bad.
Yeah, they're bad.
Still not the best.
Yeah.
And the team that's doing well, the San Diego Padres, they're finalizing a sale for an MLB record $3.9 billion.
I just don't like that it's going to be purchased by somebody who has a private equity firm, but that's it. That's all that I've got on that one.
Tell me again why we're going to have a lockout. Explain to me again how Major League Baseball teams valued at $4 billion. I don't have an economics degree. I have a degree in broadcast journalism from Northern Arizona University, but the numbers just don't add up to me. If a baseball team can sell for $4 billion and yet, but we can't spend. And okay.
Oopsie.
Okay.
Oopsie.
Just me.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you need an economics degree to figure that
Probably
one out.
not. Probably not. Yeah.
And we'll move on to the NBA because the Phoenix Suns are playing the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home game. Pre-game starts at 6 right here on 98.7. Game start is 7. Grayson Allen and Mark Williams both remain questionable for tonight's game. For the Warriors, Kristaps Porzingis is still questionable on the injury report, but Anthony Slater, Warriors reporter who joined us earlier in the show, said he expects him to play.
Here come the Suns hosts. You have the first word on this one. What say you?
If they play space out and shoot open corner threes, the Suns will lose tonight. They have to find a way to defend the three-point line, and that is also going to be able to prevent the Warriors from being able to get into the paint and get those extra possessions on the offensive rebounds. I know that that's another aspect of their game that they've been very successful with. In general, if you can't find a way to slow them down from the three line, and if you can't counter them from the three line, this one will not be close.
And not to get too inside basketball here, but what he just said a second ago, makes me wonder how different of a lineup we're going to see out of Jordan Ott. I know he's been working really hard on compressing the lineup and playing just certain specific guys. I wonder if tonight's a Ryan Dunn game. I wonder if tonight's a Haywood Highsmith game. I wonder if tonight is a Rasheer Fleming game to try to get some guys who are just a little more fluid in covering players out on the perimeter, because Mitchie Mitch is 100% right when he says that.
And in about 20 minutes from now, the first play-in game of the night starts. Charlotte versus Orlando. That one is, 20 minutes from now. And the NBA is sending Denver and Indiana to Mexico City for a regular season game on November 7th.
Okay.
You guys don't need me that day, right?
You going to Mexico City?
You're heading over to Mexico.
D-backs are going to be there next weekend taking on the Padres.
Yes,
that
they
should
will
be a fun
be.
series.
They're playing 2 games against San Diego. That should be a really fun series.
And my only note on that series, take the over. The ball flies.
You're at
in that part
7,000 feet, right?
Yeah.
You're at like Flagstaff-like elevation.
There
in
is
Mexico City.
no moisture in that air. It'll fly out of there.
There you go.
Take your gambling tips from Mitch over there.
Mitch, the meteorologist over here.
And then in NFL news, Jacoby Brissett. Read between the lines all you want, but he said he will not attend the Cardinals' offseason programs as he awaits starter-like money. He also posted on his Instagram story today a black screen with 7 laughing emojis.
What's so funny? What's so funny, Jacoby?
Do I amuse you? Am I a clown?
Big shoes.
This one's... I actually think this is kind of complicated. Because if I'm Jacoby Brissett, I'd probably want to raise 2. You know, I'm thinking about it in terms of something that I understand. If I'm an update person here at the radio station and they tell me I'm going to be a drive time host for a year, I'm going to want a little more, okay, that's cool. That's great. I want to be paid better than what I'm getting right now. So in that regard, I very much understand, like if he's the starter, how he's kind of looking around and thinking, I should probably be getting a little more scratch than that. On the other hand, read the room. You were 1-11 last year. You're going to be here for one more year, and then either they're drafting somebody in a week or they're drafting somebody in a year, but either way, that's it. Read the room, Jacoby. And so, big shocker, I'm not exactly sure which side of the coin I fall on, but I can see both sides of this argument. I really can.
I just brought up the thought that if you want to just guarantee the incentives, he's got incentives for this upcoming year of 50% of games played and 65% of games played. If you want to just guarantee those and call it a day, maybe that'll shut him up, for lack of a better word.
I don't think it's going to take like $20 million. No. I mean, I don't think he's asking for something. I think he's asking...
He can't get Russell Wilson money.
I think he's... I don't know. I'm not talking to him, but I would assume he's asking for a little bump that, to your point, just guarantees some more of the uncertain stuff.
Do the same thing that you did with Buddha a couple of years ago. Just give him a little bonus, give him a little raise, and call it a day. Like, let's not make this a thing, please. For the love of God.
Somebody who got a little bit more than just a bonus will be Will Anderson. He's reached a 3-year, $150 million extension to become the highest paid non-QB in the league.
Got the rare no-trade clause in the NFL as well. That does not get thrown around a lot in this league. So that is even further evidence of his value to that organization.
Look, man, how successful they were in being able to draft second and then trade all the way up to third and then turn their team into a recurring winner in the AFC South. Like, no, I mean this with all sincerity. They did a very risky move giving away their first pick from the next year. A lot of people thought that they were going to be bad that first year.
Yeah.
And Stroud and Anderson, they were the key cogs on a two-sided monster that led them to the playoffs 3 straight years.
That's a great point. I remember in the moment thinking, are you guys nuts? You have a first-round pick next year?
The Cardinals are going to draft first and second next year.
Oh, my God.
How long
did we talk about that crap for all those years, right?
Long time.
Because we thought the Texans were going to be terrible. Good. They read the putt well, that's for sure.
Heck yeah, they did.
And Jordan Tyson's personal workout day was today. Over 20 NFL teams, coaches, and GMs attended, including the Cardinals.
Yeah, I'm right down the road. Why not go and see? I don't think they're going to draft him, but by all accounts, it went very well. He's a player who has suddenly become somewhat of a volatile stock going into the draft, given his injury concerns. And it sounded like he needed to have a good day to reassure everybody. Maybe he did. Now he'll vault back up to top 15, top 10 status potentially.
The content speculation machine is looking at the Giants as the prominent visitor. They draft 5th. And not many people sure where they will go with that pick.
That's high for Jordan Tyson.
The one thing that I did like that I read, and sorry if you had already mentioned this, I think it was 25 reps, and he dropped 1 of the passes on those reps. 1.
Cam Scadaboo, Jordan Tyson reunion in New York.
And then Sam
Imagine
Levitt
what the
next
cell
year.
happening in that locker room is right now.
I might have to go buy a Giants jersey for that, just to celebrate.
And finally, we'll end with some NHL news because the Utah Mammoth will face off against the Vegas Golden Knights in their playoff series. First game for that is on Sunday.
Can I just say congratulations to both the LA Kings and the Edmonton Oilers for not having to play each other in the first round for the first time in 4 years.
Oh, bravo.
Congratulations.
And good luck to your Avalanche, too.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed the way that the West lays out because of how this stupid seeding works in the playoffs. So, you know how in normal seeding it'd be like 1-8, 2-7.
Yeah.
So the way it seeds out is the Avalanche are playing the 8 seed. They're the 1 and the 8. The second best team is playing the third best team. The fourth best team is playing the fifth best team. And the 6th best team is playing the 7th best team.
Doesn't seem right.
Because the Division 2 and 3s play each other. It makes 0 sense.
Today is the 2-year anniversary, by the way, of the Coyotes' last game in Phoenix.
And now they're going to the playoffs as the Mammoth.
2 years.
Them and that
2-year anniversary
that
today.
silly little Zamoth they got going on there.
Silly little, it's incredible.
It is pretty cool.
All right, with that, that's your 4 o'clock race.
All right, thanks. We were a little long on that one, but we did have a lot to get into that segment. When we come back, from Coach of the Year candidate to some fans calling for his job, what the hell happened with Jordan Ott this year? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and Premium Booze Extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6. 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Chain Company.
I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, this is Wolf for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's trusted leader in artificial grass and custom putting greens. They transform my backyard into a true oasis with unreal turf, deep green, soft under your feet, and perfect year-round. And if you love golf, this is your season. Legacy Green Solutions can turn your yard into a tour-quality putting paradise. They're family-owned, local, voted best of the Valley for 25 years. And right now, for a limited time, get 15% off. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
7 o'clock start time tonight here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mitch Vareldis, who's filling in for Gambo today, will anchor our pre- and post-game coverage starting at 6 with Here Come the Suns, and then he'll be on the air after the game taking your calls from people driving home. We'll talk in the next segment about what potentially those calls could be like depending on the outcome of tonight's game. Because you be shields up, Mitch. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Shields up.
That's why they put me in here, so I don't have to do it out there.
But but before we talk about that, let's talk about this Jordan Ott thing a little bit. Because this is something I don't want to give this more fuel than it is owed, or that it's.
But we should at least acknowledge it,
because I think the idea of Jordan Ott being one and done is patently ridiculous. I mean, almost like almost undiscussable. Like, come on, man, really? But at the same time, it's been a thing in that there is a segment of the fan base that's been kind of bubbling for the last, I don't know, 2 days, 2 weeks, somewhere in between, unhappy with the rotation, unhappy with the small ball, unhappy with some of the decisions, and certainly more than anything, probably unhappy with what they were after 50 games and now what they are now in the situation that are in, that are very, very upset with Jordan Ott. And as it were, it also happens, Mitch, on the same day where the coaching association,
yes,
the National Basketball Coaches Association 2026 Coach of the Year, Jordan Ott, did not receive any votes.
Who received votes? Could you remind me?
Dagnall from the Thunder, Mitch Johnson from the Spurs, Charles Lee from the Hornets, Joe Mazzulla from the Celtics.
Yeah.
Quinn Snyder from the Hawks.
Okay.
Tiago Splitter from the Blazers.
And then
JB Bickerstaff won it. Yeah, I should have mentioned that first. So Bickerstaff won it. Those are the other 6 guys who got votes.
Can I just say off the surface, if those are the other candidates that beat out Jordan Ott, fine. Okay. I was listening to Bill Simmons and Kirk Goldsberry talk about it on the Sunday pod. There's a lot of good coaches this year, like a lot more than just Jordan Ott being able to take a team expected to win 30 and win 45. Joe Mazzulla, it's not like the Celtics were expected to win 50 games this year.
Nope.
They weren't expected to have Jason Tatum at any point.
Nope.
And look at what he's done with the group of guys that, granted, moved on from Kristaps Porzingis, said goodbye to Al Horford, moved on from Drew Holiday this offseason. It's not like they just held the band back together. What were they supposed to be? The Pistons, obviously jumping up from, 15 more wins than they had a year ago in year 2 of Bickerstaff. And then considering some of the other names on that list, you think about the late surge Atlanta has had. Mm-hmm. You think about just in general the BS that Tiago Splitter got himself into to start the year and is now finishing strong. So if that's the surface level reaction, I'm fine. Like, I don't think this means anything other than there were a lot of good coaches this year.
I think the guy I might have voted for, to be honest with you, is Mitch Johnson of the Spurs. I mean, that they dramatically overperformed.
They went from like 30 to 64, I think it was.
Dramatically overperformed their expectations. And he's, Wemby's been in and out enough that he's had to contend with that. He's had to contend with his fair share of guys who have been in and out enough.
If you've seen the minute total on Wemby, you would understand too. Like he just doesn't get the full complement of Wemby every single night. They're trying to keep him healthy. This whole season.
So on that facet alone, it's a crowded house and it's a crowded field. Now I do also think that had the Suns finished the way they started, I can't imagine he wouldn't have gotten.
He'd be in the top 5, top 3, top 2.
I think he would. It's just the way they finished has resonated, and it matters, and it's a big reason, again, why I'm not super optimistic about tonight in the Suns. And I keep.
But is that on him?
That guy.
Because I know the Fire Ott crowd is very much this is on him instead of blaming the players that decided to stop being aligned for 20 games.
I think the roster construction flaws have been exposed dramatically in the last 30 games. I think the roster construction flaws that the reason why I bet Gambo that expensive lunch. Mostly I looked at this lineup and said that they're not going to defend very well. I don't know where their offense is going to come from. It's loaded with either a bunch of 6'5" guys or a crowded house at center where they're going to have to figure out who plays and who doesn't. And I just didn't see that path. And for 50 games, they proved me and everybody wrong. They played with unbelievable reckless abandon, unbelievable defensive intensity, an offense that was sharing the basketball, getting open three-pointers, taking open three-pointers, making open three-pointers. But over the last 30 games, I think those flaws rose to the surface, and their size got exposed, and Jordan Ott's trust level. Now, should he be playing the rookies more? I think he should. I think he should be playing Rasheer Fleming much more than he has been these last couple of weeks, but that's me. But I also don't think that alone is reason enough to say he should not be the coach anymore of the Phoenix Suns after what he did. They still won 45 basketball games.
Honest question to the Suns fan base. Like, if you're a Suns fan and you're either listening or you're watching right now on YouTube, honest question for you. If you want Jordan Ott gone, that's fine. A, why would you want a fifth head coach in 5 years, and how does that make things better than what they already have been this year? And B, if that is the case that you want them to move on from Jordan Ott, do you truly then trust this organization to find his replacement for the fourth straight year?
Yeah.
Like, if anything, if for some reason, I do not think this is going to happen, Dave Burns, but if some reason we get that Shams breaking alert that Jordan Ott has been fired.
God.
If we get that alert, you know what my first reaction is going to be? It has nothing to do with Jordan Ott. It'll be me going right back to the head of the snake of this organization and saying, my God, what a disaster this is going to be.
Yeah.
Again.
Which is why it's never going to happen. Who would want this job if they just keep changing coaches every single year?
Exactly.
Who would want it? When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, big picture now. What happens if they lose tonight? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
You talked about how you're not into the idea of drafting Ty Simpson. And so I had to have a conversation with myself about that very subject. Why do I want the Cardinals to do it when I so doubt the player we're talking about? And the answer became very, very clear very, very quickly. I want a quarterback who might be that guy to be drafted this year, so I don't have to ride this teeter-totter next year of wishing they would lose versus they've already got their guy. Let's start to build this out.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. All the reasons why you should become a member, all the reasons why you should do your banking with Global Credit Union. And many of the reasons are ones that my wife and I are finding out as well, as we're starting to move our accounts over to Global Credit Union, because the commitment they have when it comes to their members to a better customer service experience, to low fees, no fees, better rates, you keeping your money in your pocket. It's legit. It's real. It's something they pride themselves on. I've sat in their meetings with their executives, and they talk about the ways they can continue to save their members more money so they can feel like they can do the things with those monies, whether it's buy a house or go on that vacation or whatever it is. It's a real thing that they have with their members to give them better rates, fewer fees, no fees, and that's what they're all about. Joining is really simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort are 2 of Scottsdale's most iconic entertainment destinations, elevated by one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Earn points on gaming, dining, and purchases, then redeem for free play, cash, or exclusive savings on dining, spa treatments, and hotel stays with breathtaking valley views. Join today and get up to $25 in free play. Salt River Rewards at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I'm Lauren Koval with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Mark Williams and Grayson Allen are both questionable for the game tonight. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win tonight, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. The first game in that series would be on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It is Truck Month Spring Sale going on now through April 30th. Stop by Freeway Chevrolet today. Together, let's drive.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
7 o'clock is when it starts. And we all know what's on the line tonight. If Monday's show is going to be crazy, we're either going to be talking about Game 1 of Oklahoma City, because it happens on Sunday afternoon, or we're going to be talking about this season and trying to put it in some kind of context. And maybe it's really simple. I tend to think it's a little more complicated than real simple.
I think it will be complicated, period.
Win or lose, or... What do you mean? Explain.
I would say lose. It would
if they
definitely be
lose,
complicated.
It's complicated.
If they win, it's just like, okay, it affirmed that this fun season is not over, but they're going to get boat raced by Oklahoma City. Like, we're probably going to come in on Monday if they make it to the next round and reacting to them losing to the Thunder by like 10 or 12, I would imagine.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
But the alternative of that, and I certainly would never suggest for a second that they shouldn't want to beat Golden State tonight. You absolutely want to beat Golden State tonight. You absolutely don't want to become the first 7 seed to not advance out of the playoff. And I think even beyond that, even beyond the kind of baked-in humiliation of being the first team to ever do that, I do also think a season like we had with this team, no matter how poorly it ended, deserves an ending of being in the playoffs. Even if you're playing this generationally great team in Oklahoma City that looks like they're poised for a repeat championship. I know there hasn't been a repeat champion in the NBA in 7 years, but Oklahoma City looks like they could do it. I think the reward of such a surprisingly good season needs to be capped off by a playoff appearance, no matter how brief, no matter how bad, no matter how much they get their doors blown off. They've earned it. We've earned it. You know, I think nobody was expecting squat out of this team this year. So if they win tonight, I'm not going to look upon a series sweep or even a gentleman's sweep against Oklahoma City as any kind of failure or any kind of, oh man, that was terrible. I couldn't watch any of that. It's what they deserve and what we deserve. It's the other outcome that I don't know. I have a feeling of how I'm going to judge this team if they lose tonight, but it is going to be very complicated.
The great Paul Allen, who's the voice of the Minnesota Vikings and a mainstay on Minnesota sports in Minnesota. I don't know if you've ever heard his radio call of the Blair Walsh missed field goal against the Seahawks in the playoffs several years ago when they had to play
it on the show when it happened.
They had to play in Minnesota's stadium, like the Golden Gopher Stadium, because they were building the new stadium in Minnesota. And essentially, Blair Walsh, if you remember, he pushes it wide to the right, and he's like 20 yards out. It's like, it's a gimme. You're down by 1. Make this kick and advance to the next round. And I remember him specifically in this call because I just love listening to his tantrums. The season can't end like this. The Suns absolutely cannot have a season as miraculous and fun as it was end with them being entrenched in the 7th seed essentially the entire year and losing both of their play-in games to try and make it into the postseason. It cannot end like this. That's where I stand on that.
Yeah, and I agree that it would, if I had to color it, black or white or one color over another, and you'd say, was the season a success or a failure? If they lose tonight, ultimately I would color more in shades of failure than success.
If they lose in the manner in which they would, like this being it, failure. If they make it to the first round of the playoffs, then it's a success, period, whatever happens.
And it's crazy that a season could come down to one game like that, but I think that's where we're at. I think that it's not fair to the first 50 games. It's not fair to the low expectations that most of us had this team. I'm not blind to that. I don't have my head in the sand with the idea that the simple premise of, hey, if I had told you back on October 23rd that the Phoenix Suns are going to be the 7th best record in the Western Conference, and they're going to be playing an elimination game on the second night of the play-in tournament to get to the playoffs, everybody in the moment would have signed up for that and said, oh my God, what an unbelievable season. It was great. It's never that simple. It's easy and almost a cheat to frame it like that, but it's never that simple. It is perfectly fair and perfectly reasonable, I think, to change your expectations of a team based off of the season as it transpires. I just think that's sports.
I did that this year.
We all do it, right? Like it's just part of the deal. You go along and you think, wow, this team's pretty good. Okay, on second thought, we gotta change our expectations. When they had the record they did after 50 games, if at that moment I had said to you, hey, by the way, they're going to be the first team in NBA history to have 2 games at home to win one and lose both and be the first 7 seed to not make it, I think in that moment, after the first 50 games, we all would have said, well, that's no good. That sucks. That's a failure.
What the bleep did I waste my time on?
Then what was all the last 50 games for? It's complicated.
You just talked about fair, like how it wouldn't be fair of us to criticize them in a manner in which, we would call them losing in the play-in tournament a failure. Frankly, it's a disrespect to the fan base to have to watch the last 2 months of basketball that we have and for them to also go out like this. Like, I don't feel any sort of reward watching this team if they were to win tonight and get to play Oklahoma City. Like, I don't feel like it's as earned as it would have been if they had played the same style of basketball they did at the beginning of the year. Does that make sense? Like, if this version of the Suns that is in the play-in tournament, they're on do-or-die stage, let's say they had a slip-up in Game 7, but it's okay because they fought hard, they tried, they gave it their all. But, man, I got to be honest, these last 2 months have sucked to watch. For lack of a more
polished term.
For lack of a less trite term, this last couple of months of basketball from the Suns has just sucked.
It's been hard.
Like, think about the 5-game losing streak where they lose 4 of those games in the clutch time. And sure, you want to paint a positive picture of they were in it against the Spurs. They were in it against the Celtics. Well, you know what? They looked like ass in the fourth quarter. They looked like so much ass.
Not just one, so much of it.
So much
of it.
The point is, I don't feel any sort of reward for the way the basketball is being played right now. So the Suns, the least they can do is go out and look like they still care, because it just hasn't felt like that.
Yeah, it just sounds so ungrateful. It just sounds like, and I know there are fans there are Suns fans in the fan base who do not feel this way, who feel like, hey, look, ultimately everything about this year was a surprise. Everything was a treat. None of it was expected. That's exactly how we should treat it. And who knows, maybe 6 months from now, when we've had a little separation from how this season, if it does indeed end tonight, and I know we're talking about it as if it's already happened. It hasn't. The Suns could win by 15 tonight, and this would null and void this entire conversation. But I understand there are some fans who are just blank checking this, who are saying, hey, look, no matter what, everything about the season was a success. It was way better than anybody thought, and you'll never change my mind. I respect that. That's cool. And I understand the way you and I are coming at it sounds like we're very ungrateful for a season that surprised us and came out of nowhere, and nobody was expecting
Bernsey.
it.
I always am.
But I also think you do have to look at it realistically and say where we were 2 months ago. It can't end like this. It can't end like this. You can't be the first team.
It just doesn't feel like the same team.
It doesn't. They haven't looked like the same team for the better part of the last 2 months. And I know what you're saying. If they're going to go out, at least go out playing like that team you were playing in December, in January, the one that played with your hair on fire, the one that just gave so much energy every single night. Every team that you played was like, oh, crap. We have to play a lot harder than we're playing if we think we're going to beat this team. That was beautiful. That was joy to watch. I haven't seen that team in a long time.
I'm worried, too. We won't see it tonight either.
I'm worried, too. But I did see
Alec.
Alec.
Let's just do our deep breath exercise.
Look, Alec Thomas is taking BP in a Booker jersey today.
Torrey shows up in a
Booker jersey. I'm glad
the
to see the love. That's good.
What the hell's my problem?
When could Lourdes Gurriel Jr. return to the lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks? Did you hear Torey Lavella's answer to that question earlier today? Because it was a doozy. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Cardinals going out and getting Ty Simpson feels like somebody who doesn't have a way to get to work, so they buy a luxury car that burns a ton of gas. Like, they don't need this. Ty Simpson, to me, is a better fit for a team like the Rams or somebody, whoever, that can kind of bring him along. I don't like him for the Cardinals, but this now, I think, helps answer a question I've had for a while. Is everybody linking Ty Simpson to the Cardinals nationally because it's like, well, I wouldn't really want him on my team, but, the Cardinals need a quarterback. Just put him on the Cardinals. Just put him on Arizona.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to ariadentalimplant.com. That's ARIA Dentalimplant.com.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, poll question update time. It's an NFL draft question, and then we'll tell you what Tori had to say about Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Here is Lauren with an update on the poll question. This was a four-way, two-way tie when we rolled it out, right?
A four-way, two-way tie.
Four-way, two-way tie.
The classic four-way, two-way tie.
I don't know if that's the right way to describe it or not, but it was a four-way, two-way tie.
Yeah, and it does not remain a four-way, two-way tie. How many first-round selections will the Cardinals make on Thursday? 0, 1, 2, 3 or more.
More than 3.
God, could you imagine if they somehow get a first round pick?
No.
We also want to take Carson Beck in the first round.
2, I'm totally buying the trade down. I am not buying the trade up for Ty Simpson. There's just something about it that feels fishy. Even though everybody and their mother's talking about it as if it's already happened. And even then, even if it's a trade down, let's say it's with Dallas, who knows? Ty Simpson could be the pick that you make at number 20 with Dallas if they're at 12 and 20. So I say 2. Mitch?
2.
1 is leading the way with 49% of the vote, 45% going with 2, 4% going with 0, and 2% going with 3.
More people think 0 than 3.
Yes.
That to me doesn't compute.
Can't wait to see how that turns out.
That to me doesn't make any sense at all.
Stay tuned till Thursday when the Arizona Cardinals make 0 picks in the first round.
That'll be a rocking draft show.
The greatest, worst draft show we've ever hosted.
Oh, my God. That would be a nightmare. Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate the poll question and the update. Tori Lavello, when he was on with us earlier, how about this little nugget right at the end?
First of all, I am so proud of Lourdes and the hard work that he's put in. He's just over 8 months post-op, and I sat in this very office, had a conversation with him, and he was on his crutches, getting ready to go back home to Miami for the offseason. And he said, "I promise you, Tori, I promise you I'm going to do all that I can to get back as soon as I can." And really, when you get to that point in a relationship with a guy, you just don't break promises. And he held serve on that. I'm so proud of the way that he came back and all the hard work. He was sending me videos throughout the course of the offseason. He got after it. He stayed very dedicated with his diet, with his routine, with his sleep, and he's coming back. So I know a guy. I got a guy I can go to ask this question to. So it's probably the biggest question I'll be asked today. Don't be surprised if you see him in our lineup this weekend.
Wait, what?
Huh?
And he's coming back. So I know a guy. I got a guy I can go to ask this question to. So it's probably the biggest question I'll be asked today. Don't be surprised if you see him in our lineup this weekend.
We've had Tori on the show for 10 years. And I'm listening to him answer the question, and I'm thinking, okay, there's a lot of blah, 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 blah. And then he's going to tell us at the end that he thinks he'll be back in a week or 2. According to a report, he's already here. He's already in Arizona. And the expectation,
to debut tomorrow.
He could be in the lineup tomorrow. He could be in the lineup tomorrow. But Tori told us at 2:30, don't be surprised if he is in the lineup this weekend.
You got to be kidding me.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
All right.
Positive. You got to be kidding me, by the way.
Yeah. It's a medical, it feels like a medical miracle. And I know that phrase gets thrown around a ton, but this is not a typical recovery time for an ACL. This is, what did we decide? It was 8 months and 3 days, right? Or so, 8 months and 3 weeks. Thank you. For an injury that typically takes 10 to 11 months?
9 to 10.
9 to 10 months. Okay. So I guess he's it's not that much of a miracle.
It does feel early, though.
Feels quick.
It's April. We would have assumed that he'd be back in May and be, good. He's back in May. Yay. It's April.
I was thinking, best case scenario, Memorial Day. end of May, mid-May, end of May, somewhere around there. Not April, today's the 17th, not April 18th. That seems nuts. So it's awesome. It solves a lot of problems. I'm not going to sit here and say it creates a lot of problems, but it certainly creates a lot of questions. Tim Tawa being first and foremost, not that he's been the everyday left fielder, but he's manned that position quite a bit. Well, not recently enough. I think the bigger question is, assuming that this demotes Tim Tawa, who you pointed out has minor league options left.
He's not the only one.
He's not the only one. Alec Thomas has minor league options as well.
Yes, he does.
And it's been a struggle for Alec Thomas this year, and it has not been a struggle for one Jorge Barossa. That is the decision.
Who also does not have minor league options. And given how creative the Diamondbacks have had to get with their roster shuffling with their 40-man, putting Jordan Lawler from the 10 to the 60, putting Tyler Locklear from the 10 to the 60, I don't think this is going to be a move that necessitates a designation for assignment type of move like they did with Joe Ross a few weeks ago. This is very cut and dry to me. If Lourdes is coming back, you got to move on. You got to move away, from an outfielder type. I wonder if Tawa's infield versatility gives him a slight advantage, though, over Alec, who is kind of entrenched into two positions only. Now, granted, he defensively plays both of those positions rather well, one better than the other. So how much does that weigh into the decision? But I don't know, man. There's a black hole part of that lineup that I just don't think you can afford to have Alec in right now.
Tim Tawa is, the polite baseball way of saying it is that he's grinding this year. He's been terrible. He's hitting .094 to start the season. He's 3 for 32 to start the year.
If that's the case, just send him down.
I mean, positional versatility, yeah.
They got Vargas and Jose Fernandez.
He's 3
Forget
for 32.
it. Just hold on to Alec. Forget everything I said. Alec is fine. Defense off the bench, it'll be worth it.
But Alec is 7 for 54 and is hitting 130. I mean, so,
actually,
come on, damn it, Mitch, make up your mind.
Teasing.
But there's a whole slew of reasons why they could use Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Punch up the offense a little bit. It's been better as of late. But here's the other thing that I think this imminent return is fantastic for. Vargas, Fernandez, Del Castillo, Barossa. To think that this is how it's going to be with those four guys for the long term, you're dreaming.
It's a little bit of a fool's errand.
You're dreaming. I mean, it's bound to end. Hopefully, it doesn't end for one of them or two of them, and they're able to have a continued successful season. But you can't expect this kind of success from those four guys. What you need is your Cattells and your Perdomos to start hitting so that when those guys start to drop, your normal guys start to pick it up. And that's where Lourdes Gurriel kind of fits in, I think, is that when those four guys start to slump and slide a little bit, again, hopefully not all of them, but at least a couple of them do, hopefully by then, Cattel's hitting and Perdomo's hitting.
That's
and
the key.
Gurriel is back, and now you've gone, thank you for you guys for what you've done. You kind of carry the offense there for a while. Now the mainstays can kind of take over because they're back in rhythm a little bit. That's, I think, the ideal scenario here.
So let's do a fake exercise and let's pretend that Gurriel is replacing Tawa, because it feels like Alec at least has a little bit more of a, not necessarily pedigree, but he's got a little more staying power with this organization, I would say, in that regard. So you move Tawa out. You then have a lineup that consists of Ketel, Corbin, Geraldo, probably more Fernandez, probably more Vargas, Arenado, and then it's basically just deciding, I guess ADC is going to be your starting catcher, unless you're going to spell McCann for a few days. And then if you have McCann in, does Castillo get DH opportunities? Basically, somebody that's getting starting time right now is going to the bench and going to the bench for a majority of the games throughout a week. And it's either going to be Thomas or Barossa in that regard. And frankly, Barossa's bat is doing just enough, I think, to keep him over Alec in the lineup right now.
Look at his slug.
Also fast enough to cover ground in the outfield, which is where you need him.
I think he's a better defender than Alec Thomas. I know that's blasphemy for some. I think he's a better defender. I think he's great out there. Yeah, decisions to be made, but really good decisions, really exciting decisions. And who knows, by this time tomorrow, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. could be in the starting lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Really quickly, too, because I know we had bounced back and forth about it. Ketel Marte is in the lineup today, if we didn't already mention, but now he's DHing. So he's not playing at second base anymore.
Back tightness, right? He had the back issues that he was dealing
that was
with.
the label.
So he is in the lineup, but he's
Fernandez
DHing.
is now back at first base and Vargas at second.
How does Devin Booker usually play in moments just like this, and how can he elevate from how he usually plays in moments just like this? We'll talk about that next. Mitch in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, more often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100s instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers can also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The first ever Fiesta Bowl Flag Football Classic, presented by Oakley, is coming to ASU this Saturday and Sunday. 8 top Division I programs, 2 days, 1 stage, and tickets are completely free. This is fast, fearless football. Don't miss a defining moment in women's sports. Bring your friends and feel the energy. Grab your free tickets now at fiestasports.org/flag football. That's fiestasports.org/flag football. The game just changed.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Koval with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Mark Williams and Grayson Allen are both questionable for the game tonight. Jordan Knott addressing the media now. We should have an update for you guys shortly on that one. And tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. First game in that matchup would take place on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch for that one is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
We are an hour away from our pregame coverage. We're 2 hours away from tip-off. Again, at this point, it might be a little too late. Get down to downtown Phoenix if you've got tickets for either the Suns game or the D-backs game, because they're both at home, and it's going to be crowded down there. So if you are
try your public transit routes, your ride shares, whatever you got to do.
Whatever you got to do, because downtown Phoenix is going to be a bit of a mess tonight, and we recommend that you left about an hour ago to get down to downtown Phoenix, because you got 2 big events going on.
So check out hour 2 of the podcast and listen to us then, advising you to get a head start.
Mitch is in for Gambo today, and obviously it's a huge day. It's that line from Lord of the Rings. How did it come to this? How did it come to this? Well, here we are in a place where I've been fearing all along. Like I think at the beginning of the week it was, man, just beat Portland, so you don't have to set up this Friday night winner take all moment against either Kawhi or Steph, because that's just that just feels like a date with disaster.
Don't put yourself in a position where you're going to stress out your entire fan base and force your local talk sports radio hosts to think about the ultimate worst possible scenario.
Think about me. I'm going to make this about me
so
for a second.
Insensitive of this basketball team.
Why are you not taking my feelings into consideration when you're losing to Portland like this? No, all kidding aside, I know that a lot of our conversation about the Suns and this game has taken kind of a negative connotation. I think you can understand why. Mm-hmm. They haven't played well for months. They blew a gigantic lead in the 4th quarter against Portland. The Blazers, depending on what starting point you've got, the Blazers ended the game on a 27-12 run, a 25-10 run, just wherever you want to start it. It was another 4th quarter meltdown, and it's just put us all in a really sour mood. It's also put Devin Booker right back in the forefront of just about every conversation. And tonight, not in the 11-year picture of Devin Booker's relationship that we have with him, with Suns fans, but certainly in the smaller slice last 3 months of Devin Booker, tonight is a really big night for him. To punch back, to push back, to take a big swing, and to show everybody, I know I haven't been that guy. I know I've left you all frustrated, but I'm going to go out and I'm going to win this game for you in the 4th quarter. And it's there in front of him. It's not too late for him to change the narrative. He's got to go do it. And will he is the giant question about tonight.
At bare minimum, can you at least make all your free throws? Please.
Let's start there, right?
Look, he has been very upfront about the times that he'll have missteps. And as much as, let's call them the Booker fan base, wants to be the ones uplifting him and saying he doesn't deserve the blame, look at his teammates, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, that's the version of the Suns that we're getting. This is the version that we're getting is Booker is in a spot where he has to be the point guard and he has to be the main scorer and he has to be the facilitator. He has to be all these things. So it's not actually his fault. Well, I'm sorry. Even he has higher standards for himself than putting the blame on other people. Like, I hate to break it to you, but even he would look at the game on the other night against Portland and say a lot of the same stuff that we're pointing out as critiques. It's like he's not shooting well in the fourth quarter. Is he being too passive? Not making your free throws? Those 5 missed free throws, Burnsy, that makes a big difference in a 4-point game. Like, it's the little things that are adding up to be this one big conglomerate of, quite frankly, bad basketball from him the last 2 months.
It has been. And we all still love him, and we all still hold him in the highest of regard. But I think we've also kind of come to grips with our slightly changed relationship status with Devin Booker over these last couple of weeks and over these last couple of months.
Open relationship?
It's not what it used to be. You know, I don't know if there's ever been this much doubt in Devin Booker among the fan base as there currently exists right now.
There's people jumping on to just trade him while you still get him.
Which I think is short-sighted and a little bit ridiculous, but I also understand, and I really do. Like, if he fails again in the moment tonight, and again, I'm speaking about it as if it's already happened, which is probably my bad. But if it happens again tonight, and it's another bad fourth quarter, or he doesn't rise to the moment, or he doesn't rise to the occasion, then I do think there are some real questions that need to be answered about the long-term vision of this organization and building around Devin Booker and questioning whether he's truly the kind of player that you can build this around. Some fans, to your point, have already made up their mind that he's not. He's just not good enough or elite anymore to be the centerpiece of this team. He certainly can be a part of it, but in terms of the foundational piece around all of which it goes, if he fails again tonight, there are going to be some real questions, and I think they're going to be legitimate questions this offseason about whether the Suns made a mistake in choosing him to be the centerpiece of this rebuild by giving him that contract extension a year ago.
I presented a rather flawed, imperfect comparison. I don't know why I said comparison.
Because you were going to say comp,
I was.
And then you decided to go comparison, and
He's our version of James Harden. Guy who has very high level of flaws at high points in games, tried to be the focal point of a team at one point in time. It showed some success. You got All-Stars, you got All-NBA here and there. Obviously, the one sticking difference with him and James is that James won the MVP one of those years and was, for a while, one of the best players in the NBA for a multi-year stretch. But if you consider how James Harden's career has gone post-Rockets, he's not been the focal point on any of those teams that he's gone to. He's been the 2, or he's been the 3, or he's, at this point with Cleveland, he's hoping that he can backpack his way to the finals, a place that he's not been since he was on the Oklahoma City Thunder, right?
Yeah.
With Devin, like I said, it's a very imperfect comp, but I just think about these guys who want to be the focal point of a team and want to be the guy and want the team to be built around them. Not that Devin has publicly stated it that way.
No, but it's the mantle that he's sat at that throne for years now.
And not being able to get them to the point that they want to be. And maybe sooner or later you realize you're just not good enough to be the center and you need somebody else to help you, or you go somewhere else, to help them instead.
It's not too late for him to change it, though. And if he has that kind of game tonight, it'll not only will it make us feel better about him, not only will it uncomplicate our relationship status with him, it'll also make us all feel better about kind of the plan moving forward in terms of him being the centerpiece. It's just that his history in moments like this, I'll be frank, it's not very good. It's in must-win games over the years. Our own Kevin Zimmerman put this out there today on ArizonaSports.com. Tremendous article that's literally titled, "Will Devin Booker Go Down Swinging?" and talking about everything that we've just been talking about now. In must-win games over the years, 2 years ago against Minnesota, he had 49 points on 13 of 21 shooting, but as you pointed out, they were never really in that game. 2023 against Denver, 12 points on 4 of 13 shooting.
Which is a shame because he had 2 of his best postseason games in that series as well.
2022 against Dallas, 11 points on 3 of 14 shooting, 2 assists, 4 turnovers. The 21 NBA Finals, Game 6 against Milwaukee, 19 points on 8 of 22 shooting, 5 assists, 6 turnovers. He'd had a good series. But a lot of us remember what happened in Game 5 and then that Game 6 where it wasn't very good.
Yep.
His track record in moments like tonight aren't very good. And so for him to come through in the moment with I got you, I'm going to carry you, I'm going to make all the right decisions in the fourth quarter, and I'm going to be assertive when I have to, would just make us all feel a lot better about him and them and how this is going to work. Because we are, Mitch, in an unusual spot when it comes to Devin Booker right now. I don't feel like we've really been in this spot with him.
How would you feel if the Suns lose, but Devin Booker goes out and he has one of his cleaner games that we've seen in a while? So, like, individually he performs well, but the team still loses.
Depends on how he did in the fourth quarter.
Specifically,
it depends on how he did in the fourth quarter.
Let's pretend fourth quarter he goes, as Greg Esposito, our colleague at PHNX likes to say, Armani mode.
Mm-hmm.
And he is guns a-blazing. Let's pretend he's 7 of 8, and he is a perfect 6 of 6 from the free throw line. He had 3 assists, no turnovers. Let's say it's like that, that they still lose.
Yeah, I mean, if he's exchanging blows with Steph Curry in the fourth quarter and they lose, I think as it relates to him, I think that'll be enough.
Okay.
I know the team success for a lot of people, that's going to be the thing that needs to follow. But I think when it comes to Devin specifically, if he has that kind of game and if he has that kind of fourth quarter, I think we'll all be relieved, even if they lose. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you about Four Peaks, how they want to send you and 3 friends to catch the D-backs in action, text the word SEATS to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. When we come back, the injuries in tonight's Suns game, we hope to get some updates on them, and we'll talk about the rotations and whether anything's going to change for tonight's game. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors. The right to move on into the Western Conference playoffs is on the line when these rivals meet in downtown Phoenix Friday night. The winner gets the 8th seed in the West, and the losing team is free to book that all-inclusive season's over getaway. Lobster and premium booze extra.
Must win or lose or go home.
Suns Warriors, the final game of the NBA play-in tournament. Pre-game coverage tonight at 6, 7 o'clock game time on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Spinato's Reverse Happy Hour is here, and it runs every night in April from 8 to close. Buy any large pizza, get a large cheese pizza on us. Pickup or delivery every night. Plus, our fresh baked cookies are $2 off a half dozen during Reverse Happy Hour. Made fresh every morning and available only while supplies last. Plus, join the Secret Sauce Society and earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spinato's during the week. Earn pizza while you eat pizza. Download the app or sign up at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Suns in the play-in tournament. Now.
All right, we kind of timed it, thinking that around 5:15 we get some injury news, and we did.
We should have timed differently given what the news is, unfortunately.
We should have. Mark Williams is out tonight. He will not play with left foot soreness. Grayson Allen and his left hamstring strain is questionable for tonight.
Sounds like game time decision. He'll give it a go on the court, and we'll reassess afterwards. So we're going to sit and wait on that one.
All right, Mr. Here Comes the Suns, Mitch Vareldis. What's your reaction to that?
This could go so many different ways. It really could. All right, so now we're in that scenario that we talked about yesterday when we first learned he was questionable, right? He's out now. Who starts and who gets the rotational minutes as a result of Williams being out?
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm just going to say I think the likelihood is that Oso is going to start, even though that I think him matching up against Porzingis is not good at all. I think Malawach would at least present a size threat, even if they try to play drop coverage on Porzingis, which I think would be silly because of his ability to shoot from three. I could go on. The point is, it's either you got to get Rasheer Fleming involved more, you got to get Ryan Dunn involved more, Haywood. Come on, you got to get one of those four guys involved way more tonight than they were 2 nights ago.
Yeah, I agree, and I agree with everything you just said. I think Oso, I'm sure he'll start. I would imagine the hook is quick, the leash is short.
You have everything to lose in this one.
If he gets targeted, and if he becomes the mark that they target and they put
Mark Williams.
the you know what I mean though, like the one where they're like, okay, we're gonna this screen. Hey, look at what matchup we've got now, right?
Affectionate term, as Kellen has said many times, is the pigeon.
That's, you know what? I knew there was a word. I knew he had a word for it. That was the word for it.
Yep.
The pigeon, the guy where you look at, and okay, watch this. We're going to set a bunch of ball screens, and we're going to get a matchup that we're just going to. Chris Paul was a master at it. God, he was one of the best at it. Just setting up guys like that.
Yes.
I think if Oso gets abused like that, the hook will be quick, and then it really kind of descends into madness because then it's Fleming as a small ball 5. I think you're so right. I mean, especially with a 5-out lineup that Golden State likes to put out there.
You can't play drop coverage on those guys.
You can't. You can't, and you're going to need perimeter defenders, and you're going to need guys with the foot quickness to be able to keep up with them out there on the edge. And that's Ryan, and that's Haywood Highsmith, and that's Rasheer Fleming. Even though Fleming's, his on-ball defense, not great. He gets blown by.
Yep.
And he makes poor decisions. But I think you are now at the moment where if you're Jordan Ott, you have to take some educated guesses and some calculated risks here. And that means you are now forced to get out of your comfort zone a little bit and play some guys and some rookies and some younger players who might make very crucial mistakes. And you're going to have to live with that if you're Jordan Ott.
Additional Mark Williams info, by the way.
Okay.
Courtesy Dwayne Rankin, AZ Central. Suns coach Jordan Ott said Mark Williams' foot flared up in the second half of Tuesday's game. That factored into him not playing in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
So apparently this has been lingering for quite a bit.
There were a lot of Suns fans who were not happy that that didn't have a big man out there to help kind of clog the lane a little bit and do a little better rim protection when they were playing so small.
So if that's the case,
explain it.
The easy hindsight response is how silly it was for them to not go to Rasheer or to come on if you knew that Mark Williams was not going to be able to help you in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I just think that Jordan Ott trusts the small ball lineup better because he trusts the small ball players better.
Well, he better trust them enough to win them the game tonight because otherwise there is no other game to play after
The other thing from Dwayne in the same tweet, who, as you mentioned, covers the team for AZ Central, Jordan Ott talked about playing, and I quote, bigger wings tonight against the Warriors. So that speaks right to the Flemings and the Dunns and the Highsmiths.
We won't see Malawatch is now my new prediction.
Yeah,
If he's specifically highlighting bigger wings playing more and he's not talking about how the guy that they drafted 10th overall won't see the floor, he's not even alluding to that, we're not going to see Kamal Malawatch play tonight.
Yeah, I just think between him and Oso and the unique, what was the word that Jordan Ott used yesterday? The geometry problems that Golden State kind of presents with the 5 out and all that stuff. I don't even know if we're going to see a whole lot of Oso tonight. I don't. I think it's going to be.
Then you're really playing small ball.
Yeah.
Boy.
But that's the danger. It's the bed you made. If you're the Suns, by not beating Portland the other night, it's the situation that you kind of put yourself in with your roster construction and how you're built, and all the flaws are kind of rising to the surface a little bit.
Just hope that your wingspan is long enough for whenever Al Horford he separates his foot about shoulder width and he gets his hands like this. Just be ready to reach up because you know what he's doing when he gets like this.
The other news, and we're kind of skating past it, is the Grayson Allen situation. Now, we did have Anthony Slater on the show earlier. He covers the Golden State Warriors for ESPN. He heard that Kristaps Porzingis is going to give it a go, which really shifts the injury onus onto the Suns.
Yes.
Grayson Allen, look, it's a hamstring. I get it. They're hard. They're twitchy. They're unreliable. Grayson Allen is a key guy for tonight. Golden State is going to shoot a ton of three-pointers, a ton of them, and you're going to have to keep up in that regard. And Grayson Allen is a great high-volume, high-percentage option when it comes to threes. He will take a bunch. He will make a bunch. And in his absence, Royce O'Neal's going to need to jack up a ton tonight.
You can't have 25 three-point attempts as a team.
Can't.
You just can't.
You have to have at least 10 more than that tonight. At least
Give me
10
20.
more.
Shoot 45 threes tonight, please.
It might be the only way. It might be the only way for you to have a chance because they're going to do it. Yep. Golden State's going to do it.
And they're not afraid to do it.
Their whole offense is predicated on it. And so the Suns are going to – and not having Grayson tonight really works against them in that regard too, because it just takes one of their true high-volume, high-percentage guys out, and it's just going to force – it's going to force Dylan into taking more. It's going to force Devin into taking more. That hasn't been a strong suit. Jalen into taking more. He's his 3-point shot is inconsistent at best. I hope Grayson Allen can play. I mean, I want him to be healthy, and I don't want him to do anything reckless or irresponsible, but I also think that he's a key guy tonight.
I can feel the noise growing louder from the play-in tournament is stupid crowd. I can feel it. It's rising. Now everything going against the Suns, going into a win-or-lose game to advance into the playoffs for the Suns after that miserable season a year ago. I can feel the noise growing. I can feel the temperature rising. It's coming, man. It's coming. By the way, two things I'm seeing from one Buda Baker We going to the Suns game or what?
Booter.
Happy Friday. See you there.
Booter Baker.
So he'll be there.
Okay.
And then checking in on the East, 8 versus 9 to be the 8 seed in the East game. I hate the Magic so much. It's 45-21 Magic.
Oh.
With 8.5 to play in the first half.
Oh.
You know why I hate this team? It's like, where was this team the last 2 weeks, man? Like, what is happening?
45-21 Orlando?
Yeah, the Hornets have been a little quaking in their boots right now.
Wow. That's bad. That's
Very.
bad. Where are we in that game? Second quarter?
So 8:50 in the second quarter.
Okay.
45-21. Charlotte's about to inbound.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how could Ty Simpson and all the smoke around Ty Simpson impact Jacoby Brissett's bank account? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The shift now to the if they get in, then they have to play Oklahoma City.
The Phoenix Suns of November and December and January would have embraced something like that. This is really going to test how far the Suns have fallen between the ears. Not just with what they do, but between the ears. Because everything about this Phoenix Suns team was about punching up, never quitting. No challenge is too hard, no mountain is too high for us.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me that they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density. The other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss. It's that your hair stops growing back the same. It's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com to get 20% off your first purchase. Don't put it off. Once again, that's use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com to get 20% off your first purchase. M-Drive for Men will show up for you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the ultimate man cave sports lodge where you can keep up with all the baseball, basketball, hockey, and everything else going on right now. If it's on, it's here. And they've got massive screens and perfect sightlines so you can catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Game day watch parties, event nights. You couldn't ask for a better spot than Twin Peaks with their entire menu made for MVPs as well, and the great scenery and environment that they're known for at 5 convenient Phoenix locations now. There's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. At Earnhardt Ford, here's what you get. 75 years of Arizona trust, a name that's earned since 1951. No bull upfront pricing, no games, no runaround ever. A zero-pressure team committed to finding the right fit for you, and full online shopping putting power in your hands. And right now, the 2025 Ford Maverick is an absolute steal. Save up to $8,000 off MSRP or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. When you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I'm Lauren Koval with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns host the Golden State Warriors tonight in a win-or-go-home play-in game. Mark Williams is officially out for tonight's game. Grayson Allen is questionable. Tip-off for that one is at 7, with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Suns win, they will be the 8th seed in the Western Conference and take on the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 3rd straight win tonight at Chase Field against the Toronto Blue Jays. We could also see the return of a familiar face to the Diamondbacks lineup this weekend. Just listen to Burns and Gambo's interview with Torey Lovello from earlier today for the answers to that one. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. We got a lot on tonight.
Good night for sports.
Sure is. We got the D-backs taking on the Blue Jays. Game 1 of a 3-game series. Game 1 of a 6-game homestand. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. could be in the Diamondbacks lineup as soon as tomorrow. Crazy. But he's not in there tonight, as it's the opener of this series. We'll preview the D-backs game coming up in about 15 minutes right now. But 6:40 first pitch there. You'll hear that game on ESPN 620. Here on Arizona Sports, Golden State Warriors, Phoenix Suns. Winner will play Oklahoma City, 3:30 in the afternoon on Sunday?
That's the Eastern time, I believe.
Oh, okay.
12:30
in the afternoon on Sunday.
Trust me, I had to do a lot of planning ahead this past week, so 12:30.
12:30. Okay, so I was looking at the Eastern times.
It's okay.
And the losers' season is done. And we've been talking about this game all day.
Technically, the winner's season is done, too. They just have to play 4 more games, at least.
That's true.
Get it? That's a joke that Oklahoma City is going to win the first round,
everybody. I got it. It was a good joke, too. It was a little bit of a dad joke, but it was good.
Yeah,
so that's and then Mitch, who's just pulling the all-nighter tonight, filling in for Gambo today. He's got Here Come the Suns coming up at 6. He'll be around for the post-game show after tonight's game. It's
both on YouTube.
Both on YouTube, absolutely. And if they lose, I'll be curious to see how many calls you take from people who are just screaming about this format and saying it's unfair.
Can't wait.
It's unfair.
Can't wait. Cody, I know you're ready to go, man. I'm waiting for you.
Let's switch gears and let's talk about the Arizona Cardinals, because today was an unexpected news day from the Arizona Cardinals. We didn't see this one coming. The news that was broke by Ian Rappaport, Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett is asking for a contract extension, quote, that pays him as the starter, close quote. Rappaport adds that Jacoby Brissett is not attending phase 1 of the voluntary offseason program and that Arizona, and I quote, appears willing to address it, close quote. He currently carries a cap hit of $9.19 million, $1.5 million guaranteed. There are incentives. His base salary is like nearly $5 million. $1.5 million of that was fully guaranteed. He can earn up to $500,000 in bonuses for every game he's active. He can earn up to $2 million incentives. You made the suggestion, do what they did with Buddha's contract and just guarantee some of those incentives so there's a little less.
Just give him the raise. Don't worry about the incentives. Like, hey, we'll just give you these because either you're going to start the whole season or you're going to start half of the season or somewhere close to that. So let's just meet in the middle here. Pay the incentives out. Call it a day. Be good with it.
The reaction has been
hilarious,
incredibly divisive, and you're right, hilarious. Daniel Jeremiah, noted NFL draft insider from NFL.com, tweeted out, Ty Simpson to Arizona feels inevitable.
Yeah.
Many others, Kellen Olson.
That one's my favorite.
Huge upset in the funniest Cardinals pre-draft storyline. I'd been getting a lot out of the desperate campaign linking the Cardinals to Ty Simpson because apparently no one else wants him. But the 1-11 guy holding out for a raise takes it. It was really funny. And it's shocker. At least not to me. I can see both sides of this. I can understand. I think of Jacoby Brissett and I think about a normal workplace situation. He's an update guy here at Arizona Sports who just found out he's going to be hosting a drive time show for the next year.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, I didn't. You know what? You're right. Maybe that's a little too close to
Honestly,
home.
though, for our place of work, it's kind of the perfect comp. Right?
It is.
Guy who gets on airtime now getting promised way more on airtime.
Way more on airtime.
Starting on airtime.
Should expect a bump in salary.
Yeah. Exactly.
You should expect to not get paid the same thing. That's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is, dude, read the room. You were 1-11 last year.
They couldn't score 30 points in a single game last year, even with him as the quarterback.
Come on, really? You're gonna ask for a raise? So it sounds like the Cardinals understand the situation. Certainly they have the cap space to give him a raise. I'm not talking about a raise that pays him $20 million. Like,
we're not talking about Will Anderson money, Pete.
No, we're not. I certainly hope that's not what he's holding out for, because that's crazy. But a raise that guarantees something, okay.
Does he want to go like the Justin Fields, not Geno Smith. Who was the quarterback that signed this off? Malik Willis. Does he want like that kind of money where it's close to 20 a year?
Like 20 a year, and that was what, 35 guaranteed?
Yeah.
No way.
Just kidding. We'll take Ty Simpson.
I'm
Don't
saying
worry
that, never
about
mind. No, you're good. Like, within reason, I'm okay with giving him a little bit of a bump because
that's just the other part of it. It's like we don't know how much he's actually asking for.
No, we don't. And the only response we've had from him is a blank black slate with 7 laughing till I'm crying emoji faces. That's it.
Which is how I would react to this situation too. But I'm reacting to just how hilarious this is. Why is this the main news dump storyline on a Friday when it comes to the Cardinals? Why? Why is this the story? You know what I mean?
And of course the timing is suspect because of the Ty Simpson smoke. And I got to admit, one of my first initial reactions was, hey, look, if you draft Ty Simpson a week from now, Jacoby Brissett's probably getting 8 starts, and then it's the Ty Simpson show to see what you got. And in that case, I wouldn't want to give Jacoby Brissett a raise either. I'm only going to play him about half the season, and then I'm probably not going to play him the rest of the year because I need to take a look at what I've got in Ty Simpson to figure out whether I need to draft another quarterback or not. So that's kind of the other reaction to me is like, yeah, Jacoby, okay, yeah, hold on. Yeah, we got you. Okay, you want a raise? And you're just buying time to see what you do a week from now and whether you draft Ty Simpson, because I think that could dictate in part your financial strategy with Jacoby Brissett here.
I hate to do this to you, but Mike LaFleur yesterday, he was asked about the idea of, I can't remember how it was slugged, but it was essentially getting a quarterback that has little to no experience, whether you would start them right away, and essentially wouldn't shoot down the idea of playing the inexperienced guy if he's miles ahead of the Brissett, for example. Like, we're obviously talking about this in a Simpson-Brissett scenario.
Right.
In that scenario, he's not opposed to it, but then said at the same time, like, if the playing field is level, then I'm going to go with the guy that has had more experience and knows what he's doing. And I'm sure that's going to be another point in Jacoby Brissett's argument of, okay, even if you do take Ty Simpson, there's no way that he's going to start over me. So why don't you pay me like the kind of guy you want me to be? I'm happy to mentor him. I'm happy to teach him all the different ways, but you got to pay me like I know I'm the guy that you want me to be. And that's all you can really ask for.
I mean, if we were all being honest with ourselves, who do we think is going to start the most games at quarterback next year for the Arizona Cardinals? Gardner, Jacoby, or let's say they take him and it's Ty Simpson? The answer to the question is probably Jacoby, right? Probably.
And I would also get
Probably.
a free lunch out of it. I know that much for sure.
Yeah, you're really the only one positioned to win, right?
I'm in the driver's seat, man.
You are completely in the driver's seat.
Of the four of us, I have the only Cardinal that's currently employed, and I have Ty Simpson.
Oh, you have Ty Simpson and Jacoby Brissett?
Yes, I do.
Unless it's Gardner Minshew, let's just buy him lunch now.
Yo, what do you want for lunch, Mitch?
Yeah, what do you want? It's on us.
How much is the rah-rah room?
We're never doing that again. Although, you know, I got to admit, this week was a little bit of a revelation after that loss Tuesday night to Portland. To see Gambo come in here, all humble, and like offering. He didn't quite offer, but talking about offering to take me out to a nice lunch, or at least reimburse me for half the lunch, because he does feel like his lunch bet at the Rah-Rah Room.
It's tainted.
It's
now.
a little tainted, given that they might not even make it out of the play-in. I'm like, I'm impressed, Gambo. That's some humility. And oh, by the way, less than a week away from the draft, and the Ty Simpson smoke was wildfire-like for the last. I mean, everybody is talking about it as if it is the worst kept secret in the NFL.
We're kind of like, what's the term? We're like the Vatican City right now. Everybody's watching us to see what color smoke rises
Red
from the building.
smoke is rising from the building.
When the white smoke rises, the Cardinals will have selected Ty Simpson.
Speaking of which, did you guys see that Villanova and Notre Dame are going to play in Italy?
No.
In college basketball?
Really?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's
women's and men's.
Wow.
So much faith in that game.
Gambo should go. That's terrible.
I think Mitch should be excused from pre and post for the Suns. The dad jokes delivered in the last 40 minutes alone.
Getting a little loopy, right? Getting a little loopy, and he still has a long night. Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance to win $25 Sonic gift cards, and one lucky winner will take home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. Text Smasher to 620-620 to enter. When we come back, D-backs on deck. We'll preview this game tonight. Plus, you'll hear what Torey Lovella had to say about Lourdes Gurriel Jr. next on Burns and Gambo.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home, and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it, and you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday. All right, your car repair is going to run about $3 grand.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
To hydrate or caffeinate? Why not both? New Sonic Refreshers blend real fruit with a splash of energizing green tea. Try it sparkling or still in 3 mouthwatering flavors: berry citrus, mango peach, or strawberry passion fruit. You've earned it. Seriously. Carried all your groceries in one trip? Turned your clothing pile back into a treadmill? Parallel parked on the first try? Sip to that. All new Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like Liberty GMC has some huge savings this month.
You got it, Dave. During our home run sales event, the deals on our 2026 GMC Terrains are a grand slam. You can lease for just $279 a month or take up to $57.50 off all month long. And if you need a little more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases as low as $698 a month.
Step up to the plate and search a deal today. Visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The first ever Fiesta Bowl Flag Football Classic, presented by Oakley, is coming to ASU this Saturday and Sunday. 8 top Division I programs, 2 days, 1 stage, and tickets are completely free. This is fast, fearless football. Don't miss a defining moment in women's sports. Bring your friends and feel the energy. Grab your free tickets now at fiestasports.org/flag football. That's fiestasports.org/flag football. The game just changed.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, Diamondbacks baseball is coming up. You'll hear it on ESPN 620, the opener of a homestand, the opener of a 3-game series against the Toronto Blue Jays. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. For the Toronto Blue Jays, 7-11 to start the season. The American League champions from a year ago off to a very slow start. Their starting pitcher is going to be Braden Fisher. No decision so far on the season with a 0.93 ERA. More on that in just a minute. Michael Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks tonight. The surprise right-hander is 3-0 with a 2.87 ERA.
Yeah, he's pitched exceptionally well outside of the first 4 batters of his start against Philadelphia. He's been, quite frankly, one of the better starters that the Diamondbacks have had. Him and Eduardo Rodriguez somehow leading the charge for this rotation that features Zach Gallen and the return of Merrill Kelly very briefly ago. Ryan Nelson has had a couple of hiccups to start the year, but Soroka's kind of been steady Eddie. I know he's got a little bit of history with some of the guys on this Blue Jays team, but he's been solid. Fisher, this seems to be like an opener to me. That's how I read it. Right-handed opener, which is curious because they would have otherwise started Eric Lauer, who's a left-hander. So you're going right-handed against Marte, who's going to switch from the left side. Carroll from the left side. Perdomo switch to the left side. And then, assuming you get through that, you're going to go to Eric Lauer to face righty-righty switch, righty-righty switch. I don't know if I understand this move at all.
No, it's curious because it was going to be Lauer for most of the day, and it was a switch that happened kind of right before we got on the air at 2 o'clock or so. It's been, for Toronto, it's been a mess. They're 4-11 in their last 14 games. They're minus 25 run differential, which is one of the worst in Major League Baseball.
Second worst in baseball.
Their pitching matchups this weekend, none of it's gonna scare you, right?
It's only one good one.
It's Scherzer and Gallen tomorrow. It's Gausman and Nelson on Sunday, and that's the one where you look at and go, okay, Kevin Gausman is good. He's had a good year, and that's kind of
you avoid Dylan Cease, which I think is the bigger story.
Absolutely, and so. It's a curious homestand for the Diamondbacks in that the Blue Jays aren't off to a great start. The White Sox aren't off to a great start. The Diamondbacks are off to a very good start. You kind of low-key have expectations of a really good homestand for the Diamondbacks, given the matchups that you've got over these next 6 games.
I would say bare minimum win both of these series, so that would be going 4-2 over a 6-game stretch. But even like 5-1, I wouldn't be shocked. I think 6-0 would be very impressive because it's, in general, it's hard to win 6 games in a row. And for the Diamondbacks, that would make it 8 wins in a row going back to the 2 against Baltimore. But I've had like murmurs of these types of conversations this early in the year. Like, when do we get to the point of knowing how good a team is, right? Because the Blue Jays 7-11 start, but you can easily say, oh, well, they've got 4 rotational arms on the injured list. 2 of their best hitters aren't available. The Diamondbacks, meanwhile, are 11-8, performing well above, I think, a lot of our expectations, especially to start the year. They're not getting great production out of 2 of their top 3 guys, and their pitching has been very surprising and strong, to say the least, to start the year. And I just can't make heads or tails of who's good and who's bad right now.
I think even in baseball, like everyone says 40 games, but the truth of the matter is that you could be a 500 baseball team around the All-Star break and you're still very much in it, given the wild card and your ability to get hot the last 2 months of the season. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Ketel Marte is in the lineup today. Initially, he was at second base. They moved him to designated hitter just because there's still some concern about his back. Of course, the big injury news came earlier today here on the Burns and Gambo show. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., after 2 games with the Amarillo Sod Poodles, is already with the Diamondbacks. And this is what Torey Lovullo had to say about it earlier today to Mitch and I.
And he's coming back. So I know a guy. I got a guy I can go to ask this question to. So it's probably the biggest question I'll be asked today. Don't be surprised if you see him in our lineup this weekend.
Don't be surprised if you see Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in our lineup this weekend. There's already some speculation that could happen as soon as tomorrow.
And it's weird because it's not like, oh my gosh, thank goodness he's back. They desperately needed him. It's more like, oh, this is great. This is just an added bonus to what has already been a strong start to the year. And we know that Gurriel was able to flash some of the power in Amarillo. I get it. It's a different altitude and it's a different level of competition, but still the fact that he's able to make this quick of a return for the type of injury that he had, it's tremendous, and he'll be very welcomed back.
The MLB standings going into this game, and they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. The Blue Jays come into this one with a 7-11 record, as I mentioned. That's tied for last. It's early, but it's tied for last in the American League East with the Boston Red Sox. Diamondbacks come in with an 11-8 record. That is good for third in the National League West and still one of the better records in the National League overall, as their surprising start has caught the attention of many given the strength of the schedule that they've played, the teams, and all the things that Mitch just mentioned a second ago. So we'll see what happens with this road trip or with this homestand, because when it's done, then the Diamondbacks go to Mexico City for 2 very interesting games against the San Diego Padres for the first time this season next weekend in Mexico City. That'll be a lot of fun, and it'll be quite revealing to see how they do because the Padres are on a heater right now.
8 in a row, 9 of their last 10, the Padres.
Mitch, playing the role of Gambo, has a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
So you think about the role of keymaster, and you can go super complicated, or you could just look at a guy in the lineup that seems to have some good success against the starting pitcher and say, huh,
that guy.
Why don't we just identify him? That identifiee is Andres Jimenez, the left-handed hitting shortstop for this Blue Jays team, acquired last year from the Cleveland Guardians. Had a slow start to his Blue Jays career a year ago, but right now he's doing pretty well for the Blue Jays lineup, all things considered. 3 home runs, 11 driven in, an .825 OPS against Michael Soroka in particular in just 8 at-bats.